Chapter 882. But fortunately, no matter how powerful the God of Light is, he's only one. And this time, Chao Xing had made every possible preparation to deal with him. The God of Light slowly raised his hand, mobilizing a surge of divine power. While repairing his injuries, he gradually donned a layer of armor of light. He spoke in a deep voice, Chao Xing. Your potential and rate of growth amaze me. Submit to me. I truly admire you. If we join forces, not only can I quickly regain my divine throne, but I can also enable your subjects to reach divine status. By then, even the Vatican, without a full recovery, will be no match for us. Together, we will dominate the entire Western continent. Chao Xing's expression remained unchanged as he listened to his bewitching words. Regardless of whether the God of Light's words could be realized, Chao Xing's personality alone meant he wouldn't let him go. After all, this was the enemy he always wanted to eliminate. Plus, this guy is involved in the unification of the 3 holy books and the uproot mission. So, today, the God of Light is doomed to be killed. Chao Xing waved his staff, and the other combatants understood the meaning and instantly formed a battle formation. The murderous intent of over a dozen powerful figures once again locked onto the enemy. The God of Light felt the tangible murderous intent coming from all directions, and his expression quickly darkened. Chao Xing. You're still stubborn. But it doesn't matter. Once I've slain all of your minions, you kneel and submit to me. Next, I show you the true difference between gods and mortals. The next moment, he raised his hand, and the divine power of light from heaven and earth converged frantically. Divine art, heaven's chains. With the God of Light's roar, countless golden cracks suddenly ripped open in the sky, countless chains of light shot out like venomous snakes, entwining everyone with lightning speed. At that moment, everyone on the field felt as if they were mired in a quagmire. Even breathing became difficult. You have been imprisoned by the heaven's chains of the God of Light, Uriel. Movement speed is reduced by 80%, attack speed by 30%, and you will suffer damage from the divine power of light every second. When the prompt ended, everyone felt a searing pain emanating from the chains. Swish. Swish. Subtract 18,832. 252. Minus 15204052. Minus 13810352. Minus 17289244. Minus 16358929. Damage exceeding 10 million continuously appeared above their heads, and their health points were dropping at a visible rate. The sacred runes on the chains flickered continuously, each time unleashing a more intense surge of divine power, even scorching the air into twisted ripples. Marinina swiftly swung her sword and slashed fiercely. Clang! With a crisp metallic clang, the blade and chain collided, sending dazzling sparks flying, yet the chain of light remained intact. Wow! Bing Bing, in his scourge dragon form, exhaled a breath of frigid air. It didn't condense even a trace of frost on the chains, instead absorbing it and transforming it into even more severe damage. The God of Light's sarcastic voice rang out again. It's useless. My heavenly chain is a true divine art. You ants have exhausted all your means, and no longer have the power to harm me. Now, experience the bittersweet taste of despair. He slowly raised his right hand. Demi-divine art, spear of light, piercing causation. With his words, brilliant divine power gathered behind him, and over a dozen light element spears, each over 10 meters long, suddenly appeared. The spears automatically adjusted their positions, each aimed at one of Chao Xing's men. The spears emanated a destructive wave, seemingly capable of piercing through everything. Just as the spears were about to launch, Chao Xing's cold voice rang out. Who said, we have no means of harming you? The God of Light was slightly startled. Without waiting for him to speak, Chao Xing gave the command, Renus, activate. Off to the side, the Sky Hunter, hovering in midair, understood his meaning. The next moment, she swiftly drew her bowstring. The ordinary wooden bow in his hand suddenly erupted with unprecedented power. As if an ancient power that transcended time and space had awakened, strange runes appeared on the bow surface. A strange distortion of time and space appeared in the surrounding space. It was as if everyone's previous actions were being played back in rapid succession. The God of Light was initially puzzled by this scene. But when he sensed the fluctuations of the laws contained within, his expression suddenly changed drastically. This is the power of time. Damn it! You actually have someone who can master the power of time. Don't even think about it. He roared angrily, waving his hand. The next moment, a dozen spears shot out at full speed. Swish! 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 Puff! 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 The golden spear shot out, instantly piercing everyone's bodies. Terrifying damage numbers floated up one after another. -215-397, 5985. -256-678, 9548. -243-997, 2805. -203-395, 7015. -269-714, 6876. No single damage number fell below 2 billion, and that was even with their various defensive states and super high defense. In reality, the power of the God of Light's attack would be even more terrifying. Everyone on the field, including Brown, had a bloody hole running through their bodies, their health instantly reduced to 0. The wound at the edge of the bloody hole still glowed golden. But at that moment, Rennie's time reversal had finished. Instantly, everyone's bodies were as if they had pressed the reverse button. The golden spear that had pierced their bodies retreated in the opposite direction and dissipated outside the time domain. The blood holes on their bodies quickly healed, and their health points returned to full. Not only that, even their statuses were refreshed. Except for the Scourge Dragon in the distance, all returned to their previous states 5 seconds ago. The series of skills and equipment effects they had just unleashed were all refreshed and reset. This caused everyone on the field to look surprised, and time reversal had a strange effect. That is, the effects of final redemption on them were also reset. In other words, everyone had another chance to revive at full health. This is the terrifying power of time-based abilities. It's simply unreasonable. The God of Light stared at the scene in amazement, disbelief flashing again in his eyes. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Damn it! That's my divine art, and you actually broke it. Ignoring his hysteria, Chao Xing said coldly, "Everyone, prepare. Second wave. I don't believe you, an old man, can withstand this." Instantly, everyone entered peak combat mode again. Wow! All sorts of legendary combat skills and spells were unleashed like crazy. For this battle, Chao Xing had invested heavily, giving everyone at least 5 divine power shards. Demigods like Marina and Isabel received as many as 50. Add to that the divine power they had recovered over the past month, and it was more than enough for them to unleash all sorts of skills with impunity. In fact, Chao Xing had a few other trump cards to use against him, such as the armor-piercing God-breaking arrow and the heart of the God of Filth. Using any of these items could inflict severe damage, or even outright kill them. However, since the God of Light wasn't yet powerful enough to use these trump cards, there was no need to unleash them all at once. Boom! A massive frost meteorite appeared in the sky again. The immensity of the dragon god loomed within the clouds. A miniature black hole, seemingly ready to devour everything, including Marina and Sarah. They simultaneously entered a state of charging power. The space within a radius of dozens of kilometers trembled violently at the outburst of these powerful beings. Even the supposedly indestructible heavenly chains showed signs of breaking. Crack! Crack! It was only then that a hint of panic finally appeared on the God of Light's face. Having witnessed the previous wave of attacks, he knew clearly the terrifying power of Chao Xing's powerful men. No demigod could survive this wave of concentrated fire. Even he himself had only withstood that wave of attacks thanks to the Shield of Light and his own immense vitality. If it happened again, even the God of Light wasn't sure he could survive. In a hurry, he could only mobilize his divine power to strengthen his light battle armor to the limit. At the same time, everyone's accumulated power reached its peak. Chao Xing shouted the command, "Attack!" Then, a torrent of attacks poured down like a torrential rain, and the area erupted once again with an unprecedented energy storm. Space shattered, laws of motion were disrupted. It seemed as if all matter would be annihilated by this devastating attack. Followed by this, a beam of energy over a kilometer in diameter shot up into the sky. Boom! Amidst the dazzling light, the God of Light's armor could be vaguely seen crumbling piece by piece. The attack struck his divine form, inflicting this horrific wound. Golden divine blood splattered, accompanied by the God of Light's furious roar. Roar! Trying to kill me? Impossible. You can't do it, Chao Xing. His voice, accompanied by a storm of energy, swept across hundreds of kilometers. The entire snowy plain echoed with this ancient roar, and everyone gazed solemnly at the battle unfolding in the distance. Though they didn't know what had happened, they could deduce it from the ancient voice and the distant noises. The Lord of Spark City, the Overlord of the North, was battling an ancient being again, and, judging by the sheer force of the battle, it was clear this time's opponent was terrifying beyond imagination. This shocking scene was not only witnessed by the indigenous people, but also by many of the survivors. They exclaimed in horror, "Wow! Such a terrifying force! What kind of monster is Master Chao Xing battling again? I don't know. But judging by the fighting over there, it's even more terrifying than the previous battle in Spark City. This time, the enemy might be even stronger. As expected of that man. He always pulls off some big moves. The survivors chatted, and many of those in Spark City quickly ascended to the city walls and started live streams, recording the battle from afar. More and more survivors learned the news and flocked to the live streams that night. Meanwhile, in the center of the Western continent, the capital of the human empire, Tianshu City. Here, too, was an endless dream fog, and faint sounds of fighting could be heard from its depths. Puff! With a crisp crack of flesh and blood, the young man's body was pierced by the nightmare giant's chains and exploded instantly. But, as the dream mist beside him surged, a figure slowly emerged from it. It was the resurrected Meng Yi. At that moment, his face was as pale as paper, his lower lip bleeding from biting too hard, and he seemed to be in extreme pain. But in a moment, Meng Yi suppressed the pain, his expression becoming extremely cold. My 134th death finally gives me a chance to defeat you. He raised his spear and pointed it directly at the nightmare giant in front of him. Now, it's my turn. The behemoth towering in the mist gazed at the young man before it, a hint of fear in its eyes. In this brief yet protracted battle, it had already instantly killed the young man over 100 times, and yet, he would always reappear before him, spear in hand, just like now, and he would sacrifice his life to inflict limited damage on the nightmare giant, after over 100 deaths. This demigod-level monster's health had been reduced to less than 1%. But even as a demigod-level creature, the nightmare giant would not easily yield to an ant. Roar! It roared, swung its chains violently, and dark purple nightmare power swept over like a wave. But just as the chains were about to fall on the tiny human's head, Meng Yi's lips curled slightly, and his figure suddenly flashed. Too slow. Swish. His figure slipped through the gaps in the chains, like a ghost, his spear slashing a cold arc of light, piercing the nightmare giant's core. Puff! -2185256. After the damaged figure broke 2 million, the nightmare giant roared. The next moment, it raised its fists and slammed them down. Bang! The ground suddenly exploded, and countless nightmare thorns burst forth, completely blocking Meng Yi's escape route. His expression remained unchanged as he swept his spear across, severing most of the incoming thorns. Just as Meng Yi was about to launch his attack, taking advantage of the gap left by the nightmare giant's attack, he discovered that the behemoth was closing in at an incredible speed. A massive fist came crashing down with devastating force. Seeing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Meng Yi's eyes, and he could only hastily block with his gun. Bang! -820291515. Following a dull explosion, Meng Yi's health plummeted, sending him flying hundreds of meters backward. Boom! Like a water-filled balloon, he tumbled across the ground dozens of times before coming to rest. After landing, he quickly regained his balance. Cough cough. His chest was dented by the blow, and he coughed up fragments of internal organs. But he didn't seem to mind. Instead, he looked up at the nightmare giant, his eyes sharpening. I didn't expect. You've also learned to evolve. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and whispered, even if it's a nightmare monster, after reaching the demigod realm, does it still possess its own intelligence? The nightmare giant didn't answer. For chains danced simultaneously, weaving a web of death in the air. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of chains piercing the air continued, blocking all of Meng Yi's escape routes. Just as the attack was about to strike, the young man suddenly lowered his body, his spear radiating an eerie black light. Try this. Bang! He transformed into a streak of black lightning, the spear tip tracing a perfect arc before crashing directly into the densest part of the chain web. Ding ding ding! Amidst a series of metallic clashes, the spear and chains clashed fiercely, each collision sending out dazzling sparks. The nightmare giant roared, increasing his strength, and the nightmare power on the chains grew ever more intense. At this moment, a figure emerged from the death net woven with chains, like a dragon. At the moment the nightmare giant raised its arm to gather strength, he seized the fleeting opportunity. A long spear shot out, its tip brimming with chilling murderous intent, tracing a purple-black streak through the air, piercing the giant's brow. Puff! As the spear transformed into a streak of purple lightning and pierced the giant's body, Meng Yi grasped the handle and landed steadily on the ground. His movements were clean and precise, as if he had rehearsed this scene through countless deaths. Behind him, the massive body of the nightmare giant froze in place. -219256224. Adds critical hits to vital points, only then did the damaged figure slowly emerge. The giant's massive form collapsed with a thud, dissipating in a dark purple mist. Meng Yi swung the spear, and the shaft vibrated with a clear, humming sound. He looked up at the distorted sky and asked in a deep voice, "I've done it. Now can we talk?" Morpheus. His call echoed throughout the dream space, echoing through the dreamscape. A few seconds of silence fell in the sky. A moment later, an unfathomable presence emerged. From the mist, a pair of giant, multicolored pupils reappeared, resting on Meng Yi. An ancient, neutral voice rang out, as if born from the very beginning of dreams. "You possess a special power. This power seems to be specifically designed to suppress dreams, and also to target me. However, compared to this power, your will is your greatest weapon." The ancient voice echoed through the mist, "Over 1,000,000 deaths. Each resurrection is equivalent to a complete cycle of life and death. A typical legend or demigod would completely crumble after experiencing this a dozen or so times, ultimately becoming a mindless, murderous nightmare creature. But you persevered time and again, even learning from your own death. Human, you've proven your fortitude, worthy of standing before me." As his words fell, dark purple mist churned, and chains descended from midair, intertwining and entwining, forming a stairway leading to the heavens. Seeing this, the young man's eyes once again lit up with determination. Countless deaths and rebirths, countless despair and struggles, all this effort, all for this moment. For the chance to speak with this ancient dragon, and now, he had finally achieved it. The young man took a deep breath, raised his spear, and resolutely stepped onto the stairway. A moment later, he reached the heights. Ahead lay endless fog. Faintly visible beneath the violet haze was the outline of an ancient palace, and, nestled deep in the shadows, the dragon's shadow, as vast as a planet. "Huh?" A deep breath echoed, and the vast shadow slowly unfurled. Those iridescent dragon eyes, seemingly filled with countless dreams, locked onto the young man once again. "Human, state your request." Chapter 883. "Human, state your demands." A time-worn, ancient voice echoed as if from a dream. Meng Yi took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming for the first time. Under his insistence, the ancient dragon, possessing supreme power, finally relented. He spoke slowly. "Morpheus, I demand that you withdraw your dream power and abandon your attack on the human empire. Furthermore, I demand that you leave the western continent and never set foot on this land again until the imbalance of the rules is achieved." The dragon's voice fell silent for a moment, then a deep laugh escaped. "Human, do you think I would grant such a request?" Meng Yi nodded slowly. "Of course I knew you would refuse, but I also know your purpose. But so far, things haven't developed as you expected. So, rather than continuing to waste time here, you should consider other options." The eyes widened rapidly, as if a giant dragon were approaching, the multicolored light in their pupils swirling like a vortex. "How do you know I'm wasting my time here, rather than simply seeking to exterminate the humans here?" Meng Yi stared directly into those captivating dragon eyes. "Because, if you truly only wished to destroy us, you wouldn't have needed to weave such a vast dream, much less repeatedly test my will. What are you seeking?" "And I happen to know the answer." A brief silence fell over the mist again, and the dragon's voice grew low and menacing. "Human, I don't like people speculating about my intentions. I don't accept the answer, you know. Go back. Since you can stand before me, I can make an exception and let you leave the dream." Meng Yi's expression remained unchanged after hearing this. He shook his head and said, "I've survived 1,000,000 deaths, and am standing before you precisely because of my obsession. Morpheus, if you don't agree, I won't leave." The dragon said nothing, simply glaring at him. The next moment, Meng Yi's body crumbled like sand, dissipating into the air. It was a true dissolution, leaving not even a trace. However, only a moment later, the distant mist stirred again. A humanoid figure emerged from the mist, a trace of fear and pain still lingering on its face. He quickly suppressed these emotions and took a deep breath. Meng Yi raised his head and said firmly, "Morpheus, you can kill me 1,000 times, 10,000 times, countless times. But my resolve will not change. If you persist, I will fight you forever." With these words, he raised his spear, its tip pointing skyward. However, before he could take a single step, an invisible force crushed him. Meng Yi's body was once again reduced to dust. Puff! Puff! Boom! Crack! The sound of flesh and blood exploding echoed. Each time Meng Yi resurrected, he was crushed by the invisible force, only to be resurrected once more. In a single second, he had died dozens of times. The accumulated pain of the previous death had barely dissipated before the excruciating pain of the next destruction arrived, As previously stated, although he could resurrect infinitely, the pain he experienced with each death was real, and he had to bear it all. The pain of tearing, burning, freezing, and corroding, mixed with negative emotions, assaulted his soul. 2 seconds later, the dragon ceased its attack. Meng-Yi knelt on the ground, his muscles tense and trembling violently. His 10 fingers dug deep into the ground, tiny beads of blood seeping from his pores, and his veins bulged like a dragon. The dragon's majestic voice echoed, "Human, have you seen your own insignificance? This is my home turf. Even if you can be resurrected countless times in dreams, I can kill you countless times. But your resurrection is not without cost. As long as the accumulated pain exceeds your limit, your will eventually collapse." His voice was filled with pity. "Give up. You insist on your own ideas and ideals. And I just want to find the answers I want." And yet, in the midst of extreme pain, Meng-Yi suddenly smiled. He held his spear steady, saying with difficulty, "No. I won't give up until you agree. Even if my soul shatters." In an instant, Meng-Yi leaped up with his spear, stabbing it fiercely into the sky. Puff! The dazzling spear energy pierced the mist, seemingly landing on the vast dragon's body, but it caused no substantial damage. The pair of multicolored demonic eyes still looked down at him coldly. Humph! A cold snort echoed. The next moment, Meng-Yi was once again trapped in a cycle of endless death and resurrection. Bang! Bang! Crack! In just a few seconds, he experienced death thousands of times over. The cumulative pain and accumulated negativity washed over his soul like a tidal wave, leaving him no chance to breathe. After resurrecting, Meng-Yi's eyes were no longer clear, bloodshot, and his expression dazed. But this time, the dragon's attack didn't stop. Puff! Puff! Meng-Yi's body continued to explode, and the pain and negativity continued to accumulate. And when the pain reached a critical point, at that moment, he suddenly roared to the heavens. Roar! With this roar, another spear beam shot up into the sky. After thousands of consecutive deaths, Meng-Yi finally let out his own cry. However, his attack still couldn't reach the dragon, and the spear beam dissipated into a speck of light in midair. Yet, he continued to resurrect, and continued to charge, resurrecting again and again, swinging his spear again and again. He suppressed all the pain and fear, even if it accumulated to its limit, and the sudden explosion of pain would completely destroy him. But even so, Meng-Yi continued to move forward, just to see a trace of hesitation in those dragon eyes. Although, with his strength, even if he exhausted eternity, he could not cause any substantial damage to the dream dragon. But every fall made his will purer. Every rise made his soul shine brighter. A body shattered billions of times. A soul fire reunited billions of times. The point of the spear was not dragon scales. It was a silence more stubborn than eternity. Meng-Yi charged forward with his spear, letting out a silent cry. I use bones as steps, questioning every step. If fate is an endless snowfall, let me be the one that never melts. The human empire, silent for years, was shaken by the young man's duel with the dragon, sending fog swirling violently across thousands of miles, alarming nearby ancient beings. They soared into the air, gazing solemnly at the area. Even the survivors of Area 124, located near the human empire, had noticed the earth-shattering battle in the center of the western continent. The ferocity of the battle here rivaled even Chao Xing's battle against the god of light in the snowy winds. They all spoke on the world channel. Everyone, it seems a major battle has broken out in the center of the western continent, and its power is almost surpassing that of boss Chao Xing. What? Another major battle? And it's even surpassing Chao Xing's. Could it be another demigod-level battle? Everyone was stunned. Some people hurriedly said, "Start the live stream. Let's see what's going on." Indeed, there are so many hidden demigods on this continent. It's truly unexpected. I've already started it. Everyone can watch in the live stream. The Lords of District 124 started the live stream from thousands of kilometers away, immediately attracting tens of thousands of survivors. On the screen, fog billowed like raging sea waves, and faint, deep, ancient voices could be heard. In another live stream, equally astonishing sounds were heard. There, a golden light shone brilliantly, a huge sun soaring into the sky. The area within hundreds of kilometers was shaken by their battle, the sky shifting from night to day and back again. Boom! After a deafening explosion, Chao Xing and his men's second wave of concentrated fire finally ended. At the center of the explosion stood a figure, disheveled yet still imposing. The god of light still stood erect, but his physical condition was rapidly declining. His body was covered in cracks, and golden divine blood flowed continuously. The armor of light he wore had long since shattered. leaving only a few fragments dangling from his body. He raised his hand, about to say something. Puff! The wounds within him suddenly erupted, and he violently spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Chao Xing. Cough cough. The god of light clutched his chest and spoke with difficulty. You did surprise me. But killing me won't be that easy. He raised his hand to wipe the divine blood from his lips, and two flames ignited in his shattered pupils. Then, a golden sun rose from his back again, rapidly soaring high into the sky. He pressed his hands together and solemnly declared, Divine art, great sun, holy healing. From the golden sun, a vast vitality erupted. The divine power contained within even distorted the surrounding space and time. Clearly, once this force fully unleashed, it would completely heal the god of light's injuries. Watching this, Chao Xing's expression remained impassive. I've long known you guys are difficult to kill, so I've deliberately kept a backup plan to deal with your desperate struggles. As he finished speaking, the god of light's pupils narrowed, a sudden sense of foreboding welling up within him. Before he could react, Chao Xing had already raised his staff. OM! After a wave of invisible energy, the full moon above Chao Xing's head instantly transformed from a bright moon to a pitch-black dark moon. Moon Goddess Staff Force Special Effect. Lunar Eclipse activated. A dark pillar of light descended from the sky, quickly attaching itself to the god of light. At the same time, the healing holy light contained within the sun descended like a torrent. However, when the healing holy light touched the god of light's body, its power was quickly absorbed by the dark beam of light. The expected healing scene did not occur. The god of light's wound continued to bleed. Not even a hint of healing had appeared. He lowered his head in astonishment, staring at his wound. How is this possible? My divine art has actually failed? Damn it! What kind of power is this? The god of light's voice trembled. Chao Xing had used the enhanced lunar eclipse effect, which prevented the enemy from recovering health for 10 seconds. To deal with such a formidable foe, a technique comparable to divine skill was required. Until this moment, the god of light's face, always dignified, was completely terrified. Chao Xing. No. We can talk. However, Chao Xing simply raised his staff indifferently. Talk to my eternal frozen starfall. Everyone, continue to unleash all your might, and instantly destroy him. The moment they received the order, the warriors launched their most powerful attack. Marinina instantly entered Blood Butterfly dance form, teleporting and unleashing a super-fast slash at the god of light. Sarah emerged from the shadows, her death dagger flashing with a deadly cold light, striking directly at the vital point. Assam and Zhao's sword energies swept forward simultaneously, forming a deadly sword net in the air. Spells and arrows from ranged units poured down like a torrential downpour. Add to that the destructive breath of the two demonic dragons in the sky. All the attacks converged perfectly at this moment, forming a devastating energy storm. Boom! No! Damn it! The deafening sound of explosions mingled with the god of light's furious roar. Damage numbers soared. Minus 18,425,663. Minus 14,299,625. Minus 48,285,231. Minus 3,656,2867. Minus 14,929,5126. Minus 22,917,7242. Minus 6,782,344,22. In an instant, the crowd inflicted over 1 billion damage on the god of light, although it's unknown what his health points have been reduced to since he possessed that fake godhood. But after 2 consecutive waves of concentrated fire and the current bombardment, the situation had definitely reached a critical point. Not only that, amidst the relentless bombardment, the god of light's divine nature automatically detached from his body and slowly floated into the air. The once dazzling divine nature was now covered in fine cracks. And then, crack! With a crisp shattering sound, the pseudo-godhood completely shattered, transforming into countless points of light that dissipated into the air. Now, without his divine nature, the god of light's already weakened aura plummeted even further. His eyes were filled with utter despair. No! He roared hysterically, the light on his body flickering. I am the god of light, an eternal and immortal being. How could I die here? How could I die at the hands of a lowly human? This can't be real. Khmer, is this an illusion you concocted? Or is it punishment for me? Answer me. The hysterical voice echoed for hundreds of kilometers, even audible in the live stream. And when the words God of Light were heard, the chatter in the live stream exploded. Holy crap! Holy crap! Did I hear it wrong? The one big boss Chao Xing is beating up is the God of Light? You heard it right. We all heard it. It's the God of Light. Oh my god. Big boss Chao Xing is outrageous. Just last month he slew 3 false gods, and this month he's going after the God of Light again. Is he trying to prove his truth by killing gods? Listen to those screams, they're screaming so miserably. Poor God of Light. He's actually been targeted by Big Boss Chao Xing. For the survivors, after the battle in Spark City a month ago, they were no longer so surprised by Chao Xing's ability to kill gods. Although, everyone knew he was killing false gods. But a false god is still a god, a being that transcends the mundane and commands their admiration. It was still a bit shocking. After all, that was the God of Light, recorded in every legend, book, and inscription in this world. A true ancient god, now so grievously beaten by an alien lord, was even on the verge of death. This gave them a strange feeling. So, those high and mighty gods, who existed only in legends, could bleed, scream, and die. The fear of the god seemed to dissipate slightly. At the same time, as his health was about to reach 0, the God of Light said with difficulty, Chao Xing, "Don't kill me. I'm still useful. I know many of this world's secrets, and some of the gods. If you let me go, I tell you everything." To survive, the God of Light had practically thrown everything he had at stake. Chao Xing didn't answer, but continued to unleash spells, frantically attacking his target. His health steadily dwindled, and the God of Light's expression grew increasingly desperate. Just as Chao Xing was about to unleash a forbidden spell, dealing the God of Light a fatal blow, a sacred and majestic aura suddenly emanated from the sky. Chao Xing's expression shifted slightly, instinctively sensing something was amiss. He shouted in a deep voice, "Quick! Kill him!" The legendary warriors, upon hearing this, launched their most powerful attacks once again. Boom! But at that moment, a golden beam of light suddenly descended, enveloping the God of Light. OM! A sacred barrier instantly formed, blocking the fatal blows. This sudden scene left the legendary warriors in a state of bewilderment. Because, before this, everyone had already confirmed that the God of Light was alone. No one expected that a new force would suddenly appear to aid him. Chao Xing, by this point, had reacted, a hint of anger gleaming in his eyes. He gazed up at the sky and spoke in a deep voice, "You Vatican men. You've repeatedly obstructed me, and each time you've attacked me just as I was about to kill my target. Do you truly seek death?" A voice filled with murderous intent echoed through the heavens and earth. When the legendary warriors heard the word Vatican, they understood who had rescued the God of Light, and quickly assumed fighting stances. At the same time, that familiar voice echoed from the sky again, its authority tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Lord Chao Xing, it wasn't our intention to stop you. There were truly reasons. We never imagined you could teleport the God of Light from the abyss to the main plane, and even force him into such a desperate situation." His voice was filled with surprise. After a pause, he continued, 10,000 years ago, when Uriel was cast into the abyss, he was already our church's target. We had been waiting for the rules to become further unbalanced, and the abyss's cage to become ineffective, before engaging him. Unexpectedly, Lord Chao Xing got there first. This truly exceeded our expectations. He spoke with genuine emotion, seeming to feel deeply regretful. Chao Xing's expression remained unchanged. He spoke coldly, "So what does your church mean now? Are you trying to steal my spoils?" As he spoke, he monitored the God of Light's condition. If he made any move, Chao Xing would destroy him, even if it meant a full-scale attack at all costs. Chapter 884. A majestic voice in the sky replied, "Lord Chao Xing, although this isn't the first time I've negotiated with you, but I still hope that you will give up and hand over the God of Light, Uriel, to our church. He's involved in some of the Holy See's plans." After a pause, the voice continued, "Of course, we won't ask you to hand him over for nothing. Let's stick to the same terms as last time. If you hand Uriel over to us, the church is willing to pay 300 divine power fragments and 1 divine fire. How about that?" The church, as lavish as ever, offered hundreds of fragments and a divine fire right off the bat. When the God of Light heard this offer, a glimmer of hope for survival rekindled in his eyes. He raised his head and excitedly shouted, "I do. I'm willing to return to the church with you." The God of Light naturally knew that the church's plan to take him away wasn't a good thing. Perhaps some terrible conspiracy lay in wait. But if he didn't leave now, he'd be dead. If he went with the Vatican, there was still a glimmer of hope, but this time, facing the Vatican's conditions, Chao Xing simply sneered, "Go back and tell your Holy See that I reject this deal. God of Light, I'm determined to kill you today." The sky fell silent for a moment, and the snowfields covering hundreds of kilometers fell into silence. After a moment, a cold snort echoed. The 12 saints have told you, this otherworldly lord is an arrogant and lawless being. Just forcefully suppress him. He realized the power of our Vatican and submit obediently. Why waste so much time on him? Chaoxing raised his head, his gaze calmly fixed on the sky, as if piercing the endless clouds and catching sight of someone. Last time, you were the one who got the most jumpy. Don't worry, if you, the Holy See, dare to make a move, I put aside everyone else and kill you first. You're courting death. A muffled thunder roared in the sky, like the wrath of a god. However, Chaoxing remained calm, though a deeper murderous intent flickered in his eyes. A moment later, the voice known as the 12 Great Sages sighed helplessly. Lord Chaoxing, Uriel is truly involved. He's the one specifically requested by our Holy See to be taken. Since you're unwilling to part with him, then we can only offend him. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from the sky. Seeing this, the gruff voice rang out, "Ha ha! 12 Great Sages, I've said it before, to deal with such an arrogant individual, only absolute force can bring him to his knees. Now, let him witness the true power of our Holy See." Boom! Boom! 3 bursts of demigod-level aura erupted, and 3 golden figures descended from the clouds, like gods descending to earth. They held holy scriptures in hand, their bodies shrouded in sacred runes, and rapidly approached the crowd. Clearly, in their quest to seize the God of Light, the Holy See had completely discarded its former veneer of kindness and bared its fangs. However, Chaoxing had anticipated this moment. As previously stated, he had never considered the Holy See a benevolent force, nor did he believe they would sincerely cooperate with him. From the beginning, he had always considered the church an enemy. So, seeing the 3 great sages of the church take action wasn't beyond Chaoxing's expectations. He said calmly, "Moin, Xiao, you go deal with the 3 guys in the sky. Kill them if you can. Everyone else, continue to attack the light column with me. Today, no one can stop me from slaying the God of Light." The moment she received the order, Marinera teleported, appearing beside the God of Light. The bloodthirsty blade in her hand flashed with a crimson glow. Each strike against the golden light column sent ripples of energy ripples through her. In a matter of seconds, she shattered the church's energy barrier. The next moment, a torrent of attacks poured down again. The God of Light's already battered body was now further damaged, and golden divine blood poured down like rain. He cried out in despair, "Saints of the Holy See, save me!" In the sky above, the 3 great sages of the Oracle were about to intervene, when 2 completely different figures appeared before them. On one side was the Dark Witch, a wicked smile on her lips, her purple hair flowing. On the other side was the Star Nation swordsman, Xiao, wielding a black long sword and with eyes as cold as ice. Seeing these 2 figures, the 3 great sages of the Holy See paused. They could clearly sense a distinct aura emanating from them, making them feel deeply uncomfortable. Among them, the younger-looking great sage, holding a holy tome, had a slightly frosted look in his eyes. He was the 12th great sage, the one who had been in charge of negotiating with Chaoxing. 14th, 8th great sage, go down and rescue Uriel. I hold him back. The other 2 great sages nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to act, the Dark Witch's deep laughter rang out again. Hee hee. Those Vatican people are still so hypocritical and arrogant. You think you can stop me with just a demigod, don't you? Her voice suddenly turned cold. You really don't take me seriously. Then, a massive surge of dark magic surged out, instantly spreading over 10 kilometers, completely enveloping the 3 great sages. Even their holy light was extinguished by this darkness. Seeing this, the nearby being known as the 8 great sages of saints, a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. He said calmly, "A dark demigod dares to provoke us. He's truly asking for trouble. I wonder if the power of our church is a nemesis for you guys." Another great sage interrupted, "Saint 8, stop wasting time with her. Kill her immediately. Let's go rescue Uriel together." "Alright, let's kill this witch together first." The 3 great sages quickly reached a consensus, and at this moment, Moin snorted coldly, a look of sarcasm crossing his face. "That's why I say, you guys from the Vatican are hypocritical and arrogant. You only know that the holy light of the Vatican suppresses darkness. But do you know that darkness can also suppress light?" As soon as he finished speaking, a strange dark aura erupted from Moin's body. The moment this aura came into contact with the 3 great sages, it penetrated their bodies like a flowing shadow. Then, the 3 great sages simultaneously felt the holy light within them stagnate. A strong sense of weakness washed over them, their strength dropping by at least 30%, and their aura plummeting as well. Not only that, under the oppression of this dark aura, they felt their connection to the holy light grow weaker and weaker. Ding! Your territory member, Isabel Moyne, has activated Dark Sacred Body, successfully suppressing the Holy See's 8th, 12th, and 14th Great Sages, reducing their attributes by 30%. At that moment, the expressions of the 3 Great Sages shifted from bewilderment to horror, and then to disbelief. This, what kind of power is this? One Great Sage cried out in horror, "Darkness can actually suppress the holy light of our church. This is impossible." However, Moyne had no desire to waste time on them, and launched her attack. Countless dark spikes pierced through the void, blocking them in all directions. Puff! 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 The bodies of the 3 Great Sages were pierced instantly, and sacred blood gushed out. Hiss! A gasp echoed, the piercing pain quickly bringing them back to their senses. The young holy 12 Great Sage roared, "Damn it! There's something wrong with the enemy. Let's unite and break out." Okay. They sprang into action. One Great Sage mobilized holy light, condensing it into a barrier of thousands of golden holy shields to block Demon Sound's attack. Another Great Sage continuously activated holy light revelation, attempting to teleport all 3 away. The 3rd Great Sage continuously cast healing spells, restoring the injuries of his companions. With their combined strength, they only managed to hold off Demon Sound's attack with great difficulty. You have to remember, Moyne had only just broken through to the demigod realm, while these 3 Great Sages had already reached demigod level status thousands of years ago. Each of them was a top-tier being, but even so, they were still suppressed by Moyne alone, demonstrating just how terrifying his combat prowess truly was, especially against a powerhouse so proficient in the Holy Light system. Moyne was completely overwhelming. This was clearly not the first time the 3 Great Sages had teamed up. Although Moyne's combat prowess was formidable, his ability to suppress them was also beyond their expectations. But after a difficult resistance, they finally saw a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough. But then, swish! A flash of pitch-black sword energy struck first, followed by hundreds, thousands of sword energies followed, overwhelming the heavens. The Great Sages glanced at him, but seeing that it was merely an attack from a legendary swordsman, they dismissed it as nothing. "Continue to break through. Ignore this swordsman," one Great Sage commanded. The other 2 demigods simply ignored Zhao's attack. However, when these sword energies struck their bodies, their vaunted holy light shields proved useless, shredding instantly. Not only that, a special power lingered within their wounds, continuously eroding their divine bodies. Swish, swish, swish. Followed by this, more sword energy swept in like an overwhelming force. Their holy robes were instantly ripped apart, and damage exceeding 20 million surged overhead. -21995252. -24782841. -23661252. -21828485. -21525362. -18923552. Whisper of Eternal Night, God Slayer, Zhao's attack power had reached 2 million. Combined with the amplification of various statuses, it surpassed 5 million in one fell swoop. Add to that the God Slayer's restraining effect on divine creatures, and the suppression effect of Demon Sound's Dark Sacred Body. This resulted in his damage more than doubling again. It could be said that although Zhao was only a legend at this moment, against them, he was even more formidable than the power exerted by a demigod. The health of the 3 Great Sages plummeted like water. Only then did they truly realize the seriousness of the situation. They also realized why Caoxing had only sent these 2 to deal with them. Damn it! These 2 guys have the power to target our church. We can't fight head-on. We must retreat. The Dark Witch and Zhao worked together, unleashing a fighting force far beyond their imagination. The 3 Great Sages had completely given up on forcibly seizing Uriel from Caoxing. Moreover, through today's battle, they had truly experienced the power of this otherworldly lord. Before this, these Great Sages of the church had been courteous to Caoxing, but that was only due to the current situation and strength. In their view, Caoxing was merely a lord with good luck. If the rules were to become unbalanced, and those gods appeared one after another, he would quickly become a minor figure. Thus, in the face of Caoxing, they still maintained the arrogance of the church. However, this direct confrontation truly demonstrated the strength of the powerful within Caoxing's territory. A random demigod or legend could easily overwhelm their 3 veteran demigods. This completely overturned the 3 Great Sages' expectations. In other words, Moyne and Zhao's outburst had completely frightened them. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away, on the walls of Spark City, some survivors stood atop, live streaming this earth-shattering battle. From the moment the God of Light roared out his identity, the number of viewers in the live stream had skyrocketed. Everyone had come to watch this god-slaying battle. However, with the appearance of the three great sages of the Holy See, the battle took a turn for the worse, sending the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketing once again. Now, in addition to the battle in Shaoxing territory, the number of viewers in the Human Empire's live stream, far away, in the center of the Western continent, had already exceeded 100 million. The battles on these two battlefields were simultaneously gripping the nerves of countless powerful individuals across the continent, as well as the over a billion survivors. The barrage of comments was also flooding the screen frantically. Gee, it's really lively today. Both battlefields look like they're fighting fiercely. Yeah. Boss Shaoxing is battling the God of Light, and now a few formidable enemies have joined the fray. On the other battlefield, they say a powerful wave has appeared, shattering even the sky. Oh my god, is that outrageous? I have to go to the other livestream. Boss Shaoxing's battle is also exciting, and it's closer. I rather watch the fight over here. Compared to the center of the Human Empire on the Western continent, the live stream from hundreds of kilometers away looked like a natural disaster broadcast from satellite to the survivors. They could only see a rough outline of the scene, with no idea of what was happening or who was fighting whom. Meanwhile, the survivors on the city walls had a much clearer view. The footage clearly showed Mo Yin's shrouded darkness, Zhao's terrifying god-killing sword energy, and Shaoxing and the others, who were launching various attacks and frantically focusing their fire on the God of Light. Boom! Boom! After waves of destructive vibrations, the God of Light's body was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, the God of Light gazed at the powerful men surrounding him, and the three saints of the Holy See, completely trapped in the sky. He knew he had no chance. He raised his head, a gleam of resentment in his eyes. Humble ant, do you think you can kill me with this? I will rise again from the light. As long as there is light in this world, you will never be able to kill me. I will forever live in your shadow, Shaoxing. Shaoxing ignored his cries, and waved his staff, mobilizing the icy element within a radius of over 10 kilometers. Instantly, a ball of ice, imbued with an extremely cold force, descended upon the God of Light, freezing his body. Then, he said in a deep voice, Shao, come quickly, slay the God of Light. Yes. At the command, Shao, who was midair battling the archvisage of the church, swiftly turned back. Like a low-flying swallow, he transformed into a streak of light and swooped down. Where the sword's tip passed, fine black cracks tore through space, and 999 invisible sword energies emerged behind him. 10,000 swords. Unite? With a flick of his wrist, the tip of his sword pointed directly at the frozen God of Light. Instantly, countless sword energies transformed into a dazzling, galactic torrent, pouring down upon its target. In an instant, all the sword energy was absorbed by the pitch-black demonic sword in his hand. At this moment, the demonic sword's power reached its peak, as if even light were devoured. It seemed as if only this single, piercing sword energy remained throughout the entire world. Boom! A burst of sword light pierced through the heavens and earth. The God of Light's body was instantly pierced by this sword. -418295266. After a large damage count, the God of Light's health was completely reduced to 0. His body froze in place, golden divine blood gushing from the massive wound in his chest. The once supreme divine body collapsed to the ground with a thud, and almost instantly, Shaoxing retrieved its corpse, along with the spoils, into the undead bag and the dragon-patterned bag. Buzz! The dazzling golden light was forcibly sealed, and then, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Shao has successfully slain the special creature, Uriel, God of Light, level 200, gaining 2.558 billion experience points. Due to his divine resonance, he absorbed 12 points of his remaining divine power. Due to his use of Whisper of Eternal Night, God Slayer slayed the holy false god. Legendary special effect, Whisper of the End is active. This weapon's transformation progress increases by 5, and its base attack power is permanently increased by 50,000. Current transformation progress, 1650. Ding! Survivor Shaoxing, please take note. You have slain the fallen god, Uriel, God of Light, completing the hidden achievement, Light Extinguisher. Achievement rewards, 1 Blood of the God of Light, 10 Divine Crystals, 100,000 reputation points increased. Rewards, 1 Divine Fire of Light. S-Rank Quest, Uprooting Progress updated, current progress, 100%. SS Rank Quest, Abyss Terminator Progress updated, current progress, 4/100. When the notification ended, Shaoxing slowly exhaled, a look of relief in his eyes. The God of Light had always been a major concern for him. Since arriving in this world and becoming hostile to the Church of Light, he had been constantly under the shadow of the God of Light. He even conversed with this deity when he destroyed the Church of Light's headquarters. To be honest, back then, he wasn't even at the hero level. Being targeted by a deity, it was impossible not to be terrified. And now, he had finally reached a level of invincibility below the level of a deity, and had completely eliminated this hidden danger. This made him breathe a sigh of relief, a sense of relief. However, Chao Xing also knew that he still faced many more powerful enemies and more difficult challenges. Defeating the God of Light was only the first step. Chao Xing raised his head and gazed at the battle in the sky. At this moment, Moyin and Xiao were still suppressing the three great sages of the church. He gave a deep command. Everyone, prepare to support Moyin and Xiao. Today, leave all the church members behind. Chapter 885. Chao Xing coldly declared, today, leave all the Vatican troops behind. The moment the order was given, the warriors sprang into action. They transformed into streaks of light, swiftly charging towards the battlefield high in the sky. Marlene was the fastest. Although her blood butterfly dance state consumed divine power every second, it also granted her unparalleled mobility. After all, the seemingly insurmountable power of infinite teleportation was no joke. Instantly, Marlene charged into the battlefield, her blood-drinking blade slashing with blood-red rays, carving fine cracks through the air. Soon after, Chao Xing and the others' attacks arrived. Clatter. Giant ice cones, gleaming arrows, and raging thunder rained down like crazy. These three great sages of the Vatican were already struggling to cope with the attacks of Isabel and Xiao. Being besieged now was even worse. Puff! Puff! The three great sages were beaten to the point of vomiting blood, and despair welled up in their hearts. Only then did they truly understand what the thousand-faced God, the God of Desire, and the others had felt. They were a pack of monsters, each possessing terrifying power beyond their level. The young Saint 12 growled, Saint 8, Saint 14, we can't delay any longer. We must find a way to leave. Otherwise, we will perish here today. The other two great sages understood this truth, but the enemy gave them no chance. The overwhelming attack blocked all their escape routes, and the dark witch continuously summoned the power of darkness to suppress them. The attack was so fierce that it even ripped apart space over a dozen kilometers in radius, rendering even teleportation impossible. At this moment, the 14th great sage declared with a resolute tone, Holy 12, use the holy emblem left to us by the Holy See. The young great sage's heart perked up at the words, and a flicker of struggle flashed in his eyes. But ultimately, he nodded. Then, an emblem radiating endless holy light emerged from his hand. Then, without hesitation, he crushed it. OM! Followed by a humming sound, a ball of extremely brilliant holy light completely enveloped the three great oracle sages. Seeing this, everyone immediately realized the great sage's intentions. Without hesitation, they unleashed their strongest attacks. However, those attacks landed on the holy light barrier and vanished without a trace. Countless fine golden runes emerged across the holy light barrier, each imbued with some supreme divine law. Marianina's blood-red blade slashed across it, creating only a ripple. Chao Xing's ice spikes collided with the barrier and melted away. Even the dark spikes of demonic sound only caused a slight tremor. This is... Marianina's voice was low. This is a truly divine-level defense. We won't be able to break it anytime soon. They're trying to escape. Amidst the holy light, the figures of the three great sages began to blur. Among them, the 8 great sages, enveloped by the holy light, a look of arrogance reappeared on their weathered faces. He sneered, Chao Xing, you want to kill us? It won't be that easy. We remember the shame today. Soon, you experience the consequences of offending the Holy See. However, upon hearing this, a cold arc crossed Chao Xing's lips. You idiot, do you remember what I just said? The 8 great sages observed his expression, their brows furrowed, a sudden surge of unease rising within them. Chao Xing slowly raised his hand and gestured to the sky hunter in the distance. I told you, you're always the most vulnerable. Today, even if I don't kill anyone else, I kill you. So, even if a god comes, they can't save you. Stop talking nonsense. The 8 great sages was about to retort, but the last word got stuck in his throat. He saw the legendary archer standing at the rear of the group, continuously unleashing deadly attacks, suddenly draw a cracked arrow and place it directly on the bowstring. The moment the arrow appeared, cracks appeared in the space in front of her, as if it had been easily ripped apart. It was clearly just an ordinary arrow, yet it instilled in the 8 great sages a sense of mortal danger. What? Is this? The 14 great sages nearby also cast their gaze upon the arrow. After examining it for a moment, he seemed to recognize its origin, and his pupils suddenly constricted. The great sage took a sharp breath and said in a trembling voice, "This is the god-breaking arrow. In ancient times, a legendary being used it to kill a god." 8 great sages, run. What? The 8 great sages cried out in shock, fear finally appearing in their eyes. Following the 14th great sage's warning, he almost instinctively wanted to flee. However, surrounded by the crowd, he had no chance of escape. The 8 great sages' eyes grew increasingly desperate. Now, he could only hope that the power of the Holy See could withstand this fatal blow. Then, with Chao Xing's command, Rainey's shoot. Buzz. The moment the arrow left the bowstring, time seemed to stand still. The cracked arrow continued to accelerate through the air, transforming into a dazzling stream of light. Everywhere it passed, layers of space collapsed, and even the holy light barrier began to vibrate violently. The 8 great sages' pupils constricted. He clearly saw that the holy light barrier, claimed to be able to withstand divine attacks, was torn apart like thin paper by the stream of light. No! Before he could even scream, the god-breaking arrow pierced through his forehead. -87234123. Following a large damage number, his holy light shield quickly disintegrated, and he plummeted like a bird with broken wings. However, this demigod-level creature possessed immense vitality. Even so, it wasn't instantly killed. However, he was also seriously injured. In other words, no matter what, this great sage couldn't escape today. In the sky, the remaining 2 great sages watched helplessly as the body of the 8 great sages fell, intense fear in their eyes. But the holy light of teleportation had already enveloped them, making it impossible for them to rescue him. Forget him, let's go! The god-breaking arrow can dispel divine-level protective shields. If we delay any longer, we all be killed. At the same time, the arrow, after piercing the 8 great sages and dispelling their shields, automatically transformed into a stream of light and flew back into Rennie's hand. The cracks on it were even more pronounced than before, as if it would shatter completely at any moment. When the 2 great sages saw Rennie's knock the arrow again, their hair stood on end in fear. They simply hated how slow the holy emblem of the church's teleportation effect was. A moment later, and they would have suffered the same fate as the 8 great sages. However, Rennie's was bluffing and hadn't actually prepared to fire a second arrow. After all, the god-breaking arrow only had one chance left to use, and it wasn't worth wasting it on these guys. Under the frenzied bombardment, the holy light shield rippled continuously. Buzz, buzz. 2 consecutive spatial fluctuations flashed by, and the remaining 2 great sages finally completed their teleportation, completely disappearing from their original location. Boom! The attacks landed in the air, unleashing a deafening storm of energy. When the aftermath of the energy dissipated, everything around them returned to calm. Marianina's red hair fluttered as she gazed at the distant sky. There, 2 faint golden lights appeared. She swung her sword and asked, "Master, do you need me to teleport and pursue them?" Chao Xing gazed at the direction the 2 great sages had departed and shook his head. "No, they've already fled a great distance. Your divine power reserves may not be sufficient for that many teleportations." Marinette nodded slightly, standing still. At that moment, a group of powerful warriors stood in midair, a suffocating sense of oppression permeating them. After all, these were warriors who had just accomplished the feat of slaying a god, and each of them still clung to a lingering fighting spirit and murderous aura. On the distant walls of Spark City, the survivors broadcasting the battle were flushed, their faces trembling with excitement. They had once again witnessed the unrivaled might of Chao Xing's men. Even if the enemy was a legendary ancient god, even if the Vatican intervened, they were still defeated and fled in panic. They raised their weapons on the walls, shouting at the top of their lungs. "Captain! Invincible! Spark City! Invincible! Destroy all the gods, slay the Vatican!" Even the livestream was in a frenzy. Too strong, worthy of Master Chao Xing. He even kills the god of light. Yeah, those Vatican guys acted so arrogant, yet they were still beaten like stray dogs. Ha ha! Now they should realize Master Chao Xing's power. Master Chao Xing, forever a god. In the center of the battlefield, Chao Xing slowly surveyed his surroundings. Although the battle was over, yet, the frozen ruins stretching tens of kilometers in radius, and the cracks in the earth stretching hundreds of kilometers, still testified to the fierceness of this battle. He knew that from today on, the war between Spark City and the Holy See would officially begin. He also knew that he would face many more enemies in the future. But regardless, at this stage, as long as the gods could not appear, he was invincible. If the church dares to send demigods in retaliation, he kill as many as they come. This is Chao Xing's confidence. He glanced around, raised his staff, and shouted in a thunderous voice, "Everyone, this battle, we have once again triumphed." Everyone shouted in unison, "Victory! Victory! Victory!" A dozen legendary, demigod-level warriors simultaneously erupted with soaring momentum, illuminating the sky for hundreds of miles. The defenders of Spark City, dozens of kilometers away, also heard this earth-shaking roar. They raised their weapons in response, their eyes burning with fervent fighting spirit. In their hearts, the Lord was invincible. There was nothing he couldn't do. This time, even the slaying of the God of Light and the defeat of the great sage of the church proved this once again. The old man Chao Yi, standing on the city wall, raised a megaphone and shouted, "This battle, Spark City has won a great victory." The voice echoed throughout the city via the radio. Upon hearing this news, the merchants, mercenaries, and rangers anxiously awaiting their arrival in Spark City erupted in cheers. For these indigenous people, the primary reason they chose to settle in Spark City was its safety, and the immense strength of the Lord and his warriors. However, this battle was incredibly fierce, affecting an area stretching hundreds of kilometers. So, at the start of the battle, these indigenous people felt deeply uneasy, worried about whether this otherworldly lord could defeat his enemies. After all, they had all heard the identities of the enemies, the God of Light and another ancient power, the Church. But this otherworldly lord proved with his might that no matter what the enemy, they would not be able to shake the city in the slightest. This completely dispelled the unease felt by all the residents, replaced by an unprecedented sense of security and pride. The entire city erupted in celebration once more, waves of enthusiastic cheers rising one after another. On the battlefield, Chao Xing and his group had already descended. They surrounded a blood-soaked, languid figure. It was none other than the 8 great sages, who had just been pierced by Reniz's arrow and plummeted from the sky. Now, the great sage lay dying in the pit. His torn robes were soaked in blood, and his once majestic face was now filled with pain and resentment. He was about to say something when he suddenly clutched his chest. With a puff, a stream of blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs, gushed out. Clearly, the attacks he had just inflicted had left him near death. Given his current condition, without treatment, he would soon succumb to his injuries. "Lord, what should we do with this man?" Assam stepped forward and asked respectfully. Chao Xing frowned slightly. The question of how to deal with him was indeed a problem. After all, this guy was no ordinary enemy. A demigod-level great sage of the Holy See was difficult to control or imprison using conventional means. Given Chao Xing's personality, it would be best to kill him outright and put an end to it all. However, this guy was the first core member of the Holy See he had captured, and given his strength, he must hold a high position within the Holy See. So, Chao Xing preferred to keep him around, extract more intelligence from the Holy See, and then eliminate him once he had squeezed out every last ounce of value. After all, starting tonight, he was officially hostile to the Holy See. We'd likely have to engage this behemoth head-on in the future. First, we must understand the Vatican's intelligence. Knowing both ourselves and our enemies will ensure victory in every battle. As if sensing the Lord's concerns, the nearby Dark Witch, Muin, stepped forward and said, "Lord, are you worried about how to deal with this hypocritical fellow?" Chao Xing nodded. "Do you have any plans, Muin?" "Of course." Muin chuckled and said, "I can use dark shackles to suppress the holy light within him, keeping him in this weakened state. That way, he won't have the strength to escape and will be forced to stay here. And, during my dream, after gaining a deep understanding of the Vatican, I developed a special interrogation method specifically for high-ranking clergy. Leave him to me. I guarantee within a month, I'd be able to find out how many times he wet his bed as a child." Muin's voice was eerily sweet, and her scarlet tongue gently licked her lips. Upon hearing these words, the Oracle High Priest, lying on the ground, began to tremble violently, his eyes filled with intense fear. He wanted to say something, but due to his severe injuries, his chest was blocked by his shattered internal organs, and he couldn't utter a single word. Chao Xing glanced at the great sage on the ground, then at Muin, and nodded. "All right then, take this guy back. Assam, give him a life potion to keep him alive, and then lock him up in the basement. Muin, the interrogation of this guy is now yours." The two immediately obeyed. "Yes, sir." "No problem. I definitely treat him well." With these words, Assam stepped forward and lifted the Oracle Great Sage like a rag bag. He then pulled a bottle of advanced life elixir from his backpack and poured it down his throat without hesitation. After finishing, He threw it directly onto Frostwolf Winter's back. Then, the other legendary warriors quickly cleaned up and repaired the surrounding battlefield. The destroyed mountains and lakes could not be restored. They could only fill the cracks and large pits in the ground. Of course, the disappearance of those mountains and lakes was not entirely a bad thing. Because of their battle, the terrain of the wind and snow plains seemed to have become much flatter. The team regrouped and galloped towards Spark City. On Winter's back, the severely injured Great Sage twitched with the rhythm of his running, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. Meanwhile, after Chao Xing's battle ended, the battle within the fog of the human empire seemed to subside briefly. Deep within the fog, Ming Yi's figure had barely coalesced when, with a poof, it exploded into countless fragments. When he revived, he immediately rolled violently, attempting to dodge the attack. However, the force in the sky ceased its attack. Just as he was perplexed, that ancient voice echoed from above again. 8 minutes. You've died 119,423 times. Human. Have you noticed that during your subsequent rebirths, you no longer feel the soul-wrenching pain? Meng Yi gripped his spear, looking up with a solemn expression. I truly don't feel it. Is that you? The massive figure of the Dream Dragon loomed in the mist. Indeed. You should know that each of your deaths and rebirths wasn't without cost. The pain during this period is enough to torment a normal person to the point of breaking their will. The dragon's voice suddenly grew low and dangerous. Now, I've accumulated all the pain you should have endured from your 119,000 deaths. Do you understand what this means? Ming Yi's hand trembled slightly as he gripped the spear, and his face turned pale. He spoke with difficulty. I could very well be shattered by this pain in an instant, completely collapsing. Yes. The Dream Dragon's voice echoed through the mist. Don't you want me to agree to your terms? Now I give you a chance. If you can endure the pain of death 119,000 times without a mental breakdown, not only will I leave the Western continent, I also give you a gift. Human. Do you dare to try? Chapter 886. Human, do you dare try? The dragon's calm voice tinged with disdain. Meng Yi stood silently, a look of intense struggle on his face. As someone who had experienced death 1,000,000 times, he knew clearly how intense that pain was. Even though he had been reborn 1,000,000 times, the excruciating pain of each death was etched deep within his soul like a brand. And this time it wasn't just a simple accumulation of pain, but a full 119,000 simultaneous explosions. This kind of soul-level torture, without other means, was simply unbearable for a normal creature. Even a god would instantly go mad under such pain, and yet, Meng Yi hesitated for only a moment. He took a deep breath, slowly raised his head, and gazed directly into the multicolored dragon pupils. He said in a deep voice, I accept. At that moment, the multicolored giant pupils in the sky narrowed slightly, as if even he had not expected the human before him to agree so readily. In his view, this was a path of certain death, with absolutely no chance of survival. Are you sure? Meng Yi gripped his spear tightly, his gaze unwavering. I am. Come on. Let me see just how horrible the agony of these 110,000 deaths truly is. Gazing at his resolute gaze, the Dream Dragon let out a long sigh. As you wish. The next moment, a multicolored bubble floated down from the sky, slowly landing in front of Meng Yi. The bubble's surface swirled with countless fragmented images, as if sealing within it the painful memories of each of his deaths. Then, the bubble slowly drifted to the area between his eyebrows. The moment it merged into his body, the entire world seemed to freeze. Boom! The agony of 119,000 deaths erupted simultaneously. His body trembled violently, every muscle cramping. Veins bulged beneath his skin. His soul felt like it had been thrown into an endless meat grinder, repeatedly crushed and reassembled. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the mist. Blood oozed from every pore. In the moment of agony, he collapsed to the ground, unable to hold on. At this moment, Meng Yi felt as if boiling water was being poured over him. His skin, internal organs, soul, everything within him was enduring the most horrific torture in the world. Even with all his willpower, he curled up on the ground, writhing endlessly, and as he tumbled, the ground was quickly soaked with blood. Looking at the struggling human, pity flickered in the eyes of the ancient dragon. Poor little creature. The shrill screams continued, lasting a full minute. However, to Morpheus' surprise, even though this human's will was consumed by agony, his eyes remained clear. For the first time, a look of shock crossed the Dream Dragon's eyes. At this moment, amidst the raging snowstorm, Chao Xing had already led his warriors back to their territory, and martial law had been lifted throughout Spark City. And after the battle, the warriors returned to the Dream Fractal and resumed their exploration of the dream. Alright, all of you go back and rest now. If you still have enough energy, you can explore the Dream Fractal. I call you if anything else matters. As Chao Xing's voice rang out, a group of legendary warriors followed suit. Assam led the dying Grand Sage Oracle to the basement of the territory. Moin followed behind, just in case he had any further plans. The others also left. Chao Xing and Sarah, who was hiding in the shadows, were the only ones left. After a moment, Chao Xing thought to himself, the battle against the God of Light is over. Now, it's time to digest the spoils. There were many benefits from defeating the God of Light, the most significant of which were the 3 holy books of light. The soul bindings on them had now been removed, leaving them ownerless and ready for fusion at any time. However, Chao Xing didn't immediately merge the 3 books into one. Instead, he opened the system panel. You see, killing the God of Light this time, besides eliminating future trouble, has a more important purpose. That is to complete the final step of the S-rank mission, uprooting. Just now, during the battle, he hadn't had time to check, but now, he could give it a good look. When he opened the panel, a series of notifications flashed by. Ding! Survivor Chao Xing, please take note. You have killed the founder of the Church of Light, Uriel God of Light. Progress on the S-rank mission, uprooting, has been increased. Current progress, 100%. After reading this notification, Chao Xing couldn't help but smile. As expected, progress has reached 100%. Now, let me see the rewards this time. He continued to check the following prompts. Ding! You have successfully completed the S-rank mission, uproot. The mission rewards are now being distributed. Your progress has reached 90%, and you have received the 9th stage reward, Spear of Light, Penetrating Causation, Skill Book, 50 Divine Power Fragments. Your progress has reached 100%, and you have received the final stage reward, 1 Godhead of Light, 1 Legendary Relic Box of your choice. Seeing these 2 consecutive reward prompts, Chao Xing's breath suddenly hitched, and a look of ecstasy crossed his face. Great, although my mission progress is only short of slaying the last God of Light. But because this guy takes up so much space, the mission has been stuck at 87% progress until now. Now that I've slain him, the rewards for both stages will be distributed together. He gazed at the rewards in his backpack with satisfaction. In addition to a divine fire radiating a brilliant aura, there was also a golden book as hot as the sun, and a crystal emitting a hazy glow. There was also a black relic box, especially when he saw that crystal radiating pure light, its entire structure displaying a perfect 12-sided crystal structure, seemingly imbued with boundless power. Even his breathing quickened. Clearly, this item was the Godhead of Light. Huh? Chao Xing took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and began to examine the rewards. The first item was the divine fire of light that had erupted from the God of Light after he had defeated him. Its properties are similar to the 3 divine fires that exploded earlier, the Thousand Faces Divine Fire, the Echo Divine Fire, and the Nightmare Divine Fire. All of them allow legendary level warriors of the light element to break through to the demigod realm, and increase their success rate. Legendary level warriors of other element systems, who use this divine fire, will have their success rate reduced. Of course, like the other divine fires, it can also be purified directly into the pure divine fire by consuming 2,000 points of divine power. Chao Xing said with some regret, what a pity. If the God of Light had emerged from the netherworld sooner, I wouldn't have needed to give Isabel that pure divine fire to break through. That way, I could have saved myself 2,000 divine power fragments. Of course, even if the God of Light had emerged earlier, it wouldn't have been possible to obtain his divine fire immediately. After all, if Isabel hadn't broken through to the demigod realm first, she wouldn't have been able to deal with those false gods. Thinking of this, Chao Xing stopped dwelling on it. Then he turned to examine the next piece of loot. This time, it was the reward for the 9th stage of the uprooting mission. In addition to 50 divine power fragments, there was also a skill book. Spear of Light, Penetrating Causation. This name sounds familiar. It seems to be an ability the God of Light used during the battle just now. The damage was terrifying. Chao Xing remembered this ability vividly. The God of Light had unleashed this very move, instantly wiping out all of their legendary warriors, even severely injuring the demigods. If it weren't for their various defensive abilities, even demigods wouldn't be able to withstand the power of this Spear of Light. I never imagined I'd find this skill. Now let me see how powerful it is. Skill Book, Spear of Light, Penetrating Causation. Level, Demigod Skill. Learning Level, Level 150 and above, demigod level creatures of the light element. Skill cost, 30 to 600 points. Skill effect, consumes 30 divine power to condense a spear of light. For every additional 30 divine power consumed, an additional spear of light can be condensed, for a maximum of 20 spears active simultaneously. Each spear of light possesses the causation lock ability, ignoring spatial barriers, evading skills and low-level fate interference, and guaranteeing a hit. Upon impact, Spear of Light deals maximum divine power plus spirit plus attack power asterisk 5746% armor-piercing damage to the enemy, with a holy burn effect, 1% maximum health loss per second for 10 seconds, doubled against divine creatures. If the target is in a negative state, such as darkness, curse, or evil god, damage is increased by an additional 300%. Skill cooldown, 48 hours. What a powerful skill, worthy of a demigod skill. Chao Xing explained, a flicker of joy in his eyes. So far, he hadn't encountered many demigod skills. Besides the previously acquired Knight of the Apocalypse, there was only Lu Mushua's Aurora of the End. However, both of these skills have a group effect, not only possessing a terrifying range, but also extremely powerful damage. The Spear of Light, penetrating causation he obtained this time is similar to a single target skill. Furthermore, the learning requirement for this demigod skill is a demigod level light type creature, and there happened to be someone in his territory who met the requirement. Looks like Isabel has another killer weapon. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction, then began to examine the next reward. And the most important reward this time, the Godhead of Light. As Chao Xing pulled it from his backpack, the 12-sided crystal, emitting a pure glow, slowly floated upward. It seemed to contain a vast divine power. Simply holding it in his hand gave him a strong sense of oppression. Come to think of it, this is the first Godhead I've ever obtained. I wonder what other special uses it has besides allowing me to break through to the divine realm. With anticipation, Chao Xing quickly checked its attributes. Godhead of Light, Supreme Radiance, a symbol of divine authority. Level, Higher Divinity, maximum level capped at 300. Attributes, Light, Order, Purification. Description, a divine crystal condensed from the purest laws of light, imbued with supreme divine power. Only demigods favored by light are worthy of encountering its might. Item Effect 1, Divine Sublimation. A qualified individual, after integrating this divine power, can transcend the limits of life and transform into a divine-level creature. Fusion requirements. 1. Level 200, demigod rank. 2. Possess any one of the 3 divine qualities of light, order, and purification. 3. Divinity reaches the celestial light level, purity greater than 80%. 4. Must pass the divine trial, testing one's faith, will, and understanding of the law. Note, upon successful advancement, the life form evolves into a divine body of light, immune to mundane damage, affected only by divine attacks. Automatically master the divine authority of light, enables enacting divine laws and creating exclusive divine arts. Unlocks divine kingdom construction privileges, enables creating your own divine domain of light. Item Effect 2. This divine power possesses a certain degree of power, and can be partially activated even when unfused. 1. Divine Blessing. The bearer becomes immune to all dark and curse damage below divine level. 2. Holy Illumination. When the bearer removes the divine power of light from their backpack, it continuously purifies the surrounding environment. 3. Divine Power Suppression. Upon activation, unleashes pure divine power of light, causing all enemy units below divine level within range to suffer a holy shock, reducing all stats by 20% and doubling the effects of dark creatures. Cooldown, 48 hours. After reading the lengthy description of this divine power, Chao Xing couldn't help but exclaim once again, awesome. Compared to the relic required to reach legendary, and the divine fire required to reach demigod, the description of this divine power is quite comprehensive. Not only did he explain the conditions for merging with the Godhead, but he also explained the abilities that would be activated upon successful fusion. Divine body, divine authority, and the authority to construct a divine kingdom. So, this is the fundamental difference between divine beings and beings below the divine level? Through this introduction to the Godhead, Chao Xing seemed to have gained a deeper understanding of this mysterious and powerful realm. Of course, the abilities after achieving divine status are obviously more than these, but the above merely lists the most important ones. Even so, one can get a glimpse of the power of that realm. Chao Xing took a deep breath and solemnly placed the Godhead of Light in his backpack. Then, he mentally analyzed, the most suitable candidate for this godhood would be Isabel. It can be said that everything that erupted from the God of Light is extremely suitable for this holy light sage. Once she reaches level 200 and completes the other conditions for merging with the godhood, she can attempt to break through to the divine realm. It seems Isabel may very well become the first divine-level creature in my territory. The thought of this made Xiaoxing excited. After all, with the territory's current combat power, it was already invincible against all opponents below the level of the gods. If he could gain another divine-level warrior at this time, coupled with the blessing of eternal power, even divine-level enemies would be powerless. At that point, Xiaoxing would have the power to protect himself, whether from the Vatican's retaliation or the appearance of the ancient gods. Of course, achieving the conditions for fusion was no easy task. Just advancing from level 150 to level 200 would take a considerable amount of time. Not to mention the skylight-level divinity and divine trials required later. So, achieving divine-level combat power will take a long time. Of course, even if Isabel can't immediately achieve divine power, there's another way to strengthen her combat power. Just combine the 3 holy books into one, transforming it into a semi-divine artifact. Then, Isabel will become the first person in the territory to possess a semi-divine artifact. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing pulled all 3 holy books from his backpack. Clatter. When these 3 ancient tomes appeared, the air throughout the territory trembled. The pages fluttered without a breeze, creating pale golden ripples. A sacred and solemn aura spread like a tide. They were none other than the 3 sacred books of the God of Light, the Chapter of Dawn, the Chapter of the Shining Sun, and the Chapter of Radiance. Ever since the God of Light was cast into the abyss, he had left the Chapter of Radiance in the main plane, hoping to escape from that prison as quickly as possible. Many years later, a ranger stumbled upon this sacred book and, transformed by the lingering divine power of light within, became a follower of light. Under the guidance of the God of Light, this converted ranger founded the Church of the God of Light, and became its first follower. And then a series of events unfolded. Now, these 3 holy books have been reunited, and by fusing them, they can transform from their original legendary quality into a semi-artifact. A fiery glint flashed in Xiaoxing's eyes. Let me see just how powerful this so-called semi-artifact is. Then, he arranged the 3 holy books in a triangle, his fingertips lightly touching the covers. Survivor Xiaoxing, please note, do you want to consume 3,000 divine power points to fuse the holy books? Seeing this prompt, Xiaoxing was slightly startled. Oh my god! Why do you need divine power points? And a full 3,000 points too much. Isn't that ridiculous? You see, before this battle began, he had a reserve of 700 divine power fragments in his backpack. After the fierce battle, he had consumed nearly 120 of them. Adding the 50 fragments from the previous mission reward, there were only 631 fragments left in his backpack. If he consumed another 300, there would only be 331 left. Even with Xiaoxing's background, consuming so much at once was painful. However, after a moment's hesitation, he quickly made his decision. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. The old king's kingdom's holy sword is so powerful. This holy book of light must be no less powerful. Go for it. Thinking of this, he unhesitatingly pulled 300 divine power fragments from his backpack and clicked confirm. The next moment, the 3 holy books automatically floated up, slowly spinning in the air. The pages moved without a breeze, and the golden words peeled from the paper like living things. Dazzling holy light burst forth from the 3 books, staining the entire territory in a brilliant golden color. Chapter 887. Dazzling holy light burst forth from the 3 holy books of light, staining the entire territory in a brilliant golden glow. Immediately afterwards, 300 fragments of divine power soared into the air as if summoned, forming a shimmering halo around the holy books. Clang! After a rapid spin, fine cracks appeared on the surface of the divine power fragments. Crack! Crack! A series of shattering sounds echoed, and all the divine power fragments instantly shattered, transforming into a sky of starlight that merged into the holy books. Then, the pages of the 3 holy books began to disintegrate and reassemble, the ancient parchment gradually fusing into one under the influence of divine power. Xiaoxing stood aside, gazing intently at the scene before him, his breathing slowing slightly. He could feel the immense divine power permeating the air, and even the tips of his hair were slightly lifted by the static-like energy field. And as the 3 holy books merged, waves of divine energy spread like a tidal wave. The ground across the territory began to tremble slightly, and the magical beacon in Spark City flickered. The vast fluctuations of divine power made the residents of Spark City pause. As the 3 holy tomes gradually shrank to just one, suddenly, a blinding beam of light shot up into the sky, Instantly piercing through the stasis magic shield, it soared tens of thousands of meters into the air. The divine light illuminated the entire snowy plain as bright as day again. The residents of Spark City looked up, their eyes filled with wonder. But soon, the fluctuations receded like the tide, and the beam of light gradually dissipated into the clouds. As the light faded, a brand new tome, inlaid with sacred crystals and shimmering with liquid golden patterns, floated quietly before Chao Xing. The holy emblem of light on the cover exuded a terrifying aura, so intense that simply looking at it stung. Ding! Congratulations on the successful fusion. It's done! Chao Xing clenched his fists excitedly, his eyes flashing with excitement. Then, he eagerly grabbed the holy book. Sizzle! Instantly, an intense burning sensation washed over him, like grasping a red-hot iron, sending waves of excruciating pain through him. The holy book of light also erupted with a dazzling light like the sun, seemingly resisting his touch. However, the frosty aura emanating from Chao Xing's body suppressed the burning heat. The holy book returned to its calm state. Obtained, Holy Book of Light, semi-artifact. Looking at the book resting quietly in his palm, the pages automatically turned, and bursts of golden light flashed before his eyes. Chao Xing excitedly said, "Finally, I've successfully synthesized it. Now let me see how powerful you are." Holy Codex of Light, complete version. Quality, semi-artifact. Equipment level, level 150. Equipment type, offhand weapon. Divine power, 0/5000. 5 points of divine power can be naturally restored daily. Fusion core attribute, authority of light, plus 20,000 to all attributes, plus 20,000 to spirit, plus 100% to light attack range, plus 80% to damage. Additional equipment effects, Will of Light, Eternal Flame, Dawn Star, Dawn Teleport, Shining Sun. Wrath, Corona Blast. 6 special effects remain unchanged, 3 chapters. Radiant Chapter, Dawn Chapter, and Sunlight Chapter. A total of 41 light-based skills remain unchanged. Legendary special effects, Brand of Light, Rebirth, and Divine Wrath. Divine Punishment, 3 legendary special effects remain unchanged, with slight stat increases. 2 new demigod-level special effects, Codex Manifestation, Light-Forged Armor Trinity, Tide of Light. Demigod-level special effect, Codex Manifestation, Light-Forged Armor. 1. Consumes 200 divine power points to materialize the divine power of the Codex, attaching a light-forged battle gear constructed from pure light energy to yourself or an allied unit, absorbing all damage. 2. Light-forged armor inherits the caster's durability, 30% of their maximum health, increases the wearer's armor and movement speed by 30%, and regenerates 0.5% of the armor's durability per second. 3. Light attacks reduce damage by an additional 30%. Attacks from other attributes will be reflected back at the enemy, inflicting holy burn. Effect, damage equal to 21% of the caster's attack power per second, lasting 5 seconds, stacking up to 5 times. 4. Can actively detonate the armor, dealing remaining durability asterisk 200%, explosion damage to surrounding enemies, and restoring 20% of the caster's health upon explosion. Cooldown, 12 hours. Note, due to the immense power of the light energy associated with this effect, it cannot be applied to creatures below legendary level. Demigod level effect, Trinity, Tide of Light. Effect description. Consume 1,000 divine power to draw the light energy of heaven and earth, creating a devastating tide that sweeps across the battlefield, inflicting multiple divine judgments on enemies. Phase 1. Torrent of Light. A torrent of light emerges in a 4 by 20 km area ahead, reducing the movement speed of enemies within the area by 80% and causing them to take damage equal to 675% of the caster's attack power, every 0.5 seconds for 5 seconds. Phase 2. Judgment of Light. Concentrates a beam of light upon the enemy, resulting in a beam of light. Performs a targeted strike, dealing ATK asterisk 2588%. Judgment damage to enemies within a 100 by 100 meter radius below. Can release up to 10 judgment beams in succession. Third stage. Light Nova. All light energy collapses inward, causing a light explosion, dealing ATK asterisk 8725%, ultimate damage to all enemies within range. If any enemies survive in the area after all 3 stages of damage have been dealt, they will be inflicted with a light corruption effect, increasing their light damage received by 100% for 1 hour. Note, the full version of the Holy Codex has reached the level of a pseudo-artifact and requires the ignition of divine fire to unleash its full power. Equipment description. When the radiance of the 3 holy codes intertwine, Even false gods will kneel. This is the stairway to the throne, but also the shackles that bind fate. Hiss. Chao Xing inhaled sharply, his heart agitated. Oh my god. Is this a semi-artifact? This is too much. Not only does it retain all the effects of the 3 holy codes, it even enhances them. Even more outrageous are the 2 newly added semi-divine skills, each of which is truly terrifying. The former, Holy Codex Manifestation, Light-Forged Armor, has a truly absurd status effect. It can actually directly attach a light armor equivalent to 30% of the caster's health to an ally or yourself. What does this mean? Suppose this holy book were given to Isabel to bind and use. Her current health is 5.2 billion, so 30% would be a full 1.56 billion. This would more than double the maximum health of legendary warriors like Chao Xing. Add to that the increased armor and movement speed, and their survivability would skyrocket. In fact, after donning the light-forged battle armor, these legendary warriors would essentially have the survivability of a demigod. And more importantly, this is a status skill. In other words, it can also be enhanced by eternal power, becoming permanent. It's basically like everyone has a set of light-forged battle gear, Chao Xing said excitedly. Plus, this light-forged battle gear reduces incoming light damage by an additional 30%. It's the nemesis of those Vatican guys. If this is applied to Braum, with his defense, even a legendary Braum could probably withstand the attacks of 5 or 6 Vatican demigods without dying. If we go to war with the Vatican in the future, this battle gear will be incredibly effective. Then, those guys will see a group of practically invincible monsters that can reduce light damage. That's going to be quite amusing. Thinking of this, a smile crossed Chao Xing's face. However, while this status skill is powerful, it also has 2 drawbacks. First, since it provides additional armor, similar to a shield skill, it can't restore its durability like health. It can only be restored by the warframe itself. Second, this status skill can only be used on creatures of legendary rank and above. In other words, it's impossible to use Goddess Nessa's blessing aura to give every citizen a set of light-forged warframe, as before. Despite these 2 drawbacks, its powerful effect cannot be denied. At the very least, it can dramatically increase the survivability of top-tier warriors like Chao Xing. In addition to this demigod-level status effect, Holy Codex of Light also activates an area of effect attack. Not only does it have 3 stages of transformation, but if fully activated, the damage even surpasses that of a demigod skill. It's safe to say that when this skill is fully unleashed, virtually no creature within a 10-kilometer radius, save for demigods, can survive. Of course, its consumption is also terrifying. A full 1,000 points of divine power. But thankfully, the Holy Book of Light now regenerates 5 points of divine power daily. Over the years, this can still save a considerable amount of resources. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, sighing, I've basically checked all the rewards for defeating the God of Light this time. As I expected, consuming them all will bring a significant boost to the territory's strength. There's still 1 selected legendary relic box left. I haven't decided who to let break through to legendary yet, so we can wait. In addition to these rewards, I also collected the body of the God of Light. Yes, none of the 3 false gods we defeated previously left behind bodies. This time, because the God of Light possessed the Seed of Light, he unleashed an extremely powerful force. You could even say that the Seed of Light at that time was the incarnation of the God of Light. Chao Xing clearly saw that the blood flowing from his body was golden, falling onto the charred earth, and even causing withered plants to regrow. And through the other's wounds, he could see that the bones of the Seed of Light were also golden. Chao Xing remembered that the Pale Tree had once said that if he wanted to achieve the breakthrough to demigod status through dual divinity, he would need key ingredients, the heart of God, and a complete divine body. While he didn't know if the Seed of Light's body would meet the requirements, judging by its performance at the time, it was likely that it would. This guy's corpse definitely possesses some unfathomable power. If this guy's corpse is the body of a god, then I've essentially fulfilled the most challenging requirement. A breakthrough to demigodhood is just around the corner. But for details, I still need to ask the Pale Tree. Thinking of this, Chao Xing put the complete Holy Book of Light into his backpack and headed straight for the garden area in the heart of the territory. He walked along the bluestone-paved road, passing through industrial and residential areas. The people he met along the way greeted him respectfully, and Chao Xing smiled back. Soon, he arrived at the heart of the territory. Over 1,000 meters tall, the Pale Tree towered like a giant pillar. Under the bright night sky, it seemed to glow with a silvery white light, appearing incredibly sacred. As Chao Xing approached the trunk of the sacred tree, a gentle yet profound will touched him. The Chosen One. You've arrived. A voice, both seasoned and youthful, echoed directly in Chao Xing's mind. Chao Xing nodded, looked up at the enormous pale tree, and asked, "Holy tree, have you guessed why I came to you this time?" The branches of the holy tree swayed gently. "I know. The Chosen One just used a cross-dimensional teleportation array to pull the God of Light into the main plane and kill him. Now, you want to ask me if the body of the Seed of Light can serve as the vessel for your breakthrough to demigodhood." When it finished speaking, Chao Xing's pupils narrowed slightly, and he felt a sense of shock. The pale holy tree, worthy of its claim to omniscience, knew what he wanted to ask with a single deduction. "Indeed, can you tell me the answer?" he asked frankly. The holy tree remained silent for a moment, the light from its canopy flickering. "I can tell you the answer, but this answer may disappoint you." Seeing the holy tree's reaction, Chao Xing understood about half of it, and the spark of hope that had just ignited in his heart dimmed a bit. He sighed. As expected. The corpse of a pseudo-god like this won't work. In other words, if I want to break through to demigodhood, I must slay a true deity. At this thought, Chao Xing couldn't help but feel a sense of pressure. After all, divine-level beings aren't just common cabbages. Each one is incredibly ancient and possesses immense power. They have left a deep mark on the river of time. Each one is a legendary being, once revered by the people. Even if he had managed to slay even 1/10 of the light god's strength today, it was a narrow victory. If he were facing a true god, even he wouldn't have had much confidence. Seeing Chao Xing's reaction, the branches of the sacred tree gently stroked his shoulders, as gentle as an elder comforting a younger one. "Chosen One, there is no need to worry. Through today's battle, I believe you have witnessed the strength of your territory. With your combined efforts, you have now reached the invincible realm of demigods, and are not far from facing a true god." Chao Xing was momentarily startled, then a relaxed smile appeared on his face. As the pale sacred tree had said, his territory's current strength was not far from that level. Today's light god had actually broken through the limits of demigods, and was on the verge of reaching the realm of true gods. But even so, they were still defeated head-on, leaving them no chance of a comeback. With just a little more improvement, or even just allowing Marinella to break through to demigodhood, she would have the power to face a single god. Thinking of this, Chao Xing regained his confidence. "You're right, the gods aren't invincible. And this time, I've completely broken with the Vatican, and I'm sure they retaliate in the future. This force is 100% certain to contain powerful god-level warriors." At this point, a chill flashed in Chao Xing's eyes. The pale tree remained silent, not commenting on the Vatican. After a moment, he continued, "The Chosen One. Although the body you collected can't serve as a vessel for a breakthrough, but he still has another important function." "Another function?" Chao Xing raised his head and asked in confusion. "Yes," the pale tree said slowly, "according to my perception, that ancient artifact, the now broken storm axe, should be in your possession." Chao Xing nodded. "Yes, it is indeed in my possession." "Is there any connection between the two?" The holy tree explained. Before this, the Chosen One had already imbued this broken axe with divine blood. Although it was only the blood of a false god, it also partially activated the dormant divinity within. And the Seed of Light's body has absorbed most of the divine power of the God of Light, and its blood still contains some divinity. The holy tree stopped talking here, and Chao Xing understood its meaning. His pupils narrowed slightly, and he asked tentatively, "What do you mean?" The holy tree swayed its branches slightly. "Yes. We only need to continue to water it with divine blood, and the properties of the storm axe will be fully activated." After receiving confirmation, Chao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise again. He clenched his fists and asked, "So what should I do now?" The holy tree replied, "It's simple. Place the body of the Seed of Light and the storm axe together. The weapon spirit within will automatically absorb the remaining divine power." Chao Xing nodded. "Okay, I try." Having made his decision, he didn't hesitate, pulling out an item from each of the dead soul pouch and dragon pattern pouch. Instantly, a male corpse, emitting a faint golden glow and covered in scars, and a dark blue metal block, with only the axe blade remaining and covered in cracks, appeared in the clearing. Following the pale tree's instructions, Chao Xing placed the storm axe's shaft on the Seed of Light's chest. The next moment, a miraculous scene occurred. The axe fragment suddenly vibrated violently, and the dark blue lines on its surface began to glow with dazzling lightning. Zzz. A powerful electric current swept through the entire center of the territory. Then, as if summoned, the golden blood from the Seed of Light's corpse transformed into tiny specks of light, converging toward the axe. A thunderous humming echoed in the air, and the divine power of light was rapidly absorbed by this thunderous force. In less than 2 seconds, a system prompt appeared. Survivor Chaoxing, please note, Storm Axe, damaged, is absorbing divine blood. Storm Axe, damaged, divine awakening level increased by 3%, current total progress, 38%. The first prompt only increased divine awakening by 3%, leaving Chaoxing somewhat disappointed. But the next moment, more prompts flashed before his eyes frantically. Storm Axe, damaged, divine awakening increased by 3%, current total progress, 41%. Storm Axe, damaged, divine awakening increased by 3%, current total progress, 44%. Storm. The disappointment in Chaoxing's eyes instantly dissipated, replaced by surprise. Oh my god, is this effect so impressive? The current increase in divinity alone exceeds the increase from 2 drops of false god blood. And this axe is still absorbing. It looks like it can still increase significantly. Chapter 888. Under Chaoxing's expectant gaze, the battle axe continuously radiated the power of lightning and absorbed the blood of the Seed of Light. As the Seed of Light's face paled again, the divine awakening of the Storm Axe had surpassed 60%. At this moment, the cracks on the battle axe began to heal at a visible speed, and the axe blade gradually solidified into a sharp outline. Furthermore, the system notifications continued to blare across the screen. Divine Awakening level, 66%. Divine Awakening level, 69%. Divine Awakening level, 72%. Finally, when the golden blood of the Seed of Light was completely drained, the golden light surrounding him completely dimmed. The Storm Axe's awakening had reached a staggering 91%. Just 9% left to fully awaken it. Chaoxing couldn't help but exult. Amazing. One Seed of Light corpse boosted its progress by 56%, comparable to the boost from 5 or 6 drops of false god's blood. This is truly worth it. He clenched his fists and said excitedly, just 9% left to reach 100%. Since that's the case, let's go all out and fully activate it. Thinking of this, Chaoxing quickly pulled a drop of liquid emitting a brilliant golden glow from his backpack. It was the blood of the God of Light, the system reward for completing the hidden achievement after slaying the God of Light. Swish. As the drop of golden divine blood dripped onto the axe, the already nearly complete shaft absorbed it in an instant. Then, Chaoxing clearly saw the last few cracks on the axe rapidly heal, and even more complex lightning patterns emerged. When the divine blood imbued with the power of light was completely absorbed, the entire axe suddenly erupted with dazzling lightning. Boom! Like an ancient beast awakening, a violent roar resounded through the sky. Then, a dark blue battle axe, devoid of a body, appeared before Chaoxing. A system prompt appeared. Survivor Chaoxing, please take note. Storm Axe, damaged. Divine Awakening has reached 100%. Partial power now activated. Demigod level special effect. Thunderous Judgment, activated. At this moment, Chaoxing trembled with excitement. It worked! With a look of surprise, he grasped the axe in his hand. Instantly, a violent surge of lightning surged into his body, but it caused no harm. Instead, it flowed through him like a gentle torrent. It felt like a full-body massage, incredibly comfortable. The Holy Tree's voice slowly echoed, the Chosen One. This divine weapon has completed its initial awakening. Now, you can harness some of its power. The divine power contained within is enough to allow you to inflict damage even to true gods. Chaoxing's anticipation intensified after hearing this. He quickly glanced at the axe's attribute panel. Storm Axe, incomplete. Quality, Divine Artifact, First Stage Awakening. Weapon level, none. Attack power, none. Available effects, Thunder Power, Thunder Judgment, Demigod level effect. Thunder Judgment, awaken the dormant thunder divinity within the axe, unleashing the power of divine retribution to bring down a devastating divine thunder judgment upon the target. 1. Deals devastating damage equal to the bearers, ATK * 4782% to the enemy, forcibly deducting 20% of their health, capped at 10% for divine creatures. 2. Divine Thunder ignores defensive barriers and physical resistance, guaranteeing a hit. 3. If triggered by a direct strike from the battle axe, the final damage is increased by 50%. Cooldown, 7 days. If further awakened, the cooldown can be significantly reduced. Note: True Thunder never abides by the rules of mortals. This effect is truly a bit exaggerated. Chaoxing stared at the battle axe's attribute panel and couldn't help but gasp. The nearly 50% attack coefficient isn't worth mentioning, but the added bonus of forcibly deducting 20% of the target's health is outrageous. Plus the two following properties. 1. Similar to God-breaking arrow, ignores barriers and defenses, and the other, A direct hit grants an additional 50% damage. No wonder the holy tree said that, if used properly, it can even damage gods. He slowly exhaled, calming his inner shock. However, this storm axe is a relatively unpopular weapon. In Chao Xing's territory, there are not many powerful warriors who wield axes, perhaps even just one. It's clear that this weapon was tailor-made for Commander Boji. Only in his hands can this divine weapon unleash its full power. Coincidentally, I have a select relic box in my backpack, but I didn't find anyone suitable before. Now, I can choose a relic suitable for Commander Boji's breakthrough and help him ascend to legend. However, a new problem now arose before Chao Xing. That is, what relic was needed to allow the Dragonblood warriors to reach legendary status? After all, this class of soldiers was truly unique. They possessed not only Norn blood, but also the blood of another ancient dragon, Yorma. Commander Burge was even more unique. In addition to these two bloodlines, he also possessed the blood of a demon. He was a monster of mixed heritage yet boundless potential. Chao Xing frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. After a moment, he suddenly slapped his thigh and said, "What am I pondering here? If you have a question, ask the holy tree. With this omniscient ancient being here, why should I bother with my own speculation?" So, he raised his head and was about to speak. The holy tree's voice echoed again, "The chosen one. The Dragonblood champion's advancement can use the relic, Holy War Badge. However, the Dragonblood champion in your territory has a unique physique. I suggest you choose the relic, Dark Blood. Perhaps you gain something unexpected." When he finished speaking, Chao Xing froze in his tracks again. After a moment, he recovered, chuckled, and said, "Thank you, holy tree." The pale tree said slowly, "You're welcome. In you, I seem to see hope for changing the predetermined future. Especially with your actions today, which have made my predicted future even more uncertain." The holy tree spoke a mysterious and incomprehensible phrase. After a pause, he added, "By the way, one last reminder. There's a little one like you, trying to break free from the shackles of fate. If he succeeds, it will be a good thing for humanity across the entire continent, and the situation will improve somewhat. You might not have to continue fighting alone. Of course, that little guy might also fail and be completely annihilated." Hearing the last sentence, Chao Xing frowned. Breaking free from fate. A little guy like me? And changing humanity's situation? He seemed to realize something. Could it be related to the situation in the human empire? After all, so many people in the chat channel were discussing tonight's two major battles. Besides his own battle with the God of Light, it seemed some dramatic changes had also occurred in the center of the Western continent. Chao Xing's expression was solemn, and he asked doubtfully, "But hasn't the human empire been devoured by the Dream Dragon? Even the gods don't dare to set foot there easily, so how could there still be people there?" At this moment, a name suddenly flashed through his mind. The survivor who had recently sent Lu Muxia a series of distress messages, Meng Yi. Could it be him? When Chao Xing tried to inquire further, the pale sacred tree fell silent. He pondered for a moment, but came up with nothing. Then he sighed, and returned the battle axe to its storage space. "Forget it. Let's not think about this anymore. Let's call Boji over first, and have him break through to legendary, then have Isabel bind the complete Holy Codex of Light. Let's increase the combat power of my territory first. As for who is struggling to escape fate, that's none of my business." Although the pale sacred tree said that if the other party succeeded, it would improve the human race's situation. They might even become potential allies. However, Chao Xing never expected anyone to truly help him. After all, since crossing into this world, he had relied on his territory and his subordinates to reach his current state. He had indeed received assistance from the Ice Crystal King, the Orchid Queen, and others. But in this world, beings like them were ultimately a minority. If they truly stood on his side, that would be best. If they refused to cooperate, he wouldn't force them. Shaking his head, Chao Xing gave it no more thought. He left the back garden and quickly reached the heart of the territory. He then pressed the communicator to his ear and ordered, "Commander Boji, meet me immediately in the central square." A moment later, a deep, powerful voice echoed through the communicator, "Yes, Lord." While Boji was arriving, Chao Xing took the opportunity to retrieve the relic box. Following the pale sacred tree's prompt, he directly selected relic, Dark Blood. Then, an ancient wooden bottle appeared in his hand. It seemed to be flowing with some kind of liquid, its surface occasionally shimmering with an eerie purple halo. Several dark golden threads were wrapped around the bottle, as if to suppress the violent energy within. "This is Dark Blood." Chao Xing held the bottle, sensing the astonishing energy fluctuations within. Just holding it makes my blood race. He quickly checked the properties. Relic, dark blood. Quality, unknown. Item description, blood from a forbidden creature, fused and mutated over countless ages with divine power, a mysterious liquid imbued with the power of chaos and destruction. Item effect 1, core material for those with special bloodlines to reach the legendary realm. Can reconcile conflicting bloodlines and activate new abilities. Item effect 2, can forcibly absorb this blood, with a 25% chance of activating a new bloodline, granting powerful abilities, and a 75% chance of exploding into death. Seeing the second effect, Chao Xing couldn't help but click his tongue. A 75% mortality rate. This is a gamble. Unless cornered, no one would attempt this second effect. Just then, steady footsteps echoed from the distant bluestone road. Thump thump. When Chao Xing looked up, a thin figure appeared before him. He wore a brand new set of dragon-scale armor, and a massive battle axe, almost as tall as himself, slung across his back, a striking incongruity. But even so, his gaze remained unwavering, and his aura, like tempered steel, unbreakable. Commander Boji approached Chao Xing and bowed slightly. Lord, are you looking for me? Chao Xing gazed at this loyal subordinate and nodded. Yes, I have a gift for you. Commander Boji, are you ready to embrace new powers? Hearing this, Boji's eyes still held a hint of doubt. But when Chao Xing handed the wooden bottle to him, Boji's pupils suddenly constricted as he sensed the power contained within. Even his breathing instinctively quickened. Lord, what is this? He said in a trembling voice. It's causing my bloodline to resonate crazily. Chao Xing explained, this contains a drop of special blood that harmonizes with your bloodline's power, allowing you to transform to the legendary realm. He then took out a legendary heart and handed it to the other party. Begin your breakthrough, Commander Boji. Boji was incredibly shocked upon hearing that he could transform to the legendary realm. And when Chao Xing personally handed him the two legendary breakthrough-enabling tools, Boji felt as if he were in a dream. In his previous life, his peak strength reached the limit of hero status, barely touching the threshold of legend. He was only one step away from breaking through and becoming a legendary Dragon Blood champion. But unfortunately, during his battle against the ancient dragon, he encountered a legendary ice-brewed monster, the Jormag Behemoth. It was a completely unequal battle. Before the legendary creature, the Dragon Blood champions were unilaterally crushed. After that battle, not only was Boji killed, but the entire Dragon Blood champion army he led was also annihilated. Since then, Boji has longed to one day attain legendary combat power. Now, that dream is finally coming true. With trembling hands, Boji solemnly accepted the two treasures and said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord. On the honor of Norn, Boji will become the most powerful blade under your command." Then, he crushed the Heart of Legend in his hand and absorbed the power contained within. Since the territory had already seen many legendary masters, they had memorized the steps for achieving a breakthrough. When the pure power within the legendary heart was completely absorbed, the first step was officially complete. Next came the second, most crucial step. Boji directly removed the small wooden bottle and broke the seal. Instantly, a suffocating aura of chaos washed over him, a destructive aura permeating the air. However, before the blood within the bottle could fully unleash its power, he flipped the bottle over. A drop of dark purple blood slid from the bottle's mouth and landed on Boji's callous palm. Then, as his bloodline's power erupted, the drop of blood completely sank into his palm. After a few seconds of silence, Boji suddenly let out a beastly roar. Roar! A wave of intense pain seemed to sweep through his body, instantly tensing his muscles. He knelt on one knee, supporting himself with the battle axe in his hand, his shoulders trembling violently. Dark purple veins squirmed frantically beneath his skin, like countless tiny venomous snakes crawling beneath his skin. However, he had long since grown accustomed to this kind of pain. When he had previously merged with the third drop of blood, the demon's blood, he had already experienced even more intense torture. Every Dragon Blood fighter is a warrior forged on the brink of life and death. Boji gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, though his body trembled. Even his veins bulged and throbbed. It was as if the will of some ancient beast roared and surged through his veins. But he remained clenched in his fists, one hand gripping the axe handle, letting the violent energy rage within him. Finally, after 3 minutes of agony, Boji's heavy breathing gradually subsided. When he opened his eyes again, 3 colors flashed within his pupils. The next moment, a terrifying aura that shook the surrounding air erupted from him. Boom! The ground of the training ground cracked around him, the rubble slowly floating into the air under the invisible pressure. A system notification appeared. Your territory member, Burger Sun Chaser, has successfully achieved a legendary creature breakthrough. His class, Dragon Blood Fighter, has become Dragon Demon Emperor, and his level cap has been raised to 150. This breakthrough increases basic attributes by 1000%, attack range by 200%, and territory prosperity by 500. Because of his fusion with Dark Blood, he has activated additional legendary abilities: Dragon Demon Body, passive, 3 Veins Fusion Axe of Destruction. Burger Sun Chaser, Divine Power function has been activated. Oh! 2 legendary skills activated. And 1 passive, 1 active. Chaoxing said happily, as the pale sacred tree said, after fusing with Blood of Darkness, this breakthrough will bring some unexpected surprises. Not bad. Then, he quickly glanced at the attributes of the 2 new abilities. Dragon Demon Body passive. Level, legendary. Skill effect. Tempered by the triple bloodline, it gains extreme adaptability. Destruction resistance. Reduces damage from fire, dark, ice, water, and curse by 40%, and reduces the chance of triggering death-type skills by 20%. Triple Vein Awakening. When health drops below 60%, activate Norn Bloodline, increasing attack range by 50% and increasing healing received by 30%. When health drops below 50%, activate Ice Dragon Bloodline, granting all attacks Cold Blast, dealing 45% splash damage to up to 7 enemies near the target. When health drops below 40%, activate Demon Bloodline, increasing attack damage by 35%, and granting all attacks Scorch, dealing continuous true damage equal to 10% of attack damage, lasting 5 seconds. Note, the Ancient Norn granted me immortality, the Frost Dragon granted me authority, and the Demons of the Abyss gifted me destruction. And I will transcend them all. Chapter 889. After reviewing the first skill, Dragon Demon Body, passive, Chaoxing then checked the second active skill. 3 Merges Fusion, Axe of Destruction, active. Level, legendary. Cost, 30 Divine Power. Skill effect. Boji compresses the power of the 3 meridians to the utmost, transforming his battle axe into a destructive axe swirled with black flame, frost, and blood-red lightning. With pure force, he unleashes a devastating blow capable of severing everything. Basic effect, on impact, deals a combined damage of ATK * 4742%, plus maximum health * 20% to the enemy, physical, frost, and shadow. Bloodline effect, on impact, heals the target for 30% of its health, Norn, and has a 50% chance to deep freeze the target for 3 seconds, Ice Dragon. On a critical strike, adds a dark flame explosion, dealing 30% damage. Cooldown, 24 hours, Note 1, this skill can be used simultaneously with weapon effects. Note 2, Norn's Tenacity. Ice Dragon's Majesty. Demon's Fury. Here, united as one. After viewing the attributes of these 2 skills, Chaoxing marveled again. As expected of a Dragon Blood champion with 3 bloodlines flowing through his veins, these 2 activated legendary skills are both truly remarkable. The former, Dragon Demon Body, as a legendary level passive skill, goes without saying. It not only significantly increases Boji's survivability, but also triggers the effects of the 3 bloodlines after his health drops to a certain level, significantly enhancing his combat effectiveness. Of course, the latter active skill, 3 Vein Fusion, Axe of Destruction, is the most outrageous. With a combined damage factor of 4742% attack coefficient plus 20% of maximum health, with Boji's attack power, a single axe strike could deal at least 500 million damage. Not to mention, there are 3 different additional effects. You can imagine the magnitude of this. After all, when Chaoxing first reached legendary status, the legendary skill Eternal Frozen Starfall he activated wasn't as damaging as this one. And there's the most crucial point. This skill even states that it can be activated simultaneously with weapon effects. In other words, Boji can easily activate the Storm Axe's special effect, Thunderous Judgment, while using Axe of Destruction. Chaoxing's eyes gleamed with excitement. If all hits, the power of this strike could be as great as even that of Red Oath, Boundary Break performed by Mirnina. Even a demigod-level creature would be severely damaged, or even instantly killed, by this blow. The thought of this made him even more excited. With an excited look on his face, Chaoxing opened the complete image of Commander Boji and examined it. Name, Boji Sun Chaser. Level 100, Legendary Creature. Potential, Domination. Occupation, Dragon Demon Emperor. Divine Power, 0/100, naturally regenerates 1 point per day. Detailed attributes. Click to view. Very strong. Xiaoxing nodded in satisfaction. After Boji reached the legendary realm, he also enjoyed the full benefits of Mushua's blessing. So, upon reaching the legendary realm, his attack power immediately exceeded 5 million. These attributes are truly insane. If he can level up again, he become a monster capable of fighting across levels. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing glanced at his backpack. Beneath a pile of precious items lay a drop of blood that had been sealed for some time. It was the blood of Kralkatorek, the crystal dragon. Xiaoxing whispered, according to the system, after fusing this drop of blood, one can switch to a hidden class, gaining significant stat boosts. Not only that, this drop of blood can be used not only on survivors, but also on indigenous people. Previously, my idea was to have Boji attempt to fuse this drop of crystal dragon blood, allowing him to increase his bloodline power from 3 to 4. By then, Boji's strength would surely undergo another qualitative transformation. However, this drop of blood also states that it must be fused by a creature of legendary rank or above, otherwise there's a 100% chance of exploding and dying, so it's been kept in my backpack. Now that Boji has finally broken through to the legendary realm, I can attempt to fuse this drop of blood. At the same time, Commander Boji, after adapting to the legendary power within him, gradually opened his eyes. 3 different colors of light mingled in his pupils. He raised his hands, feeling the newfound power surge within him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Then, the Dragon Blood warrior approached Xiaoxing and saluted solemnly. Lord, I have successfully broken through. Thank you for your training. I will use this power to clear all obstacles for you. His voice was filled with unprecedented determination and loyalty. A look of relief shone in Xiaoxing's eyes. Congratulations, Commander Boji. Your dedication and hard work are worthy of your achievements today. After a pause, he continued, this time, in addition to allowing you to break through to legendary status, I have 2 more gifts for you. Boji raised his head, a look of doubt in his eyes once again. Then, he saw his lord conjure a glass bottle out of thin air. Suspended within it was a drop of dark purple blood, resembling crystal and liquid lightning. The drop of blood slowly swirled within the bottle, occasionally emitting a dazzling purple light. Boji's pupils constricted. Even through the container, he could sense an extremely violent, ancient pressure, as if facing a true dragon. Before he could ask, Xiaoxing's voice rang out. This is the blood of another ancient dragon, Kralkatorek. It contains the pure laws of crystal and thunder. Boji's Adam's apple rolled, his hands trembling slightly. Lord, what do you mean? Xiaoxing's gaze was deep. As you think, I want you to fuse this drop of blood. Of course, I also know that fusing this kind of blood is extremely risky, especially since you've already fused 3 bloodlines. If it doesn't work, abandon the idea. Boji said nothing, but solemnly took the glass bottle from the Lord's hand. He stared at the pulsing drop of amethyst blood in the bottle, purple arcs flashing in his pupils, as if sensing the power contained within. After a moment, Boji said in a deep voice, Lord, the energy contained in this drop of blood is too violent. It even surpasses the blood of Yorma that I once fused. With my current physical condition, if I force a fusion, the success rate is less than 20%. Hearing this, Xiaoxing's eyes flickered with disappointment. Less than 20%, that success rate is far too low. Furthermore, if the fusion fails, the fusionist will explode and die. The risk is simply too great. The power gained from fusing with the 4th bloodline will surely be immense, but there's no need to take the risk. If Commander Boji were to die suddenly as a result, he would suffer a great loss. However, Boji continued, Lord, there's still hope for fusing this drop of blood. If I can further enhance my physique, perhaps until my strength reaches high legendary, or my potential breaks through to mutant overlord, the success rate of the fusion will be greatly increased. Furthermore, even if the fusion fails, due to my greatly enhanced physique, I only suffer a period of severe backlash and won't explode immediately. Xiaoxing was stunned for a moment, then a smile crossed his face. I had thought Boji had a high probability of failing to fuse this drop of dragon blood, but unexpectedly, he had a new direction. He nodded slightly. Mutated overlord. Or high-level legendary, right? I keep that in mind. Then let's fuse them later. After all, it's Dream Fractal active now, and there are a ton of monsters there. Boji's level can increase rapidly, reaching level 140 or above should take 3 or 4 months at most. Even if the Dream Fractal closes, Xiaoxing can take him elsewhere to level up. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing pulled the dark blue metal block from his backpack, the damaged storm axe, and threw it over. Take this, Commander Boji. The axe slashed a graceful arc through the air, and Boji instinctively reached out to catch it. The moment his fingers touched the metal, a violent surge of lightning erupted from the axe. Purple electric snakes instantly wrapped around Boji's right arm, leaving charred streaks on his skin. The entire central square was illuminated by the blinding lightning, and the air was thick with the aura of thunder. Wow! Such terrifying power. What kind of weapon is this? Boji stared at the dark blue metal in his hand in shock, a look of disbelief in his eyes. It was clearly just a broken battle axe, only the axe blade remaining, yet it still unleashed such power. It truly exceeded his imagination. Chaoxing said, "This is the ancient dwarven artifact, the Storm Axe. It was originally in a broken state, but after my recent restoration, it has been able to unleash some of its power. Now, I hand it over to you, hoping you can harness its power." When Boji heard the words dwarven artifact, his pupils suddenly constricted. He also understood the weight of this weapon. He took a deep breath, calming his shock and excitement. He slowly said, "Yes, Lord. I will do my utmost to live up to your expectations." Then he grasped the dark blue metal. At that moment, the bloodline power within Boji's body and the thunderous force within the axe seemed to resonate. Ziz, ziz! Raging thunder erupted. From Boji's body and the storm axe, a four-colored energy storm erupted simultaneously. Boom! A beam of interwoven energy, black, blue, red, and purple, shot tens of thousands of meters into the sky, tearing the clouds apart into a massive vortex. At the same time, tens of thousands of kilometers away from the snowstorm, on the other side of the western continent, amidst the blizzard, a muscular dwarf, less than 5 feet tall, suddenly stopped. His thick white beard was frosted with frost, and his sturdy arms were covered with scars from forging. It was none other than the legendary dwarven blacksmith, Grinder Frostbeard. In search of his lost legendary forging hammer, the dwarf mobilized his clan's intelligence resources. He eventually learned that the hammer had appeared in the western continent. So, Grinder resolutely set out to the western continent to retrieve his hammer. However, due to certain historical reasons, the four continents had little contact for many years. Even for the dwarves, reaching the western continent from the distant southern continent required considerable arduous journeys. After many twists and turns, Grinder finally set foot on this land. At the same time, the dwarf forger pulled out a runestone gleaming with lightning from his bosom, a look of disbelief in his eyes. That power just now actually resonated with the Thunderstone. And according to records, the Thunderstone will only react when the power of our clan's sacred artifact, the Storm Axe, is activated. Could it be possible that the Storm Axe has also wandered to the western continent? However, he immediately dismissed this idea. The dwarf shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Impossible. The Storm Axe is still in the possession of His Majesty the Dwarf King, who presides over the dwarf capital. There's no way it could have wandered to the western continent." However, when he saw the dazzling purple light emanating from the Thunderstone in his hand, he began to doubt his own thoughts. What exactly happened? What could have caused the Thunderstone to resonate? Grinder was puzzled. After some hesitation, he secretly made a decision. Let's go to that area and see what's going on. It just so happens that I'm currently clueless about my Frostcore Hammer of Eternal Silence, so I might as well look for clues about how to forge it. With this thought, the old dwarf, with his short legs, broke into a furious gallop across the snowy plains. At this moment in Spark City, Chaoxing was unaware that a legendary dwarf from the southern continent, sensing the presence of the Storm Axe, had galloped to the scene. After allowing Boji to break through and handing over the blood of Krakatoric and the broken axe, he left the central square. A short while later, Chaoxing arrived at a basement within the territory. The basement was small and damp, with a faint musty smell wafting from his nose. In the dim candlelight, a middle-aged man in a tattered white robe and disheveled hair knelt on the ground, bound by chains. This man was none other than the captured great sage of the church, a demigod-level powerhouse. At this moment, several pitch-black rune chains entwined his body, dark purple energy constantly flowing through them, slowly tightening and loosening like a living being. These chains were clearly the dark shackles imposed by demonic sound. Not only did they suppress the holy light within him, they also kept him in a state of constant weakness. Before him, the Dark Witch sat lazily in a high-backed chair, her fingertips toying with a wisp of dark energy, a faint smile playing on her lips. Seeing Chaoxing approach, Emoine chuckled softly and stood up, her skirt fluttering like black mist. "Ah, Lord, you're here so soon." Chaoxing nodded slightly, glanced at the great sage on the ground, and asked, "How's it going? Has the interrogation begun?" Emoine chuckled softly, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. Lord, you're still so impatient. However, using harsh tactics is useless against such a stubborn person, with such unwavering loyalty to the church and a strong will. We must slowly wear down his will, like a hawk. Let the darkness gradually erode his faith. Let loneliness gradually erode his perseverance. With time, he will confess. She spoke as if it were a matter of course, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous yet alluring light. The great sage of the church, kneeling on the ground, was now pale, a trace of fear rising in his heart. But he kept his eyes tightly closed, his lips moving slightly, as if silently reciting a prayer of holy light. Seeing this, Chao Xing nodded. I understand. I have 2 soldiers come over to guard him. You, and I will go out for a while. The dark witch tilted her head, a meaningful smile on her face. Oh! Where are you taking me, Lord? You know once you get there. A moment later, 2 Ascalonian warriors entered the basement and took over the task of guarding the great sage. Chao Xing returned to the surface with the magic sound. The streetlight overhead cast a warm glow, illuminating the stone pavement beneath their feet. A gentle breeze carried the clash of weapons from the nearby training ground. Without further ado, he pulled the complete Holy Book of Light from his backpack. When this semi-artifact level Holy Book appeared in his hands, a dazzling holy light suddenly erupted, instantly illuminating the entire territory. The pure radiance flowed like substance. Even the dust particles floating in the air were clearly visible in the light. And as if sensing the dark power within Moin, the Holy Book automatically flipped its pages, emitting an even stronger purifying holy light. Sizzle, sizzle. A series of burning sounds echoed. Moin stood calmly, a look of scrutiny in her eyes. After all, she possessed the holy body of darkness, and the holy light had no suppressive effect on her. Is this a sacred object of the God of Light? Her voice was tinged with doubt. Chao Xing nodded. Yes, I've combined this holy book into a semi-artifact, imbued with immense power. So, I want the gospel to be bound to this holy book. Moin pouted, aggrieved. Lord, you're so partial. You always give that woman the good things first. She deliberately dragged out her words. Doesn't that mean I'm no longer your loyal subordinate? Chao Xing chuckled. Who said that? I've always been fair. Isn't it because I haven't found the dark treasure you need? If there's anything you can use, I definitely give it to you first. Hearing this, the dark witch's eyes lit up, and she immediately stepped closer. Then, Lord, could you also give me a semi-artifact level dark tome? I heard the ruler of those demons, the demon lord, possesses a copy of the Book of the Abyss. Chao Xing raised an eyebrow, a wry smile on his face. How dare you? You're already fighting. The demon lord has an idea. That guy is no simple character. Even the gods don't dare to provoke him easily. Besides, I need to seek his cooperation later, so let's avoid a conflict for now. Moin lowered her head and whispered, I understand. I was just saying. After a pause, she suddenly raised her head, with a beautiful yet dangerous smile. But I believe that the Lord is the strongest. After all, you defeated even the God of Light, so the Demon Lord is no problem either. Chao Xing shook his head helplessly, and said, We talk about the Book of the Abyss later. Let go of the gospel first, and I bind this holy book to her. Moin bowed gracefully. Okay, Lord. With that, Isabel's dark purple eyes quickly turned khaki, her purple hair returned to a soft golden hue, and her jet-black dress transformed into a pure white robe. Chapter 890. Isabel Gospel, in her luminous form, reappeared. She glanced around, then bowed respectfully, My lord, good night. Chao Xing handed the holy book over. Gospel, you heard our conversation just now. This holy book contains the powerful power of light, perfectly aligned with yours. Now let's bind it. Isabel took the holy book with both hands, her eyes gleaming with devotion. Yes, my lord. Thank you for your gift. The holy light will forever protect you and your territory. She solemnly held the holy book to her chest. Then, waves of golden light gushed from the holy book, causing her long golden hair to ripple like waves in the light. This light transformed into countless light runes, swirling and dancing around Isabel. As these light runes gradually merged into her body, it officially declared that she had become one with the power of the Holy Codex of Light. Isabel's aura surged. A pure, divine light emanated from her, refreshing even the air around her. Followed by this, a system notification appeared. Ding! Your territory member, Isabel Gospel, has successfully bound to the Holy Codex of Light, semi-artifact. The Title Star Reaper has been upgraded, increasing your luck by 50, actually 30, reaching the maximum of 200. Ding! Since you are the first survivor in the server to reach maximum luck, a special hidden quest has been activated, the god of luck's favor, S rank. When Xiaoxing saw the last notification, he was briefly stunned. Huh? My luck is full, and I've even triggered a hidden S rank quest. When he opened the system interface and checked the quest prompt, a quest message suddenly appeared before him. Quest, Favor of Luck. Quest difficulty, S rank. Trigger conditions 1. Be the first survivor lord in the server to reach a maximum luck value of 200. 2. Possess at least one semi-artifact or 5 or more legendary equipment. 3. Lord level must be above 100. Quest objective. Stage 1, Lucky Wheel. Find the lucky altar at coordinates 4177, 12523, 21522 ahead, and place an offering to activate the lucky wheel. Passing the lucky wheel will complete this stage of the quest and receive a reward. Reward, Lucky Altar Construction Blueprint, Legendary, 100 Divine Power Fragments. Stage 2, Doom Killing Battle. Go to coordinates 4822, 19245, 32116 and kill the Doom Beast. Modes, Demigod level. Reward, God of Fortune's Dice, Unknown, Divine Power Fragments * 100. Stage 3, Chapter of Divine Favor, Hidden, Trigger Condition. When killing the Beast of Doom, Modes, land the final blow with a critical hit. Reward, Unknown. Do you accept this quest? After reading this quest description, Xiaoxing's eyes lit up with a thoughtful look. This S-rank quest is quite interesting. Compared to the S-rank quest he had previously triggered, Uprooting, this God of Fortune's Favor was much simpler and more detailed. Not only was the quest's content clearly stated, but the objective and location were also clearly defined. Just follow the system's instructions and complete the task step by step. Of course, this assumes you're strong enough. The first stage rewards an altar building blueprint and 100 divine power fragments. I don't know what this lucky altar does, but the legendary quality of the blueprint alone means this blueprint must be extraordinary. And the second stage requires slaying a demigod-level monster, rewarding a dice whose purpose is unknown. Plus, there's a hidden third stage. Overall, this quest is worth it. After all, apart from the other rewards, the 200 divine power fragments alone are worth Xiaoxing's trip. So, he simply clicked accept. You have successfully accepted the quest. Lucky God's Favor, S rank. Current quest progress, 0/3. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoxing opened the system's built-in minimap function and entered the coordinates for the first stage. Instantly, the map shifted to a fog-shrouded area, the entire scene shimmering in an eerie gray-blue hue. However, through the gaps in the fog, one could vaguely discern that this place seemed to be beyond the continental border. The white background at the edge of the map revealed a vast expanse of frozen sea. In other words, these coordinates pointed to the permafrost, known as the Forbidden Zone for life. After confirming the coordinates, Xiaoxing frowned. I never expected this God of Fortune's Favor quest's first stage would actually take us to the permafrost sea. And according to the coordinates, the second stage's target, the Calamity Beast, seems to be located near the permafrost sea. Xiaoxing was silent for a moment, lost in thought. Speaking of which, he currently had quite a few clues and quests, all related to the Eternal Sea. The first was the mysterious sea map Braum had brought back from his dream. It was said to be related to the treasure of the God of Wealth. The second was about the ancient dragon, Yorma, whose home in the Eternal Sea was also related to the next expansion. The third was the Silver Sea Kingdom Binglan had mentioned. This kingdom held clues to a legendary weapon, Dance of the Snow. And then, there was the block ambergris he had recently acquired. It was said that when made into bait, it could catch deep-sea giants. Now there was also the favor of the Goddess of Luck quest. Xiaoxing rubbed his temples. Looks like after this dream fractal event is over, I need to explore that frozen sea. He slowly breathed a sigh of relief and closed the quest interface again. At the same time, as Isabel's aura completely merged with the Holy Codex of Light, a second prompt appeared. Survivor Xiaoxing, please take note. Because you are the first lord in the server to bind a semi-artifact, you have been awarded the special title, Son of Gold. Do you want to make a server-wide announcement? Xiaoxing's eyes flashed with surprise. Oh! There's even a server-wide announcement? After a moment's thought, he simply clicked confirm. However, just as he successfully bound the semi-artifact. In the distant center of the western continent, the area shrouded in dark purple fog for thousands of kilometers underwent a dramatic change. The fog began to rapidly recede towards the center. Swish! Like the receding tide, the fog dissipated, revealing the true face of the human empire. Ancient towns and fortresses emerged from the snow-covered landscape. In those towns, villages, and castles, countless slumbering humans lay. From ragged civilians to elegantly clad nobles, even fully armed soldiers, all sank into a strange slumber. They held on to their final movements, some even precariously eating or fighting, as if time had frozen for them. And when the fog completely dissipated, it was as if some terrifying will had left the area. A faint sigh echoed from the sky, and then the entire western continent shook slightly. Server announcement. Attention all survivors. Lord Chaoxing from District 1 has successfully bound the server's first semi-artifact and received the title reward, Son of Gold. Human luck increased by 50-100. Server-wide announcement. Attention all survivors. Lord from District 18, Meng Yi, has successfully dispelled the Human Empire dream, unlocked the Human Luck feature, and earned the title, Light of Savior. Human luck increased by 50,000. Server-wide announcement. Attention all survivors. Lord from District 18, Meng Yi, has transformed into a demigod. Human luck increased by 50-100. When 3 consecutive server-wide announcements appeared, survivors around the world fell silent for a moment. Many even thought they had misread and opened the system interface to confirm again. When they saw that there were indeed 3 server-wide announcements, the entire world channel exploded. Holy crap! Holy crap! What's going on? 3 server-wide announcements at once? This is outrageous. Besides Master Chaoxing, there's actually another name. Who is this Meng Yi? What's the point of dispelling the Human Empire dream? How did he do it? Oh my god! This Meng Yi actually broke through to the demigod realm. He even broke through before Chaoxing. Brothers from District 18, come out and tell us who this Meng Yi is. He's actually overshadowed Master Chaoxing. By the way, what's the function of this human race luck value? Various messages flooded the screen, most of them asking who Meng Yi was, and many people were discussing the specific function of the human race luck value. Even the announcement about Chaoxing binding a semi-artifact was suppressed, which shows the sensation it caused. The chat channel was refreshed with hundreds of messages per second, and eventually, 3 main themes of discussion gradually emerged. 1. Who is Meng Yi? 2. What is the Human Empire dream? 3. What is the function of the human luck value feature? At this moment, a lord said, hurry up and open your dashboards. There's a new luck value bonus feature. Everyone immediately checked their stats. Then, a sudden realization filled the chat. Oh my god. So this luck value is a buff shared by all humans. It increases our combat experience and movement speed. That's pretty cool. Others chimed in, yes, and triggering world announcements and completing major events will increase the human race's luck. Holy crap. Boss Chaoxing added 240,000 alone. Amazing. Amazing. As expected of Boss Chaoxing. For a moment, the entire world and regional chat channels were filled with discussions about luck, Meng Yi, and Chaoxing. Meanwhile, Chaoxing's gaze deepened as he watched the 3 server-wide announcements pop up one after another. Interesting. They triggered the announcement at the same time as me. And they dispelled the dream of the Human Empire. He murmured to himself, it seems, as I expected, the being the pale sacred tree spoke of, breaking the shackles of fate, is Meng Yi. Chaoxing wasn't surprised by this result. After all, anyone who caught the pale sacred tree's attention, and even mentioned him specifically, must be extraordinary. What he hadn't expected was that Meng Yi had actually been able to decipher the dream at the center of the empire, and even dispel it directly. After all, the being that created this dream was an ancient dragon. It was a supreme being comparable to the 6 true gods. Conventional rules had absolutely no effect on these beings. This Meng Yi is truly capable. No wonder the pale sacred tree warned me. Furthermore, he even reached the demigod realm. Among the billions of survivors in the server, perhaps no one understood the difficulty of reaching the demigod realm better than Chaoxing. Even he had expended vast resources, and accomplished several world-class events to achieve the emergence of 2 or 3 demigods in his territory. Meng Yi had been trapped in a dream for a year, yet his rapid growth truly surprised Chaoxing. Additionally, Chaoxing also noticed the luck value feature on the character interface. Luck value? Let me see what it does. Clicking on the details, a brand new interface appeared before him. Human luck points. Introduction. All Blue Star humans will accumulate luck points when completing certain major events or achieving special achievements. Current total luck points, 326,200. Benefit. All Blue Star humans gain 32.6% more experience from killing monsters, 32.6% more territory resource output, 32.6% more population limit, and 32.6% more movement speed. Luck points ranking. First, Chao Xing, 240,000 luck points. Second, Meng Yi, 55,000 luck points. Third, Angelina, 2,300 luck points. Fourth, William Howard, 1,800 luck points. Fifth, Razan Ganji, 1,400 luck points. Sixth, the rankings contain nearly 50 names. However, aside from Chao Xing and Meng Yi, who each possessed luck points exceeding 5 figures, everyone else's luck was in the low 100s or low 1000s. It could be said that the achievements of these two alone accounted for over 90% of the entire human race. Chao Xing said in surprise, "My luck contributions have reached a staggering 240,000. It seems that the various missions and major events I've completed so far have inadvertently accumulated a significant amount of luck. As for this Meng Yi," he murmured, "according to the pale sacred tree, he might help me fight those ancient beings. In other words, this person is a friend, not an enemy, so there's no need to be overly wary. Of course, one must be cautious. I can't completely trust this person just because the pale sacred tree said so. If he doesn't come to me, there's no need for me to actively contact him." With this thought, Chao Xing stopped thinking about Meng Yi and closed the luck value screen. Then, he looked at the holy light sage before him, bathed in divine light after binding the holy codex of light, and nodded with satisfaction. "Good news. Now that the codex has been bound, you may return." The holy light sage bowed slightly and said softly, "The holy light will obey your will, Lord." With that, she turned gracefully and walked towards her residence. After Isabel left, Chao Xing looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. He murmured, "I've basically digested all the rewards from this battle with the God of Light. Next, I don't think I have anything important to do. The main thing is to have my combatants explore the dream fractals, while guarding against retaliation from the Church. Then, after a month, we can set off for the Eternal Frozen Sea to complete that S-rank mission and search for clues to the mysterious sea map. Besides that, depending on the situation, we head to the Silver Sea Kingdom." He quickly mapped out his next steps, pondering as he returned to the Lord's castle. When Chao Xing returned to his room to rest, survivors around the world were still in a state of excitement. In chat channels, and within their own groups, they excitedly discussed the server-wide announcements and the luck value feature. After all, the opening of the luck value was a significant boost for all humans. The 32.6% experience bonus alone was enough to significantly accelerate their leveling, not to mention the subsequent bonuses to resource output, population, and movement speed. And now, it was the time for a major event, the Dream Fractal, which would provide immense assistance to other survivors. It was safe to say that after this event, a large number of survivors would undoubtedly reach the maximum level of 100 or even 70. Masters of all nations, the era of heroes is about to arrive. Perhaps even some of the top ones among them would break through their limits and become legendary powerhouses. With over 1 billion humans on Blue Star, this would be a force that would shake the entire continent. Even in the face of future disasters, these survivors would not be completely powerless to defend themselves. Amidst the excited discussions, time flew by, and it was already late at night. Meanwhile, in an unknown corner, a sacred area, enveloped by a shield of holy light, stretched over 1,000 kilometers in diameter. Here, majestic holy cities stood at regular intervals, their buildings imbued with a majestic aura, and the streets were filled with devout believers in white robes. This was the headquarters of the Holy See. At that moment, an invisible pressure enveloped the magnificent hall. Of the 24 statues that had originally radiated divine light, one had become incredibly dim, its light on the verge of complete extinction. In the center of the hall, 2 disheveled figures knelt. They trembled slightly, their robes stained with blood, evidently having just endured a brutal battle. The entire hall was utterly silent, broken only by the subtle crackling of the burning holy fire. A moment later, the indistinct golden figure on the throne finally spoke. "Saints 12 and 14. Do you have anything to say about what happened tonight, and the conflict with the otherworldly lord?" Chapter 891. Saints 12 and 14. Do you have anything to say about what happened tonight, and the conflict with that otherworldly lord? His voice was not loud, but it seemed to carry a divine power, causing the 2 kneeling sages to tremble. Saint 12 raised his head with difficulty, beads of sweat beating on his forehead. "Holy, Your Majesty." His voice was hoarse and trembling. We underestimated the power of that otherworldly lord. He has grown to the point of nearly becoming a god slayer." At the word god slayer, the other statues throughout the hall trembled slightly. The temperature within the hall seemed to drop a few degrees. The golden shadow on the throne was silent for a moment. Then a profound sigh escaped. This time, a full-scale conflict has erupted between you and that otherworldly lord, effectively ripping into a rift. How do you think we should deal with this individual? One of the 14 great sages gritted his teeth and summoned his courage. Holy see. I believe that otherworldly lord is incredibly audacious. Not only did he kill the god of light, he also dared to attack us and capture the 8 great sages. His crimes are simply unforgivable. We should dispatch the Inquisition, armed with the Holy See's decree, to bring justice to him. Let him know that the majesty of the Holy See cannot be violated. The golden figure remained silent for a moment, then turned to another person. Saint 12, what is your opinion? Below, the younger great sage hesitated, to the Holy See. I believe we should not continue to antagonize him. After all, it was our church that was the first to seize their prey. He was so close to slaying the god of light, and we suddenly intervened. They would surely not agree. Besides, this isn't the first time we've done this. Before he could finish his words, a golden holy light suddenly shot out from the throne, sending Saint 12 flying dozens of meters before crashing heavily into a hall pillar. Boom! He tumbled to the ground in dismay, spitting blood, his robe instantly stained red. The entire hall fell silent. Even the holy light of the statues froze for a moment. The majestic voice rang out, Saint 12. Are you questioning the decision of this Holy See? The great sage quickly knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. No. I dare not. I was merely offering a suggestion. Please forgive me, Your Holiness. The shadowy figure on the throne remained silent, its gaze fixed on the other man with a piercing gaze. Caught in this gaze, Saint 12 felt as if he were being seen through. After a moment, the throne figure sighed again. The God of Light is crucial to our church's vital plans. The power of light he wields perfectly aligns with the holy light of our church. Thousands of years ago, when he was cast into the abyss, he became one of the church's primary targets. If he survives this time, our church will have another deity, one who can walk the earth without completely unbalanced rules. In an age without the gods, you should be well aware of the significance of such a deity. Now, Saint 12, do you understand why I demand you bring the God of Light back to the Vatican at all costs? Saint 12 trembled, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said respectfully, I understand. The golden shadow on the throne gazed at him. After a moment, he sighed again, alas. Then, 2 beams of pure holy light flew from the throne, landing on Saint 12 and Saint 14. Instantly, a warm and sacred power surged into both of them. They were astonished to discover that their internal injuries had completely healed in a remarkably short time. The 2 of them cowed out hurriedly, Thank you, Holy See, for your grace. The divine figure nodded slightly, then looked at them. I sensed something earlier. The dream dragon has left the Western continent. This presents a rare opportunity for our church. Although we have lost the God of Light, fate has ultimately tilted in our favor. There was a hint of mystery in his voice. It seems the Supreme will still favors our church. After a moment's silence, the golden figure continued, I command the Saints 9 and 11 to immediately travel to Tianshu Sacred Mountain in the center of the Western continent to retrieve the golden dragon horn left by the God of War, and awaken the Saints 7. At the same time, send the Inquisition. Keep a close eye on the movements of that otherworldly lord. This time, I hope there won't be any more surprises. The 2 great sages trembled and bowed deeply. I will obey the holy order. Elsewhere, in the distant center of the Western continent, a blood-soaked man collapsed to the ground like a tattered rag doll. He lay quietly, without struggling or trembling, every inch of his skin seeping with blood. He was like a statue drenched in blood, his face blurred beneath dried blood scabs. This man was none other than Mengyi, who had just triggered the world announcement. 190,000 deaths. The cumulative pain erupted in unison. He nearly collapsed, his soul feeling as if it were being repeatedly sliced by countless sharp blades. During this time, Mengyi felt many times that he could no longer hold on, that his soul would be completely ripped apart in the next second. But something mysteriously supported him, a feeling so distant, like observing another world through a thick fog. Whenever he was on the verge of collapse, his consciousness would automatically withdraw, and he would observe his suffering with the indifference of a bystander, neither resisting nor struggling. Time and again, his will was shattered and rebuilt. In those few brief minutes, it felt like he had endured the torment of several epochs. A pool of blood had already formed on the ground, all his own. And yet, within this dark crimson, a pair of unique eyes could be seen. Their gaze was eerily empty, devoid of pain or anger, like a pool of stagnant water. After a moment, Mengyi slowly pulled himself to his feet, his movements mechanical, unremarkable. He stared at the dried blood on his palm and whispered hoarsely, so the pain more extreme than death is like this. It seems, it's nothing. His messy hair swayed slightly in the wind as he looked up at the gray sky below. Now, the first step of the plan has succeeded. Next, it's integration. Integrate the remaining forces of the human empire and awaken the ancient weapons within. Only then can the Blue Star human race have a chance of survival in a future disaster. With these words, Mei walked with determined steps towards the depths of the magnificent and ancient palace. Time flew by, and a month had passed. As the dawn light pierced the clouds, a system notification appeared on time. Attention all survivors. You have successfully survived the 152nd day of the turbulent period. Today is the last day of the event, Dream Fractals. The entrance to the territory dungeon will close promptly at midnight tonight. Event Shop. The Dream Shop will close at 6 o'clock the following day. Please redeem all dream fragments promptly to avoid unnecessary losses. Today's weather. Light snow turning to moderate snow, with lows ranging from -58 degrees Celsius to -63 degrees Celsius. It is not advisable to go out. When the notification ended, the chat channel in Region 1 was once again flooded with discussions. Brothers, today is the last day for dream fragments. Everyone, get ready and redeem what you need. Don't waste it. It's all gone long ago. Thanks to Boss Chao Xing, we got over 500,000 dream fragments for free. Counting my gains over the past 3 months, I redeemed 4 heroes' hearts. Not only did I break through to the hero level, but I also gained another hero level warrior in my territory. Haha. Me too. My subjects and I have all reached level 95, not far from the max level of 100. This event is incredible. Our Region 1 has gained 3 to 4 million hero level lords. Including their subjects, the number of heroes has surpassed 10 million. The other 100 regions combined don't have as many heroes as ours. That's right. Boss Chao Xing took home the first clear reward for the 100th floor, and all the benefits went to the survivors in Region 1. The survivors in the other regions are practically envious. Have you heard? Several of our top lords in Region 1, like Ji Xinhua and Wei Jiani, are already preparing to break through to Legendary. Heated discussions flooded in. Not only in Region 1, but the chat channels of the remaining hundreds of regions were also abuzz. After all, the Dream Fractal and Golden Scrit events, which have lasted for over 3 months, have significantly boosted the strength of survivors worldwide. Add to that the recently launched Human Luck Value feature, which has significantly accelerated their growth. With the current strength of the human race, if they were to face the Blood Legion again, they would be in great shape. As long as they could hold back the top legendary level fighters, the current strength of the Blue Star human race would be enough to crush the Blood Legion. This demonstrates just how dramatically the Blue Star human race has increased its power this time. The survivors excitedly continue to delve into the Dream Fractal, ready to use their final moments to see if they could obtain more dream fragments. Even 1,000 or 2 more fragments, exchanged for a piece of dream equipment, would be quite a feat. Amidst this frenzied atmosphere, time flew by, and it was already midnight. Attention all survivors. Event. The Dream Fractal has officially ended. All lords remaining within the fractal will be teleported back to their territories. 5 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds until the Dream Shop closes. Please redeem your rewards promptly. With a final system notification tone, the portals at the center of each survivor's territory began to slowly rotate. A brilliant blue light rippled like water, as over 1 billion survivors and their warriors were teleported back to their territories, laden with both exhaustion and reward. They turned and gazed at the soon-to-close portal, complex expressions in their eyes. There was reluctance, emotion, and, above all, a determination for the future. Over 3 months had brought them a transformational improvement. The weak human race, once forced to flee in panic when faced with the ice-brewed monsters and the Blood Legion, now possesses the capital to confront them head-on. Tens of millions of hero lords, over 1 billion master lords, and elite legions, ready for battle, now stood silently in the squares of their respective territories. In addition to pride, their faces shone with determination. For they knew this was only the beginning. Next, they would face even more severe challenges. At this moment, within Chao Xing's territory, over 4,000 combatants stood in awe. Clad in fine armor, each exuding an invisible aura of murderous intent. Among them were the Dragon Blood warriors, wielding spears and exuding an intense chill. And the largest group, the Ascalon warriors, wielding swords. Next, a group of Bloodwing knights, riding giant bats and sporting cloaks as crimson as blood, stood in awe. In addition, there were the Silver Hand Knights, Nightmare Archers, the Boar Warrior Legion, and so on. 3 months of continuous battles, coupled with the battle at Spark City, had imbued each warrior with a steely aura. Beyond this elite group of warriors, at the forefront of each phalanx stood one or more powerful figures, like veterans, like the Dragon Blood warriors Jonard and Josen, the Boar warrior Lab, the Centaur warriors Kanar and Cantel. And newer members included the Twilight Swordmaster Karel, the Tauren chieftain Kane, the champion fighter Kainon, and the Iron Rose mercenary group's leader, Talia Iron Rose. These powerful warriors had all broken through to the heroic realm and reached the maximum level of 100. Further ahead stood another group of even more powerful beings. Dragon Queen Binglan, Blood Spider Queen Hilda, Frost Wolf Knight Assam, Star Nation Swordsman Shao, and so on. This group of legendary warriors stood proudly, the pressure emanating from each of them causing the surrounding space to slightly distort. At the forefront of this group of powerful warriors stood two figures. One was a male mage clad in a frosty white robe, wielding a crystal staff. Perched on his shoulder was a miniature ice dragon, his deep eyes seemingly piercing all. Beside him stood a stunning woman, clad in a loose robe and sporting a slightly protruding belly. She held the arm of the man beside her, her eyes filled with tenderness. These two were Chao Xing and Lu Muxua, the rulers and spiritual pillars of this territory. At this moment, they stood side by side, overlooking the army poised for battle below, their faces radiating calm and confident smiles. Chao Xing raised his hand and said slowly, "Everyone, the Dream Fractal has officially ended. Thank you all for your hard work over the past 3 months. Starting tomorrow, you have 2 days off. Rest well." The warriors erupted in cheers. The Boar warriors were the first to raise their swords, shouting, "Long live the strong lord." The Centaurs also raised their hooves and neighed in unison, for the glory of the territory. The warriors of the other legions also raised their weapons, and shouted loudly. The entire square was abuzz in the dead of night. Chao Xing maintained a smile, as he gazed at the excited warriors. After a moment's wait, the frenzied cheers gradually died down. Chao Xing continued, "Now, captains of each legion, hand over to me your gains from the Dream Realm, and then return to rest." "Yes, Lord." The captains of each legion immediately stepped forward and respectfully presented their space backpacks filled with their spoils. Chao Xing waved his hand, collecting all the spoils. Obtained, Dream Fragment *105232. Obtained, Dream Fragment *82942. Obtained, Dream Crystal *247. Obtained. Then, several thousand people dispersed. The Boar warriors and Centaurs chatted, discussing plans to celebrate at the Spark Song Tavern. Some eagerly rushed to their lodgings, ready for a good night's sleep. Still, some warriors continued to the training grounds, unperturbed. After the warriors had departed, only Chao Xing and Lu Muxua remained. At this moment, he turned his head and looked at the beautiful woman beside him, her belly in her arms, her expression gentle. It had been almost 4 months since Lu Muxua's pregnancy was confirmed, and her figure was becoming increasingly visible. Even her loose robe couldn't hide the round curves of her figure. As she walked, she would unconsciously touch her belly with her hand, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Muxua, go back and rest first, don't catch a cold. I call you if there's anything." Chao Xing took off his cloak and gently placed it on her shoulders. Lu Muxua pulled her cloak closer, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Okay, you should rest early too." With that, she turned and slowly walked back to the castle. Chao Xing watched her disappear behind the castle gate before withdrawing his gaze. His expression returned to focus and seriousness. "Next, it's time to count this month's harvest." He opened his backpack and quickly glanced at the total. Dream Fragment *7592345. Dream Crystal *2162. Another 7 million Dream Fragments. This month's earnings are even higher than last month. Furthermore, the other 2,000 or so Dream Crystals can also be converted into 2.16 million Dream Fragments, bringing the total to 9.75 million Dream Fragments. Chao Xing nodded, quite satisfied with this figure. After all, he had already redeemed nearly all the items in the Dream Shop over the previous 2 months, including 2 random legendary relic chests, 10 hero hearts, 48 master level power hearts, and 147 divine power fragments. The only items left unredeemed were 3 legendary hearts, and 2 legendary blueprints. He murmured, "These 5 items combined require a total of 5.5 million Dream Fragments. That leaves 2.25 million Dream Fragments, just enough to exchange for 45 divine power fragments. The remaining balance can be used to exchange for equipment." After some analysis, Chao Xing quickly made a decision. He first converted all his dream crystals into dream fragments, then opened the shop to exchange them. Do you want to spend 3 million dream fragments to exchange for 3 legendary hearts? Chapter 892. Do you want to consume 1 million dream fragments to exchange for 1 legendary Pillar of Mosin blueprint? Do you want to consume 1.5 million dream fragments to exchange for 1 legendary Lord's Temple blueprint? Do you want to consume 2.25 million dream fragments to exchange for 45 divine power fragments? Do you want to? After a series of prompts, all the dream fragments were consumed. Chao Xing patted his backpack with satisfaction and checked the properties of the 2 new blueprints. Mosin's Pillar Upgrade Recipe. Quality: Legendary. Recipe Effect: when the energy station reaches level 30, it can be upgraded to Mosin's Pillar Level 1. Mosin's Pillar Level 1 Effect: increases heating range by 300%, reduces energy consumption by 50%, and increases the cold resistance effect on all buildings in the territory, reducing the impact of extreme cold weather. Spirit Recharge: new increases the spirit recharge rate by 10% for all members in the territory who have the Spirit Recharge ability. Sad face note: each level of Mosin's Pillar increases recovery speed by 10%, up to 100%. Energy Shield Resonance: new increases the durability of your territory's shield by 100% and increases its recovery speed by 20%. Note: each level of Mosin's Pillar increases durability by 20% and recovery speed by 2%, capped at 300% and 60%. Cold Savior: new when the territory's temperature drops below -80 degrees Celsius, a thermal barrier will automatically be generated, maintaining a constant internal temperature above -30 degrees Celsius. Lasts 12 hours, cooldown 7 days. Note: after obtaining this blueprint, you can directly upgrade a max level power station to a Pillar of Mosin. Each subsequent upgrade requires materials. Lord's Temple Upgrade Blueprint. Quality: Legendary. Benefit: when the Lord's Castle reaches level 30, it can be upgraded to a level 1 Lord's Temple. Level 1 Lord's Temple Effect: increases population limit by 100%, increases the effect of the Aura of Abundance by 50%, and increases the loyalty of all members in the territory by 20. Divine Edict: new once activated, all building upgrades in the territory are increased by 100% and resource production by 50%. Lasts 24 hours, cooldown 72 hours. Lord's Prestige: new increases initial favorability with other indigenous factions by 30, and grants a 10% discount on trades. Note: after obtaining this blueprint, you can directly upgrade a max level Lord's Castle to a level 1 Lord's Temple, but each subsequent upgrade requires materials. Fuck. So perverted. Chao Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. He had assumed the blueprints for these 2 core buildings would have similar properties to the original buildings. At most, the energy tower would increase the heating range, and the Lord's Castle would increase the population. Unexpectedly, this was only the most basic function. Mosin's Pillar not only increases the heating range by a full 300%, but also reduces energy consumption by 50%. The most crucial thing is the 2 incredible special effects: Divine Power Recharge and Energy Shield Resonance. The former increases the divine power recovery rate of territory members, a crucial ability for Chao Xing. The latter even increases the durability of energy shields. At the maximum level, the increase reaches a staggering 300%. This is incredible. With this Pillar of Mosin, if it's upgraded to the maximum level, a legendary can recover at least 10 points of divine power per day. A demigod, within their respective class buildings, can recover over 30 points. You have to remember that most of the legendaries in his territory possess the ability to convert divine power into divine power fragments. Once things stabilize, with the blessing of the Pillar of Mosin, these legendaries in the territory alone will be able to produce a large amount of divine power fragments daily, and the subsequent magic shield amplification effect significantly increases the durability of stasis magic shields, significantly enhancing their defense. In addition, the second core building, the Lord's Temple, is also incredibly powerful. Simply by successfully upgrading, the population limit is increased by 100%. Remember, Chao Xing's current maxed-out Lord Castle already has a population limit of 30,000. Add to that the additional 100,000 bonus from building Spark City, and the total is 130,000. Now, after doubling, the population is a full 260,000. This population is more than enough for him to form a large army and arm the entire Snowstorm Plains to impenetrable defense. The newly added abilities Divine Decree and Lord's Majesty are merely incidental. Huh? Chao Xing let out a long sigh, calming his inner excitement. Then, He turned and gazed at the two buildings in the center of his territory, the Energy Tower and the Lord's Castle. The black Energy Tower's surface was rimmed with circles of blue lines, flickering like breathing. It stood over 50 meters tall, like a massive pillar of magical energy, providing heat to the entire territory. The Lord's Castle next to it reached over 30 meters tall, divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. Its exterior walls were cast from a dark silver magical metal, gleaming coldly in the moonlight. A flag fluttered atop the castle, rustling in the wind, and a warm orange glow shone through every window. According to the instructions on the blueprints, as long as I redeem them and upgrade the energy station and Lord's Castle to their maximum level, I can proceed. Chao Xing muttered to himself, now, I can use these 2 blueprints. Yes, after several months of construction and development, both of his territory's core buildings had been upgraded to their maximum level. So, he pulled the 2 blueprints from his backpack. Consume the blueprints to upgrade Energy Tower level 30 to Pillar of Mozen level 1? This upgrade will take 728 hours/35 minutes. Consume the blueprints to upgrade Lord Castle level 30 to Lord Temple level 1? This upgrade will take 965 hours/41 minutes. Seeing these 2 prompts, Chao Xing couldn't help but smack his lips. TSK. This upgrade time is really ridiculous, at least over a month. It seems that after these buildings reach a certain level, the time required to upgrade will become increasingly longer. But thankfully, this upgrade requires no materials or personnel. Thinking of this, he clicked confirm. Then, the blueprints in his hand vanished, transforming into 2 balls of faint blue light that enveloped the 2 massive buildings. The blue wrinkles on the Energy Tower's surface suddenly brightened, pulsing like blood vessels. The castle began to vibrate slightly, emitting a low, resonating sound. And on the building interface, both displayed upgrading. Remarkably, even during the upgrade, the functions of these 2 buildings remained functional. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. In just over a month, these 2 buildings will complete their transformation, significantly increasing the strength of my territory. Next, I'm planning to head to the Permafrost Sea to complete a series of missions. By the time I return from there, the upgrade should be nearly complete. After consuming these 2 rewards, the next step was to check the status of his divine power fragments. As one of the most precious resources, it was also Chao Xing's most urgent need. He glanced at the total quantity in his backpack. Divine Power Fragment * 395. Not bad, about the same as last month, no change. Remember, he had just spent over 2 million dream fragments and exchanged them for over 40 Divine Power Fragments. The total amount hadn't changed at all, which sounded a bit unbelievable. This was naturally because Chao Xing had arranged for 4 members of his territory to enter the Dream Library one after another during this period. They were the Dragon Speaker Binglan, the legendary Druid Andrew, the Blood Spider Queen Hilda, and the Witch Francesca. This arrangement is because the last 3 all possess status-based abilities. Even when they're asleep in the dream, they still receive experience points from the other team members. You can literally level up even while lying down. As for Binglan, since she was one of the first to break through to the legendary level, and thanks to recent events, she's already reached the maximum level of 150, so there's no need for her to continue fighting. All 4 of them also brought back valuable abilities and items from the dream. The first is Binglan, who inherited a special legacy in the dream and learned the Dragon God Sword Art. This sword art includes 7 basic skills: Flying Dragon Slash, Dragon God Assault, Dragon God Pierce, and so on. Each time she casts a sword, dragon-shaped energy entwines around her blade, significantly increasing her attack range and damage. In addition, this sword art also includes a legendary skill and a demigod skill: Dragon Blade Unparalleled, Soul Chaser, Legendary, and Magic Dragon Starfall Demigod. However, she needs some time to master the other 2 skills. The second one is Andrew. This druid brought back a level 150 epic necklace, Nature's Blessing, in a dream, which increases the damage and effectiveness of nature-based skills by 40%. Furthermore, it seems this necklace can be upgraded to the legendary necklace, Nature's Code, by collecting some mysterious items. But since there's no concrete clue, I put it on hold for now. The third one is the Blood Spider Queen Hilda. She awakened a special golden talent in her dream, called Spider King Web. This ability makes her spider silk incredibly tough, rendering it difficult for even legendary warriors to sever it within a short period of time. Furthermore, her silk is imbued with a potent blood poison, inflicting a persistent crimson poison effect on enemies. After awakening this ability, Hilda can lay down vast quantities of spider silk before battle, transforming the entire battlefield into her hunting ground. It can be said that this Blood Spider Queen, in addition to spawning legions of blood spiders and stacking crimson poison, has acquired another unique fighting style. The fourth witch, Francesca, is even more unique. She returned from a dream with a fragmented copy of the Aldrich Pharmacopoeia, which contains recipes for long-lost secret medicines. Although only a third of the contents are complete, it contains the formulas and refining methods for at least dozens of secret medicines, including 2 legendary ones. During this time, she has been refining secret medicines in the alchemy workshop while studying the Aldrich Pharmacopoeia, obsessing over food and sleep. Qiaoxing sighed. The things the 4 legends brought back from the dream are all very good. When things stabilize, I try it out there too. Right now, he didn't dare enter the dream. After all, he had just fallen out with the Vatican and had to be wary of their retaliation. If the Vatican suddenly attacked while he was in the dream, he would be left without a leader. While many powerful individuals in the territory possessed the ability to command battles, they were not Qiaoxing and lacked his prestige. But constantly being on guard against those Vatican guys isn't a solution. We must find an opportunity to put an end to this once and for all. Qiaoxing's voice grew colder, a hint of chill in his eyes. He whispered, the Vatican's power is immense, but their main strength lies in their possession of divine-level power. If it were only demigod-level enemies, I wouldn't be afraid of any of them. As long as I possess power capable of rivaling the gods, I won't have to fear the Vatican. And that day is almost here. Through the previous battle, Qiaoxing, relying on the power of 3 demigods, had already defeated the God of Light, whose combat power was only 1/10 of his. If he could improve further, and give birth to a few more demigods in his territory, he wouldn't be afraid even of true gods. Qiaoxing nodded secretly and said, currently, there are quite a few in my territory who meet the requirements for a demigod breakthrough. Now, let's count the progress of these powerful individuals. The rankings will still be based on their levels. The top tier of powerful individuals in the territory are naturally Lu Muxua and Isabel Gospel. As demigod-level creatures, their levels are 158 and 160, respectively. The second tier of powerful beings includes Dragon Speaker Binglan, Andrew, Hilda, Francesca, Zeverin, Sarah Blade Dancer, and Qiaoxing himself. These have all reached the maximum level of 150, and are capable of transforming into demigods. There are 7 of them in total. In addition, there are the third tier of legendary powerhouses. They are Marlenina, Braun Iron Wall, Assam, Rennies Xiao, Boji Sun Chaser, Dragon Seraphis, and Demonic Dragon Bing Bing, a total of 8 creatures. Their levels are 146, 147, 143, 136, 138, 126, 139, 135. With so many legendary, demigod creatures, it can be said that there are truly a multitude of powerful beings. After counting the number of powerful individuals in the territory, Qiaoxing nodded in satisfaction again. Yes, besides me, there are 6 others who meet the requirements for a demigod breakthrough. The other legendaries are also approaching the maximum level, so there will be more demigod candidates soon. Also, I have a lot of key materials in my backpack for a demigod breakthrough. He glanced at his backpack. 5 divine flames of different colors flickered, radiating divine power. They are Blood Source Divine Fire, Echo Divine Fire, Nightmare Divine Fire, Wind Divine Fire, and Light Divine Fire. These 5 divine fires have been accumulated over this period of time, and now it's almost time for them to be put to use. As long as I have enough divine power fragments, I can purify all 5 of these divine fires. Then I can allow all 5 legends in my territory to break through, creating 5 more demigod-level powerhouses. By then, even if a true god descends, I dare challenge him. Qiaoxing's eyes shone with confidence. Of course, helping so many people break through to legendary status is no easy task. Even if his divine fire reserves were plentiful, the divine power fragments required would be astronomical. Assuming 200 fragments are needed to purify a divine fire, and another 200 fragments to activate divinity, a legendary needs at least 400 fragments to break through to demigod status. 5 of these, that's 2,000 divine power fragments total, equivalent to 20,000 divine power points. This doesn't even include the possibility that some of them might fail once. The actual cost could be even greater. Qiaoxing sighed. These divine power fragments are a real hole. I only have less than 400 left in my backpack, barely enough for a demigod to break through. That's a long way from 2,000. Plus, to give Marlenina divine level combat power, she need a full 100,000 divine power points, or 10,000 divine power fragments. No matter how many of these things are, they won't be enough. After pondering for a while, Chao Xing couldn't think of any way to quickly obtain a large number of divine power fragments. Before that, let's have one of us transform into a demigod first. He thought for a moment, quickly scanning through the candidates. Finally, he settled on a blood-colored, eerie figure. Let Hilda break through to demigodhood first. There are many reasons for choosing this blood spider queen for transformation. First, she's incredibly powerful. Especially with her 2 golden talents, Crimson Poison and Spider Kingweb, she's truly a one-person army. Second, she's a legendary creature of the blood element. Chao Xing happened to have a blood divine fire in his backpack, a perfect match for her attributes. It could be used directly without consuming divine power fragments for purification. This way, not only would he save 200 divine power fragments for daily use, but it would also increase the chances of Zierda successfully transforming into a demigod. Thinking of this, Chao Xing pressed the communication device at his ear. Zierda, come to the territory center to find me. A moment later, the blood spider queen's voice, somewhat impatient, came through the communicator. TSK. I was just about to go to sleep, and you woke me up again. Without waiting for Chao Xing to speak, she yawned lazily. I understand. I'll be right there. After hanging up, Chao Xing smiled, his expression expressionless. He was already accustomed to the blood spider queen's personality. After standing there and waiting for a few minutes, an enchanting figure approached under the moonlight. She moved her 8 slender spider legs, her upper body a voluptuous human female. Her long hair cascaded down, swaying gently in the night breeze. When she reached Chao Xing's side, Hilda folded her arms across her chest, her compound eyes slightly opening. She covered her mouth lightly and yawned. What do you want from me, Queen, at this late hour? I've been fighting in that strange place all month, without even a single decent prey. Chao Xing chuckled. I know you've worked hard, so I'm going to give you a reward, aren't I? At the word reward, Hilda's compound eyes instantly opened. Chapter 893. At the word reward, Zierda's compound eyes instantly opened, a flicker of anticipation in them. Oh! You prepared a gift for this queen. What is it? Chao Xing didn't keep the secret and directly took out the blood source divine fire, emitting an eerie red glow. The flame burned quietly in his palm, pulsing as if alive, illuminating the surroundings in a blood-red hue. Divine fire! Zierda exclaimed, her pupils suddenly constricting, and her 8 spider legs unconsciously tensed. She had seen Lu Muxia and Luo Shi's breakthroughs to demigodhood before, and she knew this item was the key to entering the demigod realm. Chao Xing nodded. Yes, this is a blood source divine fire. The power contained within is perfectly suited to you. It's perfect. You've reached the maximum legendary level. You can now attempt the demigod transformation. Zierda bit her lower lip, excitement returning to her eyes. She asked tentatively, but, from what I understand, breaking through to demigod status also requires awakening divinity, right? It's true, but... Chao Xing's lips curled up slightly, a hint of a smile. I prepared some for you, too. He then pulled another 190 divine power fragments from his backpack. In the past month, Zierda had recovered 117 points of divine power, saving Chao Xing a few. When she saw the pile of glittering fragments, Zierda's proud expression faltered slightly, then gradually became touched. But she wanted to maintain her usual arrogant demeanor, so she quickly turned away, her red lips parting slightly. Humph. You have a conscience. Having spent some time together, Chao Xing naturally knew the blood spider queen's sundry nature. He smiled, shook his head, and said, Zilda, begin your breakthrough. The blood spider queen gradually turned her head, a look of nervousness and anticipation on her face. She extended a pair of slender arms covered in black veil, and took both items. Then, the Lord's steady voice reached her ears. First, absorb the divine power fragments and activate your own divinity. Once your divinity is fully activated, you can proceed to the second step and try to sense the power of the divine fire. When you feel the power within you and the divine fire fully align, you can begin the final step. Fully fuse the divine fire, then ignite it within you, fully entering the demigod realm. Zilda nodded gently, her 8 spider legs slowly retracting. She first placed the divine power fragments in her palm. With a surge of blood-red light, the fragments melted into her skin. On Hilda's profile, the divine power reached 2,017 points. Next, it was time to activate her divinity. After she had directly consumed 200 points of divine power, a blood-colored mist emanated from her. Following this, fine blood-colored lines began to appear on her fair skin, flowing like liquid. A moment later, A new line of information appeared on Hilda's profile. Divinity, poison blood, 10%. Seeing this prompt, Chao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise. Oh! Poison blood divinity? That's a bit unexpected. I thought it would be blood divinity or spider divinity. But it's quite suitable for Hilda. So, he stopped dwelling on it, and silently watched Hilda's breakthrough. At the same time, as the Blood Spider Queen's divine power continued to deplete, waves of dark red mist emanated from her body. And within this mist, her divinity continued to increase. 20%, 50%, 80%. Finally, when 2,000 points of divine power were completely depleted, the poison blood divinity reached 100%. Hilda slowly opened her eyes, her pupils completely transformed into a deep dark red, as if containing some deadly toxin. She gently raised her hand, a wisp of crimson mist lingering on her fingertips, and even the air was slightly distorted by this power. Huh? After a long sigh, Zierda took out the blood-red divine fire again and, following Chao Xing's instructions, sensed the divine power within it. The blood-red divine fire swayed slowly in the air, pulsing as if alive, and gradually floated above her head. Zierda closed her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, as she continuously released the blood poison power within her body to resonate with it. After more than 10 long minutes, her body began to tremble. But her aura was completely in tune with the divine fire. Zierda suddenly opened her blood-red eyes and whispered fusion. Then, the divine fire plunged directly into her body. In an instant, Zierda's body seemed to ignite, and the blood-red flames engulfed her from the inside out, enveloping her completely. However, this blood-red flame did not bring pain. Instead, it nourished every inch of her skin and every blood vessel like a warm tide. She could sense an ancient, sinister power awakening within her, gradually merging with her soul. Her aura began to rise steadily, and after reaching a critical point, boom! A blood-red beam of light shot up into the sky, plunging into the clouds, and stained the sky for hundreds of kilometers in a crimson hue. A swirling crimson glow filled the sky, as if the heavens were weeping blood. A vast divine might enveloped the land, causing all things to tremble. A system notification appeared. Your territory member, Hilda Bloodkiss, has successfully transformed into a demigod-level creature, raising her level cap to 200. This breakthrough increases basic attributes by 1,000%, attack range by 500%, and territory prosperity by 50%. Human luck increases by 50%. Due to the resonance of her bloodline with the divine fire, the demigod skill, Crimson Abyss, Fatal Kiss is activated. Hilda Bloodkiss, divine fire function activated. It's done! Chao Xing clenched his fists, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He gazed at the Blood Spider Queen with delight, yet at the same time, he felt the suffocating pressure of her breakthrough to demigodhood. It was a dangerous and powerful feeling, as if anyone approached would be melted into her blood-colored realm. At this moment, Hilda was like a goddess controlling deadly blood. Chao Xing slowly exhaled, his clenched fists relaxing. Hilda's successful breakthrough was not unexpected. After all, he was the only one in the entire server with a maximum luck value. And because this blood source divine fire was compatible with her power, it increased the success rate by an additional 20%. If this still fails, it's truly bizarre. However, to his surprise, Hilda's breakthrough had activated an additional demigod-level ability. With anticipation, he quickly glanced at the stats of this new skill. Crimson Abyss, Fatal Kiss. Level, Demigod Skill. Skill cost, 150 divine power. Skill effect, the Blood Spider Queen transforms into Crimson Shadow, launching a guaranteed piercing attack against a single target, dealing attack power * 5,472% piercing damage. Instantly applies Crimson Abyss poison to the target, reaching its maximum stack, 115, which cannot be dispelled by any skill. If the attack target is taller than the Blood Spider Queen and dies within 10 seconds of being struck by Fatal Kiss, the Blood Spider Queen will permanently absorb 1% of their maximum health, up to 100 stacks. Cooldown, 36 hours. After reading this skill's description, Chao Xing's pupils suddenly constricted. Wow, so exaggerated. It goes without saying how outrageous this skill's stats are. A 5,472% attack coefficient, plus 100% hit rate, plus it instantly stacks 115 stacks of blood poison on the enemy. Critically, the crimson poison applied by this skill is undispellable. With Hilda's current attack power, after 115 stacks, it's estimated to deal 200 million damage per second. At the end of 10 seconds, that's nearly 2 billion. Adding this skill's base damage, At full capacity, the cumulative damage is at least over 2.6 billion. That's enough to instantly kill even weaker demigods. Furthermore, this skill has an even more outrageous bonus. The Blood Spider Queen can permanently absorb 1% of a dead enemy's health, capped at 100 stacks. This clearly demonstrates the terrifying power of this single-target demigod skill. Great. Now, besides stacking blood poison and hatching blood spiders, Hilda has another killer weapon. Looking forward to it, Chao Xing quickly opened the Blood Spider Queen's dashboard to take a closer look. Name, Hilda Bloodkiss. Specialty, Blood Spider. Occupation, Crimson Spider Queen. Level, 150, demigod level creature. Potential, Domination. Divine Power, 17/10,000, regenerates 10 divine power points naturally daily. Divine Fire, Blood Divine Fire, when launching blood-based attacks, damage is increased by 100%, range is increased by 500%, and full damage is dealt to divine armor. Divinity, Poison Blood. Followers, 0/100000. Faith, 0. Detailed attributes, click to view. The stats of demigod-level creatures are as exaggerated as ever. Chao Xing explained, as the only creature in the territory with 3 talents, Hilda's actual combat power is far beyond imagination. This brings me one step closer to truly reaching the realm of Godslayer. Thinking of this, a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. At the same time, Zirda, having achieved her breakthrough, subsided the overwhelming bloody aura, and the blood-red lines on her skin gradually faded. She strode gracefully over to Chao Xing with her long, slender legs, her footsteps clacking against the bluestone floor. Zirda stretched her waist lazily. This queen has achieved a breakthrough. I must say, it feels quite good. She tilted her head slightly, her scarlet eyes tinged with a hint of amusement. Thank you, Lord. My lord. She dragged out the last 2 words, a hint of playful inquiry. Chao Xing smiled and patted her shoulder. As long as the breakthrough is successful, it's good. You've been tired lately. Go back and rest now. With that, he turned to leave. Just then, a soft, cool arm grasped his wrist. Chao Xing turned and saw Zirda looking at him with her head tilted to the side, a dangerous curve at the corner of her lips. The Blood Spider Queen leaned closer, her breath soft as orchid. I suddenly realize I'm not that sleepy anymore. The moonlight is just right tonight. She licked her lips, the compound eyes on her forehead flickering slightly, a bewitching light flowing through them. Why don't you accompany me? To do something more interesting? Chao Xing turned his head, taking in her nearly perfect face and her incredibly torrid figure. Her tight clothing outlined her breathtaking curves, and her snow-white shoulders and neck shone like porcelain in the moonlight. After a moment's deliberation, he nodded. All right, I don't have much else to do tonight, so I just spend some time with you. Hilda's compound eyes suddenly opened, and a triumphant smile spread across her face, like a predator finally waiting for its prey to fall into a trap. Then, they returned to the room together. In the flickering candlelight, the 2 figures gradually overlapped, their shadows stretched and cast on the wall, entwining into an ambiguous picture. Another sleepless night. The next day, as the dawn's light pierced the clouds, scattering across the earth, a different system notification appeared. Attention all survivors. You have successfully survived day 153 of the unstable period. Event Shop. The Dream Shop has officially closed. Over the past few months, survivors have experienced months of dream battles, and have gained significant strength. But don't let up. You're about to face a tougher challenge. The new expansion will officially launch in 2 months. Please be extra prepared. Reminder, deep within the endless Arctic cold, a death storm is about to form. Today's weather, light snow, lows between -56 degrees Celsius and -68 degrees Celsius. When the reminder ended, the chat channels in all regions exploded. Oh my god! Another new expansion is about to launch, and the wait is only 2 months. Is it that short? Is the new expansion like the last Blood Legion expansion? A devastating disaster that swept across a dozen kingdoms? I expect it will be even more dramatic than last time. After all, the system specifically opened 2 events this time to help us improve our strength. There must be a reason. Oh my god! You're making me a little scared. News flooded the screen like snowflakes, and the survivors were enthusiastically discussing this sudden news. Especially after experiencing the Blood Legion expansion, many survivors have already felt a pang of regret. After all, even though Chao Xing resolved that riot within 7 days, the impact and death toll were still horrific. Furthermore, according to everyone's speculation, this expansion will be even more challenging than Blood Legion, potentially sweeping across the entire continent. It's safe to say that in a disaster of this magnitude, no one could escape unscathed. However, some survivors soon gathered their courage and encouraged the others. Brothers, don't panic. We now have millions of hero-level warriors across all servers combined, and there will be even more. In 2 months, our hero-level warriors will definitely exceed 10 million. Plus, with everyone possessing at least one master-level warrior, this combat power is top tier across the entire continent. If even we can't withstand it, no one on this continent will survive. Hearing this, the other survivors cheered up. That's right. We're no longer the rookies we were back then. We're now the most powerful force on this continent. In terms of mid-level combat power, we have the most masters and heroes on the continent. In terms of high-level combat power, we have Boss Chao Xing, who even has the power to slay demigods. We don't have to fear the new expansion pack at all. That's right. Everyone cheer up. There's no obstacle we can't overcome. For a moment, the worried survivor's eyes lit up with fighting spirit again. The atmosphere in the chat channel gradually shifted from panic to heated discussions about war preparations. Each legion began spontaneously organizing preparation meetings to discuss resource allocation and training plans. Meanwhile, Chao Xing dressed at dawn. He greeted the Blood Spider Queen, who had collapsed on the ground beside him, and then emerged from his residence. He walked alone through the streets of his territory, looking up at the falling snow. He whispered, "New expansion pack?" According to the system prompt from a few months ago, and this time's cryptic hint, it's all clear. The next expansion should be about the ever-frozen sea. That is, about another ancient dragon, Yorma. Chao Xing raised his head, a thoughtful look in his eyes. According to my next plan, I'd be preparing to head to the ever-frozen sea. It just so happens that the new expansion is releasing in 2 months, so I consider it a good time to explore it. Thinking of this, he silently made up his mind and headed straight back to the Lord's castle. Boom! The heavy metal door swung open, revealing a spacious hall. This, the core building of the territory, had now become the territory's council hall. Chao Xing walked over to the jeweled throne in the center of the hall and slowly sat down. He then pressed the communication device to his ear and ordered, "All territory managers, come to the first floor of the Lord's castle and report on the recent situation." A moment later, a uniform response echoed through the communicator. "Yes, Lord." A few minutes later, figures entered the castle one after another and found a seat. On the left chair sat the territory's chief administrative officer, Chao Yi, responsible for the city's daily operations. The increasingly robust old man cradled a thick parchment file, his face solemn. Next to him sat the territory's treasurer, Marita Villegas. The elegant lady gently stroked her belly. She was about the same stage of pregnancy as Lu Muxue, both 4 or 5 months along, her face radiant with maternal love. However, due to her heroic physique, her pregnancy had not hindered her work. Of course, Chao Xing had also assigned her several assistants to assist her with her daily work and daily life. Further to the right sat a woman of equally exceptional character, Victoria Santa Cruz, the territory's diplomat and sheriff. The former queen of the kingdom had shed her ornate attire for a simple uniform, yet her noble aura remained undimmed. The territory's resource officer, Yolan, and urban construction officer, Edward, sat side by side. The young noble, Yolan, had matured after his recent training, and even or residue still clung to his fingernails. And Edward, with a speck of lime on the hem of his shirt, had clearly arrived from a work site. Chapter 894. Next to the group of managers, a polar man, less than 1.5 meters tall and sporting a thick beard, stood respectfully, holding a hammer. This was the territory's personnel manager, Duan, responsible for the daily work and transfers of all territory staff. His small frame seemed to contain boundless energy, and he gazed at his lord with a reverent expression. Besides them, 2 elderly men of similar age stood on the other side. They were Zelko of Grapevine Village and Old Mel. Zelko was currently the territory's director of agriculture, and Old Mel was the director of animal husbandry. The 2 elders rubbed their knees nervously with their rough hands, clearly unaccustomed to such formal occasions. They took their seats, each looking at the man on the throne with varying expressions. The air was filled with tension and anticipation. Chao Xing looked around and, seeing that everyone was present, tapped the throne armrest with his knuckles. He said, "Next, I will be leading some of the territory's members on a short trip. Before leaving, I need to review the latest developments in the territory and Spark City. Now, everyone, please gather your information and then report on the past few months' work." He paused, then looked at an elderly man in the corner. "Let's begin with Mr. Mel, our territory's livestock manager." At Chaoxing's call, Mel's expression brightened, and he looked a little nervous. However, he quickly adjusted himself, and pulled a piece of parchment from his waist. Mel took a deep breath and began to read, Your Excellency, in recent months, the territory's magical creatures, the Cloud Yaks, have given birth to 32 calves, bringing the herd's total number to over 250. Among them, there are 67 milk-producing cows, producing approximately 800 kilograms of magical milk daily. Based on the current growth rate, the herd will exceed 400 head within a year, producing approximately 3,000 kilograms of wool annually. In addition, there are the glossy chickens. The number of these magical birds has exceeded 1,500 and is increasing at a rate of 15% per month. Currently, these glossy chickens lay 400 to 500 eggs daily. These eggs and milk are stored in the warehouse in the East District. Ms. Marita is responsible for trading them with the Guild of Commerce or selling them in shops throughout the city. After a pause, Old Mel, he continued, also, Spark City has recruited quite a few new people in the past 2 months, some of whom are farmers from nearby areas. They've offered their herds of cattle and sheep to join Spark City. The combined number of bighorn goats and dairy cows in the territory has exceeded 2,000. I've moved all the ordinary livestock to temporary pastures in the outer city and assigned dedicated personnel to care for them. That's the current status of the territory's livestock area. When Old Mel finished speaking, a soft sigh of admiration echoed in the first floor hall. Marita quickly recorded the data in the account book, while Agricultural Supervisor Zelko had a thoughtful look on his face. After listening to his report, Chaoxing nodded and said, Very good. From now on, you can continue with the current management system. Mr. Mel will be responsible for caring for the magical creatures within the territory. Others will be assigned to manage the ordinary yaks and goats outside. Mel respectfully replied, Yes, Lord. Chaoxing then looked at the agricultural director and said, Village Chief Zelko, it's your turn. The old man immediately stood up and wiped his rough hands on his lapels. After a respectful bow, he began his reporting, Lord. According to your instructions, and with the assistance of Mr. Duan, we have reclaimed an additional 20,000 acres of fertile land outside of Spark City, within the Shield, in addition to the 200 acres within the territory. Currently, the 200 acres of fertile land within the territory are planted entirely with economically viable magical plants, such as agate grapes, dream vines, Kulin barley, and so on. These crops are growing very well, and the profits are considerable every quarter. After a pause, he continued, the 20,000 acres of fertile land outside the territory are planted with ordinary barley, rice, rye, and various vegetables. Under that magical shield, the temperature and ecology within the territory are very stable. Now, the daily work of the over 100 villagers in Grapevine Village is to tend to these crops. At this point, a gratified smile crossed his face. As our territorial shield continues to expand and more fertile land is cultivated, we will achieve complete food self-sufficiency. After listening to his report, Chaoxing nodded again with satisfaction. You've done well, Mr. Zelko. Next, you will continue to expand the scale of cultivation in the agricultural area. Where permitted, magical plants can also be cultivated on a large scale. At this point, Chaoxing looked at the Queen of Mind and said, Victoria, since our agricultural area is outside the city, it's not protected by city walls. So we need to send more soldiers on regular patrols, and keep a close eye on the farmlands from our watchtowers. Do you understand? The former queen nodded slightly. Yes, Lord. I will deploy 300 elite soldiers and 100 air troops to form patrols. After learning about the territory's agricultural and animal husbandry situation, Chaoxing turned to the polar man beside him. Duan, how are the staff in the territory doing lately? As the territory's current head of personnel, Duan immediately straightened his back. Lord, since news of that glorious battle has spread throughout the western continent, Spark City has been flooded with newcomers every day. They all want to join Spark City, to join this great territory. I've selected a group of strong and capable newcomers, or those with special skills, and after rigorous training, they've been assigned to various departments. Now the territory is. The number of staff in the territory has exceeded 10,000. Of these, 8,000 are responsible for the daily maintenance of Spark City, the construction of various new facilities, and the expansion of the outer city. The other 2,000 are specially trained logistics personnel, including pharmacist apprentices, blacksmith apprentices, and magic apprentices. The polar man spoke a great deal, then solemnly asked, Do you think this allocation is appropriate? Chaoxing nodded slightly. Yes, we stick with the current arrangement. While ensuring the operation of the territory, cultivate more talent. You've done an excellent job in this regard. After receiving the Lord's praise, the Polar Man's face couldn't help but show a look of pride and excitement. Chao Xing continued, I've learned about the personnel situation in the territory. Also, how are the buildings and the things I recently assigned you to build going? Duan immediately responded, My lord, all the buildings in the territory are now basically complete. The city walls and arrow towers have all been upgraded to heroic level. This includes the special buildings, Grand Mage Tower, Royal Knight Hall, God Blood Warrior Arena, and Sharpshooter Sniper Platform have all been completed and put into use. Your Lord's Castle and Power Station have also been upgraded to the maximum level of 30. Now, all the buildings in the territory have basically been built to the current level cap. In addition, I have recently produced 472 of the city portal scrolls you instructed me to create. After saying this, he respectfully placed a green backpack on the ground. Please review. Chao Xing took the backpack and unloaded everything inside. Obtained, City Portal Scroll * 472. When the notification sounded, a hint of joy rose in his heart. Because he was about to lead his men to the eternal frozen sea, tens of thousands of kilometers away from the territory. Add to that the vast expanse of the sea, and just traveling takes a considerable amount of time. These city portal scrolls make things much easier. He looked up, about to compliment the Polar Man. At that moment, he noticed Duan's hesitant expression and asked, Duan, is there anything else? The Polar Man clenched his fists and nodded. Indeed, I have something important to report to you. Some time ago, you asked us to build a demigod-level war machine, the Draman Light Cannon. With the resources of the Four Kingdoms, we, in collaboration with Goblin Master Walker, have finally built one. Now, place that laser cannon in the buffer zone, with a team of elite soldiers taking turns guarding it. When the Lord is free, you can go over and inspect it. At this, a gleam of light flashed in Chao Xing's eyes. The Dramaman laser cannon is the most powerful weapon of war he has ever acquired. Each laser cannon deals over 100 million damage per second, and can fire its beam for 10 seconds at a time. This means that if fully charged, it can inflict at least 1 billion in damage, and this time, Chao Xing has prepared the materials for 4 laser cannons. If all 4 laser cannons are built and fired in a salvo, that would deal a full 4 billion in damage. Imagine the magnitude of this. Even Marinera, using her demigod skills, can't achieve that kind of damage. Of course, if calculated based on damage per second, Marinera's full power would deal far more than 4 billion in damage in 10 seconds. Regardless, this adds a new weapon to the territory. If used correctly, this thing could potentially kill a demigod. A faint smile crossed Chao Xing's face. Excellent. This progress has exceeded my expectations. Inform Goblin Locke and the other technicians to fully assist you, and continue to accelerate production. Within a month, I need to see the other 3 Draman light cannons completed. Duan's expression froze, and he replied solemnly, Yes, I guarantee it. After the HR manager finished his report, Chao Xing looked at the Queen of the Kingdom beside him. Victoria, now Spark City's diplomat and sheriff. Victoria, please report on your situation. The Queen of Mind Chi rose gracefully, placing one hand on her chest in a standard court salute. Her voice, cool yet commanding, said, In the past 2 months, Spark City has seen significant progress in both military etiquette and diplomacy. I have 2 areas to report to you. The first is Spark City's military strength. In addition to the 6,000 core combatants within the territory, we received another 100,000 elite troops after the Great Battle. Additionally, many forces have recently defected, especially several powerful mercenary groups from the northern border, bringing with them all their elite troops. Currently, the territory's military strength has reached 150,000. After a pause, she continued, At this level, I believe Spark City has reached its limit. Unless our city expands further, we won't be able to support additional soldiers. What are your thoughts? Yes. Chao Xing pondered for a moment, then raised his head and replied, Outside of wartime, our Spark City doesn't need so many troops. Instead of letting them sit idle in the city, consuming vast quantities of food daily, it's better to find them something to do. He raised his hand and ordered, Duan, after this meeting, you will establish a commission office in the city to accept various commissions. From small tasks, like clearing grain-eating rats from farmland, expelling wandering evil spirits, and slaying low-level monsters, to larger tasks, like exploring ruins and suppressing rebel strongholds. As long as the compensation is sufficient, and the commission is confirmed to be non-evil, we will accept any such task and dispatch an appropriate number of troops to carry it out. He spoke calmly, I will bestow simple blessings upon all these newcomers to enhance their survival abilities. Then have the Iron Rose mercenary captain Talia, assistant management. She'd be responsible for assessing the difficulty of commissions and allocating combat power. When Chao Xing finished speaking, a hint of surprise flashed across the eyes of the managers in the conference hall, as if they hadn't expected the Lord to adopt such a mercenary-style management approach. After all, Chao Xing was now the recognized overlord of the North, and logically, he wouldn't need to accept such trivial commissions. However, Chao Xing didn't care about his status as overlord of the North. He knew that only his own strength and the territory's abundant resource reserves would truly bring him confidence. Furthermore, dispatching these soldiers offered numerous benefits. Not only would they maintain security in the surrounding areas, but even across the entire Ice Crystal Kingdom, ensuring the safety of civilians. Furthermore, these soldiers would gain combat experience while fighting and earn extra income for the territory. Why not? After a moment, Victoria bowed slightly. Your wisdom is admirable. I start preparing after the meeting. Then, Victoria continued, also, regarding the diplomatic situation within the territory. Since that battle, the entire Western continent has become aware of your name and the prestige of the Lord of Spark City. And beyond the northern borders, many kingdoms have sent envoys and presented precious gifts. They hope to establish an alliance with Spark City, and 7 principalities have even offered to become vassal states. However, they seem to simply want to leverage our name to intimidate the surrounding coveted nations. After hearing this, Chao Xing's lips curled coldly. What opportunists! Tell them that if they want to join the Northern Alliance, they must first demonstrate sufficient sincerity. Each nation must send at least 30% of its military forces to the Northern Alliance and provide 6 months of rations. Also, tell them that this month is their last chance. After this month, a disaster might strike that sweeps across the continent. By then, even if they want to join, they won't have the chance. After hearing the Lord's words about a possible continent-wide disaster next month, everyone's expressions varied. Some looked worried, others apprehensive. But upon seeing the majestic and powerful figure of the man on the throne, they gradually calmed down. Victoria nodded in understanding. I convey your terms. I'm sure we'd be able to identify a true ally soon. After reviewing the territory's military strength and diplomatic situation, Chao Xing looked at the elegant woman beside him, and said softly, Marita, how is the territory's finances? The pregnant treasurer gracefully rose, gently stroking her swollen belly. Your Majesty, the territory's finances are flourishing. Currently, the West Continent's top chambers of commerce, the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, and the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce have established long-term partnerships with Spark City. This includes the nearby, lesser-known Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce, the Silver Spike Chamber of Commerce, and others, all of which have already settled in Spark City. They sell the territory's daily magical crops, magical beast materials, and other precious resources to the world, earning us a large amount of food and some rare minerals in return. At this point, she raised her head and whispered, recently, the Giant Chamber of Commerce, one of the 3 top chambers of commerce, has also expressed interest in establishing trade relations with us. However, considering the rather specialized nature of their business, Mr. Chao Yi, the administrator, and I have considered the matter and declined their cooperation request. What do you think? The specialized business Marita was referring to was, of course, the human and slave trade, which is also the Giant Chamber of Commerce's main business. The Crystal People and Victoria, the Mind Queen, in Chao Xing's territory were purchased from this Chamber of Commerce. It must be said that the slave trade is indeed a highly profitable industry. Especially in this cruel world, human trafficking is unregulated. If it develops, it will indeed be a significant source of income. But everyone present clearly remembered what Chao Xing had said in front of everyone. In his territory, there are no slaves, no nobles. There is only loyalty to the territory and disloyalty. As long as you can make a contribution, everyone is equal here. Chao Xing nodded slightly, agreeing, your decision is correct. Spark City will not be opening a slave trade. Marita smiled with satisfaction and continued, in addition, the rents of the various shops in the territory, as well as the taxes collected from the trading markets. The weapons produced by those artisans are especially popular with rangers and mercenaries. Excluding the rare resources and materials regularly paid as tribute by the 10 kingdoms, the territory's current monthly fiscal revenue is... She flipped open a brand new account book and said, monthly revenue is 5.43 billion crowns. When this staggering figure was announced, gasps echoed throughout the hall. Even the usually composed old man Chao Yi couldn't help but tremble with his fingers. Chapter 895. 5.43 billion. This figure is equivalent to half a year's revenue for a small kingdom. In Spark City, however, it only took 1 month. And this is based on a city built in less than 2 months. This shows how exaggerated this figure is. In the corner, Duan said in shock, Mother Earth. This is enough to buy out a dozen polar tribes. Chaoxing also smiled. Just as he had expected, Spark City, which he had invested so much effort in building from scratch, has now become the most dazzling jewel in the north. It brings him astonishing profits every day, and in the near future, as his territory expands further, he will create even more wealth. By then, he will be truly wealthy enough to rival a nation. Chaoxing looked around at everyone and nodded with satisfaction. By now, everyone in the hall has reported, with only Administrator Chao Yi remaining. After briefly reporting on the territory's floating population and the leasing situation, the elder concluded his report. Chaoxing stood up, his frosty white robes unfurling. Everyone, this concludes today's meeting. Now, follow my instructions. If you need anything, please contact me through the communication crystal. Everyone rose simultaneously and saluted in unison. Yes, Lord. With these words, the group left the council hall with determined steps. After everyone left, Chaoxing paused for a few minutes, contemplating the future development plan for Spark City. Then, he left the castle and slowly walked through the territory. Since he had promised the soldiers a day off, they would not depart until tomorrow if they officially set out for the eternal frozen sea. Next, let's go check out that newly constructed demigod-level laser cannon Duan mentioned. Then, go to the basement and see how the interrogation of the great sage of the church proceeds. So, Chaoxing quickly arrived at the territory's buffer zone. Ahead, 10 Ascalonian warriors, clad in fine armor and wielding long swords, guarded a massive, red-draped structure, over 100 meters long and 30 meters tall. It resembled a sleeping steel behemoth, a true weapon of war. Greetings, Lord. The soldiers bowed upon seeing Chaoxing. Chaoxing nodded slightly, then ordered, uncover the red cloth and let me see. As you command? The leading Ascalonian warrior immediately grabbed a corner of the cloth and exerted a slight force. Swish. Swish. The cloth suddenly fell. In the morning sunlight, a massive cannon, dark gold in color and engraved with ancient runes, gradually revealed its true form. The muzzle was over 5 meters in diameter, and the barrel was over 90 meters long, its surface radiating a faint blue magical light. The massive base was inlaid with 12 fist-sized magic crystals, emitting a heart-pounding energy wave. The mere sight of its sheer size made one hold their breath. The soldiers gazed at the massive magic light cannon in awe, exclaiming, "This is the most terrifying weapon I've ever seen in my life." The other warriors echoed yes. I feel like this single shot could destroy a dozen cities. Chaoxing slowly stepped forward, his fingers gently tracing the intricate magical patterns on the barrel. He could sense the destructive energy within, and a satisfied smile crossed his face. Not bad. It's truly worthy of being a demigod-level laser cannon. Its appearance alone is truly pleasing to the eye. Chaoxing turned and said to the group of soldiers, "Rebuild it. We don't need so many people guarding this place. From now on, you should train and rest. 2 people will be enough." The Ascalon warriors exchanged glances and respectfully replied, "Yes, Lord." After viewing the Dreman laser cannon, Chaoxing's eyes darkened slightly. Next, we must go to the basement to see how the Vatican's captives are doing. He then pressed the communication device at his ear. "Isabel, wait for me in the basement." The Sage of Holy Light replied softly, "Yes, I'll be right there." A few minutes later, Chaoxing arrived at a secluded area of the territory and followed a passage down into the basement. He descended a dim staircase into the cool, damp underground. A narrow space appeared before him. In the center of the interrogation room ahead stood a graceful figure. She was clad in a holy white robe, her long golden hair cascading like a waterfall, and her entire being radiated an incomparably pure light. It was as if a goddess of light had descended upon this gloomy dungeon. This incomparably sacred woman was none other than Isabel. At that moment, she gazed with deep emotion at the old man kneeling on the ground ahead, his hands and feet bound by black chains. After a month of interrogation, this great sage of the Holy See was emaciated, his body covered in horrific scars. Furthermore, within these scars, a peculiar dark power lingered, constantly eroding the holy light within him and causing him constant pain. After catching sight of Isabel, the great sage of the Holy See raised his head, hatred blazing in his cloudy eyes. "You, traitor to the Holy See. The holy light will punish you. When the Holy See's decree arrives, you and this territory that has blasphemed the holy light will be reduced to ashes. Just wait and see." Isabel's expression remained unchanged upon hearing these curses. Her red lips parted, and her expressionless face declared, "I won't repeat myself. I left the church after my death in my previous life. My life and everything I possess now were bestowed upon me by the Lord. On the contrary, your recent despicable actions have made me see the ugliness of the church." The 8 great sages was about to speak when he suddenly spotted Chao Xing approaching, and a flicker of anger flashed across his eyes again. He knew full well that it was because of this otherworldly lord that he had fallen into this state. Chao Xing, naturally noticing the look in his eyes, said with a smile, "Wow, you've been in prison for a month, and you're still so energetic. It seems Emmeline has been a little soft-hearted." Isabel bowed slightly, her holy robes rippling. "Greetings, Lord." Beside him, the 8 great sages let out a hoarse laugh. "Haha. You expect me to give in after just 1 month? You're too naive." Chao Xing didn't bother to waste time talking to this guy. He simply looked at the holy light sage beside him, and said, "Fuin, please let Moying come out. I want to talk to her." "Yes, sir." Isabel obediently closed her eyes. The holy light around her quickly faded, replaced by a thick, dark purple demonic aura. Then, a dark witch appeared, her hair as smooth as silk, wearing a long black lace dress and a devilish smile. She spun lightly, her skirt blooming like a black mandala. "Lord, are you calling me?" Chao Xing nodded and asked, "Moying, what's going on with this guy? Didn't they say they give him everything in a month?" The dark witch stroked her hair and said tenderly, "Don't be impatient, Lord. There's a powerful barrier within this guy's consciousness. It seems to have been set by a being beyond demigods, specifically to prevent the Vatican from leaking information. It takes some time to crack it. But, at most, another 2 weeks will be enough to pry open his mental defenses." Thread. Hearing this, the great sage kneeling on the ground beside him let out a hoarse sneer. "Huh? With your heretical tricks, you think you can pry into the secrets of the Holy See? Forget half a month. Even if I gave you another 100 years, you wouldn't be able to break the Holy See's sacred seal. On the contrary, you will soon face catastrophic destruction." Chao Xing, unwilling to listen to this fellow's nonsense, said directly, "Demon sound, tell him to shut up." The dark witch smiled excitedly. "No problem, my lord." She gently hooked her slender fingers, and the next moment, a pitch-black magic thread suddenly appeared out of thin air, twisting and wriggling in midair. The black magic thread easily pierced the great sage's lips and slithered up and down. With a teeth-grinding sound, the great sage's mouth was sewn shut, the stitches as fine as a work of art. He tried to speak again, but only a painful groan escaped, his pupils bloodshot. Silence returned to the dungeon. Chao Xing paused, his mind racing. A month had passed since this man was captured. The Vatican still hadn't sent anyone to negotiate with Chao Xing, indicating they no longer considered reconciliation. In other words, the Vatican had already designated Spark City as a hostile force. And yet, they hadn't sent anyone to rescue the 8 great sages either. This suggested they were either confident, believing Chao Xing's methods wouldn't reassure them, or they had simply abandoned this crucial force. But as a demigod-level powerhouse, no faction could easily abandon this great sage. In other words, their reliance must be on the seal deep within this being's consciousness. Chao Xing whispered, "A seal left by a being beyond demigod level, a divine being, is indeed quite tricky. Even Emmeline would need at least 2 weeks to break it. However, I'm heading to the permafrost sea soon, and won't be able to personally oversee the territory. Should I leave Emmeline behind to focus on breaking the seal?" After some thought, Chao Xing secretly made up his mind. He ordered, "Emmeline, you don't need to go out with us tomorrow. Stay in the territory and break the seal within this being's mind. Once you obtain key intelligence, report it to my wife immediately, and then have her contact me." He ultimately decided to let Moying and Lu Mushua stay with him. After all, the Vatican had now designated him as a hostile force, and Chao Xing also wanted to deal with them. This ancient behemoth possessed unfathomable depths, and sufficient intelligence was essential. And the sooner one gained it, the better. Plus, Moying and Fuin, as one entity, could grow together. Fuin and Lu Mushua both possessed status-enhancing abilities, allowing them to gain experience even in the territory without hindering their power gains. Leaving these 2 demigods to guard the territory would also prevent any unexpected situations. As for Chao Xing, with the demigods Mernina and Hilda, their combat power was also sufficient. The dark witch licked her lips, a dangerous glint in her eyes. "No problem, Lord. I promise to make this old fellow confess everything he knows." Hearing these threatening words, the 8 great sages below trembled involuntarily. Although his will was strong, the dark witch's methods were not to be trifled with. Especially after enduring a month of torture, He had an instinctive fear of the seemingly charming woman before him. The thought of what was about to happen filled the great sage with terror. Chao Xing naturally noticed the great sage's reaction and nodded slightly. Very well, I be leaving now. You must continue to seize the opportunity and break the seal on his mind as quickly as possible. Yes, Lord. The Dark Witch bowed gracefully and watched Chao Xing leave the dungeon. When the heavy iron door closed, she slowly turned, her sweet smile gradually turning sinister and terrifying. Between her slender fingers, several dark purple magic threads slithered like venomous snakes. Back on the surface, Chao Xing had little to do. He continued to patrol the territory and Spark City a few times, and even stopped for a few drinks at the Spark Song Tavern. Time flew by, and night fell. As darkness fell, the temperature of this world dropped another dozen degrees. Outside, the wind howled, and the snow fell heavily, as if completely buried in the wind and snow. However, Spark City remained brightly lit, and bustling crowds moved through the shops and streets. The blue shield kept the outside wind and snow out, and combined with the heating provided by the level 30 energy station, the entire city maintained a comfortable temperature. The rangers and mercenaries, having finished their day's missions, gathered in the tavern, drinking and chatting in groups of 3 or 4. The survivors of the Spark Legion, while live streaming, found a spot to set up stalls, selling the oddities they collected during their day's outings. Boom! The gates to the inner city slowly opened, and a man in a white robe, with a majestic demeanor, gradually entered the core territory. It was Chao Xing, who had just returned from the outer city. At this moment, he had received a transmission, and was heading towards the territory's teleportation array. Before he reached it, a burst of white light rose from the advanced teleportation array ahead, and 3 hazy figures emerged from it. As the light faded, the faces of the 3 gradually became clear. On the left, an old man, holding a withered staff, looked forlorn. Though hunched, his aged frame seemed to hold an infinite breath of life. He was the king of the divine tree. Beside him, a woman in a long silver gauze dress, her face somewhat haggard. Her hair, half-tied, fell over her brow, obscuring half her features, though her delicate features were still visible. This woman was none other than Queen Casa. Compared to the haggard and desolate two, behind them stood a spirited and armored elder, the Ice Crystal King, Elton. It's worth noting that Elton had recently won several major battles, exuding confidence and aura. Especially after Chao Xing unified the Northern Territory, he discovered numerous life-prolonging treasures in the treasuries of other nations. Furthermore, Chao Xing had gifted him the heart of the Jade Elephant. After using all of these treasures, Elton felt even more energetic. Even half of his once white hair had returned to black. At this moment, upon seeing Chao Xing, the Ice Crystal King smiled heartily. "Lord Chao Xing, long time no see." Chao Xing smiled faintly and replied, "Your Majesty, long time no see. You look well. How are you doing?" The Ice Crystal King patted his breastplate and spoke cheerfully. "As Lord Chao Xing has seen, under your overwhelming power, the entire northern border has no power to resist. Plus, you have already given the order, so the Silver Lion King and the Divine Wit King are cooperating. We've successfully completed the transition, and the full strength of the 6 kingdoms has been reorganized." He spoke with deep emotion, his gaze filled with awe and admiration as he looked at the young man before him. After all, a year ago, if someone had told him that a lord from another world could defeat the Northwind Alliance and unify the North, the Ice Crystal King would never have believed it, and might even have thought him crazy. But now, this young man had actually done it. Even the Ice Crystal King himself had participated in this operation, reaping countless benefits. Even now, Elton felt a sense of unreality. Chao Xing nodded slightly, saying calmly, "That's good. If the Northwind Alliance pretends to obey, or if they're secretly plotting something, report it directly to me. Then I deal with them." His voice was calm yet carried unquestionable authority, and his gaze towards the old man from the sacred tree and Queen Casa was scrutinizing. Under Chao Xing's gaze, the 2 men couldn't help but tense up, even their breathing becoming cautious. The Ice Crystal King laughed heartily. "Lord Chao Xing, don't worry, these guys are very cooperative." With their assistance, the 6 nations of the Northern Wind Alliance completed the regime change in just 1 month. We don't need their assistance in the near future, so I sent these 2 here first. As for the Silver Lion King, we've assigned him to the border fortress to prevent any further actions from the southern nations. Chao Xing nodded, his tone softening slightly. "All right, I leave these 2 here. You can return to your duties." "No problem." The Ice Crystal King responded cheerfully. "Then we see you later." Chapter 896. Then we see you later. With these words, Ice Crystal King Elton turned and strode toward the teleportation array. Buzz! With a flash of teleportation light, the old king's figure vanished. Left behind were Chao Xing, King Shenmu, and Queen Kasa. They looked at the otherworldly lord with apprehension, their eyes a mixture of awe and unease. Lord Chao. Lord Chao Xing. King Shenmu spoke first, his tone tentative. Is there anything we can do? Chao Xing remained silent, pondering how to deal with these two men. After all, strictly speaking, they were his captives, their status equal to that of King Velin. At this point, they had almost extracted all the value they could from these two. Next, the easiest way to deal with them was to simply eliminate them. But after all, they were legendary powerhouses. Add to that the fact that one is a formidable warrior skilled at summoning various plants for combat, and the other a rare spatial mage, and it would be a shame to kill them outright. He pondered, now that I've completely broken ranks with the church, it's time to bolster my forces. Of course, I can't expect these guys to be completely loyal, but even if they're just decorations or cannon fodder, they can still be useful. After all, with the human luck function now activated, adding legendary level and higher creatures to the territory will increase the luck of all humans. In other words, we can spare their lives for now. Chao Xing made a quick decision, the murderous intent in his eyes gradually fading. However, before officially allowing these two to join his territory, he first opened their attribute panels and carefully examined their abilities and stats. Since he was going to use them as his thugs, he naturally needed to understand each of their abilities in detail. Name, Eldrin Aoba. Race, human. Occupation, woodcaller. Level, level 150, high-level legendary. Potential, domination. Divine power, question mark. HP, 568 million/568 million. Attack, 178-9252 to 185-8247. Armor, 51,923 to 63,923. Skills, Thorn Fury, Ancient Guard, Vine Strangler, Natural Rain, Root Spreading. Commander level skill, Ancient Forest Projection, summons a projection of an ancient forest, covering a 5 km radius. In this area, all plant-based skills gain 200% increased effectiveness, attack, range, armor, life. If a summoned plant is destroyed, there's a 50% chance of regeneration, instantly growing a new one. Lasting 120 seconds, 100-minute cooldown. Dominant Domain, Natural Green Domain, gives all plant-based creatures within a 1,000-meter radius a 50% life bonus, and restores 1% health every 5 seconds. Forbidden Spell, Tree of Life Descent, summons a projection of the ancient Tree of Life to suppress the entire enemy. All enemies within a 5 km radius have their movement reduced by 30%, and countless tentacles are released to continuously restrict their movements. Units entangled by these tentacles lose attack power asterisk 215%. Health per second. Lasts 30 seconds, cooldown, 24 hours. Note, if this skill uses a true Tree of Life part as a medium, the projection will be strengthened. Legendary Spell. Resonance of all creatures passive. Each unit killed with a summoned plant permanently increases maximum health by 500 points, capped at 100 million. When each summoned plant dies, its remains germinate into life spores. Each spore automatically tracks down nearby friendly units with lost health, restoring a fixed 1 million health points. Legendary Spell. Natural Kingdom. Consumes 30 divine power to transform the surrounding 10 kilometers of land into a natural kingdom. All plants within the radius gain the abilities Regeneration and Split. When a plant dies from an attack, it will immediately regenerate. Activate and split into 2 to 5 plant seeds, which quickly grow into full plants. Lasts 100 seconds, cooldown 36 hours. Talent, Nature's Child, immune to all poisons and diseases, continuously regenerates health in forest environments. Name, Selena Casa. Race, human. Class, Space Mage. Level, level 150. Potential, domination. Divine power, question mark. Health, 472 million/472 million. Attack, 1983562 to 205, 1523. Armor, 41,942 to 46,823. Skills, Legendary Spell Mastery, including Space Anchor, Dimensional Slash, Void Walk, Space Rift, etc., totaling 13 spells. Commander level skill, Void Corridor, creates a 3 km diameter area of spatial chaos. When an enemy launches a ranged attack, there's a 50% chance to redirect the attack to a random enemy. You can also freely control allied units within range, teleporting them to any location within the domain. After the void corridor ends, detonate spatial turbulence in the area, dealing ATK*357% true damage to enemies. Duration 90 seconds, cooldown 24 hours. Dominant domain, Spacewalker domain, reduces the cooldown of all spatial spells by 30%, and when casting a spell, there's a 20% chance of creating a spatial rift. Forbidden spell, Dimensional Destruction, summons dense dimensional rifts in a 5,000 by 5,000 meter area, launching spatial blade slashes at random locations every 0.1 seconds, dealing ATK*258% true damage to all enemy units along the way. Can slash up to 1,200 spatial blades in a row. Targets hit 3 times inflict a spatial rift. Status: increases damage taken by 20% for 15 seconds. Note: this forbidden spell is extremely destructive, and each spatial blade released consumes a significant amount of mental energy. Legendary spell, Void Gate, consumes 50 divine power points to summon a void gate connecting to previously visited coordinates. Can be teleported directly back to the coordinates through the void gate. Maximum teleport distance, 25,000 kilometers. Maximum number of teleported persons, 100. Cooldown time, 48 hours. Talent, Spatial Force Affinity. After reviewing the attributes of the two kings, Chao Xing's eyes gleamed. As previously observed, both were incredibly powerful, with unique skills. As a Wicaller, the king of the divine trees can summon a variety of powerful plants to attack and restrain enemies, while also possessing significant healing abilities. Crucially, his various skills can also enhance the witch Francesca's Eternal Forest and Andrew's Ancient Tree form. Especially the legendary skill, Natural Kingdom, which grants plants within range infinite resurrection and division. Imagine if Francesca uses Eternal Forest to summon a large number of dryads to assist in battle. And then, with the blessing of Natural Kingdom, the enemy will face a horde of dryads that are impossible to kill, and will only grow in number with each attack. It's simply despairing. In addition, Queen Cass's spatial abilities are also extraordinary. Forbidden spell, Dimensional Blade Storm has a massive area clearing capability. Commander level skill, Void Corridor can disrupt enemies and teleport allied units at will, a truly powerful control skill. The subsequent legendary skill, Void Gate, directly summons a spatial portal, allowing allied units to escape or quickly move. The teleportation range reached a staggering 25,000 kilometers. You can imagine what this means. It spans almost half of the Northern Territory. Clearly, Chao Xing was intrigued by the powerful abilities of these two. He even considered recruiting them to his territory. But his expression remained calm. Instead, he spoke calmly. Cassa, Shenmue, you should know that once the Northern Territory is completely unified and the Northwind Alliance is absorbed, you will no longer be of any use. So, do you know your future fate? King Shenmue and Queen Cassa exchanged a glance, horror crossing their faces. They quickly knelt on the ground, their voices trembling. Lord Chao Xing, please give us a chance. Queen Cassa clutched the edge of her robe, whispering, we have sworn to the rules and contracts that we will never again be your enemies. Please show some mercy. We are willing to pay any price. King Shenmue added eagerly, I too beg Lord Chao Xing to give us another chance. Clearly, neither of them wanted to die in vain like this. None of them were the type to choose death over surrender. Otherwise, they wouldn't have surrendered in the Battle of Spark City. Chao Xing glanced at them coldly, saying nothing. Shenmue and Cassa knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling slightly, their hearts filled with anxiety. The atmosphere fell into a deathly silence. At such moments, every minute and every second felt like a year's worth of agony. A moment later, the man's voice rang out again. In consideration of your good behavior and your cooperation with the Four Kingdoms in taking over the Northwind Alliance, I will give you another chance. At this, a sudden flicker of hope appeared in the two men's eyes. They raised their heads, gazing longingly at the otherworldly lord before them, awaiting his next words. You should know the Kingdom of Varen, right? Chao Xing asked. Queen Cassa nodded quickly. Yes, it's a kingdom that rose to power less than 1,000 years ago. King Shenmue murmured in agreement. They once attempted to unite the forces of the God of Light to counter yours. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Indeed, this kingdom, like you, chose to be my enemy. Although I didn't personally intervene, this country was completely destroyed. Even their king became my prisoner. However, since this guy performed well, I allowed him to join my territory and carry out some dangerous combat missions. So, he stopped talking. Given the wisdom of the two kings, they should understand what he meant. A hint of hesitation crossed their eyes. However, after a mere second of silence, a swift decision was made. The old man in Shenmue said with a determined gaze, "Lord Chaoxing, I am willing to join your territory. As long as you give the order, I will fight to the death." Queen Kasa replied without hesitation, "I am willing too." Chaoxing's expression remained calm, but he spoke calmly, "You must consider this carefully. After joining the territory, you will no longer be the rulers of a nation, but ordinary combatants within my territory." After a pause, he added, "Furthermore, you have just joined, and I need to see your value. Therefore, the most dangerous and difficult missions ahead will basically be carried out by you. Do you understand?" The two responded in unison, "Understood." They were not fools. They knew that if they didn't agree now, they would be dead, but if they agreed, they might still have a chance to fight their way out of the brutal battlefield. Even, with Chaoxing's help, they could advance even further. So there's no need to overthink it. Seeing this, Chaoxing said nothing more, and simply sent a recruitment invitation to each of them. At this moment, a different system prompt appeared. Recruiting. The recruited creature has been detected as the leader of a nation, causing a power conflict. Rechecking. Test successful, power conflict cancelled. The recruited creature's power leadership position has been revoked, and it has now returned to normal ranger status. Recruitment successful. Eldrin Aoba LD-150, legendary creature, has joined your territory, increasing your territory's population by 20. Because of the addition of a legendary creature to your territory, your prosperity will increase by 500, and your human luck will increase by 500. Recruitment successful. Selena Casa LV-150, legendary creature, has joined your territory, increasing your territory's population by 20. Because of the addition of a legendary creature to your territory, your prosperity will increase by 500, and your human luck will increase by 500. When the prompt ended, Chaoxing felt a glimmer of joy. As he had expected, recruiting these creatures into his territory would also increase his luck and prosperity. However, his expression remained stern. "From now on, you will become members of my domain. Remember, from today on, forget your former identities. If you want to survive, perform well." His voice was as cold as ice, causing the two former kings to involuntarily tense. After a pause, Chaoxing added, "Of course. If you perform well in the future, I will reward you and even make you stronger." You should have witnessed King Velan's combat prowess by now. His power was bestowed upon him by me. Upon hearing this, their pupils constricted, their breathing noticeably quickened. During the previous battle for Spark City, they had witnessed firsthand how powerful King Velan was now. The combat prowess he displayed on the battlefield was more than double that of his prime. "Yes. We definitely perform well." They both answered in unison, their voices brimming with undisguised excitement. Chaoxing waved his hand casually. "There aren't any missions in the near future. Find a room for yourselves." "As you command, Lord." They quickly switched roles, bowing with a clean, sharp gesture before retreating. The pride he once held as a king vanished, replaced by a thirst for power, and a fierce determination to survive. Watching the two retreating figures, Chaoxing's gaze was deep as he whispered, "I hope these two guys behave themselves and don't harbor any ill intentions. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind adding 2 more legendary hearts to my backpack." Of course, even if they had ulterior motives, Chaoxing wasn't afraid. The system's loyalty function allowed him to clearly gauge whether these individuals were truly loyal to the territory. Shaking his head, Chaoxing stopped dwelling on it, and continued toward the center of the territory. Just as he was about to head to the Mage Tower for some meditation, he saw 2 thin figures approaching. They wore leather aprons stained with soot, and their faces bore traces of burns. They were the 2 blacksmith apprentices, Sailor and Bodhi. Oh no, I can't call them blacksmith apprentices now. After this period of study, and their craftsman's insight talent, these 2 little guys have officially become junior blacksmiths. Despite their youth, their forging skills surpassed those of most adult blacksmiths. However, they maintained a humble learning attitude, following Harold daily and earnestly asking for advice. At this moment, upon spotting Chaoxing, the 2 junior blacksmiths trotted over to meet him. "Lord! Lord!" However, running too fast, Bodhi on the left accidentally kicked a bluestone brick, tipping forward and nearly falling. Chaoxing paused, and a wave of invisible magic lifted Bodhi from the brink of collapse. The coldness he had displayed towards Queen Kasa and King Shenmue suddenly vanished, replaced by a gentle tone. He asked, "Is there anything wrong?" After the 2 young men regained their balance, embarrassed expressions crossed their faces. The older sailor said calmly, "Lord, Master Harold sent me to inform you that another piece of leather armor has been successfully forged. Now, we're waiting for you to witness the final forging process. Chao Xing's eyes lit up, and his interest was immediately piqued. The leather armor he was referring to was, of course, the armor forged from the hide of the legendary giant rhino he slain last time. And, according to the materials, this very hide could be used to forge legendary armor. So, he said eagerly, excellent. Take me to see it. As you command, Lord. The two youngsters quickly turned and trotted towards the blacksmith's shop. Soon, they arrived at the industrial area on the fourth ring road of the territory. The blacksmith's door was open, and as they entered, a wave of heat, mixed with the scent of metal and leather, hit them in the face. At this moment, in the center of the forging area, a dwarf wearing a black apron and holding a frost-blue forging hammer had been waiting for a long time. On the forging table before him, a thick, dark gray leather armor sat upright. The stitching was fine and even, and every detail displayed masterful craftsmanship. Upon seeing Chao Xing, Harold's eyes lit up with joy, and he saluted respectfully. Respected Lord, you have arrived. According to your requirements, this leather armor has been enchanted and sewn. Now all we need to do is inlay this Night Lion Heart gem, and we're done, he reported excitedly, holding the forging hammer in his hand. Chao Xing took a few steps closer, carefully examining the gray leather armor. He could faintly sense a powerful aura emanating from it. He nodded and said, "You've done well. Go ahead and set it, Harold. Let's witness the birth of this legendary leather armor together." "Yes, my lord." The dwarf blacksmith took a deep breath and carefully removed a fist-sized dark purple gem from his backpack. Stars seemed to flow within the gem, and a kingly aura emanated from it. It was the gift presented by the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce on the day Spark City was completed, the Night Lionheart gem. With Harold's skillful movements, the gem was precisely set into the groove on the chest of the leather armor. Instantly, a dazzling black light burst from the gem. The energy patterns on the entire surface of the leather armor suddenly illuminated, as if perfectly fused with the gem. An astonishing pressure emanated from the leather armor, creating a suffocating feeling of oppression. Buzz! Invisible energy waves spread, causing Sale and Bodhi to clutch their chests and instinctively step back, fear in their eyes. It was as if they were facing not a piece of equipment, but a king of beasts. Harold's joyful voice echoed, "Success, Lord." Chapter 897. Success? A gratified smile crossed the face of the legendary blacksmith, Harold. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, picked up the brand new leather armor, and respectfully approached the overlord. "Lord, please take a look. This leather armor not only retains the astonishing defensive power of the Ice Rhino, but also incorporates the properties of this gem. Even among legendary equipment, it is truly top-notch." Chao Xing also smiled in admiration. "Excellent, Harold. Your forging skills are as impressive as ever." Then he reached out and took it. Obtained, unnamed leather armor, legendary. Note: the equipment must be named to unleash its true power and access the equipment information panel. Like the legendary spear obtained earlier, this forged piece of equipment also required a name. Chao Xing gazed at the gray-black leather armor, which exuded a kingly aura. After a moment's contemplation, he solemnly said, "Let's call it Night Rhino King Armor." Ding! Night Rhino King Armor named successfully, equipment panel now open. With anticipation, Chao Xing quickly checked the armor stats. Night Rhino King Armor. Quality, legendary. Equipment level, level 100. Armor, 4489 to 4812. Additional effects. 1. Agility plus 5000, Vitality plus 5000, Armor break resistance plus 30%. Additional effects. 2. Blessing of the Night Rhino King, a new effect fused with the Night Lionheart gem. At night, and below minus 70 degrees Celsius, all stats are increased by 20%, and armor is increased by 20%. Additional effects. 3. Roar of the Night Rhino King, a new effect fused with the Night Lionheart gem. Unleashes a deafening roar at the enemy, stunning all enemies within a 5,000-meter radius. Reduces all stats of units below your level by 30%, and increases the attack power of allied units by 15%. Lasts 120 seconds, 1 hour cooldown. Additional effects. 4. Night Rhino King's Protection, legendary effect. When a single hit exceeds 30% of your maximum health, reduce the damage taken by this attack by 50%. Adds a shield equal to 20% of your maximum health, and increases your base attack power by 20%. Additional effects. Ice Soul, Frost Fury, Eternal Silence. Equipment description: leather armor crafted from the hide of the legendary giant rhino, Frost Prison Hoof. Infused with another Beast King gem, this armor undergoes a unique transformation. After viewing this legendary piece of equipment, even Chao Xing, with his fortitude, couldn't help but be shocked. Wow! This mutated legendary gear is a bit outrageous. This brand new Rhino King armor not only grants its wearer powerful survivability, but also significantly increases attack power. Even after the mutation Night Rhino King Roar, it can increase all attack power by 15%. Combined with Eternal Power, it can even become a permanent boost. That's quite insane! Chao Xing gently stroked the flowing black lines on the leather armor, delighted with this set of legendary leather armor handcrafted by the territory's blacksmiths. However, he was a bit troubled about the ownership of this top-quality equipment. This legendary leather armor was truly versatile, suitable for almost any melee class, and could provide significant improvements. According to Chao Xing's plan, Brown, the territory's shield guard, was the perfect choice for this leather armor. However, this guy usually preferred to fight shirtless, and disliked wearing clothes. Chao Xing wouldn't force his subordinates to change this personal habit. After all, although they had joined his territory, they were still living people, not tools of the Lord. Everyone had their own personality and quirks. If everything was solely about maximizing profits, erasing everyone's personality, and turning them into pure battle maniacs, that would be too boring. So, Chao Xing pondered for a moment, and gradually made a decision. He called out, "Sarah." As the voice fell, a slender black figure silently appeared among the crowd. Sailor and Bodhi, the two little guys, took a few steps back at the sudden appearance of the woman. They hadn't noticed when the dark elf assassin appeared in the room. However, with Sarah's strength and stealth, even a demigod wouldn't be able to detect her. If they could, then something's really fishy. Sarah bowed slightly and said in a low, respectful voice, "Lord, please command me." Chao Xing handed over the Night Rhino King battle armor without further ado. "This leather armor will be yours from now on." The dark elf assassin was stunned, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. "Lord, this equipment is too valuable. You just gifted me a powerful necklace, and now you've gifted me such powerful leather armor." Though hidden in the darkness, she overheard everyone's conversation and knew how precious this equipment was. For a moment, she was hesitant to accept it. Chao Xing smiled and shook his head, saying, "Don't worry. Your assassination skills will be maximized with this equipment. Besides, we're heading to a dangerous place next. I need you to further improve your strength, so you can better protect me. Do you understand?" His voice was gentle, yet it held an undeniable resolve. The phantom assassin took a deep breath at the last words and solemnly replied, "Sarah, I will live up to your trust." With these words, she accepted the legendary leather armor and immediately bound it. Then, the dark gray leather armor transformed into a stream of light, blending into her body and gradually conforming to it. This leather armor, infused with numerous spatial gems, automatically changes size. On Sarah's body, it fit perfectly, without a single unnecessary size. Ding! Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, has successfully bound the legendary equipment, Night Rhino King Battle Arm. Because your luck meter is maxed out, no attribute gains were received this time. Chao Xing's luck meter had already reached maximum a month ago, so this notification wasn't surprising. He gazed at the phantom dancer with surprise. At this moment, after donning the leather armor, Sarah exuded a subtle, regal aura that gave off a powerful, oppressive feeling. However, as she entered stealth mode, this regal aura vanished without a trace. It was as if she had completely vanished from this world, not a trace of her presence leaking out. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. This leather armor will elevate Sarah's assassination and melee abilities to another level. At this moment, he glanced at his dragon-patterned bag and remembered something else. I have 2 more items in my backpack that can further enhance the power of this legendary equipment. The first is the Rainbow Crystal. It not only increases the equipment's level by 30, but also randomly enhances a special effect. The other is the large number of enhancement stones I obtained during the Skritz treasure event last time. Chao Xing silently counted the total number of these 2 items. Colorful Crystal, orange, *2. Silver Skritz Enhancement Stone, purple, *4172. Gold Skritz Enhancement Stone, gold, *546. Rat King Jinkara's Enhancement Stone, orange, *35. Not bad, that's quite a lot. The most valuable items here are naturally the colorful crystal and the Rat King Jinkara's Enhancement Stone. However, because the colorful crystal has a fixed production source, Chao Xing can spend it freely. On the other hand, The Rat King Enhancement Stone can only be obtained during events, and is essentially extinct after the event. So, even for legendary equipment, Chao Xing was reluctant to use the precious Rat King Enhancement Stone. He pondered for a moment, and whispered, "Let's use the Golden Skritz Enhancement Stone to enhance these legendary equipment." Although each enhancement stone only increases the equipment level by 5, and only improves the base stats by 20%, it's twice as effective as the Rat King Enhancement Stone. But the advantage is that we have a sufficient number of Golden Skrit Enhancement Stones, so we can use them without worry. It just so happens those territory members who possess legendary equipment have leveled up quite a bit recently. Now we can enhance our weapons and equipment. So, he pressed the communication device to his ear and ordered, "All combatants with legendary weapons or equipment, gather at the territory's blacksmith shop." As Chao Xing issued his order, a steady stream of voices responded shortly after. "Yes, Lord." A few minutes later, powerful figures entered the blacksmith shop one after another. Besides Assam, wielding the sword of the Lake Lady, there's Rinnies, carrying the Elegy of Time Bao, and Shield Guard Brown, wielding the Shield of Origin. Behind them all is Lu Mushua, wielding the ancient sword and the colorful magic shield, and Sarah, wielding the dagger of death, heart of the underworld, and Night Rhino battle gear. In the entire territory, over 8 powerful individuals possess legendary equipment. Of course, Chao Xing possesses the most legendary gear. Not only does he possess the Demon Codex and the Starfall Codex, he also possesses the legendary weapon, the Moon Goddess Staff. Add to that 2 pieces of the Great Lich armor. He alone possesses a total of 5 legendary items. Chao Xing glanced around, and after seeing that everyone was present, he instructed, "Give your weapons to Mr. Harold later, so he can strengthen them. By the way, remember to tell him your level. If the weapons he strengthens are too high for you to equip, that'd be troublesome." Each piece of legendary equipment is soulbound to its user. In theory, as long as it's bound, it's usable, so this shouldn't happen. But just in case, Chao Xing still gave a warning. Everyone responded respectfully. Then, Chao Xing gave the dwarf blacksmith some instructions, leaving behind over 200 Golden Skrit Enhancement Stones and 1 colorful crystal. "Mr. Harold, I have to thank you for your continued hard work tonight. Tomorrow, I plan to lead them to a dangerous location, so I need to maximize the combat effectiveness of the members." The dwarf blacksmith, gripping his forging hammer, said solemnly, "Rest assured, Lord. I will complete the enhancement of all the equipment before dawn," he promised, patting his sturdy chest. Chao Xing nodded. "All right, then, you guys get back to work. I be leaving now." "Yes, Lord." With the other combatants watching, Chao Xing quickly left the blacksmith shop. Chao Xing strolled alone through the streets, taking in the quiet nighttime tranquility of his territory. A gentle breeze carried the sounds of laughter from a distant tavern, and the faint sounds of forging from a blacksmith's shop. Just then, 2 figures approached hand in hand. Under the moonlight, they walked with light steps, like fairies descending into the mortal world. Each of them clutched a uniquely shaped organ, their bodies emanating gentle musical vibrations. As they approached, Chao Xing could clearly see their faces. On the left was Luoshi, a demigod-level figure with a mature appearance, a graceful demeanor, and a master of the art of music. Luoshi. Her long silver hair gleamed in the moonlight, and the fine lines around her eyes betrayed the wisdom of time. To her right was the young bard, Gwyneth, who had recently been studying the ways of music with Rosie. The 2 women approached Chao Xing, bowing slightly. Chao Xing looked at them and gently asked, "Ms. Rosie, Gwyneth, what can I do for you?" Rosie gently stroked the strings of her harp, and a stream of notes flowed out like a clear spring. "Lord Chao Xing, we have news for you. Gwyneth has successfully mastered the first 5 chapters of my 9 chapters of heavenly music and officially becomes a heavenly music Hashers." Beside her, Gwyneth gently stroked the strings, creating a crisp resonance, as if responding to Rosie's words. A faint smile crossed Chao Xing's face. "Excellent. This proves Gwyneth is truly gifted, and also proves Ms. Rosie's effective teaching." At this moment, Rosie's expression became somewhat complicated. Her slender fingers unconsciously twitched the strings of her zither. "Lord Chao Xing." She hesitated, her profile under the moonlight appearing exceptionally gentle yet resolute. Gwyneth, sensing her teacher's mood, lowered her head, her fingers tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, as if she had something to say. Gazing at the 2 women's expressions, Chao Xing understood their purpose in seeking him out. So he asked, "Senior Rosie, are you planning to leave the territory?" According to their original agreement, Chao Xing would help Rosie reach demigodhood, and she would teach Gwyneth the 9 chapters of heavenly sound. Once the bard officially became a heavenly sound Hashers, Rosie would leave the territory. Now, the time had come to fulfill that agreement. Luoshi nodded gently. I've considered it, and Lord Chaoxing's territory is indeed the perfect place to live, the safe haven of my dreams. But I've always been a wanderer, and I don't stay in one place for too long. Plus, each of the powerful individuals in your territory is vibrant and full of fighting spirit. Someone with my temperament might not be able to participate in your actions. So, when she finished, Chaoxing nodded thoughtfully. Then, he smiled understandingly. I understand, Ms. Luoshi. Everyone has their own aspirations, and I respect your choice. You can leave anytime now, wherever you wish. But, if you ever wish to return, the gates of Spark City will always be open to you. At these last words, a touch of emotion gradually crossed Luoshi's face. After a moment, she said softly, although I cannot continue living with you. But before I leave, I want to give Lord Chaoxing a gift. She then produced an exquisite gold-threaded bag and held it out to Chaoxing, saying, I know about what has happened recently between Lord Chaoxing and the Vatican. This is an ancient and powerful faction, and from what I understand, they will not tolerate any force that undermines the Vatican's majesty. This time, you captured a key member of the Vatican, and they are likely to have designated you as a hostile force. I also know that, given Lord Chaoxing's character and the potential of this territory, he's not afraid of the Vatican. But fighting against them requires immense pressure. Plus, many people in your territory need to break through to the demigod stage, and they're in need of a large number of divine power fragments. After a pause, Luoshi said softly, here are all the divine power fragments I've accumulated throughout my life, over 400 in total. It's not much, but I hope I can contribute a little. Lord Chaoxing, please accept them. Chaoxing's pupils narrowed slightly at the exaggerated figure of over 400. After all, this is no small amount. With the divine fire, it could allow a max-level legendary to break through to the demigod stage, and for Chaoxing right now, it's a lifesaver. He was just worried about not having enough divine power to help the legendaries in his territory break through. A strong sense of excitement crossed Chaoxing's face. However, he took a deep breath and said slowly, Ms. Luoshi, this is too valuable. Plus, this is the result of your years of hard work. You need to save some divine power fragments for your daily use. I can't accept it. Although, Chaoxing truly wanted these divine power fragments. Because this would immediately give birth to another demigod-level powerhouse in his territory, greatly aiding his upcoming operations. However, he also knew not to take what he shouldn't. He had indeed helped Rosie, but she had also joined the battle in Spark City. Furthermore, she had taught Gwyneth the 9 chapters of Heavenly Sound, effectively sealing the deal. Rosie smiled at Chaoxing's refusal, then slowly explained, Don't worry about me, Lord Chaoxing. I usually travel the world, and because of my strength, I rarely encounter anyone who actively challenges me, so I don't encounter any battles. Plus, I've reached demigodhood, making me even less likely to encounter such blind individuals. Therefore, these fragments are useless to me. Lord Chaoxing is desperately in need of fragments right now. Consider this a token of my gratitude for defeating the fire thief and helping me reach demigodhood. When Rosie finished speaking, Chaoxing gazed at the gold silk bag in her hand and fell silent. After a moment, he raised his head and said solemnly, I can accept these fragments, but in return, Ms. Luoshi must accept a gift from me. Hearing this, Luoshi was slightly startled, a look of confusion in her eyes. What gift? Is it? Chaoxing stepped forward and said seriously, You should know that the powerful in my territory possess a special blessing power that makes them invincible. Now, I would like to invite you to join my territory and bestow this blessing upon you. How do you do? Chapter 898. I would like to invite you to join my territory and bestow this blessing upon you. This way, even if you encounter danger outside, you will have more power to protect yourself. After hearing Chaoxing's explanation, Luoshi nodded thoughtfully. I see. These powerful individuals in your territory truly possess a magical power. I've always wondered why their actual combat power is so much greater than I perceived. So it's the blessing bestowed upon them by Lord Chaoxing. At this moment, her gaze towards Chaoxing was filled with admiration. After a pause, Luoshi slowly nodded and said, It just so happens. I'm also a lonesome individual, unaffiliated with any power. I accept this proposal. Hearing her agreement, Chaoxing's face once again cracked with a smile. Excellent. In that case, I invite you to join my territory now. With that, he directly sent Luoshi a recruitment invitation. A moment later, a system prompt appeared. Ding! Congratulations on your successful recruitment. Heavenly Sound assures, Luoshi, level 151, from Chuahai Fort, has joined your territory. Your territory's population increases by 10, and its prosperity by 1500. Ding! Your territory has added a new demigod-level creature. Your human race's luck increases by 5000. Note, if a demigod-level creature in your territory dies or leaves, your luck will be reduced accordingly. At this moment, Chaoxing felt a flicker of joy. As he had expected, the addition of this demigod-level Heavenly Sound Assurers to the territory would increase the human race's luck accordingly. The human luck points can also provide a buff to all humans. In other words, as long as she stays within the territory, even if she never returns, she can still provide a boost to everyone, which is quite impressive. As for the last note, there's no need to elaborate. This is a system rule designed to prevent them from exploiting bugs. Otherwise, if Chaoxing kept kicking Luoshi out of the territory and then inviting her back, he'd be able to rack up millions of luck points in no time. The system naturally wouldn't allow such a blatant loophole. But regardless, Luoshi's joining is a boon for Chaoxing's territory and the entire human race. Lord Chaoxing, please accept these divine power fragments. Luoshi's gentle voice echoed again. Chaoxing nodded, and this time, without refusing, he accepted the gold silk bag. Gain, divine power fragments *439. Looking at his backpack, which had once again surged to 644 divine power fragments, Chaoxing felt a surge of satisfaction. This way, his territory would have at least one more demigod. He took a few deep breaths, suppressing his excitement. Then, calmly, he asked, Senior Luoshi, you're not in a hurry to leave tonight, are you? Luoshi shook her head slightly and replied, Not yet. I might stay in the territory for a few days. Chaoxing nodded, Okay, then. Go back and rest. I bless you tomorrow morning. Yes, Luoshi replied softly. With that, the harrier of heavenly music gracefully departed, his figure gradually blending into the night. Only Chaoxing and the bard remained. Crossing the organ in her hands, she bowed gently. Thank you, Lord, for introducing me to the opportunity to study with Senior Luoshi. Her 9 chapters of Heavenly Sound is truly a rare masterpiece. It has made a qualitative leap in my musical understanding. Chaoxing stepped forward and gently stroked her delicate cheek. There's no need to say such things. I'm your lord. Isn't it natural for me to take care of you? Gwyneth felt the touch of the lord's hand, her face gradually flushing, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes. She nodded gently, her voice soft as a mosquito's whisper, For the bard herself, she also thoroughly enjoyed her time alone with the lord. The night breeze caressed her hair, bringing the faint scent of violets. After a brief silence, Gwyneth suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes gleaming with anticipation. My lord, I recently composed a new song. I'd like to sing it for you alone. Do you have time? Chaoxing smiled gently. Of course I do. So where are we going now? Gwyneth bit her lower lip, her voice trailing off. My own room, you see? She lowered her head, her ears flushing red. Seeing her reaction, Chaoxing understood Gwyneth's meaning. Before she could react, he suddenly leaned over, his powerful arms snaking through her knees. The bard's balance shifted instantly, and she fell into Chaoxing's arms, lifted up like a princess. Ah! Gwyneth exclaimed, instinctively hugging the lord's neck. Her organ was securely cradled in her arms, and she lowered her head shyly. Then, with heavy, powerful steps, Chaoxing walked towards the residential area. Under the moonlight, their shadows stretched long across the cobblestones. Back in his room, Chaoxing closed the door with familiar ease and laid the bard to bed. A moment later, the harps rang out, their melodious music filling the air. Another night of madness. Time flew by, and it was late at night. The survivors concluded their day of exploration and retreated to their lord's mansions. However, at this moment, something unusual was happening in the human empire at the heart of the western continent. At this moment, in the heart of the empire, the palace of Tianshu City. A figure in a gray robe quietly leaned against a spacious throne. Below, armored imperial generals and dignitaries knelt on one knee. They exuded a suffocatingly powerful aura, yet they all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the figure on the throne. This was the seat of the former human emperor, now occupied by a mysterious young man. However, the powerful and influential throughout the empire remained silent. After a moment, the mysterious young man slowly spoke, his voice calm. A month has passed since Morpheus left the western continent. Now, please report on the casualties, and the number of awakenings in the major cities of the empire. Below, An old general in blue armor stepped forward and reported in a weathered voice, reporting to the savior, over the past month, our generals and legendary warriors have gradually awakened. And we're constantly traveling to major cities and fortresses to awaken those slumbering warriors. However, in the places we visited, at least 50% of the soldiers have completely lost consciousness, another 30% are in a coma, and only 20% are still awake and fighting. In addition, heroes and legendary city lords are also awakening. But at least 30% of these powerful warriors are lost in dreams. At this point, the old general's Adam's apple rolled, and he spoke with difficulty. These powerful warriors lost in dreams will unconsciously attack all living creatures around them, and act under the orders of the Elder Dragon. In other words, they have completely degenerated into nightmare monsters, and must be destroyed. Furthermore, some of our human empire's hidden trump cards have also been devoured by Morphos's dreams. Our current strength is less than half of our peak. As he reported, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly solemn. The other generals and imperial officials also lowered their heads, their armor rustling against their robes, a gloom covering their faces. The young man raised his hand, his voice still calm. I understand. So how many legends and demigods are there in the current human empire, and how much power can I mobilize? The old general took a deep breath and replied in a deep voice. To the savior, currently, there are 32 awakened legends and 5 demigods in the entire human empire. If we awakened all the ancient guardians slumbering deep within the Forbidden Lands, this number could be doubled. But, you know those beings are running out of time. At most, they'd be completely annihilated after one strike. When the old general finished speaking, the young man pondered for a moment, sighing inwardly. The power of the human empire truly surpassed imagination. This was only half of its peak, yet it already boasted a dozen demigods and dozens of legendaries. Plus, there were some hidden cards. If this power had been unleashed during the Blood Rebellion, it would have been able to completely crush the Blood Legion. However, the Dream Dragon arrived in the Western continent long ago, enveloping the entire empire and preventing them from interfering with the development of the expansion. It wasn't until Kralkatorik's death and Chao Xing's end of the Blood Rebellion that this region began to see change. It felt as if a mysterious force was manipulating everything. As if by fate, the history of this world unfolded according to a certain predetermined law. Law? Destiny? The young man muttered softly, a thoughtful look in his eyes. After a moment, he spoke again, asking, besides these legends and demigods, are there any more powerful forces in the human empire? More powerful forces? The old general asked, a look of surprise on his face. The young man nodded slightly. Yes, I'm asking about beings at the level of gods. Don't tell me. The entire human empire doesn't even have a single god-level warrior? At this question, not only the old general, but everyone else in the hall, looked at him with a different expression. Several important officials unconsciously clutched their sleeves, their bodies trembling slightly. For them, the word God was almost taboo. No one dared even to mention it on a daily basis. Moreover, it concerns humanity's final trump card. This is the foundation of the entire empire, and a top secret. Just as legendary beings mean so much to those kingdoms, divine beings are the foundation of an entire race's standing on the continent. As long as one remains in charge, no matter whether a being of this caliber takes action or not, other races dare not act rashly. But, considering what the young man had done, the old general's Adam's apple rolled with difficulty. He nodded, his voice hoarse. Yes, but they cannot be brought to life right now. Those beings are bound by the power of the rules. Awakening them rashly would not only trigger a backlash from the rules, but could also lead to even greater disasters. So, after hearing the explanation, the young man understood. He nodded slightly and said, I understand. Next, you will continue with your original plan and awaken more sleepers within the empire. In the near future, there may be another continent-wide crisis awaiting us. His gaze swept across the crowd in the hall, and his voice suddenly turned cold. If you don't want to repeat the same mistakes, be absolutely resolute. Accomplish this as if it were your life. At these words, all the generals and important officials present knelt on one knee. They solemnly replied, Yes, Savior. The hall echoed with resounding responses, and then everyone departed. The young man was left alone on the throne, his tousled black hair cascading over his shoulders. At the same time, in the deep night sky, 2 figures, shrouded in golden holy light, streaked across like shooting stars. Holy robes rustled as they flew at high speed, sacred runes swirling around them, emanating a terrifying pressure. A moment later, they hovered above the territory of the human empire. The two beings emanating a sacred aura exchanged glances, a hint of surprise in their eyes. One of the younger beings murmured, "As the Holy See has said, the power of the dream dragon has vanished." "Oh my God, what happened? Did the ancient dragon leave on its own, or something else?" Hearing this question, the white-haired, dignified great sage across from them fell silent. Clearly, they simply couldn't imagine the immense power and mindset of a being of that caliber. Even, it was perfectly normal for a creature of that caliber to suddenly destroy an entire continent. The old man pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "11th Saint, we need not concern ourselves with what happens in the human empire. Our most urgent task now is to complete the mission assigned by the Holy See and retrieve the artifact left behind by the god of war from Mount Tianshu. Before that, avoid any unnecessary complications." Hearing this, the young sage across from him also withdrew his thoughts. He nodded solemnly. "All right, then, let us act now. Now that the ancient dragon has just left, the human empire is at its weakest, and should have little energy to pay attention to Mount Tianshu. This is the perfect time for us to enter the holy mountain." The old man added, "That being said, we must proceed with caution. This area is not a simple one, and the human empire is not as weak as one might imagine. This time, they encountered an ancient dragon, a being completely beyond common sense, and therefore seemed defenseless. Under normal circumstances, even our church wouldn't be able to deal with him." The young great sage's expression brightened upon hearing the last sentence, and then he said solemnly, "I understand." With that, the two figures gradually retracted the golden holy light emanating from their bodies, and silently plummeted downwards at a rapid speed. Their target was an ancient mountain shrouded in mist in the heart of the empire. The night passed quickly. The next day. "Attention all survivors, you have successfully survived." With the system notification, survivors around the world awoke promptly in their respective lords' mansions, and began a full day of development. In the absence of large-scale activities, they could only systematically gather resources or develop their territories. Groups of workers built city walls and arrow towers, the clanking sounds of hammering resonating particularly clearly in the early morning. More combatants left their territories to search for prey nearby. At the same moment, Chaoxing opened his eyes, waking from his sleep on time. A faint fragrance wafted through his nose, and a soft touch tinged his body. He tilted his head to glance at the beautiful woman, Gwyneth, sleeping soundly in his arms. The bard was sleeping soundly, a satisfied smile on his lips, his silky hair cascading across his pillow. Clearly, she was exhausted from last night's passionate lovemaking. Chaoxing didn't wake her, but quietly rose. He dressed again and left Gwyneth's room. Creaky. As the wooden door gently closed, a refreshing breeze brushed across his face, instantly waking him awake. Chaoxing shook his head, then gathered his thoughts. After a moment, he murmured, "The day's rest is over. Next, I should lead some of the combatants to the ever-frozen sea to complete those special missions and search for treasure. By the way, inquire about the ancient dragon. Besides," after roughly thinking through his next steps, a determined look appeared in Chaoxing's eyes. Then, he began to walk towards the center of the territory. Just then, two thin figures spotted Chaoxing and trotted towards him. They held several pieces of equipment emitting a strange glow. There were white robes that continuously emitted a chilling aura, two sacred books that shone with starlight and dark demonic energy, and a crystal-like staff. These two figures were none other than the two young blacksmiths, Sailor and Bodhi. When they reached Chaoxing, the two young blacksmiths bowed and saluted formally. "Lord, may you be well." Chaoxing glanced at the robes and staffs in their hands and understood their purpose. "Sailor, Bodhi, have all the equipment I asked Harold to enhance been enhanced?" The younger Bodhi nodded excitedly. "Yes, Lord. Master Harold worked late last night and has enhanced all the legendary equipment in the territory. He said this enhanced equipment will surely satisfy you." Chaoxing nodded slightly. "Very well, hand it over to me." "Yes, Lord." With that, the two young blacksmiths respectfully presented all the equipment. After Chaoxing accepted it, a series of system prompts appeared. Obtained, Archlich's Soul Robe, Legendary. Obtained, Starfall Codex, Legendary. Chapter 899. Obtained, Archlich's Icebone Leggings, Legendary. Obtained, Moon Goddess Staff, Legendary. A total of 5 pieces of enhanced legendary equipment, all emitting heart-pounding energy fluctuations. Chaoxing could clearly sense that the power within them was even greater than before. He nodded in satisfaction and quickly checked the attributes. Lunar Staff. Quality, Legendary. Equipment level, Level 150. Note, 1 star represents 1 enhancement stone used. Spell attack damage. 17,623 to 18,472. Additional effects. 1. Moon Blessing, increases spirit by 6,300, constitution by 5,400, spell penetration by 30%, armor break. Oricnology Codex. Quality, legendary. Equipment level, level 150. Equipment type, offhand weapon. Equipment effects. 1. Increases spirit by 5,400, constitution by 3,600, spell critical damage by 30%. Archliches for a soul robe. Quality, legendary. Equipment level, level 150. Armor, 6482 to 6551. Additional effects. 1. Plus 3,600 spirit, plus 2,700 constitution, plus 30% casting speed. Archlich's Icebone Leggings. After viewing the 5 legendary items, including the Icebone Leggings and the Demon Codex, Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Compared to the previous items, these legendary items have all been enhanced to level 150, and their stats have been significantly improved. The difference is that, with the exception of the Lunar Staff and Meteoric Codex, which only use 4 enhancement stones, the other 3 items each use 10 enhancement stones. In other words, these 3 pieces of equipment have already been enhanced to their maximum capabilities, while the other 2 can still be upgraded by dozens of levels. The reason for this difference between the same legendary items is naturally because the base levels of the Moon Goddess Staff and Orfall Codex are 30 levels higher than the other items. This also means that their upper limits are higher. But it doesn't matter. Level 150 legendary equipment has quite powerful stats, and I won't be able to break through to demigod status anytime soon. So, the current equipment level is sufficient for me for a long time. And that includes the weapons in the hands of the other warriors. There's no need to upgrade them anytime soon. Even if I reach level 200 or above in the future. By then, I might already have even more powerful equipment. Chao Xing then looked at the 2 little fellows with satisfaction and said, Sailor, Bodhi, you 2 should go back and rest. Tell Harold to take the day off today, too. The 2 young blacksmiths exchanged a glance and said respectfully, Yes, Lord. With that, they trotted off on their short legs. After the 2 blacksmiths left, Chao Xing re-equipped the 5 pieces of equipment, boosting their stats even further. Feeling the surge of power within him, he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. After strengthening the 5 pieces of equipment, my attributes have increased even further. Taking it all in, it's increased my combat effectiveness by about 10%. 10% may not sound like much, but for warriors of their level, it's a significant improvement. After all, if calculated based on the upgraded attributes, Chao Xing would have needed to reach at least 20 levels to achieve such a significant improvement. After a moment of narcissistic admiration, Chao Xing headed straight for the center of the territory. A few minutes later, when he arrived at the central square, he found himself surrounded by a dense crowd of figures. Over 6,000 combatants from the entire territory, clad in fine armor, stood ready for battle. After a day's rest, these warriors were as sharp as retempered blades, their eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Seeing the Lord approach, the crowd automatically parted to create a passage. Under the enthusiastic gaze of the warriors, Chao Xing, clad in a white robe, slowly advanced, the ice dragon crown atop his head radiating a brilliant light. When he reached the center, the warriors shouted in unison, Greetings, Lord. The spark of fire is everlasting. Invincible. The voices of over 6,000 powerful warriors echoed throughout Spark City. Chao Xing glanced around, a look of satisfaction on his face. After a moment, he asked loudly, Everyone, how was your rest yesterday? The warriors responded enthusiastically, We had a great time. We all had a blast in Spark City yesterday. Haha, I went to the tavern and had a few drinks. The boar warrior raised his swords. We had a great wrestling match with the powerful centaurs yesterday. I'm full of energy now. Chao Xing's lips curled slightly, and he raised his hand for silence. Excellent. It looks like everyone's rested up. Now, get ready for the new challenge. Everyone. At his command, all the warriors immediately formed into formation, the clanging of armor syncopated in unison. Their relaxed demeanor shifted to a solemn expression. A solemn atmosphere permeated the square, even the morning breeze froze. 6,000 pairs of eyes turned to their lord, awaiting his next order. Chao Xing said slowly, From now on, all warriors below the hero level will return to their respective posts. Your mission is to protect our Spark City, and strive to improve yourselves. Then wait for my next call, ready to engage in new battles. After a pause, he he continued. All warriors above the hero level will remain where they are and await my orders. I will lead a select group of core members to the permafrost sea. Remember, that place is fraught with danger. Even divine beings dare not venture there. Everyone must obey my orders. Do you understand? Yes, Lord. The warriors responded in unison, their voices resounding to the heavens. Then, led by their respective captains, the over 6,000 warriors left the central square in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, a group of legendary and demigod-level creatures remained. They all knew that the Lord would take a group of powerful warriors with them to the legendary land of extreme cold and danger. However, no one's face showed a trace of fear. Instead, their eyes were filled with anticipation. They all hoped to be chosen by the Lord and fight alongside him. However, Cao Xing didn't immediately select his men. Instead, his gaze lingered on the group of legendary warriors. Cao Xing focused particularly on those legends, who had reached or were about to reach their maximum level. After all, Luo Shi had gifted him over 400 divine power fragments last night, and the shards in his backpack were more than enough for a legendary to break through to demigodhood. However, Cao Xing was once again troubled by the question of who should break through first. He pondered, from the perspective of advancement, letting the territory's top fighter, Mernina, break through to the demigod level is the best choice. After all, with her legendary power now activated in her second form, she's already reached the invincible level of a demigod. Once she breaks through to the demigod level, she'd definitely be able to go even further, even reaching the threshold of a god. If nothing else, at least she shouldn't have any trouble single-handedly taking on the god of light. Besides, letting Brown transform into a demigod is also a good option. He's currently at level 150 legendary power. At full power, his HP reaches 6 billion, enough to withstand attacks from 4 or 5 demigods without dying. Once he transforms to the demigod level, he might even be able to withstand attacks from a god. Thinking of this, Cao Xing's gaze lingered on the two of them. Mernina stood tall, her red hair dancing like fire. The massive Brown, shirtless, held a massive dark green shield, exuding the calm and composed aura of a mountain. One can imagine how much help they could bring to the territory once they transform into demigods. Unfortunately, however, the two were still several levels behind. Thinking of this, Cao Xing sighed softly. Let's wait a little longer. According to some intelligence, there are many powerful monsters in the eternal frozen sea. As long as we kill a few more monsters to gain experience, it shouldn't be difficult for them to reach level 150. Then, we can let them break through outside. Cao Xing quickly gave the order. Next, all the legendary and heroic powers present, except for Victoria, who manages Spark City, and Talia, who is in charge of the commission office. Everyone else will follow me to the permafrost sea. As his order was issued, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Elisa excitedly leaped to her feet, bow and arrow raised. Great! Captain Elisa can go play in the ocean. I'd never seen the ocean before. She waved her fist, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I heard there are glowing fish and giant icebergs there. It must be fun. Tong Chu Chu, who was standing nearby, happily perched on the demon elephant's shoulders. The two people Cao Xing had specifically asked to stay behind, Victoria, the Queen of Mind, and Talia, the Iron Rose captain, were somewhat disappointed. However, although they felt disappointed not to be accompanying the Lord, they quickly adjusted. Because they knew the mission Cao Xing had assigned them was equally important. The two women bowed slightly and said solemnly, Yes, Lord. We will manage Spark City well, and await your triumphant return. Talia added, Rest assured, I will follow your instructions and continuously expand the agency's business to ensure that the warriors in our territory have something to do. Cao Xing nodded and said appreciatively, Very well, thank you for your hard work. I feel very relieved to have you managing Spark City. Hearing this, the two women exchanged a glance, their beautiful eyes filled with emotion. They clenched their fists, silently resolving their resolve. Cao Xing then continued, In addition to the heroes and legendary powerhouses, there are 4 demigod-level powerhouses in the territory. From now on, Isabel will stay with my wife in the territory, guarding Spark City. Hilda and Mernina, you two will come with me. Mernina remained silent upon hearing this, but gently raised the bloodthirster blade in her hand. Hilda, the Blood Spider Queen, licked her lips, a glint of excitement flashing in her crimson eyes. Finally, we can go out again. The blood of that sea monster must be delicious. As she spoke, a surge of blood energy unconsciously emanated, as if a sea of blood was contained within her, exuding a chilling aura. Ever since Hilda's breakthrough to demigodhood, her aura had become increasingly dangerous. If she hadn't intentionally controlled it, any ordinary person within 100 meters of her would likely be contaminated by her poisonous blood, corroding them and melting into a pool of blood. After arranging the combatants for this expedition, Chao Xing looked at Rosie, who stood quietly waiting, clutching the organ. As agreed last night, he brought with him all the beings in the territory with status-enabling abilities, and bestowed a full set of buffs upon the Harrier of Heavenly Sound. Feeling the overwhelming power emerging from within her, the demigod-level Harrier of Heavenly Sound trembled slightly, a look of wonder in her eyes. She exclaimed with astonishment, as expected of a chosen lord, "Even the church fears you. This power is like that of a god." "No, it has completely surpassed the level of a god. Because of your blessing, the loyalty of territory member Luoshi of Chuanhai Fort has increased. Current loyalty, 78. Chao Xing smiled, took out 10 more city portal scrolls, and said, "Ms. Luoshi, the blessing has now been applied. You may leave the territory at any time. These scrolls possess some teleportation abilities. From now on, no matter how far you travel, simply crush them when you want to return. Also, if you encounter irresistible danger, you can immediately flee north. I've already notified the 4 kings. All cities along the way will provide you with shelter, and you can also use the teleportation arrays within them. Make sure to return to the snowstorm as quickly as possible." When Chao Xing finished speaking, Luoshi's eyes lit up with emotion. "Lord Chao Xing, I'm only nominally joining your territory. You don't need to do so much for me." However, Chao Xing shook his head firmly. "Let's be honest. Although you're only temporarily attached to my territory, as long as you remain, you're one of my subjects. And protecting every subject is my responsibility as a lord." Hearing this, Luoshi's fingers tightened slightly around the organ, and a flicker of hesitation flashed in her eyes. Finally, she accepted the returned scroll from Chao Xing. "Due to your words and actions, the loyalty of Luoshi of Chuanhai Fort, a member of the territory, has increased. Current loyalty, 89. After a moment, she gently stroked the strings of her zither, a grateful smile on her face. "Lord Chao Xing, please continue to arrange the expedition. I won't bother you anymore. After you leave, I wait and see for a few days to see how things develop before leaving Spark City." Clearly, Luoshi was still worried about the Vatican, fearing they might launch a retaliatory action in the near future. Especially, after learning that Chao Xing had taken a large number of powerful individuals, she felt even more uneasy. However, when she looked at the Holy Light Sage, radiating a powerful aura, and Lu Muxua, who was beside her, holding the ancient sword, she felt a little relieved. After all, with the power of these 2 demigod-level warriors, they could certainly hold off the church for a while, if not directly. During this time, Chao Xing and the others could use the teleportation scroll to return to Spark City immediately. So, there's no need to worry too much about safety here. Chao Xing nodded slightly and said gratefully, "Okay, then, I trouble you, Ms. Luoshi." Luoshi shook her head gently. "You're welcome. I'm the one who wants to thank you." With that, she turned and left. As her figure disappeared into the morning light, Chao Xing was about to give orders to the crowd before him. At that moment, a mature female voice echoed from the back of the crowd, "Chao. Lord Chao Xing. What about us?" Hearing the voice, Chao Xing turned and saw 2 figures standing in the corner. A hunched old man with skin as cracked as bark, and a woman wielding a staff and wrapped in a silver robe. It was none other than the elder Shenmu and Queen Kasa, whom he had recruited into his territory last night. Since Chao Xing had said he would wait to see their performance before deciding whether to spare their lives, the 2, fearing they would miss this opportunity to prove their worth, stood in the corner looking particularly uneasy. Chao Xing frowned slightly, his gaze lingering on them for a moment. This time, they were heading to the Permafrost Sea, a place of unimaginable danger, and so far, these 2 hadn't received any other status besides the Pale Tree's blessing. If they encountered any mishap in the Permafrost Sea, they would likely perish there. However, these 2, one a wood summoner and the other a space mage, both possessed extremely powerful survival and support abilities. So, protecting themselves shouldn't be difficult. So he said calmly, "Never mind, you 2 can come along." Hearing this, Shenmu and Kasa felt as if they had been granted amnesty, and quickly saluted respectfully. "Thank you, Lord." They were clearly being sent to a dangerous area, and they might even be tasked with carrying out missions with high risk of death. But these 2 acted as if they had received some immense benefit. Chao Xing shook his head, saying nothing more. Then he took out Visha's undead flute and blew gently. Beep! As the melodious flute sounded, Shenmu and Kasa's faces. They saw a cloud of black air enveloping them. Their once healthy complexions quickly turned gray, Their body temperatures plummeted, and they instantly transformed into the walking dead. Strange corpse spots appeared on the withered skin of the old man from the sacred tree, and a lifeless gray mist covered Queen Cass's eyes. The two of them instinctively took a few steps back, a hint of fear in their pupils. What is this? However, no one explained it to them, and the people around them seemed accustomed to the scene before them. After their initial shock, the old man from the sacred tree and Queen Cassa gradually regained their composure. They knew this might be some special trick of the Overlord. At this time, Chao Xing turned his head and looked at the crowd before him, saying, "Next, let's follow the old rules. To reduce the size of our target, except for a small number of legendaries, everyone else must remain in the death pouch when not in combat." Most people expressed understanding of the Overlord's order. After all, while they couldn't do anything in the death pouch, at least they could avoid the fatigue of the long journey, and it was a good opportunity to recover their energy. However, a clear protest echoed from the crowd. Alisa, bow and arrow drawn, leaped out like a terrified kitten. "Ah! Captain Alisa doesn't want to go into that dark bag. It's cold and boring in there, and there's no one to talk to. Last time I went in there, Alisa nearly went crazy." She puffed out her cheeks and spoke seriously. Chao Xing frowned slightly, about to scold him. But then, the little girl's expression suddenly changed. She quickly threw herself at Chao Xing's feet, tugging pitifully at the hem of his robe, her large, watery eyes filled with tears. "Please, Lord." Chapter 900. She sobbed, "Alisa will definitely be obedient and stay out of trouble. She even helped you keep watch." She then looked at Tong Chu Chu and said, "Little Chu Chu, you don't want to go into that dark bag, do you? Come on, join Alisa and plead with the Lord." Tong Chu Chu, suddenly dragged aboard, said innocently, "Sister Alisa, I don't mind. After all, the Lord will let us out when we reach our destination." Hearing this, Alisa felt as if she had suffered a crushing blow. Wow! Little Chu Chu actually betrayed Sister Alisa too, wow! She squatted on the ground, curled up like a heartbroken little bear. Seeing her expression, Little Chu Chu quickly stepped forward, gently patted her on the back, and said, "Don't be sad, Sister Alisa. I can plead with Big Brother to spare you." Hearing this, Alisa immediately raised her head and looked at Chao Xing excitedly. "Really? Lord." Watching the two girls' poor acting, Chao Xing was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Finally, he shook his head and said, "Okay, I grant you special permission to stay outside this time. It won't happen again." "Great." Alisa instantly revived, leaped up, hugged little Chu Chu, and spun around. "Long live the Lord." Chao Xing smiled, then looked at the others and said, "All right, everyone, switch to your undead forms now. I'm taking you in." The powerful warriors followed suit. Hua! Hua! Waves of black smoke rose, like a dark tide surging in the night. In the blink of an eye, everyone was transformed into undead creatures shrouded in the aura of death. Following this, Chao Xing waved his hand. The dozens of powerful warriors before him were instantly gathered into his undead bag, and the square, once filled with human heads, suddenly emptied. Even the giant dragon Seraphis, which reached hundreds of meters in length, as well as the old man of the sacred tree and Queen Cassa, vanished. Besides Chao Xing, Alisa, and Xiao Chu Chu, a few other figures remained. They were Braum, the shield guard protecting Chao Xing, Assam, the Frostwolf Knight, and Rennies, the Sky Hunter with powerful reconnaissance abilities. Sarah, however, remained hidden in the shadows, ready to respond to any emergency. Aside from this, a miniature ice dragon, the size of a palm, perched on Chao Xing's shoulder. No one could have imagined that this miniature ice dragon, in combat form, could instantly transform into a calamity dragon hundreds of meters in size, possessing the power to easily destroy an entire map. After confirming everything was ready, Chao Xing ordered, "Bing Bing, adjust your size to a wingspan of approximately 20 meters and take us flying. Everyone else, get on Bing Bing's back." We set off immediately. Target, the ever-frozen sea. Everyone sprang into action, their movements smooth and efficient, including the small ice dragon on his shoulder, which suddenly flapped its wings and rapidly expanded in the air. The crystalline dragon scales gleamed in the sunlight, each one as if sculpted from the purest ice crystal. Crack, crack! With a series of icing sounds, it quickly reached its intended size, with a wingspan of exactly 20 meters, perfectly hovering over 10 meters above the ground. Little Bing Bing, Sister Alisa is here. Alisa was the first to leap aboard with a cheer, landing lightly on the dragon's back. Little Chu Chu followed closely behind, floating up with a single bound. The others also jumped aboard, but Rennies, after carefully checking her equipment, was the last to board. "Let's go!" At Chao Xing's command, little Bing Bing raised her head and let out a clear dragon's roar. With a sharp flap of her wings, a cloud of ice crystals billowed through the sky. Surged by a powerful air current, they soared into the air, speeding towards the northernmost part of the continent, the eternal frozen sea. Whoosh! A streak of silver lightning streaked across the sky at breakneck speed. A level 135 Bing Bing, empowered by various abilities, could travel thousands of meters with a single flap of her wings, reaching a maximum speed of over 20,000 kilometers. The distance from the snowstorm to the continent's extreme north was nearly 80,000 kilometers. In other words, at full speed, Bing Bing would only need 4 hours to reach the destination. And as Chao Xing and the others hurried towards the eternal frozen sea, in the heart of the human empire, within an ancient mountain range, two figures in white robes quietly moved through a long-forgotten underground palace. Their robes were embroidered with fine golden patterns, shimmering faintly in the darkness. The elder held a translucent crystal-like object in his hand, which allowed them to silently break through the barriers and restrictions along the way. To avoid alerting the potential power within the underground palace, the two great sages withdrew their holy light and moved through the darkness like ghosts. Their footsteps were so light they made no sound, even their breathing controlled to the faintest rhythm. Passing through one stone gate after another, they encountered ancient and awe-inspiring scenes. Tall stone pillars were entwined with long rotted chains, the skeletons of unknown beasts dangling from their ends. Modeled murals depicted the battles of gods in ancient times. Golden blood seeped from the murals, condensing into crystalline crystals on the walls. The floor was covered with a carpet made from the fur of some long-extinct monster, which, despite thousands of years, still exuded a faint sense of oppression. They saw fragments of broken weapons scattered in the corners, each one emitting a terrifying aura. It was as if each weapon had once slain countless powerful beings. The deeper they went, the more astonishment in the eyes of the two great sages grew. The younger great sage exclaimed, "Is this the true interior of Tianshu's sacred mountain?" It is said, an ancient being bearing 12 divine rings once appeared here, helping humanity establish its position as the overlord of the western continent. Great Sage 11, do you think we encounter it this time? The old man beside him opened his cloudy eyes and glanced at him calmly. Great Sage 9, you're overthinking it. Unless there's some kind of formation blocking the rules here, a being of this caliber simply couldn't survive. It would have long been repelled and dissipated. After hearing this explanation, the young great sage felt a little more at ease. Then the two great sages continued their cautious journey through the dimly lit palace. After passing through a corridor lined with mysterious patterns, they stopped before a unique bronze door. The door glowed with an eerie greenish-blue light, sealing it like a forbidden rune. 18 ancient weapons were engraved on the door, each one vivid and lifelike. It seemed as if they had been embedded rather than carved into the image. Each weapon exuded a faint sense of oppression, possessing boundless destructive power. At this moment, the transparent crystal in the old man's hand vibrated with unprecedented intensity. Buzz! The two great sages exchanged glances, their pupils gleaming with unconcealable surprise. The young great sage excitedly said, "The holy artifact is sensing something. According to the holy sea, the stronger the crystal's vibrations, the closer we are to the golden dragon horn. It seems this gate holds what we're looking for." The 11th great sage nodded emphatically and said solemnly, "Without further delay, we must open the gate immediately." He turned to his companions and instructed, "Remember, once inside, do not take anything except the golden dragon horn. Once you have it, immediately use the holy sea emblem left for us by the holy sea to teleport away." The young great sage nodded solemnly, "Don't worry." Just in case, the two great sages had taken out an emblem branded with a cross and a star. This item was the holy sea's holy sea emblem, possessing extremely powerful teleportation abilities. A month ago, two great sages had used this item to escape the siege of Chao Xing and his men. At the same time, the aged great sage brought the crystal close to the bronze gate and gently poked it. The ancient forbidden runes upon it automatically retracted, fading away like a spider web in flames. As the runes on the gate vanished, the crystal surface, seemingly drained of its power, began to crack. Finally, with a crack, it completely shattered into pieces. The two men's eyes lit up again, and the young great sage sighed again. The gift bestowed by the holy sea remains as powerful as ever. It can even easily break the seal of an ancient gate like this. The 11th great sage nodded and said yes. It's a pity that the power of this crystal was exhausted after breaking through this gate. Otherwise, if it had been preserved, it would have been a powerful relic. He felt a little regretful, but quickly recovered. Forget it, Let's not dwell on it. Our most urgent task is to open the gate as quickly as possible and take the items the Holy See needs. 9 great sages, you and I will come together. The young great sage beside them nodded in response. Okay. Then, they simultaneously placed their hands on the bronze gate, and ancient runes illuminated beneath their palms. Boom! With a heavy rumble, the gate slowly opened. From the crack in the door, a dazzling red light burst forth, mingled with an ancient aura, as if containing countless treasures. However, before they could clearly see what lay beyond the gate, a suffocating pressure washed over them like a tsunami. Boom! The 2 great sages were pinned to the ground, unable to move a single finger. The power was ancient and pure, as if it came from an age of immemorial, and even time itself froze in its tracks. What is this? The elderly Saint Eleventh's expression changed drastically, a hoarse roar escaping his throat. Quick! Use the Catholic emblem, flee from here! However, just as they were about to activate the power of the Catholic emblem, they discovered to their horror that the holy light within them had completely solidified under the pressure. Then, a deep and commanding voice boomed in their minds. The taboo has been lifted. Has the moment of unbalanced rules arrived? The elderly Saint Eleventh's cloudy eyes suddenly widened, sensing a terrifying presence far beyond imagination. In the darkness behind the door, a pair of eyes, like blazing flames, slowly opened. Everywhere they looked, space twisted and shattered. Hurry! Run! The old man roared in despair. There's a hidden deity within. What? Before the young sage could react, a blazing blood-red divine flame swept over. At the last moment, they vaguely caught sight of a shadowy figure behind the door. Atop a mountain of ancient weapons and debris, perched a terrifying being with 3 heads and 6 arms, its face indistinct. 12 divine rings slowly swirled behind it, each imbued with devastating power. Then, their consciousness vanished completely in this vast divine might. Boom! A violent tremor erupted from Tianshu's sacred mountain, the heart of the empire, spreading outward for tens of thousands of kilometers. Across the continent, ancient temple ruins and hidden forbidden areas seemed to sense the vibrations, sending subtle tremors through the air. Even from the depths of an uninhabited frozen lake within the Ice Crystal Kingdom's borders, a subtle crackling sound emanated, as if some dormant being had been awakened. A few hours later, an ice dragon with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters glided gracefully through the air. Its body was crystal clear, the extreme cold at high altitude leaving no trace on its scales, like a perfect work of art. And on its smooth back stood 5 or 6 powerful figures. Lord, we are almost crossing the north and reaching the northernmost tip of the continent. A rough, deep voice pierced the snow. Braun turned to report, a relaxed smile on his face. Chao Xing nodded. I understand. Keep going. Now that the entire north was unified, they could freely fly through the airspace of any nation without hindrance. This not only saved considerable time, but also greatly increased their travel efficiency. At this moment, they were flying at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Through the clouds, one could faintly see the continent's edge, a boundless, frosty blue sea. The permafrost sea. We're finally approaching. Chao Xing narrowed his eyes, his deep gaze seemingly piercing the waters. I hope this time, I can find the answers I seek here. Just then, a sudden, frigid gust of wind blew. Wow 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 wow. Alyssa excitedly spread her arms, stumbling in the wind. She quickly covered her mouth, exclaiming in surprise and delight, wow! The wind's getting stronger, and it even tastes salty. What's that? Beside her, little Choo-Choo hurriedly grabbed hold of her clothes, nervously admonishing, Sister Elisa, don't disarm the magic shield, or it'd be blown away. I know. She placed her hands on her hips, and said confidently, the powerful Captain Elisa won't be blown away by a mere cold wind. Then, changing the subject, she continued, little Choo-Choo, we're about to see the ocean. Are you excited? Tong Choo-Choo nodded thoughtfully. What does the ocean look like? Mom said she took me there once when we were little, but I've completely forgotten. Elisa's eyes lit up, and she danced with excitement. You'd be astounded. There's an endless expanse of ice, a glacier even larger than the Tiberia Mountains. Sometimes you can even see sirens frozen in the ice. She gestured with her arms outstretched dramatically. Some sirens' tentacles are still moving, as if they're under a spell. Little Choo-Choo listened intently, her mouth slightly open as she explained in surprise, wow. It's truly amazing. How did Sister Elisa know? Have you ever been to the ocean? Elisa replied proudly, of course. No. Uncle Brown told me all this. At the front of the group, Brown, holding a massive shield, turned and offered the 2 girls a kind smile. The large man blew his mustache and said with a smile, "You know when you see it with your own eyes. The sight is more astonishing than any legend." Little Choo Choo and Elisa exchanged glances. Both girls' eyes lit up with anticipation. Then, amid the chatter of the two girls, and the roar of the raging wind, the scourge dragon Bing Bing continued its fluttering wings as it sped forward. As it flew, it drew ever closer to the frosty blue region. At the same time, the howling hurricane grew stronger. Especially now, they were still 10,000 meters above the ground, in the extreme cold below -80 degrees Celsius. The biting wind, swirling with ice crystals and salty snow particles, was like countless tiny blades, nearly blinding them. Everyone squinted, forced to crouch even lower. After advancing for several hundred kilometers, Chao Xing suddenly sensed something. Then he ordered, "Bing Bing, lower your altitude." "Een!" Bing Bing responded with a low, controlled groan, and began to dive. The enormous dragon wings adjusted their angles, carving graceful arcs through the raging wind. When they passed through the last layer of cloud, the view suddenly opened up, and everyone held their breath. At that moment, everyone in the team, including Chao Xing, fell into a momentary state of speechlessness. Because they all witnessed an extremely shocking scene. Ahead, a frozen sea stretched to the very edge of the world, completely frozen in ice. Under the canopy of eternal night, the entire sea shone a deep, dark blue, like a vast sapphire meticulously carved by the world. The undulating ice mounds stretched endlessly across the surface, like eternal sculptures formed by frozen waves. And across the sea, a crisscrossing, bottomless cracks crisscrossed, from which a brilliant blue light occasionally seeped, as if the frozen sea were breathing. In the distance, several towering icebergs rose above the sea, most exceeding 1,000 meters in height, some even reaching 10,000 meters. Farther away, shadows could be seen piercing the sky. You have discovered a new map, the Eternal Frozen Sea. Chapter 901. You have discovered a new map, the Ever-Frozen Sea. Current temperature, -78 degrees Celsius. Exploration experience points plus 500,000, reputation points plus 1,000. Map description. This is a boundless frozen sea. Throughout its long history, it has buried countless legends and myths, as well as many new ice and snow legends. Here, extreme cold and storms intertwine into an eternal melody, making this both a desolate place where life ceases to tread, and a sacred place where ice and snow elves sing. Beneath those eternally frozen waves, perhaps lies a secret that even the gods tremble at. It wasn't until the system notification sounded in his ears that Chao Xing gradually regained his composure. He muttered to himself, "This is the ever-frozen sea." Beside him, Elisa and Tong Choo Choo, along with Rennies and Assam, their eyes widened. Everyone was stunned by the magnificent yet dangerous scene before them, unable to find the right words to describe it. The massive Brown patted the ice on his chest and said proudly, "How's it? Amazing, isn't it? A completely frozen ocean. This is a wonder only our world can see. It's said that in the coldest seasons, even time freezes here." His voice was particularly resonant in the chill wind. But after a moment, the large man felt a sense of loss. "It's a pity. Ever since this sea froze, we can no longer see that magnificent expanse of blue waves. The pirates who once roamed these waters, those sailors who sang ancient sea songs, have completely vanished." Chao Xing pondered for a moment, then continued, "Braun, how many years have passed since the incident that froze the eternal sea?" The large man scratched his frost-covered mustache, pondered for a moment, and then respectfully replied, "My lord, that happened before humanity's war with the ancient races established their dominance over the western continent. According to records, it should have been around 9,000 years ago." Everyone gasped at this time. Alyssa's mouth dropped open, excitedly saying, "Wow. A sea frozen for 9,000 years. Then could we find humans from 9,000 years ago?" Everyone was slightly startled, amused by the girl's wild idea. But then, they thought, what she said was quite possible. After all, according to the story Braun had told them, the eternal sea was suddenly frozen by the power of the ancient dragon Yorma. There must have been ships sailing in the sea at that time, caught off guard and frozen in this eternal ice. If they searched carefully, they might even find humans from that era. Chao Xing smiled and said, "Let's go down and take a look." With that, Bing Bing, radiating a chill, led the group down at breakneck speed. Whoosh! The biting wind whistled in their ears, and ice crystals slapped their faces, causing a slight sting. As they descended, the massive dark shadows hidden deep within the ice became increasingly visible. In addition, the group could see shadows moving across the surface. They moved like hounds galloping across the icy plains, their speed swift. Sometimes they gathered in packs, Sometimes they scattered and wandered, and there were quite a few of them. People? Chao Xing frowned slightly, looking at Braun beside him in confusion. After all, of all those present, this large figure was the only one who knew this ancient sea best. However, even Braun shook his head in bewilderment. Strange. Logically, there shouldn't be many living people here. Could it be some small nation, leading its people to migrate here? Everyone was puzzled. But when they got closer, they realized they weren't humans at all. Instead, they were a group of eerie creatures with pale skin, towering stature, and withered faces. They wielded ice crystal swords, breathing frosty white air from their mouths, and moved as swiftly as roaming hounds. Seeing this familiar presence, everyone's pupils constricted slightly. White Walkers. Rainey's instantly grasped her longbow, her eyes alight with alarm. Chao Xing's eyes darkened, and he whispered, "These guys unexpectedly appeared here." At this moment, the large man, Brown, seemed to recall something and slapped his head, saying, "I saw an ancient record in the territory's library. In some extremely cold lands, if too many people are killed, their souls will breed evil creatures condensed from resentment and a chilling aura. They feed on the blood and essence of living things, and are never satisfied. And these creatures are also called White Walkers." After a pause, he added, "And since the war thousands of years ago, many races hostile to humanity have been driven from the western continent. Some races led their remaining forces to hide deep within the Everfrost. Since then, the number of White Walkers stalking this sea has reached a considerable magnitude." When Braun finished speaking, everyone seemed to understand something. Chao Xing's gaze was solemn, and his voice was low. In other words, this Everfrost Sea has become the base camp for creatures like the White Walkers. Add to that the minions of the ancient dragon Jormag, those powerful and numerous ice-brood monsters. The level of danger here is truly beyond imagination. Besides this, he also figured out another thing. The White Walker army driven by the Church of Light must have been summoned from the Everfrost Sea. After destroying the Church of Light, Chao Xing wondered where the White Walker army had gone. Now he understood. They had all returned to the Everfrost Sea. At this time, Renaissance, possessing the Eye of the Sky, seemed to have discovered something. She pointed to an area below and whispered, "My lord, those White Walkers seem to be chasing something. Right over there." Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. Across the vast expanse of ice, two massive, 10-meter-tall behemoths were galloping at breakneck speed. Around them and behind them, a dense swarm of White Walkers surged forward, threatening to engulf them like a tidal wave. The two behemoths, covered in thick icy armor and wielding massive weapons over 10 meters long, moved with remarkable agility. Every step they took left a spiderweb-like crack on the ice, and whenever the White Walkers pounced, the two giants let out a deafening war cry, brandishing their weapons and sending dozens of them flying. Brahm's eyes widened in surprise. These two massive figures seemed to be from the ancient ice giants. Ice giants? Chao Xing asked, puzzled. "What's the name for this race?" The massive Braum explained, "My lord, the ice giants are an ancient race, a branch of the giants from the southern continent. But due to certain historical reasons, this branch left the southern continent and eventually settled in the permafrost, where they gradually grew stronger. The ice giants value war and strength. Every giant is a survivor who has endured the most brutal trials and environments. They possess an extremely resilient mind and a strong physique. At their peak, this race's power even surpassed that of the main line of giants. Ice giant blood is in me, too." At this point, Brahm's tone tinged with pride. He clenched his fists, veins bulging on his thick arms, as if displaying the glory that flowed in his blood. Everyone was captivated by his story, their eyes filled with wonder. At this moment, Brahm's expression suddenly grew solemn. But the good times didn't last long. Not long after the ice giants developed, the elder dragon Jormag fully awakened and launched the Dragon War. The power of this dragon of ice and persuasion eroded the entire Everfrost Sea, transforming countless creatures into ice-brood monsters. Only the resilient Norn and the ice giants resisted the elder dragon's whispers of persuasion and decided to fight it. In that era, countless races across the sea were wiped out or retreated by the might of the dragons. Even the three great races withdrew their forces, daring not to confront the dragons. Only the ice giants and the Norn swore a blood pact, vowing to resist Jormag's ice-brood hordes in the permafrost. Then began the 400-year-long Dragon War. During that time, the Norn and ice giants suffered heavy casualties daily, countless powerful warriors slain by the claws of the ice-brood. Until the Norn saint Zora. He led his entire tribe, sacrificing his own life to seal the elder dragon, thus ending the long Dragon War. Braun's voice deepened as he spoke, I never imagined that after all these years, the Norn would be on the verge of extinction. This race is still holding on to this icy plain, fighting against these White Walkers and Ice Brood. It seems they are still fulfilling their blood pact. A touch of respect crossed everyone's eyes after hearing this. They could also relate to the plight of the Ice Giants and the Norn. When faced with the Elder Dragons that could destroy the continent, the world's powerful tribes chose to avoid the battle, but only these two tribes persevered to the end. Even as their numbers dwindled, even in the face of a near-hopeless war, they remained steadfast. Just like the Norn, even if it meant annihilation, even if it cost the Saint their life, they would still seal the ancient dragon. For a race like this, who defend their oath with their lives, one naturally develops a deep respect. Assam drew his sword with a clang. Alyssa and Rhaenys, standing nearby, drew their bows, and Xiao Chu unsheathed a massive sniper rifle. They only needed Chao Xing's command, and they would immediately strike out and annihilate the White Walker hordes besieging the Ice Giants. But Chao Xing didn't act immediately. Thoughts raced through his mind. To him, the Ice Dragon Yurma and the Crystal Dragon Kralkatorrik might belong to the same faction. However, these two dragons had vastly different personalities. To control the crystal power within its body and avoid harming others, the Crystal Dragon retreated to a separate dimension. Though it ultimately died, it left behind a rich legacy for Chao Xing before its death. But Yorma was different. It wielded the power of ice and persuasion, and its ideology leaned towards chaotic evil. Every awakening brought countless deaths. The Dragon Wars, spanning 400 years, had claimed countless lives. In its eyes, the lives transformed into ice nests were mere roadside weeds, mowing them batch after batch without any emotional fluctuation. Thus, Chao Xing wouldn't naively assume, just because the Crystal Dragon had helped him, that every Elder Dragon was neutral. In his eyes, Jolma was his enemy, the enemy of the entire Western continent. So, with a mighty wave of his hand, he released the Dragon Blood Champion Commander, Burge Sunstrider, from his Necromancer's pouch. As the commander of the Norn and an ally of the Ice Giants, he was more suited to take action than anyone else. Sure enough, upon emerging and sensing the extreme cold surrounding him, Burge realized he had reached the permafrost sea. After reacting, he immediately began to survey his surroundings. When he saw the two Ice Giants below, engaged in combat with the White Walker horde, his pupils shrank. "It's the Ice Giants," Burge said in a trembling voice. "By the Norn ancestors, there are still members of this race alive." He felt immensely excited, like seeing old comrades again after so many years. A whirlwind of thoughts and emotions coursed through his mind. However, the Dragon Blood Champion also noticed that the situation of the two Ice Giants below was not optimistic. Although they were powerful and experienced, they were facing a White Walker army outnumbering them 10,000 times. The Ice Giants' heavy armor was already covered in cracks, and their movements were becoming sluggish, clearly at the end of their strength. Boji suddenly raised his head, solemnly gazing at his lord. "My lord, please allow me to fight." Chao Xing nodded slightly, agreeing directly. "Go, Commander Boji, and rescue your former allies." Boji took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently. "Ancient Ice Giants, allies of the Norn. As we did thousands of years ago, we will not let you fight alone." With these words, he drew his battle axe from his back, and a terrifying aura erupted from his slender frame. Boom! Like a dormant ancient beast suddenly awakening, a violent wave of energy swept outward, centered around Boji. Then, like a meteor, he descended from the sky, slamming into the densest area of the White Walker army with devastating force. Roar! The heavy battle axe split the ice, sending shards flying everywhere. One of the Ice Giants panted, pressing the axe blade against the ice, breathing heavily. His armor was already covered with cracks, and icy blue blood oozed from the wounds, quickly freezing into frost in the extreme cold. "Herod," the giant growled, "we can't hold out much longer. Those damned White Walkers. They know our route, and have sent out White Walker warlocks specifically targeting the Ice Giants. This is definitely a premeditated ambush." Another giant named Harag swung his massive hammer fiercely, crushing the charging White Walker into icy shards. His right arm was frostbitten, his skin a deathly gray, but his eyes remained as resolute as steel. "Gar, hold on!" Herod roared, "The elders placed their hopes in us. We must break out. We must reach that continent. And find the humans. Without reinforcements, the frost-sworn wall in the eternal sea will crumble completely. Then, vast hordes of Ice Brood and White Walkers will burst forth from the sea, and the land will become a haven for these monsters." Hearing this, the giant named Garl chopped down all the incoming White Walkers with a single blow of his axe. He asked gravely, "Herod, are those humans reliable?" During the Dragon Wars, this race chose to remain isolated and not participate in the fighting at all. Will they make the same choice this time? Herod was silent for a moment, then growled, I don't know, but the elders told me that a group of lords from another world have appeared on the western continent. They are chaotic and disorderly, but they are growing rapidly. Among them, a lord from another world, capable of slaying demigods, has been born. He is now the master of the entire north. If we can find him, there's still hope. Hearing these words, the giant named Gar's eyes suddenly ignited with a blaze of determination. The next moment, he seemed to have made a firm decision. Roar! Gar roared, his muscles suddenly tensing, his icy blue blood boiling in his veins, as if igniting a final burst of fighting will. For the glory of our ancestors, the ice giants will never surrender. Herod, I lead the way. You charge out. You must find that lord. He took a sudden step forward, sweeping his great axe. The violent cold air transformed into a storm of ice blades, instantly freezing dozens of White Walkers in front of him. Go! Herod gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with grief and determination. But he knew this was his only hope. He roared and charged toward the breach Gar had opened. However, at that moment, an eerie scream suddenly erupted from behind the White Walker army. Several massive White Walker warlocks, their bodies covered in black ice crystals and imbued with a heroic aura, emerged from the snowstorm. They wielded withering staffs and gently waved them. The next moment, pitch-black cursed chains burst forth from the air, instantly entangling the limbs of the two giants. The chains were covered in writhing runes, madly devouring their power. Damn it! It's the White Walker warlock's chains of corruption. This is a trap! Harrag roared. At that moment, despair and resentment shone in the eyes of the two giants. Their muscles rapidly withered under the erosion of the chains, and their icy blue blood began to turn turbid. The vast White Walker army surged towards them like a tide. Just as they were about to fall into despair, a blood-red meteor crashed from the sky. Boom! A terrifying shockwave exploded, sweeping across a radius of 2 or 3 kilometers, instantly transforming tens of thousands of White Walkers into icy mist. The entire ice sheet trembled violently at the impact, and countless cracks spread like spiderwebs. This sudden and drastic change caused the White Walker warlock spells to falter. Before they could react, a thin figure suddenly burst out from the center of the explosion, amidst a hail of flying ice shards. He wielded a massive battle axe, his 6-foot-tall frame standing out unnoticeably among the towering White Walkers. The next moment, a sudden burst of red, blue, and black light erupted from him. A warrior of the Norn never walks alone. Chapter 902. A warrior of the Norn never walks alone. Burgi's voice boomed like thunder. He leaped into the air, his aura growing increasingly terrifying. 3 distinct energies began to intertwine frantically. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, Burgi shouted. First slash, Wrath of the Norn. The axe blade blazed with a dazzling red light, and a wave of blood-red air piercing 1,000 meters roared out. The thousands of White Walkers in its path were ripped to shreds by the furious axe before they could even utter a scream. Second slash, Ice Dragon Morning Thrust. Burgi spun, his axe instantly coated in dark blue ice crystals. With a sweeping blow, a fan-shaped ice explosion swept forward, freezing and shattering thousands of White Walkers in the extreme cold. The ice crystal fragments reflected brilliant light in the air, and a layer of shimmering dragon scales appeared on Burgi's skin. Third slash, Demonic Feast. The final killing move arrived. The axe handle ignited with pitch-black flames, and Burgi transformed into a whirlwind of death. His figure darted through the White Walkers, each spin bringing a bloody hail. Those White Walkers, who had narrowly escaped the first 2 slashes, now fell like wheat in a swarm. Puff, puff, puff. Countless explosions echoed across the icy plain, a war song of death. When the whirlwind died down, the entire battlefield had transformed into a hellish hell. Tens of thousands of White Walkers were reduced to ashes, leaving only shards of ice and a slowly dispersing black mist. Commander Burgi stood still, axe in hand, as the 3 energies slowly subsided within him. Your territory member, Burger Sunstrider, slew 41,526 White Walkers, tiers 5, 6, and 7, earning 282 million XP, Pale Guidance plus Luck. Combatants earn 141 million XP, Pale Guidance plus Luck. The 2 giants stood there in a daze, staring at the thin figure before them, yet radiating a terrifying aura. Their icy blue pupils trembled violently, and even their breathing subconsciously slowed. Ancestors. Such a terrifying little man. Gar stammered, his great axe unconsciously dropping. Beside him, Harrag's Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed hard. I feel the power within him is as terrifying as 100 ice giants. Just as they were stunned, Commander Burge, axe in hand, slowly emerged from the snowstorm. When the two giants saw his face clearly, their eyes widened. One of the giants slapped his companion on the forehead. Ha! Ha! Harag! I didn't wear a hat when I went out. Did my head get frozen? That person seems to have the power of the Norn bloodline within him. The giant next to him was equally shocked. He covered his head and said in shock, I sensed it too, Gar. This aura. This fluctuation of power. There's no mistaking it. Ancestors. He truly is a Norn, and such a powerful Norn. His rough hands unconsciously touched his chest. At the same time, Burge raised his head and said calmly, Ice giants. I am Burge Sunstrider, commander of the Norn Dragon Hunting Legion. I have come to fulfill the blood contract of yesteryear. At the words blood contract, the two giants perked up, their expressions instantly becoming serious. They had completely confirmed the identity of the visitor. We are from the 17th battle tribe of the Ice Giants, Harag said in a deep voice, his voice filled with respect. My name is Gar. The blue-haired giant added hastily. My name is Harag. Another giant followed suit. Their gazes were extremely solemn, as if they were witnessing some sacred ritual. Burge nodded slightly, saying nothing more. He turned and waved his hand toward the sky. The two giants were startled, and before they could react, a violent gust of cold wind suddenly struck. They instinctively looked up, only to see a giant dragon composed entirely of ice crystals, its wingspan exceeding 20 meters, piercing through the clouds and swooping down. Giant dragon. The two ice giants instinctively grasped their weapons, their muscles tensing as if facing a formidable enemy. However, the expected scene did not unfold. The dragon did not attack them, but landed steadily on the ice. Soon after, several powerful figures leaped from its broad back. The two giants, sensing the presence of these figures, froze in their places, because they felt a suffocating pressure from these powerful warriors. Aside from the seemingly petite human girl, the aura of the others, even the giant dragon, was no less powerful than that of the axe-wielding dragon blood champion. In other words, these were creatures capable of easily annihilating tens of thousands of White Walker armies, far surpassing heroic strength. In other words, they were a group of legendary warriors. Oh my god! So many legends? Gar muttered. What surprised them even more was that the powerful dragon blood champion actually saluted one of the young white-robed wizards. My lord, the White Walker army has been defeated. Burge's voice was low and solemn, a stark contrast to the ferocity of his earlier battles. Qiaoxing nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the two giants. Instantly, two attribute panels appeared before him. Name, Gar Ice Axe. Race, Ice Giant. Level 78, Tier 8. Potential, Commander. HP, 2.4145 million/16.925 million. Attack, 21,852 to 23,215. Armor, 4,412 to 4,785. Skills, Thrust Blow, Ice Roar, Giant Body, Passive, Polar Charge, Ice Crystal Armor. Commander level skill, Glacial Crash, awakens the blood of an ancient giant within, causing the glaciers within a 1,000 meter radius to shatter, dealing, attack asterisk 857% damage to enemies within the area and stunning them. Stun for 1 to 3 seconds. Talent, Heart of Frost, increases ice resistance by 50%, allowing adaptation to extreme low temperatures. Talent 2, Ice Bloodline, increases health by an additional 30%. After health drops below 30%, regenerate 0.1% of maximum health per second until health returns to above 50%. Bond, Ice Giant, inactive. Note, an ancient race that once ruled the northern glaciers. Today, only a few tribes remain. Name, Herald Frost Fury. The two giants have similar attributes, both being Tier 8 commander-level creatures. For their tier, their combat effectiveness is quite impressive. Especially the last one, Ice Bloodline, which allows health to be restored based on a percentage after health drops below 30%. This greatly increases the giant's survivability and combat effectiveness, and can even be life-saving in critical moments. Meanwhile, the two giants, seeing Qiaoxing remain silent, dared not speak either. In particular, the moment Qiaoxing's gaze swept over them, Gar and Harag tensed, as if locked in place by some invisible force. Even breathing became difficult. For these 8th-tier commander-level creatures, the oppressive feeling from Qiaoxing and his companions was too strong. A moment later, Qiaoxing slowly spoke. Ice Giants. What are you doing here? And why are you fighting these White Walkers? At this question, the two giants suddenly raised their heads and glanced at each other. A hint of hesitation flickered in their eyes, as if they were considering whether to tell these strange beings about their tribe's mission. But when they saw Commander Berger standing respectfully beside them, axe in hand, the hesitation instantly vanished. For the two giants knew that these former allies were always proud, and would never bow to anyone easily. To be recognized by them, the human race must have something extraordinary. The giant named Harag said, "Mighty human, we are under the orders of our tribe's elders to seek assistance from the western continent. The frost-sworn wall's defenses are about to collapse." Everyone's expressions shifted slightly, as they listened quietly, as the giant continued. After a moment, he recounted his reasons for traveling this time, his purpose in the western continent, and the current situation facing the ice giants. When the giant finished speaking, all the powerful warriors present wore solemn expressions. Chao Xing remained silent for a moment, assembling this information in his mind. He frowned and asked, "Has the situation reached such a critical point? Have those ice-brood monsters and the White Walkers joined forces to attack your defenses?" The ice giant nodded heavily, a hint of fatigue flashing in his icy blue eyes. "Yes. For the first few thousand years, things were fine. Because the dragon's power was sealed, not many ice-brood monsters were born in the ever-frozen sea. Once we have completely eliminated these monsters, we can rest for a long time. However, with the dragon's continued resurgence of power, the number of ice-brood monsters gathering beneath the frost-sworn wall has increased, and their strength has grown stronger. Especially in recent years, the number of White Walkers and ice-brood monsters has increased dramatically again, and they are tirelessly attacking the defenses. For now, our tribe can still barely hold on, but soon." His voice trailed off, and his huge fist clenched slightly. The cold wind howled, and everyone fell silent again. After a moment, Chao Xing suddenly looked up and asked, "Can you tell me why you, the ice giants, are holding the line to stop the attacks of the ice brood and the White Walkers?" At this question, a look of confusion crossed the eyes of the two giants. "Why?" Harag repeated softly, his icy blue pupils narrowing slightly. "From birth, we have been taught by our elders to protect this wall with our lives. No one has ever told us why we do this. He only said that we once made a pact with the Great Norn to defend the frost-sworn wall, even if it cost us all our strength." The giant named Garl beside him also slowly shook his head. "Yes, no one has ever asked why. The chief said that if we abandon our defenses, the monsters will surge onto the land. We, the ice giants, have failed to fulfill the agreement we made with the Norn." At this point, Garl's voice suddenly rose. "Ice giants are warriors who keep their promises. We will never let our allies down." Chao Xing's gaze was penetrating. He continued, "But your sacrifices are unknown to the creatures of that continent. Even today, when your race is on the verge of collapse, the powerful warriors of that continent have yet to intervene. Will you continue to defend this icy wall and sacrifice the lives of your people?" At this moment, the two giants fell silent. Their rough hands clenched their weapons, and a flicker of hesitation and confusion flashed in their eyes. After a moment, the giant named Harag said, "We don't know if it's worth it, nor do we know if the creatures of that continent know what the ice giants have done for thousands of years. But this is a sacred oath our ancestors made with the Norn. This is our mission, even if it's just to fulfill our oath with the Norn." Gar echoed, "Indeed? We don't need the remembrance or gratitude of the little ones on land. We only do what we want to do." They looked serious, their frosted faces etched with determination. Beneath their rough skin, ancient blood still boiled, as if they could hear the call of their ancestors within. Everyone was momentarily stunned, a complex mix of emotions welling up within them. Through the two giants' words, they seemed to be able to see countless ice giants locked in a bloody battle against the swarming monsters on the towering Great Wall behind them. Chao Xing was silent for a moment, then raised his head and said, "Lead the way, take us to the frost-sworn wall." The two giants exchanged a glance, hesitation evident on both their faces. After a moment, the giant named Harag said, "Powerful human, we are grateful for your assistance and would love to lead the way for you. But we have an important mission ahead. We must travel to the mainland to bring reinforcements to the ice giants. Otherwise, that line of defense will collapse." However, Chao Xing raised his hand and said calmly, "I am the otherworldly lord you seek. The current overlord of the north, the master of Spark City. You can also call me." His gaze was as deep as the abyss, Chao Xing. When he finished speaking, the pupils of the two giants suddenly constricted, and a look of disbelief appeared in their icy blue eyes. What?" Harag asked, almost speechless. You are the overlord of the north. You slew 3 false gods in battle, and even unified the entire northern territory? Clearly, Chao Xing's astonishing deeds from the Battle of Spark City had spread throughout the western continent, and carried on the cold winds to the permafrost sea. Even these ancient ice giants had heard of it. Chao Xing stood with his hands behind his back and casually asked, "Doesn't it look like it?" The two giants looked at each other, hesitant. Clearly, they didn't believe the frail mage before them could possess such terrifying power. Furthermore, as a clan of ice giants, they also had demigod-level warriors among them. So the two giants knew how terrifying the aura of a powerhouse of this caliber could be. While the aura of the human before them was equally powerful, it was still far inferior to that of a true demigod. At this moment, Commander Bird stepped forward and said, "These two powerful men are from the Ice Giant clan. There's no doubt about it. This one is the most powerful being in the north today, a powerful being who single-handedly slew the Nightmare God, the Echo God, and the Thousand-Faced God. He's also my lord." The two giants' icy beards trembled slightly at this. Though they still found it hard to believe, they also knew that the Norn never lied. The expressions of the two giants changed from initial suspicion to shock, and now to awe. The giant named Harag solemnly said, "We trust you, ally of the Norn. This one is the otherworldly lord we're looking for." After confirming Chao Xing's identity, he excitedly clenched his giant hammer. "Great! We actually encountered the Northern Overlord on our way, Garl. We're so lucky." "Indeed. Harag. It must be the spirits of our ancestors protecting us." Chao Xing smiled calmly, his gaze penetrating, and asked, "Now, can you lead me to your frost-sworn wall?" The two giants nodded solemnly. "Of course. Or rather, we've been waiting for the help of a powerful being like you." Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Very well. Wait a moment, then, and I lead the way." Meanwhile, Assam, Rennies, and the others had already cleaned up the battlefield. They came respectfully to his side and said, "My lord, these are the spoils Commander Burji dropped after killing the White Walkers. Please take a look." Chao Xing took the backpacks from the two and transferred all the materials into his own. Obtained, Filthy Essence, Purple, *4728. Obtained, Unholy Essence, Gold, *326. Obtained, Large Attribute Books, *7324. Obtained, Advanced Elemental Crystals, *3852. Obtained, Expert Level Elemental Crystals, *1125. Obtained, Master Level Elemental Crystals, *325. Obtained. Looking at the vastly increased number of materials and attribute books in his backpack, Chao Xing felt a surge of joy. Though these materials weren't considered particularly rare given his current strength, aside from the two alchemical materials, Filthy Essence and Unholy Essence, which tended to be more sinister, most of the others were basic ingredients. But even these basic materials are immensely useful. Whether it's for future expansion of Spark City, or the construction of other facilities, they all be useful. They save them a significant amount of resources. For Chao Xing, the reason he was willing to help these ice giants was because, besides being allies of the Norn, there was another key reason. He heard that a vast number of monsters were gathering at the Frost-Sworn Wall, and what did he need most right now? A large amount of experience points. Among his powerful men, Braum and Marlene were both waiting to reach maximum level and then break through to the demigod stage. If either of them reached demigod, Chao Xing would have the confidence to fight against the gods. Even if a true god descended, he could at least escape unscathed, even if he couldn't defeat them. Plus, defeating these monsters would yield various materials, making it a win-win deal. Thinking of this, Chao Xing took a deep breath and said, "Gar Harag, let's go." Chapter 903. Gar Harag, let's go. Chao Xing's voice rang out. "Let's go to Frost-Sworn Wall together." The two giants gripped their weapons tightly and said solemnly, "No problem, mighty Northern Overlord." With these words, they set off with heavy steps, preparing to tread upon the ice ahead. But then, Chao Xing called out to them. "Wait a moment." The two giants turned, a look of confusion crossing their rugged faces. Chao Xing raised his hand and gestured, "Walking is too slow. Let's just ride my dragon." Harag and Gar simultaneously looked to the side, at the relatively small ice dragon. Harag scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "Mighty human lord, your dragon is mighty and powerful, but it's too small." "Indeed, our ice giants are too large," Gar echoed. Chao Xing smiled, but didn't explain, instead looking at the dragon beside him. Bing bing. As soon as he finished speaking, the Scourge Dragon immediately understood. A surge of magical energy rose from Bing Bing's body. The next moment, its size began to expand rapidly. Its wingspan exploded from 20 meters to 100 meters. Like a massive iceberg, it exuded a breathtaking dragon power. The two giants were stunned, their jaws nearly hitting the ice. Giant Gar slapped his companion on the forehead. Ancestors. A dragon that can freely change size. This is incredible. Harag stammered. Even the giant Harag's face was filled with awe. I have never seen such a powerful and amazing dragon. Chao Xing smiled. Now, it should be big enough to carry all of us. With a light leap, he landed steadily on the dragon's back. Assam, Rennies, and the others followed suit. Under the excited gazes of the two giants, they carefully stepped onto the dragon's back. The ice armor clashed with the dragon's scales, making a crisp sound. Chao Xing glanced around, and when he saw everyone was present, he gave the order. Bing Bing, take off. Ing! The scourge dragon roared deeply, responding to its master's command. Its enormous wings suddenly spread out, flapping vigorously, as it soared to an altitude of approximately 2,000 meters. The next moment, it transformed into a streak of blue lightning, hurtling deeper into the eternal frozen sea. The violent air currents formed white waves on either side of the dragon's wings, yet were shielded from the elements by an invisible barrier. Whoa, whoa! The whistling wind swept past, seemingly threatening to overturn everything. The two ice giants showed no fear at all, but instead danced with joy. This is so thrilling. This is my first time riding a dragon, and it's even more exhilarating than riding a snow mammoth. Harag shouted excitedly. Look down. The entire ocean is in full view. Garl gazed down from his perch on the dragon's back. Is this what it feels like to fly? It's amazing. The two giants cheered like children. Of course, despite their joy, they didn't forget their mission. As they sped forward, they guided Chao Xing. The scourge dragon streaked across the ice, moving at an astonishing speed. After about half an hour, they had already advanced over 3,000 kilometers. At this distance, they were almost completely deep into the permafrost. In fact, with Bing Bing's speed, they could cover at least 10,000 kilometers in half an hour. However, the permafrost wasn't as flat as one might imagine. It was dotted with various treacherous terrains. Giant glacial crevasses stretched for over 10 kilometers, massive ice pits impossible to climb out of, and icebergs emitting a unique magnetic field. Now, everyone paused again. Before them lay a vast expanse of glaciers. These towering glaciers, their highest points reaching tens of thousands of meters, their surfaces polished by millions of years of wind and snow, becoming as smooth as a mirror. Even a master-level expert would have no chance of crossing this natural barrier. It's safe to say that without the ability to fly, moving in the permafrost is nearly impossible. Even with the ability to fly, safety wasn't guaranteed. Just as they were flying, Chao Xing and the others had spotted the massive shadows hovering between the glaciers and the clouds. Their bodies were the size of small mountains, their wings like tattered curtains of ice, radiating a bone-chilling chill. Clearly, those aerial monsters were the aerial units of the ice brood, the Yorma claws. However, sensing Bing Bing's might from afar, they retreated, not daring to approach. This also prompted a question in Chao Xing's mind. Harag Garl, how did you, the ice giants, get through here? Hearing this question, the two giants resting on Bing Bing's back scratched their heads. Harag said sheepishly, mighty human lord, we ice giants escaped through the passage below. Passages? Yes, Harag replied. Deep within the glacier below, there are several hidden passages. Some are naturally formed, while others were excavated by our ice giants in later times. Chao Xing nodded, a look of realization in his eyes. I see. He didn't ask any more questions, but told Bing Bing to continue. Whoosh! Bing Bing flapped her wings and soared straight up, soaring like a fighter jet, reaching an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. At this moment, Chao Xing and the others witnessed another different scene. At the summit of the glacier, amidst the swirling clouds and mist, lurked a group of unique frost creatures. They resembled hawks, but their bodies were pale white. Their scales reflected cold light like ice crystals, and sharp ice spikes formed on the edges of their wings. This group of unique frost creatures seemed to sense the terrifying pressure emanating from Bing Bing, and they awoke from their slumber, uttering low cries. Roar! Roar! They were warning Bing Bing that this was their territory, and that no one should approach rashly. But Bing Bing, at this moment, didn't bother to pay attention to these low-level creatures. She simply opened her icy maw and took a deep breath, then... Roar! The terrifying sound waves transformed into a physical attack, sweeping out like a tsunami, shaking the glacier into dense cracks. The clouds in the sky were instantly shattered, and the snow on the glacier surface collapsed with a loud crash. Then, those previously ferocious flying creatures, like a flock of frightened birds, all fled in all directions. It was a fear deep in her blood. The instinctive submission of the inferior to the superior. The two giants covered their buzzing ears, their eyes wide. What? What a terrifying dragon! This might is even more terrifying than the frostbone dragons recorded in our tribal books. At the same time, Bing Bing, after scaring off the creatures entrenched on the summit of the glacier, flew forward unimpeded. With its immense physical strength, it tore through the turbulent air currents high in the sky. It carried the people on its back directly across this forbidden zone of death. Whoosh! The moment they crossed the glacier, the view suddenly opened up. A vast expanse of ice stretched beneath their feet, like a giant silver mirror. As far as the eye could see, the ice was almost perfectly flat. Only the occasional ripple rose and fell, like a turbulent sea frozen in time. It was as if, after crossing the glacier, they had entered a completely different world of ice and snow. However, while the terrain here is vast, the ice beneath also reveals a new presence of sinister creatures. Chowxing spotted scattered White Walker hordes, as well as ice brood monsters composed entirely of ice crystals, resembling hounds or other bizarre forms. These ice brood monsters swarmed in droves, including leader-level ice brood fell beasts, ice brood hoofs, and ice brood trolls. There were even commander-level ice brood Koden and overlord-level ice brood tyrants. It's important to note that these ice brood monsters aren't system-generated monsters. They are genuinely bred by the power of the ancient dragons, born in this frigid land. Each ice brood monster is at least level 50, and there are even quite a few master and hero-level ice brood monsters. Deeper still, Chowxing faintly sensed one or two even more ferocious auras. They were clearly legendary ice brood monsters. They, along with the White Walker army, hunted all living creatures that entered the sea area. They even spared no one flying through the air. For example, right now, a group of snow pelicans attempting to cross the ice to reach land had just appeared when 4 or 5 Jormung claws swooped down. With a flap of their wings, dense icy spikes rained down, like a torrential rain. Puff! 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 Following a series of piercing sounds, the snow pelicans plummeted from the sky, slamming heavily onto the ice. Before they could struggle to their feet, the nearby ice brood monsters and White Walkers swarmed over them like wolves hungry for blood. Amidst their shrill cries, the snow pelicans were torn to pieces. Chowxing intended to eliminate all the scattered ice brood monsters and White Walkers in the area, but he had to hurry to the snowsworn wall. After some thought, he decided to give up. After all, while the monsters here were numerous, they were too scattered. Destroying them all would take an inordinate amount of time. It would be better to rush to the battlefield as soon as possible, as there were bound to be a large number of monsters there. Bing Bing continued to lead the group at high speed. The Jolma claws, sensing the dragon's might, dared not approach. Though these ice brood monsters were ferocious and bloodthirsty, they were not foolish. They knew that provoking these monsters at this time would be courting death. Soon, Chowxing and the others advanced unimpeded for over 10 kilometers across the ice plain. Rain Ice, the Sky Hunter in the team, kept a vigilant eye on the surrounding ice while activating her Eye of the Sky to monitor the surrounding ice. At that moment, she seemed to discover something, her hawk-like pupils suddenly constricting. She quickly reported, "Lord, there's something beneath that ice." Hearing this, Chowxing raised his right hand and immediately ordered, "Bing Bing, stop." As soon as the voice fell, Bing Bing's massive form hovered in midair. "Renice, have you found anything?" "Look there," Renice pointed downwards. Deep in the ice. Looking in the direction she pointed, there was nothing above the crystal-clear ice. Only at the very bottom could a small black dot be seen faintly. "What is that?" Chowxing asked. Renice said in a low voice, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be a golden treasure chest." Hearing the phrase golden treasure chest, Chowxing immediately piqued his interest. For survivors like them, opening a treasure chest was a privilege. Especially treasure chests like these in the wild often yield some truly remarkable finds. At this moment, the nearby ice giant remarked, "Mighty human lord, your men possess remarkable eyesight, able to see through even this deep layer of ice. Even we only occasionally discover 1 or 2 treasures, like this one sealed in the ice." Chowxing looked at them with interest. "Oh, you ice giants often discover treasures buried in the ice?" Harriger nodded. "Yes, these treasures are believed to be from over 9,000 years ago, or perhaps even older. But I advise you not to attempt this." "Why?" Harag explained, "Because these treasures are usually frozen in layers of ice thousands of meters deep, making them extremely difficult to mine. Furthermore, this ice is no ordinary ice. It's imbued with the power of ancient dragons. Even the most powerful legendary giant in our tribe would need considerable time to break through it." After a pause, He looked at the small black dot in the ice below and said, "This chest in the ice is at least 3,000 meters below. Even if your men are incredibly powerful, it would take 2 or 3 hours to reach this depth." Chao Xing remained silent. Standing beside her, Rennies had already drawn her bowstring. As the divine power value on her dashboard decreased by 1 point, an arrow imbued with a special destructive force instantly flew out. Swish! The arrow pierced the air and landed on the ice, emitting a dazzling burst of light. Boom! The violent explosion shook the entire ice sheet, blasting a shallow hole over 20 meters in diameter into the surface. The effect looked impressive, but it fell far short of everyone's expectations. Rhaenys was now a level 136 legendary archer, and this arrow had even been infused with 1 point of divine power. Outside, it would have flattened a 100-meter mountain, but now it only left a shallow mark on the ice. The ice giant, Harag, shook his head. "See, your archer is indeed incredibly powerful, but it's far from enough to break through this level of ice." Rhaenys pursed her lower lip, a look of defiance appearing on her face. She was about to draw her bow and shoot again when she felt a hand rest on her wrist. Chao Xing shook his head and said, "Rhaenys, there's no need to try again. I have a better idea." Hearing this, the Sky Hunter's eyes flickered with suspicion. But she didn't say anything more, simply nodding respectfully, "As you command." Immediately, Chao Xing gave the order, "Bing Bing," to send. The Scourge Dragon immediately flapped its wings, carrying everyone with it in a swift dive. In just 2 or 3 seconds, it descended from 10,000 meters to within 300 meters of the ice. Then, it landed smoothly on the surface. Chao Xing leaped directly from Bing Bing's back. The two giants looked puzzled. But he said confidently, "Don't worry, I'm going to test something. It won't take long." At that moment, when he actually stepped onto the ice, he felt a chill running down his spine. It was as if a deep power existed within the ice, instilling an involuntary sense of fear. Chao Xing ignored this feeling and gazed toward the ice below. At this distance, he indeed saw a golden treasure chest. Like a treasure sealed in a lake, it lay quietly beneath 3,000 meters of ice. "I never thought there would be a treasure chest in the depths of the sea. If my idea works, then I'd probably be able to collect all the treasure chests I encounter from now on." The next moment, a flash of light appeared before Chao Xing, and a strangely shaped mining tool appeared out of thin air in his right hand. Unlike ordinary mining tools, it was crystal clear, as if crafted from pure diamond. The pickaxe was entwined with mysterious patterns, and the tip shimmered with colorful light, exuding a magnificent display. Apparently, this pickaxe was the reward Chao Xing received for first killing the Rat King during the Golden Scripts treasure event, the Rat King's diamond pickaxe. As a legendary pickaxe, it boasts a whopping 50,000 attack damage, ignores the target's armor, and can sense surrounding mineral veins. However, these abilities aren't the most important. The most important thing is the legendary special effect of this diamond pickaxe. Blessing of the Rat God. Blessing of the Rat God, legendary special effect. When activated, the diamond pickaxe is blessed with the power of the Rat God, becoming indestructible. For a limited time, it can ignore armor and dig through any terrain, obstacles, barriers, and so on, without triggering defense mechanisms. Blessing lasts 30 seconds, cooldown, 10 hours. Chao Xing whispered, "According to the description, this diamond pickaxe can disregard armor and dig through any terrain. Then, this layer of ice, frozen by the power of the ancient dragon, should also be within its digging range. And most importantly, this blessing of the Rat God only lasts 30 seconds under normal conditions. But now, with the blessing of my eternal power, it will most likely become permanent." Thinking of this, Chao Xing couldn't wait to try it out. Then, he activated the legendary special effects on the diamond pickaxe. Buzz! A dazzling light burst forth, sending a wave of palpitations through the surrounding crowd. The diamond pickaxe seemed to be infused with life, becoming even more crystal clear, and the energy lines on its body shimmered with a strange glow. At the same time, a system notification appeared. "You used the legendary special effect blessing of the Rat God of the Rat King's diamond pickaxe, which lasted for 30 seconds. Blessed by the talent eternal power, it has become permanent." Chapter 904. When the system notification indicating the eternal power had taken effect ended, Chao Xing's heart was filled with joy once again. "Excellent! As expected, it has become permanent. Now let me see if this diamond pickaxe's effects are as miraculous as described." As the group watched, their lord lifted the diamond pickaxe, gleaming with a rainbow of light, and swiftly began to chip away at the ice below. The two ice giants sat bored on the ice, their eyes devoid of any emotion. for they simply didn't believe that this small pickaxe could shake this eternal ice layer blessed by the power of a giant dragon. Crack! With a crisp cracking sound, a miraculous scene unfolded. A massive pit, 100 meters in diameter and over 700 or 800 meters deep, instantly appeared in the ice below. Even more astonishingly, this pit appeared as if from thin air, as if forcibly erased by some immense force. Its edges were as smooth as a mirror, without even a trace of ice shards splattering. This scene stunned everyone. Gar swung his massive palm and slapped Harag on the forehead. Ancestors! Harag, did you see that? That human lord actually managed to dig at the ice with his pickaxe. Harag covered his head and muttered, I saw Gar. This is unbelievable. Also, next time you get excited, please pat yourself on the head. Not only the two giants, but also Assam, Tong Chu Chu, and the others standing nearby, stared wide-eyed. Everyone was speechless, stunned by this miraculous sight. Elisa's lips parted as she exclaimed, wow! What a magical pickaxe! Chao Xing, staring at the pit below, his eyes also flickered with delight. Wow! Wow! It actually works. This diamond pickaxe is incredibly effective. With one strike, Chao Xing dug a hole 700 or 800 meters deep, without even exerting any effort. What a concept! With just a few casual digs, he could reach the treasure chest 3,000 meters deep. If he dug diligently, he could even dig through the continent. Of course, Chao Xing wasn't thinking about digging through the continent right now. He was focused on the treasure before him. He flapped the wind wings behind him, and quickly descended to the bottom of the pit. Then he raised the Rat King's diamond pickaxe, and swung it down without hesitation. Clang! Clang! With 3 consecutive blows, the ice was broken apart as easily as tofu, and it vanished into thin air. Clang! With a crashing sound, a golden treasure chest, covered in ice, lay quietly within a crystal-clear ice cave, emitting an alluring glow. Chao Xing quickly descended to the bottom of the pit, reached out, and scooped up the treasure chest, placing it directly into his backpack. Obtained, frozen golden treasure chest *1. With a look of joy, Chao Xing flapped his wings, and swiftly returned to the surface. The crowd quickly joined him, each one bearing expressions of shock and disbelief. Elisa, in particular, stared at the diamond pickaxe in Chao Xing's hand, her eyes practically sparkling with stars. Excited, she approached Chao Xing and exclaimed, Lord! Lord! What kind of pickaxe is that? It looks so magical and powerful. Can I let Elisa play with it? Chao Xing glanced at her and said calmly, No, this pickaxe is bound to my soul. No one else can use it except me. Hearing this answer, Elisa suddenly felt like a deflated ball, mumbling okay. But a moment later, her excitement returned. Then, Lord, if we come across treasures buried deep in the ice in the future, can we dig them out like we did now? This ocean is so vast, there must be countless treasures. We're going to get rich. Chao Xing smiled and didn't object. It was indeed as Elisa had said. This sea was said to have no end, and it had existed for countless thousands of years. After so many years, countless treasures and ancient legends must have been buried there. Chao Xing had even heard Bai Ji say that an ancient palace lay hidden deep within the endless sea. Add to that the sunken ruins and lost civilizations. If they could all be excavated, the rewards would be unimaginable. Even the two ice giants began to breathe faster at the thought. They gazed excitedly at the diamond pickaxe in Chao Xing's hand. Giant Harag exclaimed in astonishment, Human Lord, I never thought you possessed not only formidable power, but also such a miraculous diamond pickaxe. This sea is a treasure trove tailor-made for you. Giant Gar echoed, Indeed. We, the ice giants, have discovered some extraordinary treasures in this sea. We didn't have the ability to excavate them before, but with this Lord's pickaxe, we might be able to unearth them. Chao Xing's interest piqued. He asked, Oh? Did your ice giants also discover treasures buried in the ice? Of course. Giant Gar excitedly replied, In addition to this golden chest, we've also discovered a crystal-like chest. However, these crystal chests are extremely rare, even we haven't seen many. Also, according to records from our ice giants, someone once discovered a red chest. Chao Xing was slightly startled at this. Then, as if realizing something, he quickly asked, Wait, what did you say? A red chest. Giant Gar nodded solemnly. Yes, our leader discovered it in the deep sea beyond the frost-sworn wall. What exactly does it look like? Chao Xing pressed. Gar replied, It's a chest made entirely of red crystal, resembling solidified blood. Just by approaching, you can feel the surging energy emanating from it. The clan leader said the chest might contain some powerful treasure. However, The chest is at least tens of thousands of meters deep in the ocean. Even we, the ice giants, can't dig it out. As he finished, Chao Xing couldn't help but form a hypothesis. There are currently 5 known levels of treasure chests: wooden, bronze, silver, gold, and bright moon. These chests contain equipment and items of 5 qualities: white, green, blue, gold, and orange. In addition, there are some black chests that can contain special items. Chao Xing had never encountered a red treasure chest before. Could it be a higher level treasure chest than the bright moon chest? At this thought, Chao Xing grew excited. Do you remember the exact location? He continued. Of course. The giant Gar replied without hesitation. Once we reach the frost-sworn wall and resolve this ice-brood crisis, I can consult the clan leader and tell you the location of this treasure chest. He seemed to know that this otherworldly lord was very interested in these treasures of the sea. The giant Harag, standing nearby, added, besides that, deep within the deep-sea ice, we've discovered some unique creatures, such as frozen deep-sea giants, ancient sirens, and massive ships. Because we've been constantly fighting the threat of those ice-brood monsters, and mining is extremely difficult, we haven't dared to explore further. If you're interested, we can tell you the location when we get back. Chao Xing's eyes gleamed, and he immediately agreed. Great. Without further delay, we must head to the frost-sworn wall. The 2 ice giants exchanged a glance and said in unison, No problem, powerful human lord. Then, led by Chao Xing, everyone quickly leaped onto Bing Bing's back. Ing! The massive scourge dragon roared loudly, spreading its wings of icy crystals that obscured the sky. With a single flap, it soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Then, he led Chao Xing and the others to advance deeper into the eternal frozen sea at a rapid speed. Whoosh! A chill wind howled high in the sky, carrying dense shards of ice crystals, and causing ripples to appear on everyone's energy shields. Another half-hour passed, and they had advanced over 3,000 kilometers again. During this time, Rennie's eye of the sky had accurately located nearly every treasure they encountered along the way, trapped deep within the ice. Chao Xing would spend a little more time, letting Bing Bing lead them down, and then use a diamond pickaxe to dig out the treasures one by one. Half an hour later, a treasure trove of precious loot had already filled his backpack. During the flight, Chao Xing suppressed his excitement and counted the loot. The total is: frozen gold treasure chests *2, frozen silver treasure chests *5, mermaid singer figurehead, damaged *1, unknown creature skeleton *1. Excluding the last 2 items, there are 7 treasure chests. You have to remember, on land, even with Chao Xing's territory, he might not even be able to obtain 1 treasure chest in a day. But in this sea, in just half an hour, he already obtained 7. At this moment, Chao Xing couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the permafrost sea, it's full of opportunities. Now, let's open these treasure chests, and see how the items inside compare to the treasure chests outside. Thinking of this, Chao Xing stood on the dragon's back and tapped his staff, preemptively casting a magic shield. Then, with a wave of his hand, 7 ice-covered treasure chests, their surfaces radiating a metallic glow, suddenly appeared within the shield. As Chao Xing approached, a system prompt appeared. Found a frozen golden treasure chest. Open it? Found. Chao Xing clicked yes in unison. Then, fine cracks quickly appeared on the ice covering the treasure chests. Crack, crack. With a distinct cracking sound, the openings of the 7 treasure chests opened simultaneously. A strange light emanated from them, as if it contained the mystical power of treasure. Then, without even glancing at them, Chao Xing stowed all the items into his backpack. Obtained: 7th level Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll, Elite, *2. Obtained: 7th level Murloc Spellcaster Recruitment Scroll *3. Obtained: 7th level Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll *7. Obtained: 7th level Murloc Warrior Recruitment Scroll *8. Obtained: Dragon Rock War Gold *5. Obtained: Large Anti-Corruption Potion *2. Obtained: Glacial Shard *16. Obtained: Medium Anti-Corruption Potion *4. Obtained. When Chao Xing saw the system notifications flooding his screen, surprise crossed his face. Holy crap! What the hell? 9 Dragon Blood Fighter recruitment scrolls opened up all at once. That's a huge win. You know, Dragon Blood Fighters are a powerful class, each one fused with the blood of an ice dragon, a warrior who has survived near-death experiences. Their combat power practically crushes all other classes. However, scrolls for this powerful class are currently only available in the system store, and a few can be found in Ice Dragon treasure chests. So far, most lords' territories only have a few dragon-blooded fighters, unable to even form a team of 10. Chao Xing currently has over 200 dragon-blood warriors, the largest number of survivors in the entire server. Furthermore, all of his dragon-blood warriors are at least level 70, with the lowest potential being at elite level. This team's full power unleashed a terrifying combat power. However, who wouldn't want more powerful troops in their territory? Even Chao Xing was no exception. He had always wanted to raise a dragon-blood warrior legion of 1,000, but never had the chance. However, this time, the treasure chest unearthed from the ice revealed a recruitment scroll for this very unit. This proves that treasure chests in this sea area have a high probability of revealing dragon-blood warrior recruitment scrolls. As long as I patiently collect and continue to uncover treasure chests deep within the ice. With time, I could even raise a dragon-blood warrior legion of tens, or even hundreds of thousands. Thinking of this, Chao Xing could hardly contain his excitement, eager to explore the sea for treasure. Of course, in addition to the dragon-blood warriors, this time, another unit he had never encountered before was revealed, the Murlocs. However, since he had never encountered them before, Chao Xing didn't know their specific combat power. He would have to wait and see when they were summoned later. He took a deep breath and put all the scrolls into his backpack. Then, Chao Xing looked at the two ice giants sitting next to him and asked, "Approximately how far is it to the frost-sworn wall?" The giant, Harag, replied, "Mighty human lord, we are approximately 2,000 kilometers away from the frost-sworn wall. According to the speed of your legendary dragon, you arrive in half an hour at most." Chao Xing nodded slightly, and said no more. He was pondering inwardly. Speaking of which, when he first set out for the ever-frozen sea, he hadn't expected to encounter the ice giants, nor had he considered going to the frost-sworn wall for assistance. According to his plan, he had first familiarized himself with the area before heading to the Silver Sea Kingdom, and seeking a way to obtain the legendary weapon, Dance of Snow. Then, he would venture deeper into the sea, reach his target location, and complete the S-rank quest, favored by the God of Luck. And, along the way, search for the location of the mysterious sea map. Unexpectedly, he encountered these two ice giants along the way, and now he had to confront them to resolve the ice nest monster crisis. This had somewhat disrupted his plans. But it didn't matter. Chao Xing had just opened the map and taken a look. The two locations he was heading to, the Silver Sea Kingdom, were on the eastern coast of the ever-frozen sea, a vast distance from here, at least hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Even at Bing Bing's speed, it would take a full day to go there and back. The second location, the first leg of the God of Fortune quest, is about the same distance away. And this location is deep within the permafrost sea. So, at this point, the closest place is Frost-Sworn Wall, where these ice giants are stationed. Chao Xing thought to himself, there's still nearly a month until the new expansion launches. I can go to Frost-Sworn Wall first to kill some monsters, then find time to head to the Silver Sea Kingdom, and find a way to delve deeper into the sea to complete the quest. God of Fortune's favor. We still have plenty of time, so there's no rush. He quickly formulated his next plan. Just then, Rennie's voice rang out again. "My lord, I discovered something beneath the ice again." Chao Xing raised his head, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "Oh? What is it this time? Another treasure chest, or something else?" Rennie remained silent, narrowing her hawk-like eyes slightly, focusing her vision through the thick ice. After a moment, she slowly shook her head and said, "That doesn't look like any treasure. More like a fish?" Hearing this, the interest of those on the dragon's back was piqued. Alisa excitedly exclaimed, "Wow! Fish! Is it a fish from the ever-frozen sea? Could it be the legendary Kraken?" Big Brown excitedly raised his shield and said, "Oh! The fish from the ever-frozen sea are incredibly delicious. Legend has it that one bite will keep you eating it for years to come." Alisa then curiously asked, "Uncle Brown, are the fish from the ever-frozen sea really that delicious?" "Of course." Braun replied without hesitation, "Especially those deep-sea fish. They're incredibly delicious. Their meat is as soft, glutinous, and sweet as if blessed by the gods. When I was a sailor, if we caught a deep-sea fish, the whole ship would celebrate for ages. If we could bring a big one ashore and sell it to the merchants on land, it would be worth the entire ship's profit for a month." Braun's explanation was beaming. Alisa's mouth was practically watering as she listened. Her small eyes gazed eagerly at the ice below. At this moment, Rennie asked, "Lord, shall we go down?" Everyone turned their gaze to Chao Xing. After all, he was the decision-maker here. Chapter 905. Chao Xing quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. Although they were not far from their destination, Reaching it would only take a few minutes. But there was no need to rush. While the situation at Frostworn Wall was dangerous, it would not be completely destroyed by this delay. After all, if the two giants had not encountered Chao Xing and his men, even if they had escaped the White Walker ambush, they would probably not have reached shore by now. Not to mention, they would have had to trek tens of thousands of kilometers over land to find human reinforcements. So the situation was far from urgent enough to require a race against time. So Chao Xing ordered, "Let's go down and take a look. It won't take long." "Great." Alyssa cheered immediately, "We can go down and catch some fish." Even the two ice giants on the dragon's back agreed, knowing that the situation at Frostworn Wall wasn't that dire yet. The next moment, Bing Bing flapped her wings, gracefully arced through the air, and slowly landed on the ice. Its massive claws left deep marks on the ice, and the cold breath from its mouth merged with the chill of the polar wind. Everyone jumped off Bing Bing's back and stepped onto the frozen sea. Renice pointed to a patch of ice ahead and said, "Lord, it's just below here, about 5,000 meters deep." Chao Xing narrowed his eyes, peering into the depths of the ice. However, he saw only a blurry blue shadow. After all, 5,000 meters of water was already considered deep sea. Add to that the magical interference unique to the permafrost, and even legendary warriors like them couldn't see through such a thick layer of ice. But Renice was different. She was a legendary archer with astonishing vision. She had also awakened the powerful ability of the Eye of the Sky, allowing her to easily penetrate thousands, even tens of thousands, of meters of ocean, capturing the slightest anomaly. So, Chao Xing only needed to dig in the direction she indicated. With a flash of light in his hand, a gleaming diamond pickaxe appeared once again. Immediately, Chao Xing raised the diamond pickaxe high and slammed the pickaxe head into the ice. Crack! A strange flash of light followed, and a massive ice pit, 100 meters in diameter and 700 or 800 meters deep, instantly appeared beneath his feet. Chao Xing continued to descend beneath the ice, repeating the same trick. Clang! Clang! Shattered ice fragments flew everywhere, then vanished into thin air. After 7 consecutive digging attempts, a massive ice pit, over 5,000 meters deep, suddenly appeared before everyone. Alyssa, wearing a thick white cotton jacket, crouched at the edge of the ice cave like a little bear, and asked curiously, "Lord, have you found the big fish?" A clear voice echoed through the ice cave. Chao Xing remained silent, exploring the pitch-black cave. Then, he suddenly noticed 2 faint blue dots in the ice nearby. A closer look revealed that they were not blue dots at all, but the eyes of a massive creature sealed within the ice. Chao Xing didn't panic, but calmly took out a glowing branch. A powerful holy light emanated from the branch in his hand, completely illuminating the area. He then saw the creature's face clearly. It was a gigantic fish, nearly 50 meters long. Its entire body was covered in shimmering blue scales, each one gleaming with a dreamy luster like the finest sapphire. A single, spiraling horn sprouted from its enormous head, within which flowed liquid icy energy. Most astonishingly, its fins were fully extended, resembling a pair of wings carved from icy crystals. It appeared to be swimming when it suddenly froze in place. Is this the deep-sea fish Renice mentioned? I've never seen such a species before. I wonder what its quality is. Chao Xing's gaze fell on this strange deep-sea fish. The next moment, a message appeared on the dashboard. Kaijing Snapper, Orange Deep-Sea Fish. Quality, Epic. Level 78. Weight, 22.4 tons. Skills, Water Column, Ice Crystal Armor, Ancient Bloodline. Effect, eating this fish for the first time increases spirit by 2,000, cold resistance by 100, and has a 30% chance of awakening the Ice Crystal Armor ability. Disassembly yields, 221 Kaijing Scales, Orange, 10,525 kilograms Kaijing Snapper Meat, Orange, 1 Deep Sea Ice Core, Orange, 1 Kaijing Unicorn Horn, Orange, 560 L Ice Crystal Fish Oil, Orange, 1,104 kilograms Kaijing Fish Bones, Orange. Note, a powerful fish from the depths of the permafrost, surviving for millennia. Its flesh and blood possess incredible deep-sea power, making it the dream of countless adventurers and seasoned anglers. After reading the attributes of this Kaijing Snapper, Chao Xing couldn't help but feel delighted. Epic level fish meat. The effects are truly incredible. Not only does it increase spirit by 2,000 points, it also increases cold resistance and awakens special abilities. This stuff's value is even more astonishing than the flesh of a lizard overlord, and only slightly less than that of a legendary giant rhino. But it's still pretty good. After all, The note above states that disassembling it yields tens of thousands of kilograms of Kaijing snapper meat, which translates to a minimum sales volume of 100,000. In addition, disassembling it also yields a wealth of epic quality additional materials, which can be used to craft various equipment and items. The value of this Kaijing snapper is inestimable. The most important thing is, he found it on the road. It was essentially free for Chao Xing. It only took him 2 or 3 minutes at most. Thinking of this, he said with a smile, this feeling of picking up money is really good. Just as he was about to disassemble the Kaijing snapper, a system notification suddenly appeared. Ding! Decomposition failed, unable to decompose living creatures. Chao Xing was stunned. Living creature? This Kaijing snapper is still alive? Disbelief flashed in his eyes. After all, this fish had been frozen here for at least 9,000 years. Under normal circumstances, it would have died long ago. And now, the system was actually reporting that it was still alive. Oh my god! It managed to survive, after being frozen for 9,000 years. Doesn't this mean that what Elisa said about finding humans, who have lived for 9,000 years in the permafrost is also true? Chao Xing swallowed subconsciously. But after a moment, he shook his head and said, forget it, forget all that. Let's get this fish to shore first. With that, Chao Xing raised his staff, and a ball of invisible magic enveloped the icy mass, weighing over 20 tons, nearly 50 tons including the surface ice. The moon goddess orb on the staff's tip radiated a brilliant blue light. Then, the Kaijing snapper, sealed in icy dust for over 9,000 years, slowly ascended into the air. The people waiting on the ice witnessed a startling scene. From the vast ice pit below, a gigantic snapper, its entire body crystal clear, its scales, like sculpted ice crystals, slowly rose. After reaching the ice surface, Chao Xing slowly ceased channeling his magic power, and the icy mass enveloping the Kaijing snapper fell. Boom! With a dull thud, the heavy mass of ice crashed onto the surface, stirring up a cloud of icy mist. Elisa and little Choo-Choo quickly approached. She reached out her small hands, caressing the surface ice, her mouth slightly open. Wow! What a big fish, and so beautiful! It'd be delicious as sashimi. Elisa's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she could already imagine the delicious texture of this fish. Just then, little Choo-Choo seemed to sense something. She turned her head and said innocently, Sister Elisa, why do I feel like this fish is still alive? Elisa's eyes widened, and she asked in confusion, alive? That's impossible, isn't it? She leaned over the ice and pressed her ear against it, as if trying to confirm something. People nearby, including Bron and Assam, were also intrigued and gathered around to investigate. At that moment, a steady voice echoed from behind. This fish is indeed still alive. Everyone turned to look. They were stunned to find it was their lord who spoke. And he had personally confirmed that the great fish was still alive. Although it seemed unbelievable, he knew his lord wouldn't joke about such a thing. Bron's gruff voice echoed, Aha! I didn't expect to see a living Kaijing snapper after thousands of years. If we bring this back to land, it'd probably fetch a fortune. The two ice giants also exclaimed in surprise. We, the ice giants, have been here for so long, and we've only seen records of it in history books. To my surprise, this human lord would encounter this ancient fish alive just after arriving. Everyone was in awe. Only Elisa's face showed a hint of worry. She tilted her head, wondering, a living fish. Can't we eat it? At the same time, the Kaijing snapper sealed in the ice seemed to sense the changes in its surroundings, and showed signs of revival. Crack, crack! A series of cracking sounds echoed, and the ice surface cracked with fine lines. This confirmed Chao Xing's words. The creature inside was still alive. Beijinger asked, Lord, what should we do with this huge fish? Chao Xing pondered for a moment and said, first, break the ice, then kill it directly. To others, a 9,000-year-old Kaijing snapper might have immense research value. But to Chao Xing, the fish's greatest use was to disassemble it, improve the attributes of everyone involved, or trade it for resources at the market. As you command? Burji replied solemnly, then raised his great axe, and approached the massive block of ice. What happened next was no surprise. As the legendary Dragon Blood warrior commander, Boji could instantly slay even the Kaijing snapper at its most powerful. What's more, it was still sealed. He raised his axe and slashed, and the ice cracked. The Kaijing snapper within, still in its semi-awakened chaotic state, was instantly slain. Chao Xing then stepped forward, dissected it into various rare ingredients, and stored them in his backpack. Obtained 10,525 kilograms of Kaijing snapper meat, orange. Obtained 560 liters of ice crystal fish oil, orange. Obtained. With this ancient creature, having survived for countless years, and then sealed in ice for over 9,000 years, had become a trophy. Chao Xing patted his backpack with satisfaction, turned around, and ordered, "Continue sailing. We head directly for Frostsworn Wall." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, Lord." With that, they leaped onto Bing Bing's back once more. The massive scourge dragon flapped its wings, carrying everyone aloft. While in midair, the giant Gar couldn't help but exclaim, "Human Lord, you possess not only immense strength, but also a remarkable group of subordinates. At such depths, even the legendary giants of our tribe can't detect living creatures beneath the ice. Yet you have an archer with exceptional eyesight within your ranks, capable of penetrating 10,000 meters of ice to lock onto their targets. Plus, you have that amazing pickaxe. This sea is a truly inexhaustible treasure trove for you." Even the two giants were envious of their journey. Looking at their awe-filled eyes, Chao Xing smiled. At the same time, he felt even more excited for the upcoming journey into the permafrost. Time flew by, and about 10 minutes passed. Magic Dragon Bing Bing maintained a speed of thousands of kilometers per hour, carving an icy blue trail across the permafrost. At that moment, two giants suddenly stood up, their heights exceeding 10 meters, casting a massive shadow on the dragon's back. Gazing at the gradually emerging silhouette in the distance, they excitedly roared, "Everyone, we're almost there." The crowd, instantly energized, rose to their feet. They stood atop the dragon's back and gazed into the distance. Across the sea ahead, a massive, unbroken wall of ice appeared. It was countless kilometers long, and its height was astonishing, at least over 10,000 meters. It was like a barrier stretching from heaven to earth, separating the entire sea. Everyone held their breath, awestruck by the sight before them. "Wow! Is this the Frostsworn Wall?" Alyssa excitedly clenched her bow and arrow. "This is magnificent." Bronn stroked his shield and muttered to himself, "It's incredible. When I died in my previous life, I hadn't heard of such a miraculous structure appearing on the permafrost. It's so massive, I wonder how it was formed." Hearing this, the two giants exchanged a glance, their voices tinged with pride. This Frostsworn Wall was built by the very ancestor of our ice giant race. Chao Xing raised his brows slightly, a look of surprise on his face. "Oh! The ancestor of your ice giant clan actually had the ability to create such a structure? You know, a structure of this scale is truly a wonder of nature." Chao Xing already has 4 demigods under his command, but even with their power, they couldn't accomplish this. In other words, the one who created the Frostsworn Wall must have at least divine power. The giant Garl straightened his body and nodded firmly, "Indeed. During the Dragon Wars, we, the Ice Giants and the Norn, fought the ancient dragon Yurma for 400 years. However, the dragon's power was too great. Even with the combined might of our tribe, the Norn were reduced to a single dragon slayer legion. But we were still beaten back by the dragon, and our numbers dwindled. We could only watch as the ice birds multiplied and the dragon's power expanded. More and more creatures, heeding Yurma's whispers and persuading, became ice birders, capable of endless slaughter." A deep sorrow lingered in his voice, and his rough hands unconsciously tightened around the axe handle. The next second, the giant Gar's voice suddenly changed. However, at this moment, after 400 years of fighting, the saint of the Norn, Zora, finally discovered the weakness of the ancient dragon Yurma. She sacrificed herself to seal Yurma within the boundless sea, finally ending the long dragon war. However, the ancient dragon Yurma was unwilling to be sealed away. So, she exhausted her final strength and created her own clone, Drakkar, the voice of Yurma. This evil creature possesses immense power, and will continually spawn vast numbers of ice brood monsters, wreaking havoc on this sea. To protect our tribe and fulfill our oath to the Norn, one of the ancestors of our ice giants, Jotun Jinvar, resolutely journeyed into the depths of the permafrost. After a devastating battle, he sacrificed his own life to slay Drakkar, Jormung's avatar. And in his final moments, he expended all his life force and magic. With eternal ice as its bones and arctic storms as its soul, he built a defense line stretching hundreds of thousands of kilometers. This is the origin of the Frostsworn Wall. Gal, the giant, spoke in one breath, his chest heaving violently, his eyes gleaming with pride and grandeur. Everyone listened in silence, each one deeply moved by this tragic story. Looking ahead at the towering ice wall, a welled in their eyes. Chao Xing took a deep breath and commented, "The Norn and the Ice Clan are truly true warriors." After a pause, he said solemnly, "Keep moving forward." Whoosh! Bing Bing flapped her wings, unexpectedly gaining even more speed. In the blink of an eye, They had crossed the final distance and arrived above the frost-sworn wall. This amazing wall, 10,000 meters high and several thousand meters wide, lay before them. Besides the massive figures, many other unique structures stood atop it. There were rugged ice houses, towering watchtowers, and massive war fortresses and other fortifications. But without exception, these structures were all constructed of solid ice. Above, Chao-Shing spotted ice giants like Gar and Harag at regular intervals. Wearing massive weapons, they patrolled the edge of the wall. Below, swarms of ice spreaders and White Walkers continuously assaulted this magnificent line of defense. But they were quickly blasted to smithereens by the densely packed defensive systems on the wall, unable to even approach within a kilometer. Although the scene of battle was shocking, the situation didn't seem as dire as Gar and Harag had described. Chao-Shing turned, looking at the two men in confusion. The giant Harag understood Chao-Shing's meaning and explained, "Mighty human lord, this isn't the worst hit area. Those cunning ice-brood monsters and the White Walker hordes will unite and attack the same area. Currently, the entire frost-sworn wall defense line consists of 4 main battlefields and countless smaller ones. Each of these main battlefields is under constant attack from massive ice-brood monsters and White Walker hordes. Among them, even legendary-level ice-brood monsters and White Walkers occasionally appear." Chapter 906. Giant Harag said anxiously, "Among these monsters, there are even the occasional legendary ice-brood and White Walkers." Giant Gar clenched his fists and said anxiously, "That's right. Those guys have been attacking day and night lately, and we ice giants can hardly hold out." Chao-Shing didn't say much. Instead, he asked directly, "Where's the nearest main battlefield?" Giant Harag pointed northwest. "It's about 1,000 kilometers away. We can see it by following the Great Wall northwest." Chao-Shing nodded. "Then let's get moving. Let's reach the main battlefield first and resolve this crisis first." "Yes." The two giants responded in unison, their eyes alight with hope. Whoosh! Bing Bing flapped her wings and flew 4 or 5 kilometers, at her breakneck speed. Covering 1,000 kilometers took only minutes. The surrounding scene quickly receded, and they flew directly over the frost-sworn wall. From this perspective, it looked like a giant, winding silver dragon stretching endlessly beneath their feet. The cold light reflected from the city wall's surface transformed into a dazzling stream of light as it flew at breakneck speed. About 3 minutes later, Chao-Shing and the others could already sense waves of terrifying energy emanating from the front. Earth-shattering roars, and the roar of shattering ice crystals intertwined, as if the entire world were trembling. The air was filled with a biting chill and the smell of blood. Even the wind carried the scent of blood. And as Bing Bing descended, the sight before them made everyone's breath catch. On the blood-stained ice plain, a vast horde of ice-brood monsters surged towards the city wall like a tidal wave. Their twisted bodies pressed and collided, emitting a chilling sound of icy friction. Mixed in with them were towering White Walker warlocks. Floating 100 meters in the air, their eyes flickering with dark flames, they continuously commanded the ice-brood and the White Walker army to assault the city walls. The entire battlefield stretched for dozens of miles, reaching the end of the site. The dark swarm of monsters, like a rolling black cloud, continuously assaulted the city walls. And the moment they reached the walls, a group of ice-brood suicide bombers began a frenzied self-destruction. Boom! Boom! Amidst the deafening cracks, the kilometer-thick city walls were riddled with cracks, and in many areas, huge craters were blasted into existence. The ice giants stood atop the walls, resisting fiercely. Warriors of the ice giants, attack! With a muffled roar, thousands of giants simultaneously raised their massive ice spears and hurled them downward with all their might. Puff! 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 Crack! Crack! A dense, piercing, and shattering sound echoed continuously. The giant ice spears slashed through the air in deadly arcs, each strike clearing a vast area, but despairingly, it was quickly filled with more monsters. A mountain of monster corpses had already piled beneath the city walls, but the following hordes continued their charge, stepping over the remains of their comrades, like an endless wave of death, and as the monsters charged, the cracks in the wall surface continued to widen, some stretching to the very end, poised to burst open. The giants will never surrender. For the glory of our ancestors. For the blood pact. Follow me and kill. Thousands of ice giants leaped from the walls, crashing down upon the battlefield like falling icy meteorites. They would use their bodies to plug these gaps. Under the fearless charge of these ice giants, the first wave of monsters was abruptly halted, temporarily relieving the pressure on the frost-sworn wall. But the good times didn't last. Behind the monster army, several massive frost beasts could be vaguely seen advancing slowly. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled with each of their steps, and the cold air they breathed froze everything in their path into ice sculptures. Watching this scene from the air, everyone felt a pang of fear. Although the scale of the battlefield here didn't compare to the powerful warriors gathered in the Battle of Spark City, but their numbers far exceeded expectations. It was like an endless tide of death. Chaoxing let out a sigh. It seems the situation is even worse than imagined. At this moment, the two ice giants clenched their fists, their eyes filled with intense anxiety. They were eager to rush to the battlefield and fight alongside their people, but they also knew that their combined strength alone was insufficient to turn the tide of the battle. So, the giants Harrag and Gar exchanged a look of determination. They turned, facing Chaoxing on their dragons' backs, and knelt on one knee. Mighty Lord, Overlord of the North, please help the ice giants and defend the frost-sworn wall. The deep voice was filled with determination and pleading, and the two giants simultaneously lowered their proud heads to him. Chaoxing raised his staff, and an invisible magical force lifted the two giants up and lifted them to their feet. No need for that. I would have taken action even if you hadn't told me. As previously mentioned, he commanded a group of powerful warriors who needed a significant amount of experience points to level up. However, finding such a large enemy on land was no easy feat. Now, with so many ice-brood monsters and White Walker armies, it was like experience points delivered right to your doorstep. The two giants, upon hearing this, looked at the human lord with hope. Then, with a mighty wave of his hand, Chaoxing unleashed a host of powerful warriors from his necromancy bag. Boom! Boom! Tons of overwhelming auras instantly swept across the battlefield. Marinina, wielding a bloodthirsty blade and emitting a demigod-level aura. Hilda, the Blood Spider Queen, with a spider lower body and a human upper body, exuded a deadly and dangerous aura. In the air, the Arctic dragon Seraphis, with a wingspan of 300 meters, was even larger than the dragon Bing Bing. Add to that a host of powerful legends and heroic warriors. The concentrated aura caused the temperature of the entire battlefield to plummet. Even the ice giants, battling the Ice Brood and White Walker armies in the distance, noticed this sudden change. They looked up, panic in their eyes. What are those? New enemies? Ancestors. So many terrifying creatures have appeared again. It's over. For his sworn walls can't be defended. After all, the aura emanating from Chaoxing and the others was simply too terrifying. Over a dozen legendaries, each possessing combat power beyond the limits of legendary status. Needless to say, the appearance of two demigod-level creatures on this battlefield was like a dragon invading an anthill. If these unknown beings were reinforcements from the Ice Brood, the consequences would be unimaginable. This frost-sworn Great Wall, which had stood for thousands of years, would be ripped apart in an instant. High in the sky, two giants stood transfixed as they watched the powerful figures suddenly appear around them. After a brief moment of bewilderment, they quickly reacted, a look of surprise on their faces. Ancestors. So many powerful figures have suddenly appeared. Oh my god! Are these all the subordinates of this powerful lord? Their auras surpass even the legendary warriors of our ice giants. Gar, look at those two. Their auras are even more terrifying than those of the elders. These are two demigod-level warriors. Our ice giants are saved. The two giants shouted excitedly. The combat power displayed by Chaoxing completely exceeded the two giants' wildest imaginations. They had originally thought that the few legendary warriors the Lord had brought with him were his entire fighting force. Only now did they realize this was just the tip of the iceberg. Meanwhile, after releasing the people from the death bag, Chaoxing quickly said, I explain the details later. Right now, you have only one mission. Go to the battlefield below and eliminate all the Ice Brood monsters and the White Walker army. Quick! The moment the order was given, all the warriors quickly regained their composure. They all erupted with their utmost fighting spirit, their bodies surging with energy. Yes! With a chorus of unanimous responses, dozens of warriors swooped down towards the battlefield below. Like destructive meteors, they streaked across the sky. Then, with unstoppable force, they slammed down onto the ice, triggering a devastating explosion. Boom! Boom! Terrorizing shockwaves swept across the battlefield, each one carrying off thousands of monsters, and the moment they landed, these powerful warriors, like bloodthirsty wolves, slaughtered the surrounding Ice Brood monsters and the White Walker hordes. Marinina's blood-drinking blade slashed repeatedly, each strike unleashing a blood-red aura that spanned thousands of meters. Countless monsters were reduced to shattered ice in the blood-red light. Hilda gently raised her hand, and from beneath her body, countless blood spiders gushed out. They madly self-destructed, leaving behind a cloud of corrosive crimson abyss poison beneath them. With the Blood Spider Queen at its center, a death zone over 3 kilometers in diameter instantly formed. 2 demigod-level warriors instantly slaughtered tens of thousands of ice-brood monsters, and the White Walker army. The performance of those legendary warriors was equally astonishing. Roar! Andrew's behemoth form roared to the heavens. Each blow ripped cracks hundreds of meters long from the ice, shattering vast numbers of ice-brood monsters into smithereens. Shao, the Star Nation swordsman, wielded a legendary long sword, followed by 5 transparent long swords. Each strike unleashed 3 or 4 bursts of sword energy, carving tunnels of death through the hordes of monsters. Burgi, the Dragon Blood champion, wielding a long-handled axe, tore through the battlefield like a whirlwind, sending blood and flesh flying and ice crystal shards dancing in his wake. Braun, the Shield Guardian, transformed into a 4-armed giant, wielding 2 massive ice blades and slashing furiously. Each blow shattered countless White Walker warriors and ice-brood monsters into smithereens. Combined with the bombardment of the heroic warriors and legendary mages, the entire battlefield instantly devolved into a one-sided massacre. The ice giants on the city walls stared at the scene in amazement, their weapons unconsciously dropping. First, ancestors. An ice giant commander swallowed hard and said with difficulty, "Where did these monsters come from? What terrifying fighting power." Too terrifying. Fortunately, they're only dealing with ice-brood monsters. Yes. Fortunately, they're not the enemy, otherwise our front would have been torn apart in an instant, another giant warrior said with a trembling voice. But where did these monsters come from, and why are they helping us? The giants gazed at the battlefield below, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Standing nearby, the giants Gar and Harag were trembling with excitement. They watched the powerful beings charge recklessly into the horde of monsters, clearing a large area with each attack. The numerical advantage boasted by the Ice Brood and the White Walker army was completely undone by this formidable force. If they were given just a little more time, they could have completely cleared the battlefield. Excellent. Lord Chaoxing's men are truly formidable. Indeed. Is this the true power of the Northern Overlord? With them, we can definitely hold the city walls. Not only the ice giants, but also the Ice Brood and the White Walker army were stunned. The White Walker army's ferocious offensive instantly collapsed, and the ferocious Ice Brood instinctively retreated. Even the White Walker warlocks, the leaders of the battle, were shaking in their hands as they gripped their staffs. The newly arrived members, King Shenmu and Queen Kasa, seemed eager to show off their abilities before Chaoxing. As soon as they joined the battlefield, they unleashed a barrage of powerful attacks. Wow! A verdant ancient tree, reaching a height of 10,000 meters, appeared, emanating a rich aura of life. The moment it appeared, it unleashed an endless stream of vines. These vines, like nimble tentacles, automatically attacked the surrounding ice-brood monsters. Puff! 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 Crack! Crack! A dense, shattering sound echoed continuously, and countless ice-brood monsters were instantly slain, exploding into a blanket of icy shards. Some of the boss monsters that hadn't been instantly killed were now entangled in the vines, unable to move, and constantly losing health. The battlefield, stretching over 10 kilometers in radius, instantly transformed into a domain ruled by the gigantic ancient tree. It was King Shenmu's signature skill, Ancient Tree of Life Projection. Even on the other side, Queen Kasa was not to be outdone. She bit her lower lip and swung her staff. Instantly, a powerful spatial wave emanated from her. Then, everyone saw a black line stretching several kilometers across the space ahead. It was as if a peerless swordsman had slashed space apart with a single strike. At least 1,000 ice-brood monsters in its path were instantly sliced in two, their bodies slicing smoothly in half, their heads blasting out damage exceeding 10 million. But this was only the beginning. Buzz! As the spatial wave from Queen Kasa intensified, spatial blades, slashing at a rate of 1 every 10th of a second, frantically sliced through all the ice-brood monsters ahead. Swish! Swish, swish, swish! Hundreds, even thousands, of dimensional slashes poured out like a violent storm. The space within a 5-kilometer radius was shattered, leaving countless spatial fragments floating within. All the ice nest monsters in the area had already been completely annihilated. This skill was Queen Kasa's forbidden spell, Destruction Dimension Slash. The power of the two's outburst was astonishing, attracting the attention of many giants on the city wall. Even Queen Kasa and King Shenmu glanced at Chaoxing in the distance from the corner of their eyes. They seemed to be seeking this man's praise and approval. At this moment, Chaoxing still stood on Bing Bing's back, covering the entire battlefield. After witnessing this, he simply said coldly, "From now on, without my order, you may not unleash any skills above the commander level." Especially not these large, forbidden spell level skills. If my battle plan is disrupted by your premature release, you will bear all the consequences. Do you understand? At this, the two men's expressions froze, and fear flashed in their eyes. For they heard the murderous intent in Chao Xing's tone. At that moment, King Shenmu and Queen Kasa quickly turned around and apologized. Lord, please forgive us. We will never unleash these large spells again. We are at your command. Please calm down. Off to the side, King Zebulon of Velan was unleashing various thunder spells. After hearing Chao Xing scold the two newcomers, a smile gradually crept onto his lips. When he first joined the territory, he had similarly been eager for quick success and instant gratification, eager to gain Chao Xing's approval, and had unleashed a flurry of skills. After receiving Chao Xing's criticism, he finally came to his senses. Now, seeing someone in the same boat, he couldn't help but feel a surge of gloating. He even somewhat expected Chao Xing to punish the two. However, Chao Xing remained silent for a moment, and the murderous intent within him gradually dissipated. He said calmly, "Since this is your first time, and you don't know the rules, I won't hold you accountable this time. You know the consequences if you do it again." King Shenmu and Queen Kasa were instantly relieved upon hearing this. Then, they replied without hesitation, "Yes. Lord. Due to your intimidation, the loyalty of territory member, Elvin Aoba has increased. Current loyalty, 72. Due to your intimidation, the loyalty of territory member, Selena Kasa has increased. Current loyalty, 73. Chao Xing's intimidation not only didn't reduce their loyalty, but actually increased it by a few points. At this moment, the two men looked at the Lord with eyes filled with awe, then, they quickly turned and returned to the battlefield. King Velan, standing nearby, shook his head, seemingly disappointed that he hadn't witnessed a good show. But he didn't dare show it. He could only continuously gather the lightning elements between heaven and earth, unleashing various lightning magic to bombard the enemy. Boom! Boom! As these powerful warriors slaughtered, kill notifications flashed across the screen. Your territory member, Renus Hawkeye, killed 62,412 ice-brewed monsters, level 6, 7, and 8, gaining 342 million experience points, pale induction plus human luck. Combatants gain 171 million experience points. Your territory member, Marinina, killed 85,924 White Walker hordes, level 6, 7, and 8, gaining 475 million experience points, pale induction plus human luck. Combatants gain 237.5 million experience points. Your Chapter 907. The number of ice-brewed monsters and White Walkers on this battlefield was simply too numerous and densely packed. Every attack by Marlene, Hilda, and the others claimed the lives of numerous enemies, and in turn, gained a significant amount of experience points. Chao Xing practically watched as the experience points of those legendary warriors steadily increased. This was especially true of Hilda, who possessed status-enhancing abilities. After reaching the demigod realm, the Blood Spider Queen's experience points required for each level had reached a terrifying level. But with so many monsters, her experience bar was surging at a visible rate. Soon, streaks of white light rose across the battlefield. Your territory member, Brown Ironwall, has been upgraded to level 148. Your territory member, Marinina, has been upgraded to level 147. Your territory member, Burger Sunstrider, has been upgraded to level 127. You're looking at the constant leveling up notifications, and the ice-brewed monsters still swarming in the distance. Chao Xing smiled. Excellent. At this rate, clearing all the monsters in this battlefield will almost get Marinina and Brown to max level. And according to what those two giants said, there are 4 battlefields of this size in Frostsworn Wall. After we've taken care of this one, I lead my men to the other 3 battlefields and take down more ice-brewed monsters. By then, perhaps not only will all the legendaries be upgraded to max level, but even demigods like Hilda and Isabel will see their levels significantly increased. Just as he was lost in his rosy dreams of the future, a strange, piercing roar erupted from the depths of the vast ice-brewed army at the far end of the icy plains. Hiss! The piercing roar sent waves of sound so audible that even the thick ice was cracked like spiderwebs. The moment it heard this roar, all the ice-brewed and the White Walker army seemed to be injected with some kind of violent potion. The blue light in their eyes instantly transformed into a bloodthirsty red. Not only that, another eerie scream echoed from another direction. A White Walker warlock, radiating an evil aura and clad in tattered robes, slowly emerged. It wielded a pitch-black staff, emitting a suffocating pressure. Then, With a wave of its staff, an endless aura of death instantly radiated outward for hundreds of kilometers. The Ice Brood and White Walkers, tainted by this aura of death, saw black recovery numbers rapidly appear above their heads. Their health began to recover frantically, and they pounced upon the frost-sworn wall like wolves and tigers. The ice giants on the wall paled at the sight. One of the veteran warriors cried out in terror, "Oh no! It's a legendary Ice Brood beast, and a White Walker high priest. Their beast voices and death songs will significantly increase the monster's combat power. Quickly activate the frost catapults and rune turrets. Notify the elders to awaken the 2 legendary giant warriors from the giant cavern. We need reinforcements." The entire wall was in chaos, as the warriors frantically operated various war machines. Some giants quickly leaped from the wall. Under the horrified gazes of the ice giants, the distant armies of Ice Brood monsters and White Walkers had already transformed into a terrifying torrent of death, sweeping towards them. Powered by 2 legendary monsters, their speed and destructive power skyrocketed. Even the ice surface trembled under their all-out charge. Boom! The overwhelming force, seemingly threatening to overwhelm everything, made one wonder if the city walls could withstand the onslaught. At this moment, Chaoxing gazed upon the sudden eruption of monsters, his expression unwavering. At their level, victory was no longer simply a matter of numbers. On a high-level battlefield, a well-trained army, led by a legendary warrior, could unleash a fighting force capable of threatening or even slaying a legend. But the key to this was the leading legendary warrior. Without a force capable of withstanding or even containing the legendary's firepower, the army would be quickly and utterly routed. The same is true today. As long as there's no one within this horde of Ice Brood monsters capable of containing them, they're nothing more than a collection of experience points to be harvested. Just as Chaoxing was about to unleash a forbidden spell, instantly annihilating the Ice Brood monsters below, a special prompt appeared. Survivor Chaoxing, please take note. Because you've arrived at the main battlefield of Frostsworn Wall, a special A-rank quest has been triggered. The choice of ice and snow. The choice of ice and snow, A-rank. As the ancient dragons continue to awaken, the ancient corruption threatens to sweep across the sea once again, restoring its reign of terror from ancient times. Under the combined attack of the Ice Brood monsters and the White Walker army, the Frostsworn Wall, which has stood firm for thousands of years, is about to face an unprecedented crisis. However, your arrival may determine the outcome of this war. Quest Option 1. Join the Elder Dragons and assist the Ice Brood and White Walker hordes in destroying the Frostsworn Wall. Note: choosing this option will earn you the favor of the Elder Dragon Jormag and grant you a dragon gift, empowering you with powerful dragon power. However, this choice will lower your reputation and make you sworn enemies with the Ice Giants, the Norn, and more. Quest Option 2. Join the Ice Giants and assist them in resisting the Elder Dragons and defending the Frostsworn Wall. Note: choosing this option will earn you the favor of the Ice Giants, but will also create a blood feud with the Elder Dragon Jormag. Please make your choice within 10 seconds. 10. 9. Looking at this sudden system prompt, Chaoxing was startled, a look of surprise in his eyes. Faction selection? I didn't expect this to trigger. Speaking of which, the last time this kind of faction selection quest appeared was during the War of the Oracle. Back then, Chaoxing, knowing that even if the survivors perished in the Crystal Plane, they wouldn't truly die, but would be resurrected, decisively chose the Crystal Dragon faction. This choice was driven, in part, by a desire to gain greater benefits against the Church of Light. In addition, Chaoxing, upon seeing that the Crystal Dragon resided in an independent plane, deduced that its character might not be so evil. That's why he chose the Crystal faction. But this time was different. The Elder Dragon Jormag, compared to Kralkatorrik, was a completely evil and chaotic entity. Its goal was to destroy the entire western continent and transform all living things into Ice Brood monsters. So, this time, Chaoxing didn't need to hesitate at all. Even though the system indicated that choosing to help the Elder Dragon would grant him a gift, granting him immense power, Chaoxing still clicked the option directly. Ding! You have selected Quest Option 2, automatically joining the Ice Giant faction. Quest progress updated. The choice of wind and snow, Rank A. You arrived at the ever-frozen sea and witnessed the bravery of the Ice Giants fighting against the Ice Brood. Resolutely forsaking the Elder Dragon's temptation, you joined the fight against the Ice Brood monsters. However, Frostsworn Wall, under continuous attack from the Ice Brood monsters, was already crumbling. The main battlefields were under heavy attack from massive Ice Brood monsters and White Walker armies, and the Ice Giants' war cries began to mingle with painful wails. You must resolve the crisis at Frostsworn Wall within the allotted time. Mission objective: Eliminate the enemies in the 4 main battlefields of Frostsworn Wall and resolve the crisis. Mission time remaining, 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Current mission progress, 0/4. Mission reward, Interdomain Teleportation Array Construction Blueprints, Legendary, Philosopher's Stone, Divine Crystal, Divine Power Fragment. Note: mission progress will be affected by the extent of damage to the walls at the 4 battlefields and the number of surviving ice giants. If mission progress exceeds 80%, additional special achievement rewards will be awarded. If mission progress is less than 50%, the mission rewards will be reduced. After reading this series of mission prompts, Chao Xing was lost in thought. Resolve the crises on the 4 main battlefields? That's not too difficult for me. No wonder the system rated this mission A level. This mission has plenty of time, a full 7 days. Furthermore, this mission even rewards a legendary blueprint. The name alone suggests this blueprint is quite powerful. As for the Philosopher's Stone, Divine Crystal, and Divine Power Fragment, they are all precious materials he urgently needs. But because the system doesn't indicate the quantity, he can't currently determine their value. Evaluate mission completion based on the number of surviving ice giants and the extent of damage to the city walls. Chao Xing murmured, it seems. I have to strive for the highest mission progress possible. Thinking of this, he gently patted Bing Bing at his feet and said, Go little Bing Bing. Let these ice brood monsters see what a true scourge dragon is. As these words fell, a vast frost magic surged from the dragon. Bing Bing let out a low growl, and her previously docile eyes instantly sharpened. Then, a rapid transformation unfolded across her body, seemingly carved from ice crystals. The dense dragon scales began to glow with a metallic luster, and sharp ice spikes sprouted from the edges of her once elegant wings. A destructive aura of scourge rose from her body. Ice blue dragon breath gathered in her mouth, gradually transforming into a dangerous deep purple. The next moment, it suddenly opened its bloody maw. Roar! The terrifying dragon roar resounded like thunder, instantly resounding over 1,000 kilometers. It even far outstripped the roar of the Ice Brood and the White Walker High Priest. The Ice Brood monsters, the White Walker army, and even the ice giants below, involuntarily stiffened under the sudden dragon's might. They instinctively looked up, countless eyes simultaneously gazing skyward. Amidst the monster's horrified gazes, a scourge dragon, over 200 meters long, spread its wings, obscuring the sun and casting a shadow of death over the permafrost. Each of its scales shimmered with an ominous purple light, and its tail whipped around, creating ripples that distorted space. Ding! Your pet, Bing Bing, has entered Scourge Dragon form, blessed with the innate eternal power. This state consumes 1 point of divine power every 10 seconds. Begin. Chao Xing stood at the dragon's head, tapping his staff. Use the legendary skill Catastrophe, Eternal Winter's Embrace. Bing Bing understood his meaning, and a dangerous glint flashed in her deep eyes. The next moment, she gently flapped her wings. Whoosh! A wave of destructive magical power instantly swept across the heavens and earth. From the calm ice surface beneath the dragon, a massive storm of ice and snow suddenly rose. The ice crackled under the terrifying pressure of the magical force, and countless ice crystals were swept into the storm. Whoosh, whoosh! With each flap of Bing Bing's wings, the range of the ice and snow storm grew. 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. In less than a second, it exploded to 50 kilometers. The combination of the Calamity Avatar and the Dragon Runestone increased the attack range by 300%. Boom! The sky and earth changed color. The entire battlefield was instantly shrouded in the shadow of death. Then, with a flap of Bing Bing's wings, the Doomsday Ice Storm, with a diameter of 20 kilometers, began to move, following the giant dragon that obscured the sky. In the blink of an eye, it reached the frantic Ice Brood and the White Walker army. At that moment, the monsters, whose eyes were glowing red and who had been charging without roaring, suddenly froze in place. The bloodthirsty murderous intent in their eyes was gone. Only instinctive fear remained. Before they could react, they were completely engulfed by the destructive Doomsday Ice Storm. Crack, crack! Wherever the extreme cold storm passed, frost spread like a plague. Roar! The Scourge Dragon flapped its wings and soared high, and the storm followed it. It gracefully streaked across the battlefield, like the will of a natural disaster walking upon the earth. Bing Bing's initial attack power reached 1.5 million, but after entering the Calamity Dragon state, it doubled, directly exceeding 3 million. Then, it merged with the Dragon Runestone, and with various blessings, Bing Bing's current attack power reached 11 million. What a remarkable feat! You have to remember. Even an average demigod, upon breaking through, only deals a little over 10 million damage. And Bing Bing has reached that level at the legendary level. With this level, any single attack can inflict tens of millions of damage, and targets caught in the ice storm will receive 3 times Bing Bing's attack power * 245% of ice damage per second. This means that every enemy caught in the storm will suffer a terrifying 60 million damage per second. Wherever it passed, only a dense string of 8-digit damage numbers appeared, followed by a series of explosions. Bang! Bang! Ice blasts exploded one after another, transforming frozen monsters into a cloud of ice crystals, which were then crushed to dust in the storm. Whoosh! The Scourge Dragon continued to flutter its wings, carrying this apocalyptic storm forward. At this moment, it seemed to have truly become the embodiment of the Scourge, leaving only ice and death wherever it passed. Its graceful posture stood in stark contrast to the devastation it wrought. The giants on the frost-sworn wall, staring at the sky-blackening ice storm, and the Scourge Dragon, stood there in a daze. They had even forgotten their next move. A moment later, an elderly ice giant priest knelt on the ground, muttering in ancient giant language. "This is divine punishment." His voice trembled as he spoke. "It must be the gods who have descended to save us." The other giants looked at each other, some kneeling as well, while others hesitated. At this moment, a giant warrior, gripping his battle axe, grumbled, "Priest, didn't you say that we ice giants never believe in gods? You also said before that we only believe in our own strength and bloodline. Why are you worshipping the gods now?" The giant priest glanced at him helplessly, saying, "The past was the past. How can the situation be the same now? As long as these warriors, like divine soldiers sent from heaven, can help our ice giants escape this crisis, why wouldn't we worship them?" The other giants nodded thoughtfully. They naturally didn't know that the one aiding the giant wasn't a god, but a lord from another world. Queen Kassa and King Shenmue, standing by, stared blankly at the devastating dragon. 2 months prior, during the battle at Spark City, this dragon, while powerful, hadn't yet displayed such exaggerated destructive power and offensive might. In other words, in just 2 months, this dragon had undergone another qualitative transformation. And it wasn't just the dragon. They could sense that the powerful warriors under this lord of another world had undergone astonishing changes. For example, the white snake that roamed the battlefield with impunity, measuring 400 to 500 meters long, crushing thousands of ice-brewed monsters with each roll. And the diminutive dragon blood warrior wielding a massive axe was now shrouded in 3 distinct auras, and each axe could carve a furrow hundreds of meters long. Then, there was the Star Nation swordsman, wielding a black magic sword, with 5 sword auras lingering behind him. Each strike unleashed a surge of sword energy. These powerful warriors, previously at the level of heroes, had now all broken through to the legendary realm. Not only that, the aura they exuded was dense and violent, posing even a veteran legend like himself a mortal threat. This rate of growth was truly outrageous. King Velan, engaged in battle, kept his peripheral vision fixed on Queen Kassa and the Elder Shenmue. He also noticed the shocked, bewildered expressions on their faces. King Velan couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. How could he describe this feeling? It was like the first time he witnessed the might of Cao Xing's legions, a feeling of profound emotion from a seasoned veteran. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly reached a decision. He then transmitted his message, try to maintain a low profile. In front of Lord Cao Xing, simply do your job. If you perform well in the future, perhaps the Lord will grant you equally powerful powers. Chapter 908. If you perform well in the future, perhaps the Lord will grant you equally powerful power. Queen Kassa and King Shenmue were startled by this, then simultaneously glanced at King Velan beside them. After a moment, they realized that this was Svelin's reminder. So, they nodded slightly, gratitude in their eyes. Svelin shook his head. As former kings, now prisoners, he felt a sense of empathy with them. This was why he was willing to remind them. Cao Xing stood atop the icy dragon's head, gazing down at the battlefield below as it was swept by the apocalyptic ice storm. It had to be said, this feeling was truly wonderful, as if the entire world was under his control. Looking out, countless monsters transformed into ice crystals in the blizzard, then exploded with a loud bang. Even Cao Xing couldn't tell how many monsters Bing Bing had instantly destroyed with this burst. Of course, behind such a powerful burst came a terrifying drain on divine power. It had been over 20 seconds since Bing Bing activated Natural Scourge, Eternal Winter's Embrace. And the distance she had traveled had exceeded 30 kilometers. At this point, an additional 2 points of divine power were being consumed every second. Thus, the over 200 points of divine power Bing Bing had painstakingly accumulated over the past 2 months were now being dwindled like water. By now, Nearly 80 points had been consumed. Chao Xing glanced at the depths of the ice nest monster army in the distance. That was where the two legendary creatures had just screamed. Keep going, Bing Bing. Charge directly into the deepest part of the ice nest army and destroy whatever's inside. Upon hearing her master's command, Bing Bing let out a deafening dragon roar, her wings suddenly expanding to their full extent. The destructive ice storm accelerated again, like the scythe wielded by the Grim Reaper, sweeping towards the densest area of enemy forces. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bang! Bang! The scene of destruction descended again. Tens of thousands of ice nest monsters transformed into ice sculptures in the storm, then exploded into a cloud of ice crystals the next second, and in just a few seconds, Bing Bing had once again crossed over 10 kilometers, reaching the deepest point of the ice nest army. And Chao Xing had also found his target. In the center of the ice field stood two terrifying beings. On the left, a behemoth, seemingly wrought from ice crystals, towering over 100 meters in height. Its body was covered in spiky icy spikes. In its right hand was a massive ice hammer, and in its left was a mace covered in icy spikes. Ice Brood Demonic Beast. Species, Ice Brood Monster. Level, 145, Legendary Creature. Potential, Commander. And on the right, a shriveled figure, draped in a tattered black robe and holding a staff, exuded the aura of death. Its face was hidden beneath its hood, revealing only two flickering green will-o'-the-wisp flames. White Walker Priest. Race, White Walker. Level, 148, Legendary Creature. Potential, Domination. The two legendary creatures felt a suffocating pressure as they watched the apocalyptic ice storm approach. They frantically unleashed their abilities. The Ice Brood Beast swung its massive hammer against the ice, summoning kilometer-high ice walls in an attempt to block the storm. The White Walker priests raised their staffs, chanting ancient death spells, gathering countless death powers, attempting to disrupt the storm. However, it was all in vain. All their attacks vanished without a trace the moment they made contact with the icy storm. And in an instant, the Doomsday icy storm was upon them. A terrifying suction force swept wildly, attempting to drag the monsters into the storm center and tear them apart. Roar! The Ice Brood demon roared in despair, stabbing its mace into the ice, attempting to resist the storm's pull. The White Walker priests also frantically unleashed their deathly powers, trying to block the storm's engulfment, but their resistance was futile, and they were quickly engulfed by the Doomsday ice storm. Crack, crack! In the storm, the health of the two legendary monsters dwindled like water, swept by the violent winds, suffering massive damage every second. But even so, they still relied on their legendary health to force their way out. Seeing this, Chao Xing's face turned cold. Want to escape? Have you asked me? With that, he raised his staff and began to condense super-enhanced ice spikes. Giant ice spikes, over 10 meters long, rained down on the two legendary monsters, like a torrential rain, each one precisely striking their vital points. Puff! Puff! -68294523. -71824525. -58294524. -57826256. -61829452. Damage figures soared, each reaching 50 or 60 million. Within 2 or 3 seconds, the health of these two legendary monsters was completely depleted. 5 seconds later, Bing Bing stopped flapping her wings, and the apocalyptic icy storm finally dissipated, leaving only the biting cold wind howling across the battlefield. Looking out, one could see a shocking sight unfolding across the ice field. Across it lay a frozen corridor, over 20 kilometers in diameter, and over 200 kilometers long. That was the trace of Bing Bing's movement, carrying the storm with her. No living creatures remained on it, only ice crystals and fragments littered the ground. Across the battlefield, the combined forces of Ice Brood and White Walkers, which had been so aggressive just now, had now completely ceased their activity. Even the two legendary monsters were instantly slain by this wave of attacks. Where they had once stood, only two vast ice pits remained, witnessing the crushing battle. The entire battlefield was momentarily stagnant. Only then did a series of system notifications appear before Chao Xing. Ding! Your pet, Bing Bing, using the legendary skill, Scourge, Eternal Winter's Embrace, has killed 5,182,672 Ice Brood monsters and White Walkers, levels 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Experience points being calculated. Calculation completed. Experience points earned, 41.954 billion, Pale Tree plus Human Luck. Combatants experience points earned, 20.977 billion. Your pet, Bing Bing's level has increased. Current level, 136. Your pet, Bing Bing's level has increased. Current level, 137. Your pet. The system notifications flooded the screen. Bing Bing's level increased by 3 levels in a row. Even Hilda and Isabel leveled up. Level 3 might not sound like much, but remember, legendary creatures gain tens of billions of experience points per level. Dream Fractal has been open for over 3 months, and the warriors slay countless monsters daily. But even so, only a few in the territory have reached the maximum level of 150. This shows how difficult it is for powerful beings at this level to level up. Of course, Chao Xing and his team have the system's assistance, so this speed is already very fast. For the natives of this world, their advancement speed is measured in years. So, although this burst consumed nearly 100 points of divine power, it earned them tens of billions of experience points, and Chao Xing was quite satisfied. Furthermore, while the Ice Brood monsters and the White Walker army wouldn't leave behind corpses, they would still drop some loot. The shimmering filthy essences, ice dragon marks, elemental crystals, and so much more littered the ice surface. A dazzling sight. Over 5 million monsters wiped out in a single wave. This is the first time I've killed so many simultaneously. Chao Xing sighed. I can't even imagine how much loot these monsters have dropped. However, he didn't immediately send anyone down to collect the spoils. Instead, he continued to stand atop the dragon's head, overlooking the battlefield. After Bing Bing's outburst, the crisis on this main battlefield was largely resolved. About 7 or 8 million monsters remained on the ice plane, scattered across various areas, but they wouldn't hold out for long against the onslaught of powerful warriors. Next, Chao Xing continued riding the demon dragon Bing Bing, sweeping across the battlefield. Although Bing Bing's divine power was half depleted after using Embrace of Calamity, the remaining 100 points were enough to maintain her Calamity form for thousands of seconds. Furthermore, in Calamity Incarnation form, each of Bing Bing's attacks triggered a random calamity. Whoosh, whoosh. Every time Bing Bing flapped her wings, a violent storm erupted. Every dive she made created cracks 10,000 meters deep in the thick ice. With her dragon breath, swarms of monsters were transformed into ice sculptures, and all froze in frost, a devastating earth-shattering collapse, a superstorm that engulfed everything. With her attacks, the ice sheet covering hundreds of kilometers was blasted into countless holes, the dense cracks a sight to behold. Chao Xing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration once again. As expected of a scourge dragon, its destructive power is truly terrifying. Even if Mother Boris were still alive, her destructive power would definitely not be comparable to Bing Bing's at the same level. So, below that deity, the title of the most destructive should go to Bing Bing. Meanwhile, other powerful warriors pursued the enemy, mowing down the remaining enemy forces like wheat. The ice giants on the frost-sworn wall had finally come to their senses. A giant commander shouted, "Warriors of the Horde, the enemy has been routed. Follow me, charge!" Roar! A group of giants roared, charging out of the wall and joining the pursuit. Every swing of their great axes shattered dozens of ice brood monsters, and every blow of their hammers reduced a group of White Walker warriors to bloody foam. Hundreds of frost catapults fired frost shells that streaked overhead, landing among the ice brood hordes and causing devastating explosions. Boom! Boom! The once aggressive ice brood and White Walker combined forces, realizing their situation was hopeless, began to flee. They abandoned their armor and weapons, completely losing their previous ferocity. But their speed was clearly no match for Chao Xing's legendary warriors. Soon, scores of ice brood were slain on the spot, and system notifications flooded the screen. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye has leveled up, current level, 137. Your territory member, Assam has leveled up, current level, 144. Your territory member, Xiao, leveled up, current level, 139. A dozen minutes later, the battlefield gradually returned to calm, with only the howling cold wind lingering as the fierce battle unfolded. The ice field was covered with icy fragments left behind by the fallen ice brood, and the foul blood of the White Walkers. Chao Xing stood atop the icy dragon's head, his great lich robes rustling in the wind. He noticed some movement on the distant ice field, but it no longer posed a threat. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Ding! Attention, Survivor Chao Xing. You have successfully defeated the Ice Brood army at the first main battlefield of Frost-Sworn Wall, relieving the ice giants of their crisis. Quest progress has been updated. Current battlefield resolved, January 4th. In this battle, the number of ice giants killed, 2, and the number injured, 11,652. Quest evaluation. Perfect. Quest progress increased by 25%. Current quest progress, 25%. Excellent. The crisis at the first battlefield has been perfectly resolved. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Next, we just have to wait for those heroes to finish clearing the battlefield, and then we can move on to our next location. With this thought in mind, he controlled the demon dragon Bing Bing to gradually descend from the air, landing gently on the ice plane. Bing Bing automatically exited its catastrophe incarnation form, its massive body rapidly shrinking. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a palm-sized miniature ice dragon, perched obediently on its master's shoulder. Not long after it landed, a flurry of hurried footsteps could be heard in the distance. A group of ice giants clad in icy armor rushed towards them, their heavy footsteps causing the ice to tremble slightly. Their armor was stained with the scars of battle, but their eyes were filled with awe and gratitude. Leading the group were Gar and Harag. With respectful expressions on their faces, they quickly ran over, carrying a seemingly elderly giant priest. Hurry! Priest Osha. The powerful Lord Chao Xing is there. We can't keep the Northern Overlord waiting. Indeed, Lord Chao Xing is very busy. The old priest was caught in the middle, his aged face filled with frustration. He was already old and frail, and as a ranged unit, he wasn't good at running fast. He was practically being dragged off the ground by Gar and Harag, each holding one hand. When the giants reached Chao Xing, their expressions changed. They saw the little ice dragon crouching on his shoulder. Its seemingly adorable appearance was in stark contrast to the devastating scourge dragon they remembered. From that moment, everyone realized the terrifying power contained within this little ice dragon. They feared being frozen to smithereens by the breath of this dangerous yet adorable little ice dragon if they approached. Then, Bing Bing merely glanced at them briefly before closing her eyes again and resting on her master's shoulder. The group of giants breathed a sigh of relief. After a brief silence, led by Gar and Harag, over 1,000 giants knelt on one knee. With their heads bowed, they chanted in unison, using the most solemn giant etiquette. Thank you, Overlord of the North, Lord Chao Xing, for supporting the ice giants and resolving the crisis at Frostsworn Wall. The old priest raised his hand tremblingly, and made an ancient symbol on his chest. In the name of the ancestors of the ice, the giants will forever remember your kindness. His voice was hoarse but firm, and the other giants, including him, bowed their heads. Chao Xing shook his head, and waved his staff. An invisible stream of magical energy flowed, lifting all the kneeling giants like a gentle breeze. You don't have to thank me. This is what we should do. The giants looked at him in confusion, seemingly bewildered. Chao Xing explained calmly, although I come from another world, my territory is located in the western continent. I know that once the Frostsworn Wall is breached, the Ice Brood and the White Walker hordes will surge southward, devouring all life. At that time, not only your homeland will fall, but the entire western continent will also fall. Fighting against these Ice Brood and the power of the ancient dragons is the duty of every creature in the western continent. Hearing this, the over 1,000 ice giants froze for a moment, a hint of bewilderment in their eyes. Before this, they had never heard of other races actively caring about the safety of the Frostsworn Wall, much less imagined that anyone would consider its defense a continent-wide responsibility. Even they themselves believed that standing alone on this perpetually frozen plain was the giants' innate mission. For millennia, they had fought the Ice Brood invasion day after day, never expecting any help. Until now, this otherworldly lord had not only brought powerful reinforcements, but also understood and recognized their efforts. The old priest Osha's beard trembled slightly. So, our perseverance is not unknown. Lord of another world, you possess not only great power, but also noble character. Please allow me to pay you my highest respects. The old giant bent down and bowed solemnly to Chao Xing. The other giants followed suit. Due to your words and actions, the ice giant priest, Osha Bite Ice's favorability has increased. Current favorability, friendly. Due to your words and actions, the ice giant warrior, Sika Diamond Dark's favorability has increased. Current favorability, friendly. Due to you. Due to your rescue of the ice giants, their favorability has increased. Current favorability, respected. When the series of prompts ended, Chao Xing's favorability with the giant soared significantly. He thought to himself, according to this, progress has been made. The crises at the 4 main battlegrounds of the Frostsworn Wall have been resolved, and the favorability of the ice giants is expected to be fully restored. Meanwhile, after the old priest Osha finished his greetings, he spoke again. Mighty Lord Chao Xing, you have just fought a fierce battle with your men, and the losses are immense. Would you like to rest and recuperate in our tribe? We have prepared the finest mead, and snow bear meat for you." As he spoke, he squatted on the ground, trying to keep his eye level with Chao Xing. The giants Gar and Harag nearby also had expressions of anticipation on their faces. They seemed eager for Chao Xing to visit their tribe. Chao Xing looked around. His powerful men were still cleaning up the battlefield, collecting the spoils dropped by the ice-brewed monsters and White Walkers. He shook his head slightly. "Rest is unnecessary. We must hurry to the next major battlefield. The longer we delay, the greater the pressure on other defenses. The Ice Dragon's power is still resurging. We must eliminate the crisis on all battlefields as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we encounter a larger-scale attack later, we will be powerless to resist." The giant priest was momentarily startled, then a look of admiration appeared on his face. "Your words make sense. You are worthy of being a man who slew multiple false gods and unified the entire North. Your vision and foresight are unmatched. The inhabitants of this continent and the Eternal Sea will remember your contributions." Chapter 909. The giant priest said admiringly, "Respected Lord of the North, your vision and foresight are unmatched. The creatures of the entire continent and the ever-frozen sea will remember your contributions." Even the other giants expressed deep reverence. The old priest continued, "Since Lord Chao Xing has no time to rest with the tribe, is there anything we giants can help you with?" Chao Xing paused at this question. Then, he raised his head and said, "I don't need your help, but I do have a few questions for you." The old priest's expression immediately straightened, and he said respectfully, "Lord Chao Xing, please speak." Chao Xing looked around, his gaze settling on the frost-sworn wall, where numerous ice giants were still working on post-war repairs. He asked, "Is this the only force you giants have stationed here?" "I see. It's less than 200,000 in total. How can you, with this much force, withstand the relentless attacks of tens of millions of ice spreaders and the White Walker army?" This was his biggest question. After all, the giants had held out here for thousands of years without a break. It was impossible that the ice spreaders would launch a full-scale attack just as they arrived at the permafrost sea, and that this wall would be breached, right? The old priest's face darkened, and he said in a low voice, "These are the only forces left defending this battlefield. The rest of the main force is on the main battlefield further in. I heard that even demigod-level ice spreaders have appeared there. The clan leader, with 70% of his elite warriors, has been fighting there for 3 months." Giant Gar clenched his fists and interrupted, "We originally thought that with this 200,000-strong giant army and the various powerful devices on the Great Wall, we could hold the line. Unexpectedly, this ice-brewed monster wave is over 10 times more ferocious than in previous years. The other 3 battlefields have reached a point where they can barely hold out. So, as a last resort, I and Harag had no choice but to risk traveling to the mainland to seek reinforcements." When they finished speaking, Chao Xing nodded. That clarified his doubts. He continued, "So, besides these 200,000 troops, you really have no other backup? What about the legendary warriors in your tribe?" At this question, the old priest's cloudy eyes trembled slightly, as if he hesitated. After a moment, he seemed to have made a decision. "This powerful human lord. Our ice giants do have legendary warriors, and they are right behind us." Chao Xing frowned, his gaze following the old priest's direction. However, he only saw the 10,000-meter-high frost-sworn wall. There was nothing on it except the frost and wind that had accumulated over the years. But with a flick of the old priest's staff, the ice on the wall's surface suddenly rippled, instantly becoming transparent. Through the endless ice, Chao Xing finally saw the scene within the wall, and his pupils shrank. He saw more than a dozen ancient giants as tall as mountains, frozen deep within the wall. Those giants were over 100 meters tall, covered in ice crystal armor harder than fine steel. Through his eyes, the invisible aura still made him feel a surge of palpitations. Furthermore, each giant bore a variety of horrifying wounds. Some had their chests pierced through, others had half their bodies covered in corrosive white frost, and some were left with only a shattered head and torso. Many of these wounds even slowly oozed pale blue blood, making one wonder how these giants managed to survive. "Is this your backup plan?" Chao Xing's voice trailed off unconsciously. A trace of sorrow crossed the old priest's eyes. "Yes. The legendary giants of our clan are too old, and due to the long years of warfare, they have accumulated numerous hidden injuries and are no longer able to maintain their daily activities. When not in combat, they have all voluntarily sealed themselves within the core ice of the frost-sworn wall. Only when faced with an irresistible crisis will they be awakened to fight." Chao Xing gazed at the slumbering ancient giants in silence for a long time. He could sense the terrifying aura emanating from each giant, a pressure honed through countless life-or-death battles. After a moment, He slowly nodded. I understand. Chao Xing stopped asking questions, having come to understand why the ice giants had been able to hold out for thousands of years on this frozen sea. Just like those ancient kingdoms, within the forbidden grounds of their palaces, some corrupt beings lurked. In times of crisis, they bravely stepped forward, consuming their last ounces of strength. The same was true of the giants trapped within the city walls. The other giants, through continuous reproduction and training, forged batches of warriors to join the fight against the ancient dragons. Generations have guarded this wall. After a moment's silence, Chao Xing seemed to recall something. He looked up and asked, Priest Osha, how many legendary giants, like your ice giants, are there sleeping within the walls? Hearing this question, the old priest's cloudy eyes flickered in thought. After a moment, he slowly replied, according to rough statistics, there are probably over 40 legendary giant warriors scattered across the battlefields, and there may even be some dormant giant elders. Those are the peak warriors of our tribe, possessing demigod-level combat power. But only our clan leader knows the exact number. Chao Xing's eyes lit up when he heard that there were over 40 legendary giants, including some demigod-level giants. This, in turn, gave him an idea. Chao Xing suppressed his excitement and spoke calmly, what if I say, I have a way to fully heal these giants and restore them to their peak strength? Would you accept? The old priest suddenly raised his head, his aged face contorted with shock. The thousands of giants behind him also stared at Chao Xing in disbelief. You, what did you say? Fully heal their injuries. Even the clan leader can't do that. Shocked and incredulous, he asked, are you telling the truth? Chao Xing nodded slightly, indeed. Upon his confirmation, the giant's eyes flashed with ecstasy. However, Chao Xing's next words froze their expressions. Of course, all this presupposes that these legendary giants join my domain. As a lord of another world, Chao Xing not only possesses the unique system functions of a lord of another world, but also possesses the powerful SSS-level talent Eternal Power. As long as they join the territory, these giants will become allies. Pale Tree Blessing can be applied to these giants, instantly doubling their health. Combined with their various status skills, they can infinitely restore health and increase their maximum health. Those seemingly fatal old injuries will no longer be a problem with this dual blessing. Furthermore, even if these giants join the territory and choose not to return to Spark City with him, it doesn't matter. After all, their joining the territory will increase Chao Xing's prosperity and luck, and thus benefit all of humanity. All Chao Xing has to pay is a small increase in the population limit. Before, he had considered bringing the 4 kings into his territory. But the system has restrictions on this, because it would involve conflicts between factions. For example, if Chao Xing were to bring the Ice Crystal King into his territory, he would effectively become his subordinate. Then, the Ice Crystal Kingdom would be declared disbanded, and its entire structure would collapse instantly. The same applies to the other 3 kingdoms. But the Ice Giants are different. They aren't considered a single faction, merely an independent, ancient race on the Ice Plains. So, they're essentially a group of recruitable neutral creatures. At this moment, upon hearing that joining Chao Xing's territory was the only way to heal these legendary giants, the ecstasy on their faces vanished, replaced by hesitation. A brief silence fell. Chao Xing didn't rush them, but allowed them to consider it slowly. After all, the Ice Giants' ability to hold out for thousands of years proved they were a tenacious race, unwilling to become vassals of other powers. But Chao Xing's offer was too tempting. If what he said was true, then it would restore the strength of dozens of legendary giants in the tribe in one fell swoop. With the support of such a powerful force, they would have more confidence even against the legions of the ancient dragons. After a moment, the giant Garl seemed to have made a decision. He patted the old priest's shoulder and said in a low voice, Priest Osha, Lord Chao Xing is so powerful that even legendary Norn warriors willingly submit to him. This proves that he possesses not only immense strength, but also a charismatic personality that captivates others. Such a powerful lord is willing to help our ice giants and restore the fighting power of our warriors. We should seize this opportunity. The giant Harag echoed, indeed. Rather than letting them slowly decay in the ice, it would be better to follow this powerful lord. When these giant warriors regain their strength, they will surely be delighted. Priest Osha gripped his staff tightly and remained silent for a long moment. After a moment, he raised his head and said slowly, Lord Chao Xing, it's not that I don't agree, but this matter still requires the final decision of the clan leader. If you can go to the front lines and explain this to him. If the clan leader hears there's a way to heal our warriors, he surely agree. The old priest finished speaking and bowed respectfully to the human lord before him again. Chao Xing nodded slightly. I see. Your ice giant chieftain is in the first battlefield area of the Frost-Sworn Wall, right? Osha Priest nodded. Yes, the battlefield he's in is at the northernmost end of the wall, closest to the deep sea. It's home to a large number of legendary ice-brood monsters, and even demigod-level ice-brood tyrants. If you go there, be careful. According to the old priest's instructions, Chao Xing nodded slowly and said, I remember. He said no more. A plan had already been made. Next, he would follow the mission requirements and resolve the crisis on the 4 battlefields of the Frost-Sworn Wall. In other words, he would eventually have to meet with the giant chieftain. It wouldn't be too late to explain his intentions to him then. While they were talking, a group of legendary and heroic powerhouses finished cleaning up the battlefield. They each clutched a backpack and approached Chao Xing, respectfully saying, Lord, we've finished clearing the mess. These are the spoils. Chao Xing nodded slightly and accepted the backpacks they handed him. Instantly, a flood of item information began to flood the screen. Obtained. Ice Dragon Mark *41825552. Obtained. Glacial Shard *20525516. Obtained. Frigid Runestone, unknown, *2. Obtained. Death Energy Sphere unknown, *1. Obtained. Glacial Core, orange, *45129. Obtained. Filthy Essence, purple, *18425562. Obtained. Unholy Essence, gold, *217924. Obtained. Rotten Essence, orange, *16684. Obtained. Dragonite or gold, *178929. Obtained. Intermediate Attribute Book *119235. Obtained. Advanced Attribute Book *51852. Obtained. This time, they killed over 10 million monsters, and the amount of loot they found was beyond imagination. Of course, since these monsters are formed from the power of dragons combined with the power of ice, they don't drop equipment or other conventional items. What they drop are mostly materials and attribute books. What surprised Chao Xing somewhat was that there was an event-exclusive redemption item, like the Ice Dragon Mark. Interesting. I can actually see Ice Dragon Marks dropping from these ice-brood monsters. Will the Ice Dragon shop reopen soon? Can these marks be used to redeem items? He pondered for a moment, then quickly solidified his opinion. Combined with the upcoming expansion pack in a month, Chao Xing's speculation was clearly correct. This also reminded him of something else. I've already redeemed almost all the redemption items from the Ice Dragon shop last time. Will there be new redemption items this time? At this thought, Chao Xing's eyes flickered with anticipation. Looks like I need to kill more ice-brood monsters to accumulate more Ice Dragon marks. Once the new data is released and the Ice Dragon shop reopens, I can redeem them directly. As for the other special materials, Chao Xing decided to check them later on his journey. Then he turned to look at the group of giants before him. By following the Frost-Sworn Wall north, we can reach the other 3 main battlefields, right? The giant Harag straightened his back and replied solemnly, Indeed, respected Lord Chao Xing. Just follow the path of the wall, and don't stray from the main path, and you will reach the 3 battlefields in sequence. The first battlefield where the clan leader is located lies deep within the permafrost. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Alright then, without further ado, we're ready to depart now. Harag Garl, I return to you after I've resolved the dangers on all 4 battlefields. Then, I trouble you to lead me to the depths of the permafrost and unearth the buried treasure. The 2 giants' expressions suddenly straightened, their right fists clenched and pounded heavily on their chests. Garl responded readily, No problem, mighty Lord Chao Xing. You can always come to us if you need us. Garlag said with equal piety, May the frost guide your path. Chao Xing nodded, then turned and gazed at the warriors behind him. After the carnage they had just endured, every warrior here exuded a strong murderous aura, a faint blood-red aura lingering around them. When they caught the Lord's gaze, they instantly understood his meaning. Wow! A cloud of gray-black mist rose, enveloping everyone. They re-entered their undead state. Only Queen Kassa and the old man from the sacred tree remained bewildered, seemingly unsure how to activate their undead powers. Until Zwelin's reminder, they quickly completed the transition from living to undead. Then, with a mighty wave of his hand, Chao Xing gathered all the powerful warriors into his undead bag. Left behind were Rennies, Braum, Elisa, and the others. It was the same group. Soon afterward, the miniature ice dragon on Chao Xing's shoulder also took to the air. As its wingspan gradually expanded, its size began to rapidly expand. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a giant ice dragon over 100 meters long, They quickly leaped onto Bing Bing's back, and with a flap of its wings, the dragon carried them thousands of meters into the air. A biting cold wind formed a protective vortex around the dragon, isolating the biting chill. As the giants watched, Chao Xing and the others transformed into a streak of icy blue light, speeding towards the main battlefield in the north. Where the ice dragon passed, a brilliant trail of ice crystals lingered in the sky. The giants remained in place until the ice dragon's silhouette completely disappeared from the horizon. A moment later, the old priest, holding a massive beast's bone staff, a complex expression on his aged face. What an incredible group of powerful individuals. I have a feeling. The eternal frozen sea, frozen for over 9,000 years, will experience unprecedented turmoil due to the arrival of this otherworldly lord. A few minutes later, Bing Bing had already flown over 1,000 kilometers with a group of powerful warriors. The wind howled through the sky, and beneath their feet, the frost-sworn great wall stretched like a winding ice dragon across the vast icy plains, stretching to the horizon. Crossing Bing Bing's back, Chao Xing whispered, "According to the old priest, the other 3 battlefields are quite far apart. Next, we have to advance another 5,000 kilometers, then over 8,000 kilometers, then over 6,000 kilometers, before we reach each of the 3 battlefields in turn. This journey will take at least several hours, plus the fighting time. We should be able to complete this A-level mission within a day." For other survivors, even the top survivors, a large-scale mission like this, involving multiple battlefields and covering tens of thousands of kilometers, would be an unimaginable challenge. Even if the system gave them 7 days, they might not be able to complete it. The experience in the first battlefield proved this point. Tens of millions of ice brood monsters, including legendary creatures, made their charge almost endless. If Chao Xing and his companions hadn't displayed overwhelming strength, swiftly wiping out the vast majority of the enemies on the battlefield, this ice nest army undoubtedly had numerous hidden tricks up their sleeves. The longer it dragged on, the harder it would have been to achieve victory. So, while this mission was an A rank for Chao Xing, it might have been an S rank, or even an SS rank, for the other survivors. Chapter 910. This mission can be completed in 1 day. Chao Xing whispered, "In other words, my plan remains unchanged. First, resolve the remaining crises in the 3 main battlefields as quickly as possible, then delve into the ocean to search for various treasures." After that, he quickly organized his thoughts and next steps in his mind. While on the road, he decided to check out some of the new materials he had just acquired. The millions of ice brood monsters had dropped a vast number of items, but most of them were ice dragon marks, which could be exchanged for items in the dragon shop. Also, there were some purple and gold alchemical materials. Chao Xing searched his backpack for a while, thinking, there's no need to check the gold and purple materials. I'm mainly looking for the new materials of unknown quality and orange. 2 unique objects appeared in his hands. In his left hand was a black object that resembled slime, emitting a strong stench and a decaying smell. The sticky black substance slowly squirmed within Chao Xing's palm, occasionally emitting a few sickening bubbles. Each burst released a stronger, rotting corpse-like odor. The pungent odor, even at Bing Bing's high speed, continued to penetrate everyone's nostrils. Alyssa covered her nose and stared at Chao Xing in disbelief. "Wow! What a stinky thing! Lord, is that Kodo feces in your hand?" Chao Xing glanced at her indifferently, ignoring the girl and continuing to focus on the object in his right hand. It was a dark blue, irregular ice ball. The surface was covered in natural ice crystal patterns, emitting bursts of chilling air. As everyone gazed at it, they could feel a piercing chill seeping into their bones. The 2 materials were the rotten essence dropped by powerful White Walkers, and the glacier core dropped by some tier 7 and above ice brood monsters. I glanced at the stats. Rotten essence, orange. Quality, epic. Item type, alchemical material. Item effect, a substance imbued with the ultimate energy of death. Can be used to craft some epic potions or enhance undead equipment. Note, only White Walkers imbued with powerful resentment can condense the purest rotten essence. Glacier core orange. Quality, epic. Item type, special material. Item effect, used as a primary material for building epic and legendary structures in the Ice Dragon series. Can also be embedded in ice equipment, providing a certain ice attribute bonus. Note, this crystallized essence, formed by the blend of dragon power and ice power, only drops from powerful ice brood monsters. After reviewing the properties of these 2 materials, Chao Xing nodded in realization. I see. Both of these items have significant uses. This essence of decay can be used to craft an undead potion, an epic potion at that. It must be extremely valuable. But since I don't have the corresponding recipe, I keep it for now. The glacier core at the back is quite interesting. It's actually one of the main materials used to build ice dragon-type buildings. So far, Chaoxing had only redeemed the blueprints for the master-level Frost Wall and Frost Arrow Tower at the Ice Dragon shop. The core materials required for these two buildings are glacier shards and dragon rock ore. This was the first time a more advanced glacier core had appeared. This means that the Ice Dragon shop will likely release more advanced building blueprints in the future, requiring these high-level materials. After understanding this, Chaoxing realized the importance of this item. He would definitely need it later. So, he put both materials into his backpack and continued to examine the other items. Next, there was a rectangular stone, roughly the size of a palm, engraved with ancient runes. Besides this, there was a black sphere, its surface covered in fine cracks, and faintly visible was the flow of a faint green energy. These two items are the cold rune stone dropped by the legendary Ice Brood, and the death energy sphere dropped by the legendary White Walker. Although their quality is unknown, since they can be dropped by legendary creatures, they must have special uses. So, Chaoxing checked the properties one by one. Cold rune stone. Quality, unknown. Item type, rune/material. Item effect 1. A strange stone engraved with ancient cold runes. It can be used to strengthen ice-themed structures in your territory. Each rune stone increases a building's base attack damage, armor, durability, and attack range by 50%. Note, a maximum of 1 cold rune stone can be used for building. Item effect 2. Upgrade material for ice dragon-type buildings. Note, these runes appear to contain some ancient dragon magic, requiring specific conditions to activate. Death energy sphere. Quality, unknown. Item type, energy core. Item effect 1. After absorbing this sphere, undead creatures below legendary level have a chance to advance in power. Master level probability is 55%, hero level probability is 45%, and legend level probability is 35%. Item effect 2. Instantly restores 100% health to undead units below legendary level. The effect is halved for creatures above legendary level. Note, orbs imbued with ultimate death power are extremely valuable treasures to undead creatures. After viewing the properties of these two items, Chaoxing's eyes flashed with surprise. Wow, the effects of these two materials are quite exaggerated. The former can actually enhance the stats of ice-attributed buildings by 50%. Although one rune stone can only enhance one structure, it's already quite powerful. If it were enhanced on a demigod-level building or turret, and then upgraded at the Technology Research Institute, the effect would probably skyrocket several levels. The effects of the demigod-level energy cannon, Dramaman-like cannon, we can tell by the effects, its destructive power must be terrifying. If it were enhanced by another 50% now, it would be truly insane. Of course, he didn't have the blueprints for demigod-level ice-attributed buildings or defense towers yet, so he had to wait and see if he have a chance to use them. In addition to this Frost Rune Stone, the Death Energy Sphere later on will also be very useful. This thing can actually allow undead creatures to advance, even reaching legendary level. You can imagine the magnitude of this. If there were enough Death Energy Spheres, Chaoxing could even mass-produce a batch of undead legendaries. Of course, the ideal is beautiful, but its implementation is difficult. Not to mention that, like the Heart of Power, this thing has a chance of failure. There weren't that many legendary White Walkers to slay above the permafrost. But regardless, the loot dropped from these two legendary monsters was still quite valuable. Chaoxing nodded in satisfaction, and put the two items back into his backpack. It seems I won't let go of any legendary Ice Brood monsters and White Walkers I encounter in the future. The more of these two materials I have, the greater my future advancement will be. He made a silent decision. Meanwhile, while Chaoxing was examining the materials, Bing Bing had already traveled thousands of kilometers. They were not far from the second main battlefield the ice giants had mentioned. After advancing about another 100 kilometers, Chaoxing faintly sensed energy fluctuations and a series of dull roars coming from the front. So he ordered, "Bing Bing, lower your altitude." Little Bing Bing immediately obeyed, descending from over 10,000 meters to approximately 5,000 meters. At this moment, everyone finally had a clear view of the scene on the ice field ahead. Across the boundless frozen sea, a massive wall stretched 10,000 meters high and 4 or 5 kilometers wide. Below, dense swarms of Ice Brood monsters surged against the defenses like a tide, while a vast army of White Walkers held the line behind. The giants atop the wall fought desperately, firing cannonballs and arrow towers at the monster hordes below, Tens of millions of monsters stretched the battle line over 10 kilometers, and the entire ice sheet trembled violently. Clearly, the intensity of this battle was even greater than the previous one. Without further ado, Chaoxing waved his hand, releasing the warriors from their undead pouches. Buzz! Buzz! Powerful auras instantly swept across the battlefield. Marlene, Hilda, and other warriors, freed from their undead forms, soared into the air, their gazes quickly fixed on the battlefield below. Chaoxing gave a deep command. Just like last time, everyone, go down to support the ice giants. As quickly as possible, kill all ice brood monsters and white walkers. The crowd responded in unison, yes. The next moment, they transformed into streaks of light again, like destructive meteors, descending upon the battlefield with overwhelming force. The ensuing battle was naturally a foregone conclusion. Before this group of warriors, at least at the hero level, the ice brood monsters and white walkers, barely even at legendary level, were like paper. With every swing of Marlene's bloodthirster blade, she could reap the lives of thousands of monsters. A burst of Hilda's blood spiders melted entire swathes of monsters into a pool of blood. In the blink of an eye, the monsters near the city walls were annihilated. Then, those powerful warriors charged towards the monster swarms further away. Ice brood monsters exploded wherever they passed, and white walkers vanished in black smoke one after another. This was a crushing battle. Even the might of the legendary ice brood trolls deep within the monster swarm was of no avail. Of course, Bing Bing had already used her massively powerful legendary skill, Scourge, Eternal Winter's Embrace, in the previous battle, and it wasn't even on cooldown yet. So, naturally, she couldn't annihilate over 5 million monsters with a single skill, as she had in the previous battle. However, while Bing Bing couldn't unleash a large-scale group attack again, she did have another powerful ability, Scourge Incarnation. In this form, each of its attacks randomly triggers a widespread natural disaster. Boom! The Scourge Dragon unfurled its wings, obscuring the sky and sun, each flap unleashing a violent ice storm. When its claws struck the ground, the entire ice field suddenly cracked, opening into vast chasms. With its breath, it randomly summoned deadly blizzards. Under the destructive might of Bing Bing and other powerful warriors, the vast army of ice brood monsters dwindled at a visible rate. The hundreds of thousands of ice giants on the city walls were completely stunned. They had never seen such powerful and heroic warriors. Each one seemed utterly fearless of death, charging into the monster horde and hacking away at them. The ice brood monsters' hard shells were rendered vulnerable by their weapons. The white walkers' death blows fell upon them, completely ineffective. These are simply an invincible group of monsters. A moment later, an ice giant priest on the city wall seemed to have received some special message, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. He raised his right hand, tremblingly pointing at the ice below, and said, "Ancestors, giant warriors, we are saved. These powerful warriors are all from the western continent, subordinates of the northern overlord. They are here to help us." After initial surprise, the giant warriors also showed signs of surprise. Each warrior let out a thunderous shout, brandishing their weapons with even greater force, their morale soaring to an all-time high. Led by their captains, the giants rushed down the city wall and began to join the slaughter of the ice brood monsters. 10 minutes later, the vast majority of the tens of millions of monsters below had been slaughtered, and such a large-scale slaughter naturally brought a huge amount of experience points. Bursts of white light drifted from the combatants below. Your territory member, Hilda Bloodkiss, has leveled up, current level 156. Your territory member, Marlena, has leveled up, current level 148. Your territory member, Bertier Sunstrider, has leveled up, current level 129. Your Chaoxing gazed at the leveling notifications that continuously flashed across the screen, a satisfied smile on his face. Not bad. At this rate, after completing all 4 battlefields, Marlena and Brown will definitely reach the maximum level of 150. Even Assam and Xiao have a chance of reaching the maximum level. This way, I have more demigods in reserve. At this point, the outcome of the battlefield below was essentially settled. Marlena single-handedly charged into the heart of the monster horde and swiftly dispatched 3 legendary monsters. With their leader slain, the ice brood monsters were instantly leaderless. Their previously organized offensive completely collapsed, and they began to flee in all directions. Then, they were overtaken by a group of powerful warriors, who mercilessly harvested their lives. The battle, from the moment Chaoxing and his companions joined the fray to its conclusion, lasted a total of 25 minutes. When the last wave of ice brood monsters was completely wiped out, the surroundings gradually returned to calm. The Icefield giants laid down their weapons, staring blankly at the scene before them. They seemed still unable to believe that the war was over. Even if they awakened the legendary giant warrior sealed within the city walls, it would still take several days and nights to repel the enemy. But now, with the arrival of this group of powerful warriors, the tide of battle had completely turned in less than half an hour. This completely overturned their expectations. Ding! Attention, Survivor Chao Xing. You have successfully defeated the Ice Brood army at the second main battlefield of the Frost-Sworn Great Wall, relieving the ice giants of their crisis. Quest progress has been updated. Current battlefield completed, February 4th. In this battle, 5 ice giants died, 24,132 were injured. Quest rating, perfect. Quest progress increased by 25%. Current quest progress, 50%. Chao Xing stood calmly on the ice, nodding with satisfaction. Not bad, another perfect rating. Looks like the guaranteed reward is here. Then, he pressed the communication device to his ear. Everyone, start cleaning up the battlefield as quickly as possible. We have to rush to the next location, so hurry. Yes. The powerful warriors immediately dispersed, expertly moving across the vast frozen sea, collecting all the spoils on the ground. While Chao Xing waited, the giants came over again and spoke with him. As usual, Chao Xing expressed his resolve to join the ice giants in the fight against the ancient dragons, earning them a great deal of favor. Especially after hearing that Chao Xing had resolved crises on 2 battlefields, and would continue to support others, the giants were deeply moved. They beat their chests and roared deafeningly. Some giants even offered to give him their sisters to train with this powerful human lord. However, upon seeing the female giants, each over 10 meters tall and muscular, Chao Xing quickly declined, stating that he was too preoccupied with the battle to care for personal matters. The giants looked a little disappointed, but they didn't insist. Time flew by as they conversed. Assam and the others spent nearly half an hour cleaning up the battlefield, even longer than the battle itself. There was no other way. The monsters were too numerous, and the battle line was so long that simply collecting the spoils would require running across the entire battlefield. When the powerful warriors had finished cleaning up, they gathered around the Lord. Chao Xing gazed at the enthusiastic giants and declared, "Everyone, we must now rush to the next battlefield. The other giants still need our support. Next time we have the chance, we fight side by side." Through their time together, the giants knew that this human lord was not only powerful but also bold and forthright. One after another, they raised their weapons and shouted, "May the spirits of our ancestors bless you, granting you an icy will and indestructible strength. You must return safely, Lord Chao Xing. We will always remember this kindness." Under the giants' reluctant gazes, a group of powerful warriors leaped onto the backs of Bing Bing or Seraphis. The 2 legendary dragons soared into the sky, disappearing at breakneck speed into the northern sky. Left behind them were the giant troops on the ice field, lingering for a long time, unwilling to leave. Chapter 911. Whoosh! 10,000 meters above the permafrost. The perennially low temperatures condensed tiny ice crystals in the air, and the thick clouds resembled rolling white waves. 2 enormous dragons darted through the biting wind. Alyssa, Assam, and the others were fine. After all, they had flown like this before. The newly released Centaur Cantor, the Boar Warrior Lab, and the others crouched on the dragon's back in amazement, carefully grasping the edges of its scales to peer down. Lab shouted excitedly, "Oh! What a magnificent view! This ocean is so vast!" Next to him, the Centaur Cantor pawed restlessly. "That's right, centaurs love running in open spaces like this. So beautiful! So magnificent!" The crowd on the dragon's back shouted excitedly. At the same time, Assam and the others handed over their collected spoils. As usual, Chao Xing transferred all of these items into his dragon-patterned bag. The system prompts that flooded the screen appeared again. Obtained. Ice Dragon Mark *11411882. Obtained. Glacial Shard *241925. Obtained. Frigid Runestone, Unknown, *4. Obtained. Death Energy Sphere Unknown, *1. Obtained. Glacial Core, Orange, *51924. Obtained. As before, in addition to these materials, there were also large quantities of filthy essence, attribute books, dragonite ore, and so on. Furthermore, the quantities dropped this time were generally greater than in the previous battlefield. This was especially true of the Frigid Runestones, with 2 more. This was also related to Marlenina's slaying of 2 legendary ice brood monsters. Not bad, another ice dragon mark worth over 5 million was dropped, plus various other materials. The value of these items is inestimable, and they will be of great help to future development. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction, then continued on his way. Time flew by, and the two dragons had flown for over half an hour. The scene beneath them rapidly receded, the frozen sea gleaming coldly under the dim sky. As they advanced thousands more kilometers along the frost-sworn Great Wall, stretching for who knows how many tens of thousands of miles, the surrounding scene began to noticeably change. The once icy blue surface of the frozen sea had now transformed into a deep, dark blue, like a forgotten sapphire, appearing both dangerous and captivating. From time to time, towering glaciers, 10,000 meters high, could be seen rising abruptly from the frozen surface. These glaciers were no ordinary icebergs, but rather strange wonders, like monstrous waves frozen in an instant by some immense force before they could even break. Add to that the vast, bottomless cracks, and the entire sea seemed like a battlefield, violently torn apart and forcibly frozen by some ancient force. Braun, perched on the dragon's back, pointed downwards and said gravely, "Lord, we have officially entered the deep sea of the permafrost." Chao Xing narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the unfamiliar waters. "We've been flying for so long, and we're only now entering the deep sea. As expected of the permafrost sea, this area is truly astonishing. From the time they entered the ocean to their current location, they had already traveled tens of thousands of kilometers. Although they were advancing along the winding frost-sworn wall, their current location was at least 20,000 kilometers from the coastline. This demonstrates the vastness of this frozen ocean. No wonder the legend says no one has ever been able to reach its end." Chao Xing turned and continued, "Braun, is there anything special about the deep sea of the permafrost sea?" The large man scratched his bald head, pondered for a moment, and replied, "I'm not sure about it after I was frozen, but I did travel in the deep sea for a while before. The water here glows a faint blue at night, like millions of stars sunk to the bottom of the sea. On clear days, you can even see ancient beasts, reaching tens of thousands of meters in size, roaming the waters. Legend has it that the deepest part of this ocean connects to another world, but to date, no one has ever reached the bottom, and no one knows how deep this area is. And some have even discovered ancient kingdoms deep below, with signs of biological activity within them. To this day, this sea area is filled with unsolved mysteries." As Chao Xing listened, he couldn't help but think of the sea before it froze. Elisa, drawn to the legends Braun recounted, listened intently with wide eyes. After a moment, Braun finished describing what he knew about the permafrost, which was indeed very different from the currently frozen sea. However, there wasn't much valuable information in it, mostly just vague and mysterious legends. The people on the dragon's back were quite interested, each one listening with rapt attention. Chao Xing shook his head, then looked toward a figure standing proudly on the edge of the dragon's back not far away. Like a straight cedar tree, the howling cold wind didn't even tilt her body. This figure was none other than the sky hunter, Reness. Reness still nothing? At this moment, Reness, who had been activating the eye of the sky, searching the sea for treasure, slowly shook her head after hearing the question. "My lord, I still haven't seen any valuable treasures." Chao Xing was slightly startled, a trace of doubt rising in his heart. After all, it stands to reason that the deep sea should contain more treasures than the outer seas. The various legends that Braun had just recounted confirmed this. However, the truth was, so far, they had only discovered a few treasure chests and dilapidated artifacts frozen deep beneath the sea, just after entering the ever-frozen sea and on their way to the frost-sworn wall. Yet, even after reaching the frost-sworn wall, and even reaching the deep sea, there wasn't a single silver treasure chest to be found. This was truly strange. At this moment, Commander Berger, standing nearby, seemed to understand Chao Xing's confusion and spoke, "My lord, I suspect this phenomenon is related to the frost-sworn wall." "Oh!" Chao Xing turned to look at the Norn commander. As a warrior who had battled the ancient dragons for centuries on this sea, he knew this area intimately. "Tell me more." Commander Berger nodded and replied respectfully, "This frost-sworn wall is a special barrier formed by the ancestor of the ice giants, using all their divine power and vitality to block all attacks from monsters. In other words, around this wall, there's an invisible protective domain, repelling everything around it. Those treasures buried deep within the ice were either shattered to pieces by the domain's power or transported elsewhere." After hearing his explanation, Chao Xing nodded thoughtfully, agreeing that Berger's speculation made sense. In other words, if we want to unearth treasures from the sea, we need to venture further away from the frost-sworn wall and into the deeper waters. Berger pondered for a moment, then replied, "That's the theory." Chao Xing nodded slightly, and said no more. Anyway, his plan was to resolve the crisis with the ice giants first before embarking on the treasure hunt. Having Rennie's search now was just a side job. And so, after more than 20 minutes of flight, the two dragons had once again crossed a distance of over 8,000 kilometers, and they had arrived at the third battlefield. Boom! 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 Kill! Crush all these filthy ice-brood bastards. For the glory of our ancestors. Thousands of frost catapults atop the city walls roared, continuously hurling frost shells 1 or 2 meters in diameter onto the frozen sea, causing violent explosions. Thousands of ice-brood monsters were blasted into icy slag, but more quickly filled the void. The endless, despairing scene was palpable. Over 200,000 ice giants fought bloody battles, desperately fighting back. A large number of giants had already descended the city walls, engaging the ice-brood monsters in close combat. The crowd even witnessed a 100-meter-tall giant, clad in tattered armor, charging into the ice-brood's heartland, intent on beheading its leader. However, facing a massive siege of ice-brood monsters, plus 4 or 5 legendary ice-brood demonic beasts, ice-brood trolls, and White Walker priests, even this legendary giant, unsealed from the city walls, was no match for the four. His body was covered in blood, his left arm corroded to the bone, yet he roared and swung his battle axe. Chao Xing's face was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "The situation on this third battlefield looks even worse than the previous two." The men on the dragon's back had already grasped their weapons, ready for battle. At the Lord's command, they would immediately plunge into the fierce battle. Chao Xing's expression turned cold. "Go finish them off. First, take out those legendary ice-brood monsters. Don't let that legendary giant die." "Yes, Lord." The crowd responded loudly. The next moment, they leaped from the dragon's back, plummeting towards the battlefield like meteors. At the same time, the giants below had already leaped from the walls one after another, using their bodies to block the breaches in the frost-sworn wall. However, the icebird's offensive intensified, and the cracks in the walls grew more and more. The ice giants roared in despair. "Roar! Our great lamb warriors are almost broken. We must awaken more legendary giant warriors. Otherwise, the frost-sworn wall will be breached." Just as the giant priests on the walls prepared to perform the ancient awakening ritual, meteors fell from the sky. Carrying an unparalleled aura of destruction, they plummeted towards the battlefield with the force of thunder. Boom! Boom! The ice surface for thousands of miles trembled violently, and the vast ice-brood monsters were crushed to dust by the violent energy shockwaves. Moreover, after landing, these meteors transformed into figures emanating a terrifying aura of oppression. The already wounded giants stared wide-eyed, their eyes filled with disbelief and ecstasy at the sight of the people descending from the sky. "Our reinforcements have arrived. It's the human overlord of the Northern Territory. He's bringing his powerful warriors to support us." "Ha ha. Priest Osha didn't lie to us. Reinforcements are truly arriving." An hour ago, the old priest had informed all the giants that Chao Xing and his men would be bringing reinforcements. This boosted the morale of the resisting ice giants. They fought desperately, and finally, they encountered the otherworldly lord and his powerful warriors. The giant warriors roared with excitement, charging into the monster horde and slaughtering them. The ensuing battle was naturally a foregone conclusion. Under the powerful hands of Chao Xing and his men, 4 or 5 legendary creatures in the horde were slashed with ease, leaving them no chance to resist. In a mere minute, all the legendary ice-brood monsters and White Walker leaders were slain. The remaining coalition of monsters below the legendary level, though numerous, could not withstand the slaughter of this powerful group. Faced with the absolute disparity in strength, numbers were meaningless. 26 minutes later, the battlefield, stretching dozens of kilometers and teeming with monsters exceeding tens of millions, fell completely silent. The giants, drenched in blood, gazed in awe at the dozens of figures standing on the ice. Each of them exuded a suffocating aura of pressure, the White Walker blood dripping from their armor still lingering. They were truly warriors forged through countless battles, blood, and fire. Just looking at those figures made their souls tremble. Ding! Survivor Chao Xing, please take note. You have successfully defeated the Ice-Brood army at the third main battlefield of the Frost-Sworn Great Wall, relieving the ice giants of their crisis. Quest progress has been updated. Current battlefield completed, March 4th. In this battle, 37 ice giants died, 68,294 were injured. Quest rating, perfect, 25% increase in quest progress. Current quest progress, 75%. Still a perfect rating, but even so, the ice giants have suffered some casualties. Below the wall, dozens of massive corpses lay quietly on the ice, their blood congealing into dark red crystals. Tens of thousands of giants, too, suffered varying degrees of injuries in this brutal battle. Though Chao Xing's expression was solemn, he knew that if he hadn't arrived, the giants' casualties would have been far greater. In fact, the mere loss of over 30 giants this time was already a miracle. He took a deep breath and quickly ordered, "Hurry and clean up the battlefield as quickly as possible." Yes! The powerful warriors once again expertly moved across the battlefield. This time, however, the giants were busy caring for the wounded and repairing the city walls, and they didn't send many to speak with Chao Xing. Only one giant priest came to express his gratitude. Chao Xing, as usual, spoke with him, and after a bit of goodwill, 20 minutes had passed. Assam and the others had already cleared the spoils from the entire ice sheet. Then, without a moment's pause, Chao Xing and his group leaped onto the backs of the two giant dragons again. Whoosh, whoosh. With a flap of their wings, the two dragons soared into the sky, stirring up a violent gust of air across the icy plains. They now had to rush to the final battlefield as quickly as possible. It was said that the fighting there was the most intense, with even demigod-level ice brood monsters appearing. Chao Xing said in a low voice, "I haven't encountered a demigod-level ice brood monster yet. I wonder how much stronger monsters of this caliber are compared to those pseudo-gods." Including the others on the dragons' backs, upon hearing that they were about to battle demigod-level monsters, no fear flashed in their eyes. On the contrary, their fighting spirit seethed, eager to give it a try. Soon, the two dragons had soared over 1,000 kilometers. Advancing along the winding frost-sworn Great Wall, they advanced deeper into the permafrost sea at an astonishing speed. Here, the ice grew deeper, the sky darker. It was as if the entire world was frozen within this boundless ocean. Furthermore, the weather here was exceptionally violent compared to other battlefields. Gusts of wind, swirling with blizzards and snow, blinded the eyes and made breathing difficult. A thick layer of frost coated the two dragons' hard scales. Even the magical shields on their backs, visible to the crowd, were riddled with cracks. Ignoring the inclement weather, the two dragons braved the biting wind and continued to advance for over 6,000 kilometers. Along the way, they also observed small groups of ice brood monsters attacking the frost-sworn wall below. But before they could get close, most of the ice brood monsters were shattered by a special force emanating from the Great Wall. Even those that managed to survive were blasted to death by the wall's defensive structures. It could be said that the ice brood monsters were too small to require the giants' personal efforts. Otherwise, with their sheer numbers, they would have been unable to hold this defense line spanning over 100,000 kilometers for so many years. Of course, Chao Xing ignored these small-scale ice brood monsters. He simply wanted to reach the first battlefield as quickly as possible. After a full day of continuous travel and fighting, it was now night. The sun had long since sunk below the horizon, making the already cold, frozen deep sea even more utterly silent. Beneath the ice, darkness reigned, as if the seabed held a dark world beyond the reach of ordinary humans. Besides this, the crowd could vaguely see flashes of light in the deep sea. It was faint, flickering, like the twinkling of stars, appearing particularly mysterious beneath the pitch-black ice. At this moment, the massive Braum excitedly exclaimed, "Ha ha! This is a wonder from the depths of the permafrost. I never thought I'd see such a sight after thousands of years. It's truly nostalgic." Everyone was slightly startled, each one filled with curiosity about the glowing points of light emanating from the frozen depths below. However, no one knew what these glowing objects were. As they admired the spectacle, they faintly heard the sound of war drums and deafening cries of battle from the front. As they drew closer, the sound grew clearer, as if the entire ice sheet were trembling. "Attention!" Chao Xing solemnly warned. "We're almost at the first battlefield. Get ready." Everyone gripped their weapons, their eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Bing Bing and Seraphis flapped their wings, their flight increasing in speed. After passing through a layer of clouds, they finally caught sight of the magnificent battlefield ahead. Chapter 9:12. Across the endless ice plain, a 10,000-meter-high wall of ice and snow stretched, atop countless glowing energy torches, illuminating the entire battlefield as bright as day. Hundreds of thousands of giants defended the walls fiercely, brandishing their axes and hammers, smashing down the hordes of ice brood monsters that scaled the ramparts. Behind them, the frost catapults, frost turrets, frost arrow towers, and other defensive fortifications opened fire. Bombs, boulders, and frost arrows rained down like raindrops, streaking brilliant ice blue trails across the pitch-black night sky. Boom! 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 The roar of violent explosions echoed through the sky. Below the walls, an endless horde of ice brood monsters and white walkers surged forward like a black tide, their sheer numbers practically covering the entire field of view. In the sky, countless flying monsters, such as Jormag's claws and ice-brewed eagles, circled, launching continuous, self-destructive charges and inflicting heavy damage on the ice giants atop the walls. Below, behemoths like the ice-brewed colossus, over a kilometer in size, were slowly advancing, their every step shaking the icy plains. Cao Xing's gaze was solemn, and he whispered, "The monsters in this first battlefield are truly far more formidable than those in the other battlefields." In addition to numerous commanders and Tier 8 and 9 ice-brewed monsters with dominant potential, he even sensed no fewer than 10 legendary auras, looming among the monster swarms. No wonder the ice-brewed giants were seeking assistance from the mainland. If these legendary monsters were to attack the city walls simultaneously, launching a general assault, the consequences would be disastrous. Cao Xing took a deep breath and ordered, "As usual, everyone go down and destroy the ice-brewed monsters below the city walls first. Marlenina, Hilda, you two demigods will be responsible for destroying the legendary monsters. The others..." Just as he was strategizing, his expression suddenly changed. The others, too, sensed something strange. Everyone simultaneously turned their gaze towards the depths of the endless ice-brewed army. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from there. This aura was chilling, violent, and powerful. It far exceeded the legendary realm. In other words, this was a demigod-level monster. And, even more despairing, there weren't just one, but three. 3 demigods suddenly appeared on the ice-brewed side. 3 demigod-level auras instantly swept across the battlefield, causing the giants on the wall to gasp. Many were even crushed to the ground by the aura, unable to even lift their weapons. The giant priest on the city wall was pale, his massive bone staff trembling wildly. Demigods. Ancestors. This is the first time in thousands of years that so many demigod-level ice-brewed monsters have appeared. Yorma's power has revived. As these 3 powerful forces descended, panic spread among the giants on the city wall, instantly causing them to plummet to the bottom. Before they could formulate a response, heavy rumblings echoed in the distance. Boom! Boom! The sound of footsteps, like an earthquake, approached from afar. 3 figures, obscuring the sky, loomed in the darkness. As they approached, the crowd, even from dozens of kilometers away, could clearly discern their formation. They were 3 behemoths, 10,000 meters tall, so tall that when erect, they would even reach the same height as the frost-sworn wall. Their bodies were composed entirely of ice crystals, emitting a piercing cold glow. On the left stood a terrifying being resembling an ancient behemoth, Godzilla. Its head was covered in hideous ice spikes, and its sturdy hind legs cracked the ice with every stride. Its tail, tens of meters in diameter, seemed capable of destroying a mountain with a single flick. A row of jagged ice cones clung to its back. This monster was none other than the world boss the survivors had previously united to defeat, the ice-brewed behemoth. To the right stood a gigantic humanoid. It was covered in thick ice crystal armor, wielding a massive axe forged from millennia-old ice. Every step it took shook the very fabric of space. On its face, its features obscured, only a pair of eyes gleamed with a faint blue light, blazing like a beacon 10,000 meters in the sky. This monster was the legendary humanoid destroyer of ice-brewed monsters, the ice-brewed tyrant. In the center stood a hideous ice dragon with 2 pairs of deformed wings. 6 dark blue eyes, arranged in a spiral, dotted the dragon's head. Tens of thousands of ice spikes lay hidden within its tattered wings, bursting forth upon encountering an enemy. Cao Xing instantly glanced over, his stats appearing one after another. Ice Nest Tyrant, Bizarre. Species, Ice Nest Monster. Level 180, Demigod-level creature. Potential, Domination. HP, 3.865 billion/3.865 billion. Attack, 34,174,512 to 37,192,442. Ice Nest Behemoth, Mountain Splitter. Species, Ice Nest Monster. Level 175, Demigod-level creature. Potential, Domination. HP, 4.585 billion/4,585 million. Attack, 3152625 to 3329782. Claw of Yorma, Orlon. Species, Ice-brewed. Level, 180, Demigod-level creature. Potential, Overlord. HP, 4.022 billion/4.022 billion. Attack, 32192442 to 34782142. 3 demigods. And each one is incredibly powerful. Cao Xing frowned and whispered, has Zhuama's power revived to this degree? From his earlier conversation with the giants, He had learned that all the ice-brewed monsters in this ocean were formed from Zhuma's power. However, it is currently sealed, and can only transmit a portion of its power to the surface through cracks. However, even if only a portion is released, it can still summon a vast number of ice-brewed monsters. Furthermore, as its power continues to regenerate, the ice-brewed monsters it summons will become stronger. Commander Boji clenched his axe and said solemnly, "My lord, the seal left by the saint is gradually wearing off, and Zhuama has largely awakened. I'm afraid it won't be long before even god-level ice-brewed monsters appear. Monsters of that level, each one capable of causing a catastrophe." "God," Chao Xing muttered softly, his brow furrowing. "Will ice-brewed monsters of this level not be suppressed by the rules?" Boji pondered for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. "Probably not. Because these ice nest monsters, condensed from Zhuama's power, lack divine nature within them. Just like these demigod-level ice nest monsters, they also lack divine fire within them. Their true combat power is far inferior to that of true demigods and gods." After a pause, he looked up at the three behemoths in the distance and said solemnly, "An even more important reason is that Zhuama, as a true god-level dragon, controls the rules." So, when Boji finished speaking, Chao Xing slowly exhaled a breath of white air. "I understand. Because Zhuama is one of the controllers of the rules, the monsters it creates can naturally evade some of the constraints of the laws." Boji nodded solemnly, a flicker of worry in his eyes. Chao Xing remained silent, a sense of pressure building within him. If this trend continues, it won't be long before a god-level ice-brewed monster appears. Add to that the pressure from the Vatican. It seems I must acquire the power to fight against god-level monsters as soon as possible. Chao Xing quickly glanced at Marinina's level. Level 149, 92%. Excellent. Only the last 8% of experience left to reach the maximum level. Once this battle is over, I can have her break through directly to demigod. Chao Xing silently made up his mind. The next moment he ordered, "Go." Although there are 3 more demigod-level enemies, the battle plan remains unchanged. Marlene, Hilda, Braum, you will deal with the legendary, demigod-level ice-brewed monsters among the monsters. The rest of you, act quickly and decisively. Resolve the crisis below the city wall first, then support them. Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, Lord." Then, they leaped, plummeting downwards with destructive force, at the same time. The 3 demigod-level ice-brewed monsters below immediately launched their attack upon their appearance. The ice-brewed behemoth on the left raised its Tyrannosaurus-like head, opened its bloody maw, and unleashed a deafening roar. Roar! The furious roar, like a materialized sonic attack, swept across hundreds of kilometers. Dense cracks appeared on the ice surface, forcing the giant warriors on the city wall to cover their ears. Some weaker giants even collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from their ears and noses. Immediately afterwards, the ice-brewed tyrant on the right and enormous claw in the sky launched their attacks simultaneously. The ice-brewed tyrant raised its great icy axe and slammed it down on the ground. Boom! The violent impact shook the entire ice sheet, and a web of cracks over 10,000 meters in diameter instantly appeared on the surface. Furthermore, the shockwave from this attack split the ice sheet ahead, creating a gully tens of kilometers long, extending all the way to the base of the frost-sworn wall before stopping. That ravine devoured countless ice-brewed monsters and plunged many giants into the abyss. The claws of Yorma in the sky spread their wings, and with a powerful flap, countless destructive ice spikes shot out with boundless penetrating force, overwhelming the sky. Puff! 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 Boom! Boom! The instant these ice spikes impacted the wall, a devastating explosion erupted. Not only did they shatter countless giant warriors, but they also caused numerous cracks in the frost-sworn wall, which had stood for thousands of years. With the 3 demigods unleashing their might, the vast horde of ice-brewed monsters erupted in excitement, as if pumped with chicken blood. Roar! Roar! The already surging tide of monsters suddenly surged several times over. The eyes of the ordinary ice-brewed monsters lit up with a bloodthirsty blue light, and their charge suddenly increased in speed. 3 demigod-level ice-brewed monsters, with boundless might, led a dozen legendary ice-brewed monsters, a force numbering tens of millions, to assault the frost-sworn wall. The scene was like the end of the world, leaving no room for resistance. The giants, their faces ashen, muttered, "It's unstoppable. An attack of this magnitude is absolutely unstoppable. It's over. We will all die here. The frost-sworn walls, which have held out for thousands of years, will be destroyed today." Just as they were sinking into despair, a demigod-level aura suddenly erupted from behind the city wall. That aura, like a volcanic eruption, instantly dispelled the oppressive feeling brought by the 3 demigod-level ice-brood monsters. The giants turned their heads simultaneously to see a 200-meter-tall giant striding heavily through the air. It's the Patriarch. The Patriarch is here. The ice giants on the city wall cheered, their morale instantly soaring. The giant chief, wielding a warhammer blazing with cold blue flames, thundered, "Giant warriors, fear not. The great wall we have protected for generations will not fall today. I will fight alongside you." His appearance was like a shot in the arm, rekindling the fighting spirit of the previously demoralized giants. At the same time, the giant chief raised his cold blue hammer high and chanted an ancient spell. "Awake, warriors slumbering within your oath. The frost-sworn wall needs your strength, and the glory of the ice giants needs your protection. Let us fight side by side once again, for the oath of our ancestors." Boom! The entire frost-sworn wall began to tremble violently, the frost peeling off, revealing the crystal-clear ice structure within. Through the endless layers of ice, dozens of frozen giants could be seen, frozen in battle stance within the wall. These ice giants bore wounds of various kinds, some even possessing only a single arm, yet they still clutched their weapons. Among them, there were even 2 giants reaching 200 to 300 meters in height, exuding an aura of antiquity and decay. They were the few remaining elders of the tribe. All the giants held their breath, for they knew the Patriarch would awaken the legendary giants within the city walls for a final showdown with the ice-brood monsters. After this battle, even if they were victorious, the giant clan would be severely weakened. Face an attack of this magnitude again, they would be powerless. However, the current situation left no room for hesitation. They had to fight with all their might. Just as the giant Patriarch's spell was about to be completed, the eye sockets of the giants within the ice began to glow faintly. The giants on the city walls suddenly saw meteors appear in the pitch-black night sky. Wow, wow! The meteors, trailing long flames, plummeted into the monster horde, triggering a devastating explosion. Boom! Boom! The instantaneous shockwave toppled ice-brood monsters for miles around. Dozens of shockwaves combined to form a circular energy barrier, halting the mighty ice-brood army's advance. Even the 3 demigod-level ice-brooders paused, their gazes fixed on the center of the explosion. Then, they saw a multitude of creatures of varying sizes, including humans, centaurs, and snake men, standing firmly on the ice. Their seemingly tiny bodies seemed to hold a devastating force, their mere presence causing the surrounding ice to crack. At the very center of the swarm stood 3 powerful figures, the Valkyrie Mernina, the Blood Spider Queen Hilda, and the Glacial Shield Guard Braum. Braum landed right in the middle of a group of legendary ice-brooders and White Walkers. Then he raised the Shield of Origin and roared, "Come here!" The ice-brood monsters were involuntarily drawn toward the shield, as if pulled by an invisible force. Braum single-handedly held down all 11 legendaries within the ice-brood. At the same moment, Mernina vanished from the spot. When she reappeared, she was already before the Claw of Yorma, soaring in the air. Swish! Swish! Instantly, the Bloodthirster slashed out 7 or 8 streaks of blood-red light, each dealing a terrifying 20 to 30 million in damage. Hiss! Yorma's claw cried out in pain. Before it could react, half its wings were severed, its massive body losing its balance. Like a crashed plane, it plummeted towards the ice. Then, in a flash, she arrived before the demigod-level ice-brood monster again. Swish! The blood-red blade flashed again, instantly ripping a deep wound across the ice-brood's chest, icy blue blood gushing out like a waterfall. The ice-brood roared, waving its claws, attempting to grasp the blood-red afterimage. However, Marlene had already entered her blood butterfly dance form, capable of infinite teleportation. Its attack couldn't even reach the edge of the Valkyrie's garment, unable to locate her position at all. The last remaining demigod-level monster, the Ice-Brood Tyrant, raised its frost axe, and was about to join the siege on Marlene. At that moment, countless blood-red spider silk suddenly shot up from the ground, instantly entangling its massive body. Roar! As expected of a demigod-level monster, the Ice-Brood Tyrant's reactions were incredibly swift, swung its frost axe fiercely, and slashed at the spider silk. However, after severing a portion of the spider silk, its attack was no longer effective. More spider silk immediately spun up from all sides, filling the gaps it had severed. Sizzle! Sizzle! A series of corrosive sounds echoed. These spider silks were not only incredibly resilient, but also contained a potent crimson abyss poison. In a short period of time, 110 layers of poison accumulated on the Ice Nest Tyrant. Decrease 255487000. Decrease 255487000. Decrease 255487000. The terrifying damage values jumped wildly. In just 3 seconds, the demigod ice nest tyrant's health had dropped by 1/10. At this rate, Hilda could poison a demigod to death in just a dozen seconds. This demonstrates the terrifying power of the Blood Spider Queen. However, creatures at this level possess a certain ability to dispel abnormal states. With a burst of blue light emanating from the ice nest tyrant, the 110 layers of crimson abyss poison instantly dissipated. Below, the Blood Spider Queen, Hilda, gracefully stood on the ice. Hee hee. The Lord has instructed us to deal with you. It's just right. Since breaking through to demigod status, I haven't yet officially battled a creature of this caliber. Now, let me test my newfound power. Then, a vast swarm of self-destructing blood spiders emerged from her spidery form. Then, like a tidal wave, these blood spiders charged towards the ice nest tyrant. Bang! 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 Roar! Roar! The ice nest tyrant roared incessantly from the explosion, wielding its battle axe and slashing furiously. However, no matter how it resisted, the blood spiders continued to climb onto its body, then launched into a frenzied explosion. In the blink of an eye, its blood poison had accumulated to over 50 layers. Add to that the blood-colored webs that restricted its movement, and this demigod-level monster was left defenseless by the Blood Spider Queen. At this point, the 3 demigods and 11 legends in the Ice Brood camp were completely suppressed by these 3 suddenly appearing powerful figures. And, in a situation of 3 against 14, those 3 powerful figures surprisingly held an overwhelming advantage. This scene stunned the hundreds of thousands of giants on the city walls, leaving them speechless. Even the giant leader, who had prepared for a desperate fight, stood there in a daze, holding his blue warhammer, unsure whether to continue casting spells or lay down his weapon. Chapter 913. At the same time, the giants on the first battlefield also reacted. The giant leader shouted, "These are reinforcements from the western continent. The northern overlord has arrived to support us. Giant warriors, we are saved." The giants on the city wall also erupted in thunderous cheers. They beat their chests, tears welling in their eyes with excitement. They had thought this would be their final battle. But no one had expected such a sudden turn of events, the arrival of such a powerful reinforcement. The next moment, the giant leader raised his arms and shouted, "Warriors, the powerful enemy has been pinned down. Now is our time to strike. Follow me, charge. Slay these dragon minions." Roar! The giants roared a deafening war cry, leaping from the 10,000-meter-high city wall. Their massive bodies slammed into the ice, sending up clouds of icy shards. Then, with unparalleled might, they launched a counterattack against the Ice Brood army. Boom! Hundreds of thousands of giants charged into the monster horde, brandishing their massive weapons and sweeping them across. Bang! Bang! Crack! Crack! Crushing countless Ice Brood monsters with their hammers and axes, the battlefield's tide of battle instantly reversed. Additionally, Chao Xing's group of legendary warriors were slaughtering the Ice Brood monsters below legendary status. So, in just a few minutes, the combined forces of the Ice Brood monsters and the White Walkers were on the verge of collapse. Kill! For the glory of the Ice Brood? Crush these filthy monsters! The Ice Brood giants, their morale soaring, shook off their decline. The entire battlefield instantly became a one-sided massacre. And high in the sky, Chao Xing, standing atop a dragon's head, waved his staff and unleashed various spells to attack the airborne units. Bing Bing and Seraphis continuously exhaled terrifying dragon breath, lashing the enemy with a blizzard of wind. Wow! Puff! 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 Under the relentless bombardment of 2 legendary dragons and a legendary mage, thousands of Jormag's claws tore the Ice Brood giant eagle to shreds by the magical storm. While dispatching these monsters, Chao Xing also observed the battle below. Seeing the danger to the city wall had been averted, he quickly commanded, "Xiao, Boji, Rennies, Andrew, the 4 of you go to Brown. First, eliminate those legendary Ice Brood monsters, then support the other battlefields as needed." Yes! The 4 legends responded immediately. Then, they burst into terrifying speed, dashing towards Brahm's battlefield like arrows from a bow. That was the deepest part of the Ice Brood monster army. At this moment, Braum single-handedly withstood the attacks of 11 legendary Ice Brood monsters, still having enough strength to transform into his 4-armed giant form. The 2 massive hands on his shoulders wielded 2 ice crystal blades, repeatedly inflicting 3 to 4 million damage to the nearby Ice Brood trolls and Ice Brood berserkers. The other 2 held a massive shield, blocking all incoming attacks. As the massive figure fought, he taunted with a gruff voice. "Uh-huh. Did you guys come out hungry? You're not even strong enough to tickle me. Although these legendary monsters were shaped by the power of dragons, they all possessed a certain level of intelligence. Hearing this humiliation, they were completely enraged by the massive figure and launched an even more frantic attack, but no matter how furious they were, the giant before them was like an immovable mountain, unable to even move a foot. And, ironically, after such a prolonged combined attack, these 11 legendary monsters couldn't even knock down Brahm's shield. It was like a group of children besieging a steel fortress, their efforts futile. At this moment, Xiao, Boji, and the others also arrived at the battlefield. Swish! The 5 long swords behind Xiao levitated, instantly activating the 10,000 swords returning to the origin state. Brother Braum, we're here to help you. The moment he finished speaking, his figure vanished. He reappeared before an ice nest colossus. Clang! Clang! The Eternal Night Whisper, God Slayer in his hands unleashed a furious slash, each dealing over 10 million in damage. The other powerful warriors also found their opponents. With the 4 legends joining them, these 11 legendary ice brood monsters were left with no resistance, and were swiftly harvested like lambs to the slaughter. Jiao's sword slashed deathly arcs in a cold glow, each slash carrying wisps of sword energy that slashed the enemy's body with wounds. Burji's battle axe, infused with the power of 3 distinct bloodlines, imbued each axe with devastating force. Andrew's behemoth form was even more terrifying, pummeling a legendary ice brood monster to the ground before frantically tearing at it with its crushing claws. Renus stood at a distance, her bowstring drawn to a full moon, rapidly unleashing a stream of penetrating arrows. Puff! Puff! Under the attacks of the 4 legends, the health of these legendary ice brood monsters drained like water, depleting in the blink of an eye. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by a series of explosions, kill notifications appeared one after another. Your territory member, Xiao, successfully killed a LV-145 Ice Brood Troll, gaining 358 million experience points, Pale Attraction plus Human Luck. Combatant gained 129 million experience points. Your territory member, Burji Sunstrider, successfully killed a LV-142 Ice Brood Berserker, gaining 434 million experience points, Pale Attraction plus Human Luck. Combatant gained 217 million experience points. In less than 2 minutes, all 11 legendary monsters were slain. Seeing this, Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. As expected of the warriors I've invested so much resources in training, each one is invincible in their rank. Dealing with a legendary monster like this is a piece of cake. Just as he was about to have these legendary warriors end the battle, and go support Hilda and Mernina, he unexpectedly discovered that the battle had already concluded even on the demigod battlefield. The first to collapse was the Ice Nest Behemoth, Mountain Splitter. Under the onslaught of Hilda's webs, the Crimson Abyss poison, and the self-destructing blood spiders, its 4.5 billion health points didn't hold out for long. -336520000 after inflicting over 300 million in corrosive damage, the Ice Nest Behemoth's health points plummeted. Its 10,000-meter-tall body suddenly stiffened, then collapsed with a loud bang. Boom! The massive body crashed into the ice field, causing a violent tremor and killing several ice brood monsters. The demigod-level monster's corpse eventually dissipated into a cloud of ice crystals. At its death site, a pile of gleaming crystals and several rectangular runestones remained. Your territory member, Hilda Bloodkiss, killed Ice Brood Behemoth Mountain Splitter LV-175, gaining 4.125 billion experience points, Pale Attraction plus Human Luck bonus. Combatant gaining 2.0625 billion experience points. Successfully absorbed the opponent's remaining divine power, 214 points. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing was slightly startled, then a relieved smile appeared on his face. As previously mentioned, each of his powerful subordinates was invincible at their level. Even the demigod-level Hilda was crushing the demigod-level Ice Brood Behemoth. Elsewhere, Marlenina simultaneously battled 2 demigod monsters, the Ice Brood Tyrant and Yorma's Claw. After 2 minutes of fierce fighting, it was almost over. With a single illusion, Scattered Sky Kill Strike, she unleashed an invisible killing intent, instantly locking the 2 demigod-level monsters in place. Then, several invisible sword energies swept out. Puff! Puff! -389195234. -341052557. -329196243. -358295522. With damage numbers soaring over 300 million, the health of the 2 demigod-level Ice Brood monsters was completely reduced to 0. Their massive bodies also collapsed to the ground, ultimately disintegrating into fragments where they had been. Your territory member, Marinina, killed Ice Brood Tyrant Bazel, level 180, and gained experience points, 4.438 billion, Pale Induction plus Human Luck. Combatant gained experience points, 2.219 billion. Successfully absorbed the opponent's remaining divine power, 178. Your territory member, Marinina, killed Yorma's Claw, Orlon, level 180, and gained experience points, 3.986 billion, Pale Induction plus Human Luck. Combatant gained experience points, 1.993 billion. Successfully absorbed the opponent's remaining divine power, 169. Your territory member, Marinina's level has increased, current level, 150. When the prompt tone ended, a white light rose from Marinina. This Valkyrie had now officially reached level 150. Her aura surged once more, the blood-red aura lingering around her intensifying, like a god-slaying blade, its razor-sharp edge unleashed. Chao Xing was overjoyed. Excellent. Marlene has successfully reached the maximum level. Next, she can ignite the divine fire and transform into the demigod realm. Then find a way to accumulate 100,000 divine power points, so she can directly activate her second form, possessing divine-level combat power. By then, as long as those true gods remain, I'd be virtually invulnerable to any threat on this continent. He thought with anticipation, almost envisioning Marlene's devastating destruction after her demigod breakthrough. At the same time, the charging giants, stunned by the sight of 3 demigod-level behemoths being easily slain, stood there in complete silence. Their eyes widened, as if they had witnessed some incredible miracle. Ancestors. They even dispatched the demigod-level Ice Brood monster so easily? Oh my god! This fighting power surpasses even the most powerful elders in our tribe. Even those legendary warriors far surpass the legendary giants in our tribe. Who exactly is this otherworldly lord? All the giants were stunned by the terrifying fighting power of this group of powerful warriors. Soon, some of the giant warriors came to their senses. Never mind their origins, at least for now, these people are here to help us. Indeed, with the help of these powerful warriors, the threat of the Ice Brood monsters has been eliminated. Kill! The giants erupted in a deafening war cry again, charging frantically into the monster horde. The ensuing battle was naturally without suspense. With Chao Xing's group of legendary and demigod-level warriors unleashing their full might, they charged directly into the monster horde. Tens of millions of Ice Brood monsters were decimated, their armor scattered, then exploded on the spot, transforming into experience points absorbed by the crowd. White light continuously appeared above the heads of the powerful warriors, and the sound of level-up notifications continued. Your territory member, Brown Iron Wall, has been upgraded, current level, 150. Your territory member, Assam, has been upgraded, current level, 150. Your territory member, Shao, has been upgraded, current level, 144. With less than 1/10 of the monsters remaining, Marlene, Brown, and Assam all reached the maximum level of 150. Including Sarah Blade Dancer, Chao Xing now has 4 reserve demigods under his command. 5 legendaries haven't yet reached maximum level: Star Nation Swordsman Shao, Rennie's Hawkeye, Burgi Sunstrider, Great Dragon Seraphis, and Demonic Dragon Bing Bing. But their levels aren't far from the maximum. They're 146, 146, 139, 147, 148. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. At this leveling rate, the remaining 5 legendaries should reach maximum level quickly. From the giants, we learned that these Ice Brood monsters are shaped by Yorma's power. In other words, they are constantly being spawned, and their numbers will increase over time. Once these monsters have accumulated a sufficient number, they will definitely launch another attack on the Frost-Sworn Wall. Then it will be the perfect time to gain experience. Meanwhile, with Marlenina's final flower folding round dance/strike, a streak of blood-red sword energy swept across a distance of over 10 kilometers. Puff! Puff! Where the sword energy passed, ice crystal shattered, and the remaining Ice Brood monsters were severed like straw. This strike also ended the last wave of Ice Brood monsters. The entire battlefield fell into a brief silence. Only the whistling wind and the heavy breathing of the ice giants remained. After a moment's silence, the group of giants took a deep breath and then let out a deafening cheer. Victory! The mighty ice giants have won again. Thank you, ancestors, for your protection. Thank you, human reinforcements. Ha ha. You damned ice brood bastards, have you witnessed the power of the ice giants? They raised their weapons high, expressing their joy of victory with primal roars. Chao Xing stood atop the dragon's head, overlooking the battlefield, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. For he had heard the system notification signaling mission completion. Ding! Attention, Survivor Chao Xing. You have successfully defeated the Ice Brood army at the 4th main battlefield of Frostworn Great Wall, relieving the Ice Giants' crisis. Mission progress updated. Current battlefields resolved, April 4th. In this battle, Ice Giant deaths, 68, injuries, 123,189. Mission rating, perfect, mission progress increased by 25%. Current mission progress, 100%. You have successfully resolved all battlefield crises at Frostworn Great Wall, receiving the mission reward. Cross-Domain Teleportation Array Construction Blueprint, Legendary, *1. Philosopher's Stone *30. Divine Crystal *50. Divine Power Fragments *200. When the series of quest prompts ended, Chao Xing's face lit up with surprise. 200 Divine Power Fragments all at once, plus a full 30 Philosopher's Stones and 50 Divine Crystals. This A-rank quest's rewards are incredible. You know, 200 Divine Power Fragments are equivalent to 2,000 Divine Power Points, enough to fully ignite the divinity of a legendary level warrior. Furthermore, after helping Hilda break through to demigod last time, there were still less than 400 Divine Power Fragments left. Chao Xing was worried that helping Mernina break through this time would drain his reserves, leaving him unable to freely unleash his legendary and demigod abilities in future battles. Now with 200 more, he had some extra. In addition to the Divine Power Fragment, the Philosopher's Stone behind it was also a very precious special material. You know, it could even be used to replace any material. In other words, it could be used as the main ingredient for crafting semi-artifacts and even artifacts. And the Divine Crystal was also a key ingredient for crafting powerful items like the Drem and Light Cannon. So far, Chao Xing had slain 4 false gods and obtained 40 Divine Crystals. This A-level mission offered a single reward of 50, which was quite generous. However, before he could even begin to rejoice, a second system prompt appeared. Ding! Survivor Chao Xing, please take note. Because you completed this mission with a super high 100% mission rating, you will receive an additional reward. Achieve title, Giant Warrior. Achieve, Ring of Jormungand Ice Abyss, Unknown. When the notification ended, Chao Xing's eyes lit up again. Oh my god, there's an extra reward. I've been rewarded with another title, and a bracelet of unknown purpose. This A-rank mission is incredible. Of course, Chao Xing knew that the biggest reason for such a generous reward was his immense strength. He completed a mission that others might have completed in 7 days in just 1 day. With a 100% mission rating, all rewards are the highest possible. Others might not have received such a privilege. Chao Xing took a deep breath and decided to wait before checking the rewards. The most urgent task now was to clean up the battlefield and discuss some matters with the giants. So, he pressed the communication device to his ear and ordered, as usual, everyone, begin clearing the battlefield. Sarah, have you collected all the items dropped by the legendary and demigod level Ice Brood monsters? The Phantom Dancer's voice immediately responded, We have, my lord. Very well. Chao Xing nodded, then looked at the Scourge Dragon beneath him. Bing bing, lead me to the giants. Ing! The dragon raised its head and uttered a clear cry in response. A pair of crystal-like wings spread out, carrying Chao Xing towards the distant ice giants. At this moment, beneath the walls of Frostsworn City, hundreds of thousands of massive giants, ranging in height from 10 to dozens of meters, stood on the ice plain. They had just won a victory, and their fighting spirit radiated from them. Each giant's face was filled with excitement. Ancestral spirits be upon you. The ice giants have won again. Ha ha. I thought this would be my last battle, but it turned out to be the easiest. Indeed. I've never seen those ice brood monsters beaten so miserably. Look at that little guy, Mag. He's pissed his pants out of fear. After hearing this, the giants turned their gaze towards a small giant in the crowd, barely over 10 meters tall. Seeing the traces of condensed ice beneath his armor, they erupted in laughter. The tense atmosphere then brightened. Of course, even more giants gazed at the powerful warriors gathering their spoils on the ice field, their faces a mixture of awe, admiration, and gratitude. They all knew that without this unexpected force, the ice giants would suffer heavy losses. Chapter 914. Just then, a gust of wind roared overhead. Whoosh! All the giants instinctively looked up. And then, they immediately saw the ice dragon, with a wingspan exceeding 200 meters, radiating the power of a calamity. Atop the dragon's head stood a human mage, his short hair flowing, wielding a crystal staff. The giants' expressions were startled, and some of the younger ones even instinctively took a few steps back. After all, they had just witnessed with their own eyes the terrifying power of this dragon and the human mage on its back, sweeping across the battlefield. The devastating forbidden magic and the apocalyptic calamity that swept across the battlefield were deeply etched in their minds, lingering forever. At this moment, the 200-meter-tall giant leader, wielding a frost-blue warhammer, stepped out from the crowd and walked to the front of the group. He slowly raised his massive head, took a deep breath, and waited for Chao Xing's arrival. Whoosh, whoosh. Bing Bing flapped her dragon wings, and slowly descended in front of the giants. The giant claws stomped onto the ice, making a dull rumble. The next moment, the ice giant leader knelt on one knee and solemnly declared, "Thank you, great northern overlord, for traveling thousands of miles to the frost-sworn wall to rescue our ice giant tribe. I am Furin Coldhammer, the 17th chief of the ice giant tribe. In the name of our ancestors, we will forever remember your kindness." The other giants followed suit, shouting in unison, "The giant tribe will remember your kindness." The roar shook the heavens, sweeping dozens of kilometers. Chao Xing's robes fluttered in the roar of the giants' voices. He slowly shook his head, summoning a burst of magic to lift the giants to their feet. He spoke calmly, "Giant warriors, this is unnecessary. The giant priests should have already conveyed my meaning to you. Resisting the Ice Brood army is not just the responsibility of your race of ice giants. It's the shared responsibility of the entire Western continent." The giant chief's resolute face shone with deep respect upon hearing these words. Clearly, the giant priests from the 3 previous battlefields had already explained Chao Xing's intentions to the giant chief. Even so, he remained deeply grateful to this powerful human. The giant leader solemnly stated, "That being said, you saved our ice giants. That's an indisputable fact. Whatever your original intentions, you are our entire tribe's benefactor. Thanks to your heroic rescue, your ice giant's favorability has increased. Current favorability, respected. Note, at respected favorability, all ice giants' initial favorability increases by 50 points, and the success rate of recruiting this race increases by an additional 20%. Chao Xing gazed calmly at the giant leader, and said no more. He knew that the ice giants were inherently upright, and seldom changed their minds. Otherwise, they wouldn't have pledged their entire tribe's strength to defend this vast sea for thousands of years, just because of their oath with the Norn. So, Chao Xing nodded and said, "I feel the ice giants' gratitude. You are all the bravest warriors. The people of the Western continent and this sea will remember your sacrifice." When he finished speaking, hundreds of thousands of giant warriors' eyes flushed, and expressions of emotion crossed their faces. They gripped their axes and shields tightly, their chests heaving violently. In the chill wind, the towering figures, like mountains, bowed their heads slightly, expressing silent respect with the most solemn gesture. Even the demigod-level Chief Furin took a deep breath, their gazes filled with respect as they looked at Chao Xing. At this moment, Chao Xing changed the subject and continued, "Chief Furin, I have come to the first battlefield this time not only to deal with these ice brood monsters, but also to discuss something more important with you. Now, let's move to another place to discuss this in detail." The giant chief's expression shifted slightly, as if he understood something. But he didn't ask any further questions, instead nodding respectfully, "Yes, this powerful northern overlord." Half an hour later. Frost-sworn Great Wall, the first battlefield. Magnificent war fortresses were built atop the 10,000-meter-high walls. These fortifications, constructed of ancient ice, glowed a faint blue under the illumination of energy torches. In one of the largest fortress halls, a 500-meter-high dome was adorned with crystal chandeliers, and the walls were adorned with the broken axes and shields of past giant heroes. Chao Xing sat on a large ice crystal chair, holding a head-sized cup in his right hand, filled with fragrant giant liquor. Perched on his shoulder was a miniature ice dragon, tilting its head and curiously examining the liquid in the cup. Flanking Chao Xing stood 2 heroic figures, Knight Assam and Dragon Blood champion Burji Sunstrider. The rest of the team was still cleaning up the battlefield on the ice plain below. Across from him, the 200-meter-tall giant chief sat upon a frosty iron throne. Even though he deliberately restrained his aura, he still exuded a suffocating aura. Under the giant chief's admiring gaze, Chao Xing gulped down the giant's liquor from his cup. Gulp, gulp. Instantly, a searing warmth rushed down his throat, as if a raging fire had ignited in his stomach, rapidly spreading to every part of his body. It was as if the chill within his body had instantly dispelled, leaving him feeling a surge of intense comfort. At 1,000. At 1,000. At 1,000. The green recovery number floated. You have consumed Giant's liquor. Over the next 60 seconds, you will recover 30,000 health points and gain 1,000 strength points. Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "Excellent wine. A spirit of this purity will surely be appreciated by the warriors of the north." A genuine smile crossed the giant chief's withered face. "Lord Chao Xing has good taste. This is the special recipe of our ice giants. Many chambers of commerce have journeyed thousands of miles into the permafrost just to purchase the spirit brewed by our tribe. They even offered exorbitant prices for the recipe, but we refused them all." Chao Xing's eyes lit up, and he instinctively thought of introducing this spirit to his own Spark City. It was sure to become a bestseller in the tavern. However, he had more important matters to discuss. The introduction of Giant Spirit could be discussed later. Chao Xing said sternly, "Chief Furin, now that we've had our fill of wine, let's get down to business. Before that, I have a question. I wonder if you can answer it." The giant chief quickly and respectfully responded, "Lord Chao Xing, please speak." Chao Xing asked, "According to estimates, how long do you think it will take for Zhuoma to fully recover?" The chief pondered for a moment, a flicker of worry in his eyes. "According to our original expectations, it would take at least hundreds of years for the ancient dragon to gradually resurrect from the depths of the ever-frozen sea. But for some unknown reason, a special force seems to have emerged from the depths of the ever-frozen sea, causing the seal currently left by the Norn Saint to loosen and rapidly disintegrate. Zhuoma will fully awaken within a year, or even sooner." Chao Xing frowned, his gaze gazing into the depths of the ever-frozen sea, as if he could see some apocalyptic crisis brewing there. The giant chief sighed heavily, and the cold iron throne creaked beneath him. "Lord Chao Xing, to be honest, although we won this victory and defended the Frostworn Wall, we also know that this situation will not last. The power of the ancient dragon is too great, and it is simply beyond the ability of the current ice giants to resist. Once it fully revives, not only the permafrost sea, but the entire western continent will be under its control. And this time, our giant ancestors have already died in battle, and the Norn Saint Jura also gave her life to seal Yorma. We no longer have the strength to resist the power of this ancient dragon." His voice was low and hoarse, seeming extremely pessimistic. Several other giants in the hall also lowered their heads, and the atmosphere was deeply gloomy. However, after a moment's silence, Chao Xing suddenly chuckled. He shook his head and said, "Don't worry, Chief Furin. I suspect that the dragon won't dare to fully revive. Even if it fully regains its strength, at most it will only summon a large number of ice-brewed monsters to attack Frostsworn's main city and invade the western continent. And we won't confront this true god-level dragon head-on." The giant chief's face was filled with confusion, his pupils slightly constricted. Chao Xing's gaze was deep, and his voice was deep. Some things are far more complex than we see on the surface. To this day, he had experienced so many events and encountered so many powerful and strange beings that he had come to understand the essence of this world and its operating rules. The most basic and important rule is balance. Whether it's the vanished gods or the sealed ancient dragon, they all seek to maintain balance. However, now, for some unknown reason, the six true gods seem to have reached a consensus. They want to disrupt this balance. The death of the elder dragon would cause this balance to tilt. This is why the War of the Oracles occurred, and the siege by the four true gods led to the fall of Krakatorik. In other words, if Yorma dared to fully revive, it would surely suffer the same fate as the elder dragon. After all, Chao Xing had a premonition that the next elder dragon to die would be Yorma. As a true god-level dragon, it was impossible for it not to foresee its own fate. Yorma was undoubtedly secretly plotting a rebellion. Therefore, the situation this time would be even more complicated than the Oracle War. Because, compared to the Crystal Dragon's neutral form, this Dragon of Frost and Persuasion was, to them, a completely evil entity. After all, its goal was to conquer the Eternal Sea, thereby unleashing a vast horde of ice-brewed monsters to attack the western continent and transform all living creatures into ice-brewed monsters. To Chao Xing and all the survivors, Zhuoma was their enemy. However, Chao Xing suspected that the ancient dragon Zhuoma was acting in defiance of fate. Even the Dream Dragon that had enveloped the heart of the Western Continent Empire for a year, and the Death Dragon that destroyed the Northern Continent were Zhuoma's summoned helpers. Everything it did was an attempt to circumvent its own fate. But could it truly succeed? No one knew, let alone Chao Xing. I'm afraid even the all-knowing pale sacred tree couldn't answer this question. The long river of fate is always full of uncertainties. But one thing is certain, Their positions are diametrically opposed to those of the Yorma. Everything they do is based on survival. In other words, there's no possibility of reconciliation. The giant chief asked, "So Lord Chaoxing's intention?" Chaoxing said, "My intention, chief, should be clear to you. Since Yorma's resurgence is inevitable, we must prepare for all-out war. We must not give up our fight simply because the enemy is too powerful." Just like the Norn and Ice Giants thousands of years ago, the situation they faced was likely even more dire than ours. But they still didn't give up, and even succeeded in sealing the ancient dragon. We should inherit this will and protect this land, even if the road ahead is difficult. In the hall, the giant leader's eyes gleamed with a complex light, as if he saw the scenes of his giant ancestors' battles across the sea thousands of years ago. He slowly stood up and said solemnly, "I understand. Lord Chaoxing is right. Running away won't solve the problem. If our giant ancestors could do it, we can do it too. For the glory of our ancestors. The ice giants will never surrender." The other giants roared in response, pounding their chests. The ice giants will never surrender. The gloom and hesitation in the hall vanished, and the fighting spirit in the giants' eyes was rekindled. The air was filled with the scent of iron and blood. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. Then, to counter the power of Yorma, even if we won't engage this ancient dragon head-on, we must be fully prepared. The power of a true god is truly beyond imagination. We have no idea what this evil dragon truly possesses." The Dragon Clan member nodded solemnly. "You are correct. Yorma's power is truly unfathomable. Lord Chaoxing, if you have any suggestions, please share them. Our Ice Giant clan will fully cooperate." Chaoxing said, "To fight Yorma, the first step we must take is to unite all our forces. Not only the power of your Ice Giant clan, but also the power of the entire Western continent. After this, I will find a way to have all the kingdoms of the Western continent send troops to the Frost-Sworn Wall to jointly resist Yorma's Icebrood army." When he finished, the giant leader's face suddenly changed in shock. Chaoxing's words seemed simple, but the implications and scope behind them were immense. To consolidate the power of the entire Western continent would be tantamount to completely reshuffling the continent's power structure. He hesitated, saying, "Lord Chaoxing, from what I understand, the Western continent is host to numerous nations and a complex mix of forces. Add to that various hidden forces, and there are also thousands of years of accumulated grievances. To unite all the nations, I'm afraid." He implied that this would be extremely difficult, practically impossible. This was tantamount to a declaration of unification for the Western continent, to compel so many kingdoms to obey and send troops across tens of thousands of miles to the Permafrost Sea for reinforcement. No one in the continent's 10,000 years of history had ever been able to do so. A brief silence fell again in the hall. Even Assam and Burji exchanged glances, each seeing shock in their eyes. They both knew that their lord had always been courageous and had unconventional thinking. But he hadn't expected such a radical turn of events. Having just unified the Northern Territory, he was already thinking of conquering the entire Western continent. This boldness and ambition shocked his two confidants. However, Chaoxing spoke calmly, "I know this is a difficult task, but I will convince them in my own way. After all, they are also part of the Western continent. An ice nest invasion of the mainland would benefit no one. Of course, if persuasion proves impossible, then we have to resort to some drastic measures." A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and an invisible chill emanated from him, causing the temperature in the hall to drop even further. Chaoxing's character has always been like this. It's hard to say they're fighting bloody battles on the front lines for the safety of the entire continent. Others, however, are hiding in the background, reaping the benefits. The last time the North Wind Alliance did this, he already annihilated them. This time, facing Zhuama's threat, he wouldn't mind doing it again. Even if it meant offending the entire Western continent's kingdoms, it wouldn't matter. The giant leader, seeing his gaze, seemed to see the human lord's resolve. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Since Lord Chaoxing is so courageous, we will never retreat. If our ice giants need any assistance, we will fully cooperate. By the blood of our ancestors, the ice giants will fight alongside you." As he finished speaking, a powerful tremor echoed through the entire Frost-Sworn Wall, as if the ancient walls were responding. After all, the ice giants never swore an oath lightly, and once they did, they held fast to it. The fact that they had defended the Frost-Sworn Wall for thousands of years, for the sake of a pledge, had proven this point. In other words, they were loyal allies who would never betray. A flicker of relief flashed in Chaoxing's eyes. "Chief Furin, you are truly a courageous leader. No wonder you've been able to lead the giants to hold out for so many years. Now, I do need you for something." He looked the giant chief directly in the eye and said firmly, I believe the giant priests have told you what I mean. What do you think about the giants frozen beneath the wall joining my domain? At this question, Chief Furin's expression froze, a thoughtful look in his eyes. After a moment, he said solemnly, Priest Osha has indeed conveyed this to me. He told me that you have the ability to heal these giants' injuries and restore them to their peak strength, correct? Chao Xing nodded. Yes, but only if they join my domain. Chapter 9:15. Chao Xing replied, Indeed, but the prerequisite is that these giants join my territory. Only then can I bestow upon them a blessing and restore their injuries. After hearing the response from this otherworldly lord, Chief Furin remained silent for less than a second. Then he said firmly, I can see that Lord Chao Xing is not one to make irresponsible statements. The strength you have demonstrated proves that you are no ordinary lord. In that case, I will make the decision on behalf of those elders and legendary warriors to allow them all to join your territory. If you wish, even the entire Ice Giant clan can join your territory. Chief Furin declared, and the Ice Giants in the hall were stunned. It seemed they hadn't expected their clan leader to not only agree to awaken the legendary giants, but even offer to make all the Ice Giants vassals of this human lord. This was unprecedented in the Ice Giants' 10,000-year history. Before, many great clans, coveting the Ice Giants' formidable fighting power, had ventured deep into the permafrost to negotiate. These clans offered all sorts of tempting conditions and valuable treasures, hoping to gain their vassalage. But without exception, the proud Ice Giants refused. Now, clan leader Furin had actually taken the initiative to raise this matter with the human lord, completely overturning their expectations. Chao Xing's face was filled with surprise upon hearing the giant clan leader's response. But he quickly recovered and said solemnly, Clan leader Furin, you're so courageous. I appreciate your sincerity, but... He changed the subject, saying, the other Ice Giants are not needed for now. My territory's population cannot accommodate so many giants. Chief Furin nodded slowly. Since that's the case, then let the legendary demigods of our tribe join your territory. Yes. Chao Xing nodded. Chief, rest assured. You won't regret your decision today. In fact, it won't be long before you see this. This will be the beginning of the Ice Giant's return to glory. He stood up and slowly extended his right hand. The old chief excitedly extended a finger, touching Chao Xing's palm. Atop this fortress of the frost-sworn wall, an alien lord and giant chieftain made a decision that could change the landscape of the continent. For the Ice Giants, and indeed the entire world, this was a pivotal turning point. Because Chao Xing has the power to bring these dying and decaying giants back to life, even granting them even greater combat power. The giant chief excitedly said, Lord Chao Xing, I will perform the ritual immediately. However, since this is a non-war period, we will need some time to gently awaken all the giants within the city walls and prevent them from suffering further harm. Before that, please rest in the fortress for a while. Chao Xing smiled calmly, no problem, chief, go ahead and prepare. After the ritual is complete, I have something else to discuss with you. Chief Furin nodded and said, May the glory of our ancestors protect you. With these words, the 200-meter-tall giant chief turned resolutely. He gripped his frost hammer, his heavy footsteps echoing through the hall. Several other giants followed the chief's lead and left. Soon, only Chao Xing and the others remained in the hall. He leaned against the spacious ice throne, a thoughtful look in his eyes. The light from the crystal chandelier overhead shone on his stern profile, making it appear particularly profound. After a moment's silence, Assam stepped forward and couldn't help but ask, Lord, are we truly planning to mobilize all the kingdoms of the western continent to send troops to the eternal frozen sea? These selfish and corrupt creatures won't make a single move unless disaster strikes. Let alone ask them to help fight the Ice Brood. Chao Xing nodded slightly and replied, I understand. That's why I plan to let Elton and Xia handle this. First, explain the seriousness of the situation to these kingdoms, and ask them to allocate some of their forces for support. If those kingdoms are willing to cooperate, that would be great. If not, then we will dispatch the legends and demigods within our territories to directly decapitate the leadership of these kingdoms, and forcibly seize control of their respective countries. His tone was calm, yet it revealed unquestionable determination. However, worry remained in Assam's eyes. My lord, I know your resolve, and I know our territory is powerful, but those ancient kingdoms are not as simple as you might imagine. They have occupied this continent for thousands of years. Some ancient kingdoms even have histories exceeding 10,000 years, and their heritage rivals that of the Ice Giants. Plus, with the behemoth Vatican watching from the shadows, aren't we being too radical? Chao Xing remained silent, instead looking up at the crystal dome. He understood Assam's concerns, and he also knew that with his current strength, he wasn't nearly strong enough to conquer the Western continent. As mentioned before, this continent is fraught with danger. Though those ancient kingdoms may only be surreptitiously ruled by legendary figures, no one knows if there are some old monsters lurking deep within their kingdoms. Although Cao Shing had unified the entire northern territory, he did so in 2 stages. First, he defeated Kai, then he annihilated the 5 kingdoms in one fell swoop, thus establishing his dominance in the north. Now, the other kingdoms of the western continent also knew of Cao Shing's strength. If he showed any ambition to unify the western continent, these cunning creatures would surely unite against him. Furthermore, there was the behemoth Vatican, ready to deal with him at any moment. It could be said that he was now in a state of being unable to stand alone. After a moment, Cao Shing slowly lowered his eyes, and said in a low voice, "Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. But you know, we don't have much choice. According to estimates, Shuama's power will fully recover in 2 months at most. And with our current strength, it's clearly impossible to defeat the ancient dragon's ice-brood army. We can only risk resorting to some drastic measures." A rare hint of helplessness lingered in his tone. Assam and Burji exchanged glances, and for the first time, they sensed the Lord's deep inner turmoil. Although Cao Shing had always appeared to be a master of strategy and possessed immense strength in dealing with his enemies, at this moment, the invincible Lord of the North, the foremost survivor of Blue Star, seemed to be in an unprecedented predicament. Assam took a deep breath and knelt on one knee. "My lord, you don't have to take everything on yourself. You don't belong to this world, and you've done enough so far. Since these guys won't cooperate, let Yorma's ice-brood army destroy the western continent. At worst, we can explore other continents. With your strength, we soon be able to rise again." Cao Shing was slightly taken aback, seemingly surprised that his knight, always loyal and brave, could utter such a callous statement. Unbeknownst to Cao Shing, Assam had long been part of this territory. In his heart, the safety of his lord was paramount, and the safety of his territory was second only. To ensure these 2 goals, he would make the same decisions as those corrupt kings, willingly abandoning the world to ensure the interests of his territory would not be harmed. But the difference is that Assam will step forward in times of global crisis. After a moment, Cao Shing smiled and shook his head. "Let's talk about it later. Let's take it one step at a time. It's not that bad yet. We still have a month. Perhaps things will turn out differently." Assam nodded solemnly and said no more. Just as Cao Shing was about to continue formulating his plan to unify the western continent, a system notification suddenly popped up before him. "Survivor, Meng Yi, I'd like to add you as a friend. Do you agree?" Looking at this sudden friend request, Cao Shing fell into deep thought. Meng Yi? He actually took the initiative to add me as a friend. Does he have something to discuss with me? He was familiar with the name. He was one of the few survivors Cao Shing remembered. After all, this person had once dispelled the dream that enveloped the western continent and resolved the human empire's predicament. That was something even gods couldn't accomplish, so it was hard not to remember him. Whatever the other party's methods, it was enough to prove this person's extraordinary abilities. So Cao Shing clicked confirm. Just a moment later, the other party sent a message. "Meng Yi, Cao Shing, are you free to talk?" Cao Shing pondered for a moment, then replied, "What do you want to discuss?" "Meng Yi, let's talk by voice. It's more convenient that way." "Okay." Neither of them was the type to drag things out. Then, a voice call request flashed before Cao Shing's eyes. This is the power of the system. All communication devices on this continent have range limitations. Even the most advanced communicators have a range of only tens of thousands of kilometers. However, the survivors, utilizing the system's friend communication feature, can communicate instantly, regardless of distance. When the call was connected, a calm male voice rang out. "Cao Shing, this is Meng Yi. I've contacted you several times before through Lu Muxue. Come to think of it, this is our first time communicating." Cao Shing said directly, "Let's get down to business. What do you want to discuss?" A faint laugh echoed from the other end of the line. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be in the ever-frozen sea now?" Cao Shing frowned slightly, seeming a little surprised that the other party knew his whereabouts. But his tone remained calm, indeed. Meng Yi continued, "If so, I believe you have also witnessed Shuama's power. Do you think the remaining survivors in the world can resist this ancient dragon?" Cao Shing pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "It's difficult, at least not with my power. You were able to dispel the power of the dream dragon. You must have had some special opportunity or means. Do you have any methods to deal with the frost dragon?" "No," Meng Yi said calmly, The reason I was able to dispel Morphos's power is because I drove it from the Western continent, and drove it away from the Western continent. All of this stems from my special talent. My power seems to be specifically designed to target dreams, constantly drawing upon their power to strengthen myself. That's why I was able to survive, directly attain the strength of a demigod, and finally dismantle that dream realm. Furthermore, the ancient dragon is immortal and possesses unimaginable power. Rather than saying I drove it from the Western continent, it's more likely that it found the constant harassment of a mere fly too irritating and simply stayed away. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Hearing this, Chao Xing couldn't help but ask, "You're so easily revealing your trump cards and tactics to me. Aren't you afraid I covet your power and forcibly kill you, stealing your talent?" "No." Meng Yi chuckled softly, "because I know you wouldn't do that. A truly powerful person focuses solely on their own strength. If someone covets the power of others, it means they lack self-confidence, and such a person will never achieve great things." After a pause, he added meaningfully, "And I've also been keeping some secrets from you, not revealing my greatest abilities." Chao Xing listened silently, then nodded to himself. Clearly, Meng Yi's honesty had won him some favor. He continued, "So what do you mean by contacting me this time?" Meng Yi replied, "Chao Xing, we all know that the power of the ancient dragon is too great. Neither you nor I can fight this transcendent force alone. But if we join forces, perhaps we can create a miracle." Chao Xing was slightly startled, puzzled. "You mean, you want to join me in fighting the ancient dragon?" Meng Yi chuckled, "Of course. Do you think I'm coming to you just to reminisce?" Hearing this, Chao Xing fell into a brief silence. Seeing he remained silent, Meng Yi continued, "Chao Xing, I understand your concerns. You've encountered crystal dragons, and know how powerful creatures of this level are. You believe the current blue-starred human race has no chance of victory. However, I've also faced the power of dream dragons head-on, and I understand your current state of mind. You're too independent, always accustomed to shouldering everything alone. But in this world, there are companions who can fight alongside you." Chao Xing took a deep breath and finally spoke, "Meng Yi, you can dispel the dreams of ancient dragons. I know you're extraordinary. But my enemies are far more than just these. There are also—" Before he could finish, Meng Yi interrupted, "I know. It's the Vatican, right?" Chao Xing was stunned. "You know that too?" Meng Yi's voice was tinged with a smile and a hint of pride. "Of course, I am now the ruler of the human empire, possessing demigod-level combat power. Those demigods and legends of the empire all obey my commands. No matter how small a movement in the entire Western continent, it escapes my eyes and ears. Do you think, with this power, I can become your ally?" By the time he finished, Chao Xing was deeply shocked. Suppressing his excitement, he replied, "That's enough." To be honest, even Chao Xing hadn't expected Meng Yi to reach this level. Not only had he dispelled the power of the Dream Dragon, he had even conquered the human empire, becoming the ruler of this ancient empire. What kind of concept was this? He was now the supreme ruler of the entire Western continent. Even Chao Xing's status as overlord of the Northern Territory was inferior to his. And at this moment, Chao Xing still had a question. "I want to know, why are you helping me?" "Why?" Meng Yi was silent for a moment. Then he said firmly, "Because we all come from Blue Star, because we all come from Country H, and we all want to protect our own place of survival. What do you think of that reason?" Chao Xing smiled again. "It's a very good reason, and a very pure one. From today on, we are allies." Meng Yi's voice was noticeably more relaxed. "Okay, from now on, we will be allies, able to fight side by side. Now, tell me about your plan. As the current leader of the Blue Star human race, and the overlord of the North, I assume you should have some rough outlines." Chao Xing responded decisively, "Okay, I tell you my plan." He mentally organized his thoughts, and then explained his overall strategic vision to Meng Yi. For example, he planned to unify the Western continent first, establish a joint army, and develop a combat plan against Shuama. Chao Xing spoke for 3 minutes, briefly revealing the strength of his territory. Meng Yi listened silently. After a moment, he said in a complex tone, "Chao Xing, I have to admit, your ideas are indeed quite radical. I originally thought you would first find a way to deal with the Vatican, and then focus on dealing with Shuama after resolving those concerns. In the end, you chose the most difficult path. You actually dreamed of unifying the Western continent, accomplishing something no one had been able to do in 10,000 years. Chao Xing also replied with a smile, "I can't help it. I don't want to see these corrupt guys hiding in the back and reaping the benefits. Furthermore, from what I understand, Shuama not only controls the power of ice, but also the power of persuasion. Any creature that hears the whispers of this ancient dragon and can't resist the temptation will degenerate into an ice brood. I don't want us fighting in the front, while these guys in the back become ice brood monsters and stab us. Clear the rear first, so the soldiers can fight in the front with peace of mind. Meng pondered for a moment and said with approval, "You have a point. We should indeed start with the front. Resolve the internal issues. In that case, leave this task to me," he said seriously. "Within a month, I will bring all the Western continental nations to their knees and send troops to the permafrost. Just focus on developing your own side and continuing to improve your strength, okay?" Chao Xing frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, "Are you confident? Those guys are tough to deal with, especially the ancient kingdoms." "Don't worry," Meng Yi said confidently. "I can control the current human empire, so I naturally have the confidence to subdue these guys. If these guys refuse to cooperate, I will also take some tough measures." Chao Xing heard the murderous intent in his tone and said nothing more. "Okay, then it's settled. Next, you will clean up the Western continental nations. If you need any help, please let me know. I will focus on improving my strength in the near future and see if I can catch the Vatican guys." Chapter 916. Meng Yi responded bluntly, "Okay, it's a deal." And just like that, the two top survivors from Blue Star, the pinnacle of power in the entire Western continent, quickly agreed on their next plan. This was their first collaboration. Before this, Chao Xing had little contact with Meng Yi and didn't know much about him. But he had risen to power in the current human empire and even reached out to Meng Yi, wanting to form an alliance against Shuama. Furthermore, during the conversation, he showed no arrogance or superiority. Neither overbearing nor timid, he treated Chao Xing as an equal ally. This also indirectly demonstrated that this person was not only incredibly skilled, but also possessed a mindset and breadth of mind far beyond the ordinary. After all, if it were a normal otherworldly lord, trapped in a dream for over a year, and suddenly, one day, the dragon was driven away, and he became the master of the empire, standing at the pinnacle of power across the entire continent, anyone would inevitably experience a degree of arrogance and pride. However, there was no trace of arrogance in Meng Yi's tone. What Chao Xing didn't know was that Meng Yi had experienced hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions, of deaths in his dreamland over the past year, and had long since seen through the myriad aspects of the world. In this state, he could hardly be described as ordinary. After all, no one could maintain their original aspirations after experiencing the cycle of death millions of times. Even his soul had been honed to be tougher than the most powerful divine weapon. But regardless, Chao Xing could tell that Meng Yi truly wanted to cooperate with him. That's why he agreed so readily. At this point, Meng Yi continued, "By the way, as a gift for our initial collaboration, I give you a piece of information." What news? Some time ago, two demigod-level sages from the Vatican secretly infiltrated Tianshu Sacred Mountain, the heart of the human empire. They appeared to be attempting to steal something, but they triggered a restriction imposed by the empire, and were severely injured on the spot. Now, these two individuals are being held in the empire's most secure dungeon. I think this information might interest you. Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up, and a smile spread across his face. He had previously wondered why these hypocritical individuals hadn't taken any further action after he had completely broken off relations with the Vatican. So they were secretly perpetrating a plot in the heart of the human empire, and they were caught red-handed, becoming Meng Yi's captives. If we count the 8 great sages in his own territory, then the Vatican has already seen 3 of its great sages imprisoned in such a short period of time. Chao Xing couldn't help but laugh at the thought. He could even imagine how furious those hypocrites must be right now. He straightened his mind and replied, "I'm certainly interested in this news. Do you know what those 2 guys were trying to steal from Tianshu Sacred Mountain?" Meng Yi replied with a hint of regret, "I don't know. They're incredibly stubborn and won't reveal anything. There's even a seal placed on their minds by some mysterious being. Furthermore, at the very bottom of Tianshu Sacred Mountain, there's a terrifying restriction that prevents even me from entering and exploring. If you can pry them open, I can hand these 2 captives over to you." Chao Xing raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Are you serious? These are 2 demigod-level captives. Even if we kill them outright, they still produce at least 2 divine flames. Just give them to me like that." Meng Yi smiled brightly. "Of course we're allies. Besides," his voice suddenly dropped, "rather than the 2 divine flames, I'd like to know what the church wants to take from Tianshu Sacred Mountain." Chao Xing was silent for a moment, then replied, "Okay. I personally visit the human empire later. It just so happens that I have a mission to complete in Tianshu Sacred Mountain." He added, "By the way, have you spotted a demon worm in that sacred mountain? Chao Xing still remembered that he had an SS-level mission, Balthazar's True God Trial. The first step of the mission was to travel to Whirlpool Mountain and defeat the extremely cold demon worm. Tianshu Sacred Mountain is Whirlpool Mountain, the location of his mission. Meng Yi pondered for a moment and replied, demon worm. According to Imperial intelligence, it seems there is indeed one. However, that demon worm appears to be only at the legendary level. Is it related to your mission? Indeed, Chao Xing replied without hesitation. He was more than 90% certain that the demon worm Meng Yi was referring to was the extremely cold demon worm he was looking for. Don't let anyone get close to that demon worm for the time being. I deal with it when I arrive. It would be best if someone could protect it. Hearing this request, Meng Yi on the other side was visibly stunned. This was the first time he heard of such a request, sending someone to protect a legendary monster. But a smile soon appeared on his face. Okay, I understand. The demon insect will be fine until you get here. Then I will begin to coordinate our forces and attack the kingdoms of the western continent. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Okay, go ahead. After the two sides concluded their conversation, they quickly hung up the phone. A moment later, Chao Xing leaned back in the spacious ice crystal chair and let out a long sigh. His shoulders relaxed slightly, his expression gradually softened, and he suddenly felt a sense of relief. It had to be said that this alliance with Meng Yi had relieved him of a considerable amount of pressure. And he had taken on the most difficult task right from the start, a responsibility Chao Xing greatly admired. Of course, Chao Xing wouldn't place all his hopes on someone he only just met. He decided to observe Meng Yi for a week or 2 weeks. If his progress is slow, then it's time for Chao Xing to strike with force and suppress them with drastic measures. Asamu and Boji, standing nearby, exchanged glances, each feeling a little surprised. Because they saw their lord, after receiving a phone call, brighten up, the gloom between his brows clearing. Asamu asked cautiously, Lord, have you come up with a solution? Chao Xing stretched out his arms and said cheerfully, there's no good solution. Unifying the western continent is an inevitable step. But someone is already taking that step. He smiled. Next, we focus on improving our strength and exploring the permafrost sea for treasure. By the way, see if you can collect anything related to Shuama. Assam was slightly startled, but he didn't delve into it. He sighed, I don't know why, but seeing you so relaxed, we feel a lot more at ease. Chao Xing chuckled at this, his eyes scanning his two loyal subordinates. Then maintain this peace of mind. Yes, Lord. The two men bowed respectfully. Then Chao Xing continued to lie back in his chair, closing his eyes for a moment, contemplating. He also sorted out his plans. He whispered, the giant chieftain should still be performing the ritual to awaken the giants within the city walls, and Sarah and the others should be out collecting spoils. While we're here, let's take a look at the rewards for that A-level mission. This mission offered quite a few goodies, including numerous divine power fragments, divine crystals, and philosopher's stones, as well as a legendary blueprint. Completing the mission completely also rewarded him with a title and a special bracelet. It was a bountiful harvest. Chao Xing decided to examine each one in turn. The first item, naturally, was the legendary blueprint. He glanced at the attributes. Cross-domain teleportation array construction blueprint. Quality, legendary. Blueprint description. Consumes a large amount of materials to construct a cross-domain teleportation array capable of ultra-long distance teleportation. Can be interconnected with other similar teleportation arrays for teleportation. Size, 6,280 square meters. Maximum teleportation distance. Teleports anywhere within the plane. Number of simultaneous teleports, 100,000. Teleport cooldown, 12 hours. Teleport cost, 10,000 or fewer people, 1 divine power fragment is consumed per transaction. 20,000 people consumes 2 divine power fragments, and so on. Construction materials, Super Energy Station level 30, Lord's Castle level 30, Mithril 500,000, Magic Rune Stone 100,000, Dry Light Ingot 50,000, Ochre Ingot 50,000, Space Crystal 50,000, Divine Crystal 10. Construction time, 1,544 hours and 32 minutes. Maximum workforce, 20. Note, this teleportation array possesses powerful spatial stabilization capabilities, and can be constructed on the edge of 2 continents, enabling interdomain teleportation. Holy crap! A teleportation array that ignores distance and can transport 100,000 people at once. Isn't the effect of this teleportation array a bit too incredible? Chao Xing's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. After all, this thing's effectiveness surpassed that of a large teleportation array by dozens of times or more. The fact that it had no distance limit gave him a new idea. In other words, I could build an interdomain teleportation array at Frostworn Wall, and in my territory, and teleport soldiers from my territory over. That way, not only could these soldiers rush to the Everfrost Sea at any time to help fight the ice brood monsters, but they could also gain experience and level up here. I could even get all the major kingdoms in the western continent to contribute resources, and build several such teleportation arrays at key strategic locations. Then, we could even mobilize the entire continent's forces in a short period of time, quickly reaching the Everfrost Sea battlefield. Chao Xing's eyes gleamed with excitement. While his idea might sound a bit fanciful, it was actually entirely feasible. After all, while the teleportation array would take over 1,500 hours to build, the maximum number of workers required was 20. In other words, with 20 workers working at full capacity, a teleportation array could be completed in just over 3 days, and within his territory, he could easily mobilize thousands of workers. With 2 months remaining until Zhuama's full recovery, this was plenty of time for them to deploy numerous cross-domain teleportation arrays across the western continent, forming a strategic teleportation network. Chao Xing took a deep breath and spoke slowly, of course. All this presupposes those guys' cooperation. Until they're conquered by force, they certainly won't want this kind of strategic teleportation array on their doorstep. We can only fully implement this plan after Meng Yi unifies the entire western continent. Chao Xing rubbed his temples and sighed with a hint of frustration. That means, for now, I can only build this teleportation array in my own territory. For example, I can connect the several kingdoms in the north with the Frostsworn Wall in the Eternal Sea. After a pause, he said seriously, besides that, there's another challenge. Building this trans-teleportation array requires a vast amount of materials. Mithril, delirium steel ingots, and even space crystals are easy. By concentrating the forces of the entire north, we can gather quite a bit. But the final divine crystal is more difficult. After all, Chao Xing only knew of 2 ways to obtain this special material. One was to kill the false gods and extract a certain amount from them. The other was to complete this highly difficult task. But no matter which method, it's extremely difficult, and the yield is very low. Chao Xing glanced at his backpack, but fortunately, this mission rewarded me 50 divine crystals, which is enough for me to build 5 teleportation arrays. For now, let's connect the snowstorm and the Frostsworn Wall. We find a way to obtain more materials later. He made a quick decision and pressed the communication device at his ear. Then, Chao Xing explained his plan to the 4 kings, asking them to focus on collecting the various rare materials needed to build the teleportation arrays. The 4 kings also understood the importance of this matter, and solemnly pledged to mobilize all the resources of the 10 northern kingdoms to complete the task. They would also dispatch a large number of survey teams to search for these rare mineral veins. After arranging the material collection for the teleportation array, Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Next, I checked the attributes of the title for that extra reward. Opening the title column, a dozen titles appeared. There were the earliest titles he had obtained: Land of Hope, Fishing Master, Star Reaper. There were also more recently acquired titles: Champion Fighter, Death Walker, Ratcatcher Captain, and so on. Lastly, the new title he wanted to check: Giant Warrior. Giant Warrior title. Title attributes: increase strength by 15%, increase armor penetration by 20%. Additional effect: Friend of Giants, reduces damage dealt to you by 50%, and increases the initial favorability of all giants to friendly. Title description: The brave who saved the ice giants from danger deserves the respect of all giants. Oh! Damage dealt by all giants reduced by 50%? It's not limited to the ice giants? A hint of surprise flashed in Chao Xing's eyes. He double-checked, and after confirming he was right, his joy deepened. At the same time, he realized the significance of this title. You have to understand that the ice giants are just a branch of the giants. Although they once surpassed the main lineage at their peak, their current strength is still no match for the main group of giants. Moreover, the giants' base camp is in the southern continent. If he has the chance, he'd like to visit the southern continent again. Perhaps he could prove quite useful then. This title is quite impressive. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, then continued to check the next and final reward. With a thought, a massive metal ring appeared out of thin air on the ground in front of him. The ring was a deep, icy blue, over 5 meters in diameter. Ancient patterns were engraved on its surface, emitting a chilling chill. Assam and Burji's eyes were drawn to the large ring, and they gazed over in surprise. Chao Xing circled the behemoth and sighed, According to the system description, this thing is a ring once worn by a certain being. A ring this large, I doubt even the giant chieftain could wear it. In other words, the owner of this ring, based on sheer size, is even larger than Chieftain Foreign. This piqued Chao Xing's curiosity. He quickly checked the attributes. Yorgard Bing Yuan's ring. Quality, unknown. Equipment level, level 100 and above. Armor, 2431 to 2252. Unique effect, Ancestral Will. When attacked, there is a 50% chance of triggering the Ancestral Blessing, increasing your strength by 10% for 10 seconds. Note, this ring was once worn by the Ice Giant ancestor, Yorgard Bing Yuan. The soul imprint on it can be used to detect the location of his fall. Hiss. After reading the ring's attributes, Chao Xing gasped. The above attributes didn't surprise him. What shocked him was the ring's notes. Can this ring actually help me locate the location of a giant ancestor's fall? Does this mean I can use this opportunity to find the giant ancestor's body? He couldn't help but be shocked by his own thoughts. Chao Xing had learned from the giants that the ancestors of the ice giants were the most powerful giants of their time, each possessing combat power far exceeding that of a demigod. In other words, they were god-level powerhouses, and now, through this ring, he could actually sense the location of their fall. Even obtaining the corpse of a god, just thinking about it makes my heart race. Chao Xing took a deep breath and whispered, a god's body. Even if it's fallen, it probably still holds immense power. And I happen to need a god-level body in two places right now. First, to repair the artifact, Storm Axe. Second, to absorb the backlash from the rules when I break through to demigod status. As for the idea of repairing the artifact, forget it. After all, using the remains of the Founding Titan to refine equipment is something Chao Xing wouldn't do. However, it should be possible to let this Founding Titan's body help me absorb the rules conflict of breaking through to demigod status. Perhaps during the breakthrough process, this Founding Titan's body could even provide special opportunities. Chapter 917. This also gave Chao Xing hope. I used to think that to break through to the demigod realm, I had to slay a deity. I didn't expect things to take a new turn now. Just as Mengi had suddenly requested a friend and formed an alliance with him, the appearance of this ring was equally timely. However, using this ring to locate the location where the giant ancestor fell was no easy task. Chao Xing attempted to lift it, and carefully sensed it. It did indeed yield some extremely vague directional guidance, quite faint, and seemingly pointing deeper into the permafrost sea. This also indirectly indicated that it would take considerable time to pinpoint the location where the giant ancestor fell. Chao Xing said in a deep voice, "It just so happens that I'm going to explore the permafrost sea soon. When we get closer to that area, I stop by and take a look." He breathed a sigh of relief. This ring gave him one more thing to do in the permafrost sea. Meanwhile, shortly after Chao Xing finished inspecting the spoils, a series of powerful figures entered the hall ahead. There was the elusive phantom dancer, Sarah Blade Dancer, her blades gleaming with a cold light. There was the Sky Hunter, Renus Hawkeye, carrying the bow of time, her eyes sharper than a hawk's. And there was the Blood Spider Queen, Hilda Bloodkiss, trailing countless blood spiders, her aura eerie and beautiful. The powerful warriors had already cleared the battlefield. Renus arrived at the Lord's side and handed him a backpack, saying, "My lord, these are the various materials dropped by the Ice Brood and White Walkers. We have collected them all. The Ice Brood army in this main battlefield is much larger, so it took us longer to clear it." Sarah glided forward and handed over a blue backpack. "Lord, these are the high-level materials dropped by the legendary and demigod-level Ice Brood monsters. They've been placed separately." Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Very good, thank you for your hard work." He then took the backpack from Rennie's and transferred all the spoils inside. Then, the screen-filling notification message rang again. Obtained. Ice Dragon Mark * 7592034. Obtained. Glacial Shard * 3678724. Obtained. Glacial Core, Orange, * 112492. Obtained. Foul Essence, Purple, * 34192444. Obtained. Unholy Essence, Gold, * 417928. Obtained. Corrupted Essence, Orange, * 32185. Obtained. Dragonite or Gold, * 166782. Obtained. Looking at the vastly increased amount of materials in his backpack, Chao Xing couldn't help but feel a strong sense of satisfaction. This time, after arriving at Frostsworn Wall and resolving the crisis at the first battlefield, he continued north, successively clearing out the monster coalitions in 4 major battlefields. In total, he had killed tens of millions of Ice Brood monsters and White Walkers. With so many monsters, naturally, they also dropped a large number of rare materials. The total value of the Ice Dragon marks alone exceeds 20 million. Although the Dragon shop hasn't opened yet, Xiaoxing doesn't know what these marks can be redeemed for. But he's sure it won't be too bad. Furthermore, there were still a large number of high-level materials such as glacial shards, glacial cores, and dragonstone ore. It could be said that the materials Xiaoxing Wang had collected this time could sustain the development of Spark City for a long time, and their value was inestimable. Following this, Xiaoxing took the backpack from Sarah's hand. It contained the materials dropped by legendary and demigod-level monsters. This was the greatest reward of this battle, especially the 3 demigod-level ice brood monsters. Even he had never taken down an ice brood creature of this level before, and he wondered what rare items would drop. With anticipation, Xiaoxing transferred everything in his backpack. Obtained, Ice Dragon Crystal, Unknown, *42. Obtained, Frigid Rune Stone, Unknown, *38. Obtained, Dark Energy Sphere, Unknown, *3. The drops from these demigod and legendary monsters were few, only 3 types. But Xiaoxing's eyes lit up. Huh? 38 Frost Rune Stones. That's a pretty good drop rate. After all, these Frost Rune Stones are incredibly useful, whether they're used to strengthen Ice-type buildings or equipment. The more the better. Then, 3 Dark Energy Orbs also dropped. Including the gains from the first 3 battlefields, there were a total of 7 Dark Energy Orbs. Xiaoxing gazed at the 7 slowly rotating energy orbs in his backpack, emitting a sinister aura. He murmured, according to the system description, these can increase the strength of undead creatures and even allow them to advance. With these 7 energy spheres in my hand, I can almost create 2 legendary undead creatures, right? That's right. Xiaoxing intended to use these energy spheres on Duke Paladin and Black Knight Tyrannus. As undead, they had few means of advancement, and even couldn't be recruited into the territory. So, this dark energy sphere was a truly rare treasure for them. It's worth noting that since the Blood War, Duke Paladin and Tyrannus had been roaming the Ice Crystal Kingdom. Xiaoxing's mission for them: transform all undead creatures within the Ice Crystal Kingdom into Ascalon undead. Duke Paladin's undead transformation abilities, combined with Tyrannus's combat prowess, allowed them to move freely throughout the Ice Crystal Kingdom. Over the course of several months, the undead army had already surpassed 1 million in number. And since the Battle of Spark City, the entire North had been unified. At Xiaoxing's command, Duke Paladin and Tyrannus expanded their search area from the original Ice Crystal Kingdom to the entire North. Even Xiaoxing didn't know the progress of Duke Palatine's Ascalonian army, or how large it had grown. But since they hadn't contacted him in recent months, he assumed things were going smoothly. When they met again, perhaps they would give Xiaoxing a big surprise, he thought with anticipation, sighing. The Frost Rune Stone and the Energy Ball are both very effective. However, in addition to these 2 special materials, there's something new this time. As he spoke, a translucent diamond-shaped crystal, a deep icy blue, appeared in Xiaoxing's hand. Dragon scale patterns emerged on the crystal surface, emitting a chilling icy aura. This item was the Ice Dragon Crystal. This crystal seems to only drop from ice brood monsters of demigod rank and above. Now let me see what it does. Ice Dragon Crystal Unknown. Quality, Unknown. Item Type, Special. Item Description: a crystal condensed from the divine power of an ancient dragon, imbued with a trace of the pure law of extreme ice. Item Effect 1. Placing this item in your backpack increases your ice affinity by 5% and your spirit recovery speed by 3%, stackable up to 10 times. Item Effect 2. Can be crushed and absorbed directly, replenishing your own divine power by 50 points. After reading the item description, Xiaoxing was stunned again. Damn. This thing in my backpack increases my ice affinity and spirit regeneration speed. 10 of them add up to 50% ice affinity and 30% spirit regeneration speed. For ice mages like us, this boost is almost as good as a piece of equipment. The second effect is even more incredible. It actually replenishes divine power. Isn't that the same as a divine power fragment? The difference is, this thing replenishes even more divine power. One can restore 50 divine power, which is 5 times the amount of a divine power shard. Xiaoxing quickly calculated in his mind. 3 demigod-level ice brood monsters drop 42 ice dragon crystals, which translates to 210 divine power fragments. On average, 1 demigod-level ice brood monster drops 14 ice dragon crystals. And if I can find a way to kill 100 or 80 demigod-level ice brood monsters, I might even be able to amass 100,000 divine power points, allowing Mernina to attain divine-level combat power. Thinking of this, he grew increasingly excited. Of course, Chao Xing knew he couldn't possibly have so many demigod-level ice-brood monsters to slay. But this was still quite good. It was like another source of divine power. Chao Xing glanced at his backpack and counted the 2 types of fragments. Divine Power Fragments *616 Ice Dragon Crystals *42. Yes, all the fragments combined are equivalent to over 8,000 Divine Power points. That's enough Divine Power for 2 max-level legendaries to break through to demigod status. And I still have 4 unpurified Divine Fires in my backpack. It seems I soon have 2 more demigod-level combat powers. Chao Xing's gaze quickly fell on Mernina and Braum. After all, his original plan was to allow these 2 powerful warriors to achieve a breakthrough first. Now everything was ready. It was time for these 2 to transform. Just as Chao Xing was about to draw out the 2 divine fires for purification, a violent tremor erupted from the frost-sworn wall beneath his feet. Boom! Boom! The 10,000-meter-high wall shook violently, as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake, making it difficult to stand. Ice crystals on the wall continuously peeled off, emitting a crisp crackling sound. Gods, what's happening? Braum immediately grasped his shield and blocked Chao Xing's path. Wow! Are those monsters attacking again? Alisa quickly leaped out and drew her bowstring. The others also drew their weapons, looking around warily. At this moment, a giant warrior stumbled in, shouting, "Lord Chao Xing! The clan leader asked me to report that the awakening ceremony is ready. You may proceed now." Chao Xing steadied himself, marveling at the old clan leader's efficiency. He nodded, "Okay, I'll be right there." After saying that, Chao Xing looked at the warriors around him and said, "Come on, follow me." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, Lord." A few minutes later, Chao Xing led his group to the ice field below. Before him, a group of giant warriors gazed solemnly at the city wall and the 200-meter-tall giant figure before them. It was the current giant clan leader, Furin. As the patriarch raised his icy hammer high, chanting ancient incantations, the entire city wall began to tremble violently. The surface ice peeled away, and the interior of the wall became increasingly transparent. The giants trapped within the ice, as if summoned by an ancient call, opened their eyes one after another. A majestic aura from the ancient past surged forth from the depths of the city wall. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the ice on the wall's surface shattered, sending massive chunks of ice flying everywhere. Before the fragments could reach them, they were blocked by the massive form of Patriarch Furin in front of them. Then, a succession of burly figures rapidly leaped from the breach. Equipped with a variety of massive weapons, each emanated a terrifying aura at least legendary level. Even though their bodies were covered in wounds, the unyielding fighting spirit and the raging battle spirit in their blood sent shockwaves through their hearts. Giant warriors, fight for glory. Kill! Defend our home! Defend the frost-sworn wall to the death! These legendary giants roared, their bodies radiating a chilling murderous intent. Especially after seeing the old patriarch awaken all the giants simultaneously, they realized the situation was dire. After all, such a situation could only occur when the frost-sworn wall was about to fall, or even when the ice giants were about to be annihilated. They instinctively assumed a fighting stance, their icy blue eyes blazing with fighting spirit, ready to fight the enemy to the death. However, when they saw the peaceful battlefield before them and the intact giants, their fighting spirit gradually gave way to doubt. At this moment, 3 tall, aged figures gradually emerged from behind the group of legendary giants. All of them reached over 200 meters in length, each clad in thick ice crystal armor and bearing severe wounds. The giant on the left had half its body corroded by the dragon's power, its icy blue skin covered in frost. The giant in the center had completely lost its right arm, its wound etched with strange ice crystals. The giant on the right leaned on an ice crystal cane, its every step leaving a trail of footprints on the ground. The giant with the missing right arm gazed at the giant leader before him, his voice like thunder. "Chief Furin, you know our time is short. We are conserving our last ounce of strength for this final battle. Now, you've rashly awakened us. We demand a reasonable explanation." His voice, though weak, held a hint of anger. The other giants, including him, tightened their grips on their weapons, their icy blue eyes gleaming with questioning. Faced with the giants' pressing questions, Chief Furin took a deep breath. He explained, "Heroes of the giant tribe, I have an important reason for awakening you all this time. Lord Chao Xing, from another world, and the current overlord of the northern border of the western continent, arrived at the frost-sworn wall today and resolved the crisis facing our giants. However, Yorma's power continues to regenerate, and we need a stronger force to combat it. Therefore, Lord Chaoxing proposes awakening all of you from your seal and healing your injuries, on the condition that you all join Lord Chaoxing's territory. Chief Furin recounted the entire story in one breath, then slightly stepped aside to allow Chaoxing and the others behind him to pass. Chaoxing stepped forward and said in a steady voice, "Everyone, as Chief Furin has said, if you join my territory, I will help you recover from your injuries." The giants immediately stirred at this. They remained silent, their gazes fixed on Chaoxing, sizing him up and down. Dozens of scrutinizing eyes pierced him like needles, creating a powerful sense of oppression, as if the air around them froze. Chaoxing stood calmly, his expression unwavering. At this moment, the old giant leaning on a cane snorted coldly. "Furin, do you understand what you're saying? You want us to abandon the glory of the ice giants and join this human territory? I think you're joking." The giant, half of his body eroded, roared angrily, "Friend, you awakened us for no reason, just for something like this. You're simply wasting our last bit of strength. Many giants will die prematurely because of this. You will bear full responsibility for this." The other giants also growled in dissatisfaction. Clearly, they simply didn't believe this weak human before them could heal their injuries. It wasn't their fault. After all, these giants had fought here for thousands of years, never receiving support from other races. They had even repeatedly appealed to the human forces of the Western continent for aid, but were ruthlessly rebuffed. Over time, they had lost trust in the outside world. They preferred to await the final battle in the frozen glacier rather than trust any promises from outsiders. And there was another reason. No one knew the severity of their injuries better than they did. Wounds corroded by dragon breath clung to the power of Zwama's curse, and bodies frozen by icy magic had long since fused with the ice crystals. If not for their clinging breath, at least 80% of the giants here would have perished long ago. To stay alive, they tried every possible means, even summoning the spirits of their ancestors. Even the spirits were helpless against their injuries, so how could they be so easily healed by a young human lord? However, in response to the giants' doubts, a resounding voice rose from the powerful figures behind Chaoxing. "Humph! You ignorant giants have no idea how incredible the Lord's power is. Others wouldn't be qualified even if they begged to join. If you missed this opportunity, you regret it later and cry in your beds." After hearing this, the giants all looked over. At first glance, they saw a young girl in a white cotton jacket, carrying a large bow, standing on the shoulders of a golem. Her slender figure contrasted sharply with the towering golem below, like a lark on a mountaintop. Alyssa stood with her hands on her hips, a look of disappointment on her face, as if she were looking at a group of fools. However, one of the giants replied, "We ice giants never regret our decisions, and we don't cover ourselves." Another legendary giant chuckled, "That's right, little one. You haven't fought those powerful ice brood monsters, so you have no idea how formidable the condensed corruption they leave behind is. That's the power of an ancient dragon. Not even the spirits of the ancestors can handle it. As for you little brats, you should just go back to your beds and cry." Another giant chimed in, "That's right. Go back to your beds and cry until you wet your pants." Ha ha! The group of giants erupted in laughter. Chapter 918. Elish's face flushed with anger. "Ugh! Damn you! You actually called me a wee bitch! Captain Elisa is angry. I challenge you to a duel." She drew her bowstring and angrily declared, "Send out your most powerful hero-class titan. Let him see Captain Elisa's strength." However, the titans ignored Elisa's words and continued to burst into laughter. Chief Furin's face was troubled, and he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the ice flame hammer. Although he could issue orders to them, as the current chief, each of these titans was a hero who had made great contributions to the tribe. He couldn't simply use his authority as chief to coerce them. That would only provoke a rebellious reaction in the titans. He looked behind him, seeking help at Chaoxing. At that moment, Chaoxing smiled faintly and gently struck the ground with his moon goddess staff. Bang! After a slight impact, a wave of invisible magical energy swept out. Sensing the vastness and icy coldness of this magical power, all the giants froze, staring in disbelief at the seemingly weak human. The noisy crowd fell silent. Chaoxing spoke calmly, "Perhaps you doubt my strength, but the hundreds of thousands of giants here have witnessed us slay a large number of ice brood monsters and resolve the crisis at Frostsworn Wall. Similarly, you can send one of your giants over to try." Chaoxing's gaze swept over the three scarred demigod-level giants. "If you can't heal his wounds, I will immediately lead my men away from Frostsworn Wall. I never set foot in your ice giant's territory again, okay?" When he finished, the three giants across from him didn't respond, But a look of anxiety crossed Chief Furin's face. 3 elders. Chief Furin said anxiously, Lord Chaoxing is right. We have all witnessed his power firsthand. If he leaves, there will be no one to help our ice giants resist the might of Yorma. The last wave of ice brood monsters invaded, and 3 demigod-level monsters appeared, along with a large number of legendary monsters. If Lord Chaoxing leaves, the next wave of ice brood monsters will be a matter of life and death for our ice giants. The old chief understood Chaoxing's importance better than anyone. Without him, the entire ice giant clan would have suffered heavy losses. Furthermore, they had just signed an alliance treaty. If the stubbornness and prejudice of these giant elders drove the Northern Overlord away, it would be a disastrous loss. On the ice field, the other giants who had witnessed the battle also bent down and knelt on one knee. Elders, we all believe in the power of this Northern Overlord. Yes, he saved our ice giants. He is our savior. Please believe in him, in the name of our ancestors. Tens of thousands of giants knelt in unison, and a dull roar echoed across the ice field. Seeing this scene, the newly awakened ancient warriors stared at each other in bewilderment. Never before had they witnessed an outsider receive such reverent hospitality from the ice giants, and a human at that. This not only overturned their expectations, but also caused some hesitation in the hearts of the 3 demigod-level giants. They fixed their gazes on the human lord, trying to see something different. However, Chaoxing remained calm, his expression unwavering. As previously stated, his desire to heal the giants sealed within the city walls was partly to increase the human race's luck, and partly to help them. If the ice giants didn't appreciate it, Chaoxing wouldn't force it. At worst, he could just give up the luck. After a moment's silence, the one-armed giant in the center finally spoke. His deep, rich voice echoed slowly, Human Lord, the recognition you receive from so many ice giants proves you possess extraordinary strength and character. The ice race never mistreats its allies. I offer my apologies. After speaking, he bowed his head slightly, clenched his right fist against his chest, and performed the most solemn etiquette of the giant race. Then, the giant elder raised his head and continued, But you also know that we, the seal beings, are the last remaining strength of the ice giants. This matter is of grave importance. We cannot afford to be careless. After a pause, he said with a firm gaze, In that case, let's do as you say, and let a wounded legendary giant try first. If it doesn't work, we won't force it. What do you think? Compared to their previous attitude, the giants had softened considerably after seeing the respect and admiration their tribesmen had for Chaoxing. Chaoxing nodded yes. Seeing his agreement, the giant elder also nodded slightly. Then, he looked at a nearby giant, nearly 100 meters tall, with a massive chest wound. The wound seemed to be eroded by some special icy force, lingering with a lingering white, corrupted energy, preventing this formidable warrior from ever recovering. And as time passed, this icy, corrupting force continued to eat away at his flesh, worsening the injury. Grok Yugo, the giant elder said in a low voice. The giant replied gravely, Yes, Elder Morgus. With that, he clutched his chest wound and stepped forward to Chaoxing. His eyes held a mixture of anticipation and a hint of doubt. Chaoxing, without further ado, issued a recruitment invitation. An invisible force appeared above the giant's head. Followed by, a system notification appeared. Recruitment successful. Giant legendary warrior, Grok Steelbone has joined your territory, increasing your territory's population by 15 and prosperity by 500. Ding! Because a new legendary creature has been added to your territory, your human race's luck has increased by 500. The moment he became a friendly creature, the power of the pale tree's blessing instantly descended. An invisible vitality surged from his body, and an emerald green light enveloped his massive form, like flowing water. The frosty white corrosive force on the hideous wound sizzled, like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun, rapidly receding. Moreover, with this surge of vitality, his gray hair and beard gradually turned dark brown, his wrinkled skin tightened, and his hunched back straightened like an ancient pine tree. He looked younger and more energetic. The giant named Glock suddenly widened his eyes, and held out his hand in disbelief. Looking at his own muscles, now full and powerful again, his entire body trembled. Ancestors? What happened? Glock feels like he's returning to his peak form. Even some of his hidden ailments have completely vanished. Oh my god! This is incredible! Hearing this, the other giants stepped forward. They stared at the giant in disbelief, their voices pounding with questions. What? Not only are his injuries healing, but he's also returned to his peak strength. Glock, are you serious? Glock. The giant didn't speak, but instead demonstrated his power with his actions. He raised his battle axe, a long-lost surge of power coursing through his veins. A dazzling icy blue light burst from the axe blade, seemingly capable of cleaving through space. The next moment, he roared and slashed fiercely towards the open space ahead. Ha! Swish! A crescent-shaped icy slash pierced the air, splitting the ice field into gullies spanning tens of kilometers wherever it passed. The terrifying shockwave whipped up a cloud of ice and snow, and the glaciers within 100 miles were trembling violently. Even the legendary giants felt a sense of mortal danger from this blow. They stood there stunned. A moment before their senses returned, instantly, the entire crowd erupted in an uproar. Ancestral spirits. This is true. Grok has truly returned to peak strength. Oh my god! This old fellow is over 1,000 years old, and he's still feeling this way. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Not only this group of giants, but even the three initially skeptical demigod-level giant elders were stunned to their core. Although it was unbelievable, the facts were before their eyes. Grok had not only recovered from his injuries, but also possessed the strength of his prime, even more powerful than before. Alyssa stood on Jod Ironfrost's shoulders, her round face raised high as she said proudly, "Hee hee hee. You big guys, now you understand the wonders of the Lord's blessing, right? Come and beg Captain Alyssa. Maybe if I'm so pleased, I say a few kind words to the Lord and get him to grant you the same blessing." Her petite nose practically rose to the sky, and her ponytail swung happily as she swayed her head. The group of giants looked at Alyssa, her hands on her hips, and swallowed their saliva. This time, no one could refute her, and no one dared to laugh at the little girl. At this moment, Chao Xing frowned slightly as he gazed at the wound on the giant's chest. He whispered, "Although the pale tree's blessing has greatly increased his vitality, it hasn't yet cleared him of the condensed corruption. Even this legendary giant's health is less than 1/5. But that's okay. Simply have buoyancy release purifying light once." With that, he casually gestured. A chicken, covered in pristine white feathers and radiating a pure white light, appeared before them. The moment buoyancy emerged, he understood his master's intention. Then, it flapped its wings and soared into the air, a ball of pure white light condensing above its head. Crackle, crackle. With a clear cry, the white light fell upon Glock. Instantly, puffs of smoke appeared again from the giant's wound. In a moment, the traces of corruption vanished completely. His once dull eyes regained their brilliance, and his muscles swelled, emitting a suffocating, oppressive feeling. Glock, holding his battle axe, laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Gone! Completely gone. Damn Yorma. The corrupt power you left behind has tormented me for centuries, and today it's finally been cleansed." The other giants were even more astonished to hear that Glock had not only regained his vitality, but even the condensed corruption had been removed from him. For a moment, the entire ice field echoed with the giant's exclamations. After the shock, the giant Glock was the first to regain his composure. He extended his massive palm and touched his pristine chest. He then knelt on one knee and gave Chao Xing the most solemn warrior salute. "Thank you for your gift, mighty Lord of the North, my lord. From now on, Grok Steelbone's battle axe will forever be swung for you." The other giants had no regard for Grok's solemn oath. After all, everything this human lord had done was worthy of their highest respect. The three giant elders were also completely overwhelmed by Chao Xing's power. They slowly lowered their proud heads, knelt on one knee on the ice, and struck the ice with their weapons. "Please forgive our impertinence, great Lord Chao Xing. Your power exceeds our imagination. The ice giants are willing to follow your guidance." As they led the way in submission, tens of thousands of giants across the ice field also knelt on one knee, their roars echoing across the glacier. They shouted in unison, "Great Lord of the North, we will follow your guidance." The unison of their voices echoed across the ice field for a long time, spreading for dozens of kilometers. Even the giants repairing the city walls couldn't help but stare in awe. Behind Chao Xing, a group of powerful warriors looked at their lord with pride. Clearly, he had once again, with strength and courage, completely conquered an ancient and proud race. Chao Xing raised his hand slightly, his voice gentle yet powerful. "Warriors of the ice giants, please rise. You have stood firm here for thousands of years, making indelible contributions to the entire sea and the western continent. I simply wanted to do my best to help you, nothing more." The three giant elders bowed their heads in shame upon hearing this. "Great Lord of the North, your generosity and kindness leave us humbled." The one-armed giant's voice was hoarse, tears glistening in his icy blue eyes. "The ice giants will be reborn because of your blessing. Thank you for your generosity and kindness." The three giant demigods simultaneously lowered their heads to the ice, a gesture of immense respect. Chao Xing smiled. No need to be so formal. Everyone stand up. Besides, as I said before, I can't take all the titans into my territory. I can only prioritize those above legendary level, and those who are injured to take them into my territory and treat their injuries. The giants were slightly startled at this, and a look of regret crossed their faces. We had thought the entire Icefield clan would join this otherworldly lord's territory and enjoy such powerful bonuses. But now, he said that the number of places was limited, and only those at legendary level and above could join. Ancestors, I've reached the limit of hero, not far from legendary. I guess I have to work harder from now on, one giant shouted, clenching his fist. Another giant echoed, yes. I must strive to become even stronger, striving to break through legendary as soon as possible and join Lord Chaoxing's territory. Me too. The giants expressed their resolve one after another. Compared to their previous swearing to die, they now eagerly awaited to be chosen and join this great lord's territory. In reality, the blessings of Chaoxing's territory far exceeded this. The giant had merely absorbed the power of the pale tree, which had significantly increased his vitality. He still has a ton of powerful and magical status skills he hasn't used yet. When that happens, these giants will likely be even more astonished, perhaps even considering it a miracle. Chaoxing smiled, then issued a recruitment invitation to all the legendary and demigod-level giants before him. System notifications kept flooding the screen. Recruitment successful. Ice Giant Legendary Warrior, Ragan Frushowl, level 148, has joined your territory, increasing your territory's population by 15 and your prosperity by 500. Ding! A new legendary creature has been added to your territory, increasing your human luck by 500. Recruitment successful. Ice Giant Elder, Morgauz, level 168, has joined your territory, increasing your territory's population by 30 and your prosperity by 5,000. Ding! A new demigod-level creature has been added to your territory, increasing your human luck by 5,000. Recruitment successful. As the notifications continued, Chaoxing's luck steadily increased. Over a month ago, his accumulated luck reached 240,000. Recently, through development, it has reached 251,000. Right now, the number is fluctuating wildly, 260,000, 270,000, 280,000. In the blink of an eye, it soared to 280,000, and it's still rising at a visible rate. Many survivors noticed this, and discussed it in the chat channel. Oh my god! Look at the luck rankings. Boss Chaoxing's luck is skyrocketing by thousands of points per second. I saw it too. It's almost breaking 300,000. How could it have suddenly increased so much? We didn't even see any world announcements. The survivors were all perplexed. At this moment, a careful survivor suddenly noticed. Did you see the note after luck value? Not only does triggering a world announcement increase luck value, but the appearance of legendary level or higher powerhouses in the territory also increases luck value. But I'm not sure exactly how much. Hearing this, a bold hypothesis emerged in everyone's minds. You mean? A large number of legendaries, even demigod-level powerhouses, have appeared in Boss Chaoxing's territory. That's unlikely, right? With this rate of increase, I estimate at least dozens of legendaries. Yes. Whose legendary powerhouses have dozens or even hundreds appearing at once? The survivors were buzzing with discussion, and the entire chat channel was abuzz. And far away in the human empire in the center of the western continent, Mingyi sat upright on his throne, his gaze fixed before him. He had just finished a call with Chaoxing and established an alliance. He was currently contemplating his next move. And just then, Mingyi noticed the buzzing chat channel. I also saw the ever-increasing number behind Chaoxing's name on the luck value ranking. Chapter 919. Mingyi murmured, a sudden increase of tens of thousands of luck points. This increase is equivalent to dozens or even hundreds of legendary figures. Chaoxing, what did you do? Mingyi's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of thought in his eyes. Among the survivors, no one knew better than him what a sudden surge in luck points meant. It meant he had either accomplished something world-changing, or his territory's strength had skyrocketed. But a moment later, a smile returned to his face. Not bad. As expected of this generation's chosen lord, you always manage to surprise us. I originally thought you were fighting alone, and that you struggled to carry the ship, so I immediately sought your alliance. Now it seems, even without my help, you can still play a role in the great changes of the future. Mingyi muttered to himself, his face devoid of any jealousy or uneasiness. As someone who had experienced the cycle of death millions of times, he had seen through many things. Since you've already begun action, as an ally, I can't fall behind. He slowly stood up, his voice growing colder. Pass the order. Immediately, assemble all the resurrected legends and demigods of the Empire, and march to the borders of the major kingdoms of the Western continent. Except for the northern border, the other kingdoms must make a choice within 3 days. Tell them to either surrender their military power and submit to the Empire, or expect to be crushed by the Empire's cavalry. His voice echoed through the magnificent hall, carrying unquestionable majesty. Below, many powerful figures stood respectfully, each emanating a suffocating aura of pressure. When they heard Meng Yi's order, their expressions changed, shock and hesitation flashing across many's eyes. But no one dared to object. All the powerful men knelt on one knee and responded in unison, "Yes, Savior." At this moment, beneath the frost-sworn Great Wall, Chao Xing had successfully recruited all legendary and above ice giants into his territory. He took stock of the numbers. This time, he had recruited a total of 59 legendary ice giants and 4 demigod-level ice giants. A total of 49,500 luck points had been gained. This was a considerable increase. This was equivalent to increasing the monster-killing experience points, resource output, population limit, and movement speed of the world's 2 billion humans by 4.95%, and this was just the number of giants in the main battlefield. According to Chief Friend, there are a total of 46 legendary giants in the other 3 main battlefields. This means that the current combat power of the ice giants is 95 legendary giants and 4 demigod-level giants. While this may sound like a large number, it's important to remember that this represents the foundation of this race's development over tens of thousands of years. Furthermore, the number of legendary giants who have died in battle over the years far exceeds this number. The ice giants, known as a race born for battle, possess immense combat power. At their peak, they even surpass the main lineage of giants, producing more than 1 god-level giant. The current combat power is less than 1/10 of their peak strength. The primary reason for their current decline is naturally the Dragon War of that year. In their joint fight against Yorma with the Norn, they had sacrificed countless lives, even losing god-level giants. Furthermore, even after the Dragon War, they still stood firm in the depths of the permafrost sea, resisting Yorma's hordes of ice brood monsters. Thousands of years of perseverance had also cost the lives of countless ice giants. Chao Xing shook his head, not dwelling on it any further. After all, these historical issues weren't his fault. What he needed to do now was to unite all forces to deal with the crisis posed by Yorma's resurgence. At the same time, upon joining Chao Xing's territory, the legendary, demigod-level ice giants were immediately blessed with the Pale Tree's life blessing. The vast life force enveloped them, rapidly repairing the scars accumulated over millennia. Even the injuries of the 3 demigod-level giants were healing at a visible rate. The giant, whose half-body had been corroded by the dragon's power, saw its base health instantly surge from 3.5 billion to 7 billion. An almost boundless surge of vitality swiftly dissipated the frost on his skin, leaving only a faint layer of condensed corruption. A single wave of holy light from the light-feathered chicken would completely remove it. And the strange ice crystals condensing on the wound of the giant, with only one arm, were melting at a visible rate. Another giant, leaning on an ice crystal cane, had puffs of smoke rising from his head, the purifying force of years of accumulated corrosive energy. They closed their eyes, seemingly enjoying this long-lost comfort. A moment later, all the giants gradually opened their eyes. Their eyes, huge as bells, glared at Chao Xing with fervor. The look was as if they were looking at a savior. "Great Lord Chao Xing, your power is so divine that it has given us new life." The 3 demigod-level ice giants' voices trembled with excitement. "Thank you for your gift. This is nothing short of a miracle." This time, they knelt not on one knee, but on both, prostrating themselves on the ice. Using the most reverent etiquette, they expressed their highest respect. Including the other legendary ice giants, even Chief Furin knelt without hesitation. No one understood better than him the significance of the collective restoration of the sealed ice giants' fighting power. It meant that the ice giants would no longer have to wait until a critical moment to awaken the sealed giants for a final stand. It meant that they would suffer fewer casualties in the future. This means the tribe's strength will be significantly increased today. Even Yorma's ice brood army won't be easily defeated. And all of this stems from this otherworldly lord. At that moment, Chief Furin looked at Chao Xing as if he were looking at a deity. A system prompt appeared. "Your words and actions have impressed Chief Furin Coldhammer, the ice giant tribe. His loyalty has increased significantly. Current loyalty, 97. Because you have rescued numerous ice giant warriors, your favorability with the tribe has increased significantly. Current favorability, Fanatic. Note, with Fanatic favorability, all ice giants will regard you as a hero of the tribe, increasing your chances of running for positions such as chief, leader, or elder. Chao Xing was slightly taken aback by these two prompts. The second one, in particular, was a bit surprising. This was the first time he had raised the favorability of a tribe or faction to the fanatical level. So, reaching this level allowed one to run for the position of giant clan leader. Chao Xing smiled. He had no interest in the position of leader. Alright, everyone stand up. His calm voice echoed through the crowd. This is just the most basic ability you receive after joining my territory. The true blessings are far from over. The giant's eyes flickered with bewilderment upon hearing this. After all, just this blessing that nearly doubled their vitality was already astonishing, and this young human lord said this was just the beginning? They stared at each other, their rugged features filled with shock and disbelief. Chao Xing offered no further explanation, simply taking out the ring of goddess Nesh's blessing. The sacred halo, held in his hand, emanated a pure and sacred light. With a flash of light, a circle of light 100 meters in diameter emerged and slowly descended onto the ice. Chao Xing declared, all the giants who have just joined my territory, enter the circle of light now. He added, you are too large. This 100-meter circle of light may not be able to accommodate so many of you. Giants with flying abilities, fly high into the air and make as much space as possible for the others. Hearing this, a look of bewilderment crossed the faces of all the ice giants, as if they did not quite understand the human lord's intentions. But without hesitation, they immediately took action. The 3 demigod-level giants entered first, carefully maneuvering their massive bodies to the center of the circle. Then, the other legendary giants attempted to enter. As one giant after another entered, the 100-meter diameter circle was quickly filled. As Chao Xing had expected, these massive figures were often hundreds of meters tall, occupying a considerable area even when standing. With less than 20 giants inside, the space was already extremely crowded. He shook his head helplessly and said, don't just stand there like an idiot. Squeeze a little more, and shrink your bodies a little. And you, try to fly as high as you can and make use of the space there. Although this goddess Nesh's blessing aura had a height limit, the giants could still fit in by simply curling up or making good use of the space. Dozens of ice giants heard Chao Xing's command and instinctively followed it. Then, a comical scene unfolded. These ferocious giants, known for their countless slaughter on the battlefield, were crammed together like sardines in a can. Some were forced to stand on one leg, others clinging to their companions' shoulders. Several flying giants hovered in midair, drifting back and forth like balloons. 2 were so enormous that they could only fit half their bodies into the aperture, their lower halves remaining outside. This also made Chao Xing realize another problem. As my strength continues to rise, I encounter more and more powerful ones. Many of these powerful beings are of extraordinary size. In other words, Nesh's blessing aura's range is almost insufficient. He said thoughtfully, it seems I need to use a colorful crystal to enhance this legendary item when I get back. The other ice giants, watching the legendary warrior they once admired, even the elders, huddled together like a stack of arhats, couldn't help but laugh. But they all tried their best to suppress their laughter. Although it looked rather comical, at least it was finally accomplished. All 63 giants entered the blessing range. They held their breath, silently awaiting the blessing the human overlord had spoken of. Chao Xing didn't let them wait too long. He first commanded the light feather chicken's buoyancy, and activated the light of purification. Cluck, cluck, cluck! The ball of light imbued with divine purifying power fell into the blessing range, and instantly spread, falling upon all the giants. They trembled instantly. The giants felt a surge of warmth within them, rapidly clearing away the lingering condensed corruption on their surfaces. Before the giants' eyes could register shock, Chao Xing shouted, begin. The powerful warriors standing behind him quickly unleashed their status-enhancing abilities. Wind Mage Allen, clad in a cyan robe, moved without a breeze, mobilizing the vast power of the wind element. Following this, 2 green spells descended into the circle of light. Wind Wings, Wind Walk. The dragon shaman Vimni raised his staff, and the shadow of a thunder dragon formed behind him. The next moment, with a flick of his staff. Crack! After a dull explosion, the thunder dragon plummeted into the circle of light. Thunder Dragon possessed. The Thunder Dragon arrives. At the same time, champion fighter Kainan took a deep breath and flung the legendary spear high into the air. Swoosh! A rainbow pierced the sun. The giants within the circle of light suddenly felt their bodies grow lighter, and a surge of power surged into them, significantly increasing their attack power. However, this was only the beginning. Priestess Vanna's concentrated a vast amount of plague power and lightly tapped. The giants felt their bodies suddenly warm, their critical strike chances dramatically increasing. It was her status skill, Calamity Sacrifice. Followed by this, Blood Spider Queen Hilda's Queens will descended, further increasing the giant's speed. Additionally, there was Andrew's Thorns and Life Bloom, Volabelle's Thunder Shield, Eilena's Serpent Mania, and Deadly Toxin, and Chao Xing's Ice Armor, Ice Healing, Frost Shield, and so on. A series of status skills, all at once, bestowed upon the giants. These powerful buffs from different races and classes, combined with the aura of Goddess Nesha's blessing and Chao Xing's eternal power, brought their strength to an unprecedented level. All the ice giants' health began to regenerate, and their movement speed, attack damage, armor, damage reflection, spirit, shields, and so on, all increased significantly. The other giants stood there, their eyes filled with shock. They could clearly sense that the aura of these already incredibly powerful giant warriors was undergoing a qualitative change under the blessing of these powerful beings. Each one seemed to have been reborn, bringing an overwhelming sense of oppression. The giant's eyes shone with deep shock and envy. Just then, Chao Xing noticed two fiery gazes behind him. Looking back, he saw Queen Kassa and the old man from the sacred tree. They knew that the power these giants had now gained was the blessing Chao Xing had spoken of. Not only would it grant them combat prowess far exceeding their peers, but it would also grant them unparalleled survivability and a variety of miraculous abilities. This was the power they had longed for, but dared not even dream of. And now, Chao Xing generously bestowed the blessing upon these ice giants, whom he had just met, without granting it to them. For a moment, they felt a bittersweet feeling of loss. But remembering their status as prisoners, they could only bow their heads silently. After all, the Lord's allowing them to survive was already a great mercy. They couldn't ask for more. And just then, Chao Xing's voice suddenly rang out. "You two squeeze in too." Hearing this, they both looked up at their lord. A look of confusion crossed their eyes, as if they were unsure if the words were directed at them. Chao Xing continued, "Why are you standing there? Hurry up and get in." Only then did they realize that the words were truly addressed to them. Queen Kassa tugged at the corner of her robe, her voice trembling slightly. Can we really?" The old man from Shenmue also nervously clenched his withered staff. Chao Xing waved his hand impatiently. "Stop talking nonsense. Soon our status abilities will run out, and you won't be able to benefit from many blessings." Upon hearing this, the two men leaped into action without hesitation. Regardless of their appearance, they squeezed directly into the midst of the giants and found a corner to stand. At this moment, everyone's status skills landed on the light circle. Queen Kassa and the Elder Shenmue suddenly felt several powerful, permanent enhancements within their bodies. Their aura continued to grow, their strength steadily increasing. At this moment, the two men, feeling the surging power within them, were almost speechless with excitement. Grateful gazes filled their gazes towards Chao Xing. "Because you helped improve their strength, the loyalty of territory member Selena Kassa has increased significantly. Current loyalty, 87. Because you helped improve their strength, the loyalty of territory member Elvin Aoba has increased significantly. Current loyalty, 85. Because of you." Chao Xing's expression remained unchanged as he watched these two system notifications. He had carefully considered the decision to allow Queen Kassa and the Elder Shenmue to accept the blessing. Although these two had only recently joined the territory, their character was unknown. But Chao Xing knew that to increase their loyalty, he had to offer some sweet treats. For example, his series of blessings. So far, the effect seemed quite significant. Of course, Chao Xing had only simply granted them a few status abilities, far fewer than the others. Moreover, the most crucial status abilities, like Blessing of Courage and Blessing of Strength, were still in the hands of Lu Muxue. Even so, it was enough to make Elder Shenmue and Queen Kassa grateful. From their expressions at that moment, it was clear that they were extremely satisfied with this magical power that had been added to their bodies. Meanwhile, after all the members with status abilities had released their abilities, Chao Xing waved his hand, dispelling the circle of light. "All right, the blessing is over. You are all free to move. This time, most of the blessings in my territory have been bestowed upon you. Although there are a few more powerful blessings, since she's not available, they have to wait until next time." It wasn't until Chao Xing's voice rang out that the group of ice giants came back to their senses. They quickly stood firm and stared down at their bodies. Each of them stared wide-eyed, feeling their refreshed bodies and the surging power within them in disbelief. Is this the blessed power this human lord was talking about? Amazing. Ancestors, I feel like I've even gained immortality. Incredible. Now I can even single-handedly challenge 3 legendary ice-brewed monsters. No, 4. This is power beyond the power of the gods. Chapter 920. This is power beyond that of the gods. The giants looked at each other excitedly. Some tried to pump their fists, and sonic booms filled the air. Some giants attempted leaps, soaring thousands of meters into the air. Some giants were astonished to find that the hidden injuries accumulated over millennia had completely disappeared, and their health was rapidly recovering. Chief Furin was also trembling with excitement. His eyes were filled with fanaticism and awe as he looked at Chao Xing. Great Lord Chao Xing, the power you have bestowed upon us is a supreme gift to the entire Ice Giant clan. Because of your grace, our clan will prosper and become even stronger. The other giants also bowed in greeting, expressing their gratitude with the most solemn etiquette. The entire giant clan was in a frenzy, their gazes toward Chao Xing filled with admiration. Amid this solemn atmosphere, a clear voice rang out again. That big guy, that's you. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a young girl in a white cotton coat, flapping her wings and soaring into the air. Pointing at a giant in the crowd, she said, "Didn't you just call us little kids? Didn't you tell us to go home and cry in our beds? Now you understand how powerful the Lord's blessing is, don't you?" Everyone looked in the direction she pointed and suddenly saw a legendary giant, 100 meters tall, and with a rugged face. Faced with Elisa's accusations, the giant froze and said angrily, "I was blind and misjudged the Lord's kindness. I shouldn't have called you little kid. Please forgive my rudeness." He apologized sincerely, his tone utterly genuine. Elisa raised her head proudly, saying, "Hee hee. Since you're so sincere, I, the captain, forgive you. But from now on, whenever you see me, you must call me captain. Got it?" She raised a finger, adding seriously. The giant scratched his bald head and said awkwardly, "Got it. Got it. Elisa. Captain." When he finished stammering, Elisa nodded in satisfaction. A chuckle echoed from the crowd. After all, it was rather odd for a giant as tall as a mountain to call a little girl, less than 1.6 meters tall, captain. Even the giants couldn't help but laugh, and the solemn atmosphere gradually brightened. 2 minutes later, Chao Xing continued, "Well, now that the blessing has been completed, you may proceed with whatever needs to be done. The Icebird's second wave of attack is brewing, and it won't be long before they strike again. Before that, please familiarize yourself with your own strength and prepare for the battle ahead." The giants' expression suddenly froze, and they responded respectfully, "As you command, Lord." The next moment, the dozens of giants, who had received the blessed power, hurried away. Since their injuries, they had spent most of the past few centuries frozen within the city walls. The experience there was not pleasant. The freezing cold and Zhuama's condensed corruption constantly eroded their bodies and sapped their will. Furthermore, they were unable to speak or move, and their vision was filled with darkness. This was a silent torture for anyone. And yet, they had persevered in this environment for hundreds, even thousands of years, carried along solely by the desire for one final battle. Now, reborn, they were all over the place with excitement. "Ha ha! This body is amazing. It makes me feel like I'm back to my youth. Yes! Now I can easily fight for a week straight. All this is thanks to Lord Chao Xing. Praise the great Lord Chao Xing." The giants' exclamations faded away. Chao Xing, accompanied by his warriors, the giant chief, and 3 elders, returned to the giant hall. A few minutes later, in the magnificent hall forged from ice crystals, Chao Xing remained seated. The giant chief and 3 other demigod-level elders sat opposite him in 4 spacious chairs. They gazed at the young lord with awe and enthusiasm, awaiting his instructions. Chao Xing spoke first. "Chief Furin, I summon you here to discuss 2 matters." The giant chief immediately straightened his back and said solemnly, "Please speak, Lord." Chao Xing. "First, arrange for 100 ice giant craftsmen to join my territory. I need them to build 2 teleportation arrays near the frost-sworn wall to connect to my territory." Chief Furin nodded without hesitation, his icy beard waving slightly as he moved. "No problem, I arrange it later. I guarantee you select the best and most capable giant craftsmen." Chao Xing nodded slightly and continued, "Second, I need a map." "A map?" Chief Furin asked doubtfully. "Yes." Chao Xing's gaze deepened. "A map of the depths of the permafrost sea. You, the ice giants, have been stationed here for thousands of years. You should be the race most familiar with this sea area. Don't tell me you don't even have a map." Hearing this, Chief Furin rubbed his huge hands awkwardly. We, the ice giants, are indeed very familiar with this sea area. But before this, everyone operated near the frost-sworn wall. Even hunting trips never ventured beyond the divine sea realm, a few thousand kilometers away. So, none of us had ever considered drawing a map. He raised his head and looked at the human lord sheepishly. Chao Xing was slightly startled, then chuckled and shook his head. It doesn't matter if we haven't drawn a map before. Gather all the legendary giants later, and have them describe the areas they've explored in detail, then draw a map. He added, by the way, when you draw the map, mark any special finds these giants have made within the permafrost. For example, record the location of treasure chests, shipwrecks, large sea beasts, and the depth at which these items were frozen. Record all of this. Also, I heard from Gar and Harag that your ice giants once discovered a red treasure chest. Mark all of these too. A flicker of surprise flashed in Chief Furin's eyes, as if he were surprised that Chao Xing even knew such a thing. Off to the side, the one-armed giant elder interjected, I discovered that red treasure chest. About 1,000 years ago, beneath a glacial crevice about 12,000 kilometers northwest. I marked the exact location on the map later. The ice there is extremely thick, and... He hesitated, then lowered his voice. Something terrifying might be lurking around that treasure chest. Something terrifying? Chao Xing asked. Do you know its approximate strength? The giant elder shook his head. I don't know. At the time, I was carrying out the chief's mission to travel deep into the permafrost to investigate the ice brood. So I didn't investigate further. After a pause, he continued. But, from what I sense, that monster's power should be much greater than that of an average demigod. Chao Xing nodded slightly. I understand. I summon you this time primarily for these two matters. I be troubling you from now on. Chief Furin exchanged a glance with the other three giant elders, and immediately said respectfully, Lord, you're so polite. It's our honor to serve you. Indeed, you've brought new life and hope to our ice giant tribe. We will do our utmost to complete this small task. Chao Xing smiled. Go, the sooner the better. Yes, Lord. With that, for demigod-level giants, each over 200 meters tall, slowly rose and quickly departed. In the empty ice crystal hall, only Chao Xing and his fellow warriors remained. Knight Assam, Commander Berger, and the others stood quietly by, awaiting orders. Now that no one was around, Elisa led Tong Chu Chu on an exploration of the hall. Touching here, knocking there. The two girls were filled with curiosity about the unique architectural style of the ice giants. Of course, they were more curious to see if they could find anything interesting inside. At this moment, Sarah's voice rang out from the shadows. Lord, are we going to wait for them to draw a map, and then, based on it, continue our journey into the permafrost? Indeed. Chao Xing's deep voice echoed. The permafrost is far more dangerous and vast than we imagined. A detailed map will help us avoid a lot of trouble. Sarah nodded respectfully, then vanished from the spot, acting as Chao Xing's shadow guard. Of course, while they waited, Chao Xing wasn't idle either. He pulled two slightly flickering flames of different colors from his backpack. The flame on the left continuously emitted bursts of sound waves, swirling like a vortex. The divine fire on the right radiated a cold, dark purple glow, and within it, a twisted, struggling human face could be vaguely seen. These were the Echo Divine Fire and Nightmare Divine Fire obtained during the Battle of Spark City. Chao Xing gazed at the two divine fires and pondered. The properties of these two divine fires are relatively unpopular. At least in my territory, only those nightmare archers can use the latter Nightmare Divine Fire. But, he shook his head slightly. Among those nightmare archers, only Mona has any potential. I just recently reached level 100, the maximum level, and have the potential to become a leader. I'm still a long way from breaking through to legendary status, and then reaching the maximum level of 150. He fixed his gaze, pondering. The two remaining divine fires in my backpack are the divine fire of light and the divine fire of wind. These two divine fires are elemental, and are more suitable for powerful individuals. So, after all considerations, I purify the Echo and Nightmare divine fires first. After making his decision, he, with some pain, pulled out 400 divine power fragments from his backpack. Then, a system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume 200 divine power fragments to purify the Echo divine fire? Do you want to consume 200 divine power fragments to purify the Nightmare divine fire? Yes. When Chao Xing clicked confirm, the 400 divine power fragments in his hand transformed into a sky full of light, enveloping the two divine flames. OM! A dazzling divine light instantly filled the entire hall. Its purity was intoxicating, as if it could cleanse all the filth in the world. Everyone's attention was captivated by this scene. Even Elisa and Xiao Chuchu stopped in their tracks. And as countless divine power fragments attached to the divine flames, purifying the special divine power they contained, as the light gradually dissipated, the color of the two divine flames faded, leaving them pure and flawless, as if imbued with the purest divine power. A look of emotion crossed Chao Xing's eyes, and he waved, "Brown, Marlene, come here, both of you." Hearing the Lord's voice, Marlene, her red hair flying and a bloodthirster blade in hand, took the lead. The massive Brown, carrying the enormous shield of origin, followed closely behind. The two bowed respectfully. "Lord, please command me." Chao Xing remained silent, instead glancing at the two men's remaining divine power. Name, Brown Iron Wall. Level 150. Divine Power, 142/5000, 6 points regenerated naturally daily. Name, Marlene. Level 150. Divine Power, 276/100, 000, second form activated, 15 points regenerated naturally daily. Not bad, these two have a combined total of 400 divine power. That saved me a few divine power fragments. Chao Xing sighed softly. It wasn't his fault for being so frugal. It was simply because he didn't have many divine power fragments in reserve. The remaining divine power fragments and ice dragon crystals in his backpack combined equaled 4,260 divine power points. In other words, after those two broke through, he would only have 26 divine power fragments left. But you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. The breakthroughs of these two people would be of great significance to the entire territory. In addition, he also had a special divine fire in his backpack, called the Ancient Flame. This item could allow a demigod who ignited the divine fire to undergo a second transformation, and it was countless times rarer than ordinary divine fire. Even Chao Xing didn't know the extent of the Ancient Flame's improvement, but he assumed it was roughly equivalent. So, he first gave 40 ice dragon crystals to Brown, and then gave 2 ice dragon crystals and 190 divine power fragments to Marlene. He said in a deep voice, "Braun, Marlene, absorb these fragments now to replenish your divine power. Then activate your own divinity and prepare to ignite the divine fire to directly break through to demigod status." Hearing this, the two of them brightened, their eyes blazing with flames. Even the combatants throughout the hall turned their gazes. Their eyes revealed a variety of emotions: desire, envy, and anticipation. From a distance, Elisa's clear voice rang out, "Wow! Uncle Brown is about to break through to demigod status? Will he get even bigger?" Braun grinned at this, "Haha. Little girl, just wait and see. Maybe I even become taller than those ice giants." At this, Elisa's eyes lit up, and she stared at Brown with eagerness. Marlene saluted gracefully and solemnly accepted the divine power fragment. "Thank you, Master, for this gift. This will bring my strength one step closer to its peak." Chao Xing nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the two of them. "Begin." "Yes, Lord." As the two responded in unison, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly grew solemn. Everyone consciously stepped back a distance, making room for the two powerful men to break through. At the same time, a unique energy wave suddenly erupted from Braun and Marlene. On their attribute panels, their divine power began to deplete at a visible rate. A unique force flowed through the two of them, and a suffocating sense of oppression permeated the air. Following a mysterious wave, the power flowing through the two of them vanished, as if returning to their bodies. Soon afterward, a red flame blazed from Malnina's body. Thick ice quickly formed on Braum's body. It's worth noting that Malnina had already activated her divinity, Nirvana. So, she was simply awakening it now. As for Braum, a new attribute appeared on his stat panel. Divinity, Glacial, 0%. Next, as the two of them continued to deplete their divine power, their divinity progress slowly but steadily increased. 35%, 55%, 65%. After about 10 minutes, their progress had surpassed 80%. The flames on Malnina's body grew increasingly condensed, and as the flames danced, it seemed as if countless blood-red wings could be seen fluttering within them. Meanwhile, the profound ice on Braum's body was constantly reorganizing and condensing, becoming increasingly solid. Finally, when both of their divine powers had reached 100%. Boom! The flame surrounding Marinella suddenly surged, and the blood-red butterfly wings behind her fully unfolded, each wing ablaze with the fire of Nirvana. She resembled a butterfly bathed in blood-red flames, emanating a terrifying aura of power. On the other side, the profound ice on Braum's body had solidified into a set of crystal-clear ice armor. The power of glaciers flowed through the surface of the armor, far thicker and more resilient than those worn by demigod-level giants. Two distinct divine pressures intertwined and collided within the hall. On one side, the blazing, intense fire of Nirvana. On the other, the resilient, thick, and freezing ice. Huh? As Marinella let out a soft breath, her gaze turned to her lord. Chao-Xing understood her meaning. With a powerful wave of his hand, two flawless divine flames floated towards the two of them. Next, they would take the final, most crucial step in their demigod breakthrough. Using the flawless divine flames as a guide, they would ignite the divine fire within themselves, thus entering the true demigod realm. Begin! At Chao-Xing's command, the two of them swiftly released their divine power, absorbing the two divine flames into their respective bodies.